Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 1238 to Chapter 1319. Although Xianxia was at a disadvantage, her expression was calm. The demonic aura on her body slowly converged and covered her body like a battle armor. God-slaying demonic sword. Suddenly, Xianxia's glabella lit up and a black demonic sword flew out and slashed down at one of the experts in the 7th level of the spirit god realm. The other party attacked to block, but Xianxia's demonic sword was like an illusion. It slashed through the other party's attack and layers of defense, cutting through the other party's glabella. There was no wound, but the other party's eyes suddenly widened and revealed an extremely shocked expression. But in the next moment, the other party's eyes lost focus and his body fell down. Dead. This person was killed by Xianxia with a single slash, swoosh. After killing this person, Xianxia controlled the demonic sword and slashed across the other person's body. There was still no wound, but that person screamed and his body shook violently. He frantically retreated and his aura was weak, as if he had been seriously injured. What a pity! Xianxia muttered. Then her delicate body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her small face was a little pale. Obviously, that move just now had put a huge burden on her. How is this possible? The two people beside the nostril ring youth were dumbfounded. God-slaying spirit god realm, what a powerful move. The nostril ring youth had a grave expression, but the light in his eyes was even more intense. You, get lost, you useless thing. The nostril ring youth stepped out and casually glanced at the injured young man and coldly scolded. The young man gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to refute. This nostril ring youth was one of the 3 strongest geniuses of the Western God Palace. His strength was terrifying and his methods were cruel. He didn't dare to refute. Girl, surrender. Although you have some skills, you don't have the power to resist in front of me. The nostril ring youth walked step by step towards Xianxia. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. The 8th level of the spirit god realm, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a hint of decisiveness. This nostril-hooded youth was giving her immense pressure, but it was impossible for her to surrender. Xianxia's stature flashed, and he retreated like a wisp of devil light. You can't escape from me. The young man with the nostril ring did not panic. Lightning flashed on his body and his body seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. He tore through the void and approached Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! At the same time, the youth with the nostril ring waved his hand, and a chain completely condensed from thunder and lightning wrapped around Xianxia. Sky Demon Force Field. Xianxia shouted as the heavenly demon force field exploded with full force. At the same time, she used bloodline fusion to increase the power of the heavenly demon force field to the extreme. Within the heavenly demon force field, the lightning chain speed suddenly slowed down. What a miraculous force field! It has a trace of the power of a domain. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. The youth with the nostril ring's eyes turned cold. Lightning flashed all over his body, and the lightning chain suddenly exerted force, cutting the heavenly demon force field in half and wrapping around Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. Heavenly Demon Great Palm. Xianxia's heavenly demon bloodline sent out a few palm prints, but they exploded after being hit by the lightning chain. Xianxia's face turned even paler, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. I said, you can't resist in front of me. The youth with the nostril ring spoke coldly with an arrogant expression. God-slaying demon sword. Xianxia gritted her teeth. Ignoring her injuries, she unleashed the full power of the god-slaying demon sword. Her forehead glowed, and a black sword light slashed through the void toward the youth with the nostril ring. Facing this sword, the youth with the nostril ring revealed a slightly serious expression, and the power of thunder and lightning on his body surged. 9 Thunder Sword. The youth with the nostril ring slashed down with his hand, and a battle sword flashing with lightning slashed out, clashing with Xianxia's demonic sword. With a bang, the 9 Thunder Sword gave off a blazing light, hoping to block the demonic sword. But in the end, it only blocked a portion of the sword, and a small portion continued to slash toward the youth with the nostril ring. Block it. The youth with the nostril ring was covered in lightning, forming a lightning armor that blocked the demonic sword. In the end, the demonic sword was weakened layer by layer, and only a sliver of it reached the youth with the nostril ring. The youth with the nostril ring trembled as if he had been struck by lightning, and he took a step back. "Damn it! You dare to injure my soul!" The youth with the nostril ring roared, and his expression was extremely dark. Xianxia's body trembled, and she retreated, spitting out another mouthful of blood. "Little girl, I didn't want to hurt you, but you asked for it." The youth with the nostril ring shouted coldly, and his body was covered in lightning. He stepped forward and quickly approached Xianxia. "Lu Ming." Xianxia sighed in her heart, and then a trace of viciousness appeared in her eyes. Even if she died, she would not let herself fall into the hands of the youth with the nostril ring. "Ah? What's that?" Suddenly, a youth looked into the distance and exclaimed. The youth with the nostril ring and Xianxia subconsciously looked in that direction. In that direction, a blood-red beam of light was moving at a terrifying speed. It was as if a blood-red stick was tearing through the void. Rumble, the sound of space exploding was heard, and they saw a youth flying toward them at a terrifying speed. Because he was so fast, the space was shattered. "Lu Ming!" Xianxia exclaimed. The person who came was Lu Ming. "Halt!" A youth stepped out and blocked Lu Ming's path. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw out a punch. The terrifying fist force enveloped the youth with an unstoppable force. The youth's pupils dilated rapidly, and in the next moment, he screamed in pain and his body exploded in the air. Whoosh, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared beside Xianxia. "Little Qing, you're injured." Seeing Xianxia's pale face and the blood at the corner of her mouth, Lu Ming's heart ached. However, he was relieved that Xianxia was fine. "Lu Ming, I'm fine." Xianxia smiled. She was so beautiful that even the young man with the nostril ring was stunned by her beauty. "Little Qing, don't worry, I'll avenge you." Lu Ming stretched out his hand and wiped away the blood at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. Seeing Lu Ming and Xianxia's intimate expressions, the youth with the nostril ring showed jealousy in his eyes. He shouted coldly, "Brat, how dare you kill my men and stand beside my woman? You're courting death." "Your woman?" Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. He looked at the youth with the nostril ring and said, "Just because of what you said, I'll kill you." "Ha ha ha, kill me? Brat, with just you?" The youth with the nostril ring laughed. "Lu Ming, be careful. This person is one of the 3 strongest geniuses of the West Divine Palace, Lane Yo." Xianxia whispered. "Don't worry, he'll become a dead bull soon." "Die." Lane Yo shouted coldly and waved his hand. A lightning chain flew out and wrapped around Lu Ming. Roar! 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 Dragon roars came from Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed 9 strands of dragon energy. Lane Yo was one of the 3 strongest geniuses of the Western Divine Palace. He was at the same level as Ice Dragon. It was very likely that he had grasped a martial skill. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't be careless. 9 strands of dragon energy exploded out. Boom! Lane Yo threw out a punch and the space within a dozen miles exploded into nothingness. Lane Yo's lightning chain also collapsed in an instant. A terrifying fist energy continued to fly towards Lane Yo. Lane Yo's face changed drastically. The power of Lu Ming's punch was too shocking. It had far exceeded his expectations. 9 lightning sword. A huge lightning sword appeared in Lane Yo's hand and he slashed down. Boom! The lightning sword and Lu Ming's fist energy clashed. The sky was filled with lightning. Half of the sky was filled with lightning. It was like a punishment from the heavens. It's indeed a martial skill. Furthermore, it's like the thunder god strike. It's a martial skill with the thunder intent. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lane Yo had used the thunder intent to a terrifying extent. There was no other way to use it other than a martial skill with the thunder intent. Kill! Lane Yo roared and charged towards Lu Ming with the lightning sword in his hand. Lu Ming's strength made Lane Yo want to kill him. Kill! Lu Ming also charged towards Lane Yo. The 5-colored intent revolved around him. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying power of the suppressing Hell Heaven skill exploded out. Boom! Lu Ming threw out another punch at the 9 lightning sword. The land of lightning was like the might of the heavens. However, Lu Ming wasn't afraid of the might of the heavens. He broke through the might of the heavens and charged upwards, destroying the 9 lightning sword. Lang You's face darkened. Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly at the early stage of the 7th level spirit god realm. His cultivation was lower than Lang You's, but Lu Ming was able to fight him. He was a peerless genius, unrivaled among those of the same level. No one had ever been able to fight him with a cultivation base lower than his. Kill, kill. 9 different colors appeared on the lightning sword in his hand. 9 different types of lightning energy converged, and its power became even more terrifying. Boom. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming punched out continuously. On his fist, the shadow of a stone tablet was faintly discernible. The hell-suppressing heaven art clashed with the thunder battle sword, causing the world to shake. Chi La, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm was sent flying and landed on a mountain range in the distance. That mountain range was thousands of miles long. Under the power of the lightning, it exploded, turning into rubble and dust. Boom, a fist energy landed on the ground, creating an immeasurably deep hole in the ground. Blazing lava gushed out from the ground. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves in a row, but it was hard to determine the victor. Moo, the thunder bull suddenly let out a loud roar. His body rapidly grew, and finally, he turned into a giant bull that was as big as a mountain. His entire body was covered with lightning. The thunder bull was a demonic beast, and this was his true form. Bang! Bang, the giant thunder bull stepped on the void, and his 2 sharp horns were like heavenly blades. Whoosh! Whoosh, the 2 sharp horns shone and slashed out 2 combat sabers condensed by thunder, slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out 2 punches, and the 2 lightning blades were sent flying. However, his body trembled slightly, and he took 2 steps back. The demonic beasts were stronger in their true form. 9 lightning sword, 10,000 sword kill. The Thunderbull shouted. The lightning energy on his body was even more shocking. Endless lightning spread out, and some were even thicker than a water tank. With the Thunderbull as the center, they shot out and danced in the sky. Lu Ming. Not far away, Xianxia's demonic chi spread out, and he was resisting the force outside. He had a worried look on his face. Who is this person? He actually forced young Master Thunderbull to use his strongest combat strength. In the distance, there were 2 young men who were shocked to see this scene. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Endless lightning gathered on the Thunderbull's body, and it turned into 9 colored battle swords that slashed towards Lu Ming. This was the power of Intent Realm martial techniques. It could kill everything, and it was like a lightning tribulation that could destroy all life. Roar! At this moment, Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons, and 9 dragon claws stepped out continuously. The sky shook, and there was a dense explosion. The lightning swords exploded in the sky. Kill! The 9 dragons stepped forward, and they rushed towards the Thunder Bull, clawing at him. Bang! The dragon claw landed on the Thunderbull's body, but it was blocked by layers of barriers. First was the lightning armor. The dragon claw pierced through the lightning armor and landed on the Thunderbull's body. It was like hitting a drum. With a bang, the dragon claw bounced off. At the same time, the Thunderbull's horns glowed, and a lightning bolt struck Lu Ming. However, it was blocked by Lu Ming's defenses. Moo, roar, a dragon and a bull fought in the sky, and it was as if they had returned to prehistoric times. After more than 10 moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. Kid, let's fight again next time. The Thunderbull said. The more he fought, the more shocked he was. He felt that Lu Ming's strength was endless. Every time he was hit by Lu Ming's dragon claws, he would feel pain all over his body. He couldn't help but want to retreat. Want to leave? Did I allow you to leave? Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. Humph, kid, although you're strong, I'm not weak either. You can't do anything to me. The Thunderbull snorted. Is that so? Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. In the next moment, a drop of blood appeared, and a layer of blood light appeared on the 9 dragons' bodies. The third bloodline, as soon as the blood light appeared, the 9 dragons' strength suddenly skyrocketed. With a claw, they broke through the Thunderbolt's defenses, leaving a deep claw mark on his body, and blood flowed out. The Thunderbolt was furious. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be holding back. Moo, the Thunderbolt roared and wanted to rush out. Bang! Every step of the nine-dragon stomp could pierce through the sky. The lightning on the Thunderbolt's body was scattered, leaving wounds on his body. Blood flowed out, and even his bones were exposed. The Thunderbolt roared crazily. He felt a chill in his heart. Lu Ming was too strong and could threaten his life. He rushed out crazily. Kill! Lu Ming roared. 9 dragon claws grabbed one of the Thunderbolt's front legs and tore it apart. With a tearing sound, one of the Thunderbolt's front legs was torn off by Lu Ming. The Thunderbolt wailed. Thunderbolt, escape! He let out a long roar as strands of blood wrapped around his body. Afterward, the Thunderbolt's body shrunk rapidly and turned into a bolt of lightning. With a flash, he rushed thousands of miles away and disappeared into the distance with another flash. So fast? Lu Ming frowned. It was too late to chase now. This Thunderbolt's life-saving means were not bad. Young Master Thunderbolt lost. Run, run! The remaining 2 screamed in horror and ran for their lives. But in a flash, Lu Ming appeared in front of them. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming slapped them twice. The 2 of them screamed miserably, vomiting blood and retreating. Xiaoqing, I'll leave these 2 for you to kill. Lu Ming said. Spare me. After killing the 2, there were a total of 9 keys above Xianxia's head, and a blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky. It complemented the blood-red pillar of light above Lu Ming's head. Little Qing, let's go and open that palace together. Lu Ming walked towards Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. The 2 of them walked side by side and flew towards the nearest palace. Not long after, a palace appeared in their field of vision. However, the blood-red pillars of light from the 2 of them were too eye-catching. Swoosh! Swoosh! 7 or 8 young experts flew over from all directions. Their eyes were blazing with passion. Both of them have 9 keys each. Some people's eyes lit up. Get lost. Lu Ming directly punched the strongest person among them. A fist energy pierced through the sky and struck toward that person. The terrifying pressure made that person's soul leave his body. He tried his best to set up a defense, but in the end, he was still hit by Lu Ming's punch and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hiss hiss hiss, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Everyone recognized that person just now. He was a genius who had stepped onto the 36 Big Dipper Peak, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level Spirit God realm. He was actually hit by Lu Ming until he spat out a mouthful of blood, which made everyone terrified. A monster. Go, go. Run. The remaining people fled in all directions, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. Before long, not a single one of them was left. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to them and came to the front of the palace with Xianxia. There was also a stone tablet in front of the door of the palace. There were 9 keyholes on the stone tablet. Little Qing, you go first. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded. With a thought, 9 blood-red keys flew into the keyholes and the door opened. Lu Ming, I'll go in and wait for you. Xianxia said. I don't know if 2 people can enter in a row. You go in first. If I don't go in, it means that I went to another palace. You don't have to wait for me. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded and stepped through the door. After Xianxia stepped through the door closed automatically. I wonder if it's still useful. Lu Ming's mind moved, and the 9 keys flew towards the 9 keyholes. Unfortunately, the 9 keys stayed outside, unable to enter. As expected, it's useless. Only one person can enter a palace at a time. Lu Ming shook his head and walked away. Not long after, Lu Ming found another palace. There was obviously no one in this palace. Lu Ming opened the door of the palace with 9 keys and stepped in. The scene in the hall was almost the same as the last time he saw it. There were also a few shelves. On the shelves, there were balls of light. Under the balls of light, there were different symbols. Lu Ming sized them up carefully, pondering how he should make his choice. He had the Thunder God strike for the time being. If he chose another one, he wouldn't have time to cultivate it. The Thunder God strike was enough for Lu Ming to comprehend. If he could cultivate the Thunder God strike to the highest level, its power would be shocking. It would be enough for the time being. Learning another one wouldn't be of much use. Lu Ming pondered for a while and decided to choose a pill. If it could be placed together with a concept martial skill, it wouldn't be bad. However, the symbols of the pills looked similar. He couldn't tell what pill it was, so he could only choose randomly. Lu Ming grabbed at a ball of light. The ball of light shattered and a jade bottle appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Domain condensing pill. There was a label on the jade bottle with 3 words written on it. It's actually a domain condensing pill? Lu Ming's eyes lit up with a blazing light. His heart couldn't help but beat faster. He had heard of the domain condensing pill before. However, it didn't exist in the Divine Wilderness continent. It was only a legend. If a spiritual god at the Great Perfection stage wanted to advance, he would have to transform his concept into a domain. However, this step was undoubtedly extremely difficult, shockingly difficult. If he could condense a domain, he would be considered a prime. However, if a spiritual god at the Great Perfection stage took the domain condensing pill, it would greatly increase the chances of condensing a domain. It would even make it easier to condense a complete domain. This was a priceless treasure. Its value was immeasurable. The Heavenly God sect was indeed a major force in the Yuanlu. They could even casually take out the domain condensing pill as a reward. Or perhaps, a peerless divine pill like the domain condensing pill was just ordinary in the eyes of the Heavenly God sect. However, this was definitely a peerless divine pill for Lu Ming. If Lu Ming's cultivation reached the Great Perfection stage, this domain condensing pill could help Lu Ming reach the prime stage quickly. Lu Ming carefully put it away. Then, he tried the other balls of light. As expected, none of them could be opened. Let's go take a look at Xiaoqing. Lu Ming didn't stop. He went out of the hall and arrived at the hall that Xianxia had entered. However, the door of Xianxia's hall was tightly shut. Xianxia didn't come out. Lu Ming stopped at a nearby mountain peak and let Dandan keep watch outside. Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram and sat under the tree of enlightenment to comprehend the Thunder God strike. In this small world, the massacre continued. One by one, the top geniuses of their respective continents were killed here and would forever stay in this land. Some of the weaker ones didn't dare to show their faces at all. They looked for a safe place to hide. As for the strong ones, they hunted everywhere. It was a scene of blood and slaughter. In a valley, Longchen transformed into the primordial dragonesque elephant and roared at the sky. He took a step forward and killed 2 7th-level spirit god experts. Now, Longchen's cultivation had also reached the 7th level of the spirit god realm. His combat strength was even more terrifying. Then, Longchen gathered the 9 keys and stepped into a hall. On a large river, Ice Dragon waved his hand and sealed several young experts in ice. He also gathered the 9 keys and entered a hall. In a land full of holes, Xianxuan's body was pure and holy. Milky white light suffused the air. 9 keys floated above her head. Not far from her was the 3 strongest geniuses of the Southern God Palace, Wangzhen. Miss Nianjuan, you enter the hall first. I'll go to the other halls. Wangzhen said. Thank you, young Master Wang. Xianxuan nodded and stepped into a hall. A blazing light flashed in Wangzhen's eyes, and then he walked towards the other halls. Scenes like this were happening all over this small world. Top geniuses like Ji Hongchen had gathered the 9 keys and entered the halls to obtain fortuitous opportunities. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Half a month's time was almost up. After 7 days of comprehension, he had made great progress in the Thunder God strike. However, he still needed some time to cultivate it to the 2nd level. At this time, Dandan sent news that Xianxia had come out. Lu Ming came out of the mountain and river diagram. As expected, he saw Xianxia standing in front of the hall and looking around. Xianxia smiled when she saw Lu Ming flying over. Little Qing, what did you get? Lu Ming asked. It's a pill. Xianxia explained. She had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert in the divine ruins. Within it, there were several martial skills related to the concept of the devil Tao. I chose the demon essence pill, but I didn't expect that as soon as I got it, my bloodline would directly appear and take the initiative to swallow the demon essence pill, so I could only start to refine it. I didn't expect that this cultivation would take 7 days. Xianxia explained. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder Xianxia stayed in the palace for 7 days. Little Qing, your cultivation. Lu Ming carefully looked at Xianxia and felt that Xianxia's true essence fluctuation was incomparably powerful. After I refined the demon essence pill, my cultivation broke through from the peak of the 6th level of the spirit god realm to the 7th level of the spirit god realm in one go. Xianxia said. 7th level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The 7th level of the spirit god realm was a peak existence among all the geniuses this time. Xianxia could break through to the 7th level of the spirit god realm, and coupled with Xianxia's own combat strength, there was no need to worry about protecting himself. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. There was less than a day before half a month. Lu Ming and Xianxia wandered around. If they encountered others, Lu Ming didn't mind killing them and seizing the key. However, after flying for a while, they didn't encounter anyone. Many people with lower cultivation had hidden during this period of time, and it was difficult to find them. Time flew by quickly. Buzz, suddenly, the space trembled. Lu Ming felt the space around him tighten, and he disappeared from this place. In the next moment, he appeared on the 36 Big Dipper peaks in the ancient city of gods. Xianxia also appeared beside him. Countless people were watching in the surroundings. They're out. The first round is over. Someone exclaimed softly. In the air above the 36 Big Dipper peaks, people constantly flashed out. Soon, more than 500 people appeared in the air. But after that, no one else appeared. Only 500 people were left. Many people's hearts trembled. Needless to say, the remaining people would definitely stay inside forever. Nearly 1,000 people, but only 500 people came out. The death rate was nearly half. Such a death rate was too high. It was truly frightening. Lanyo, you actually lost an arm? Who has the strength to do so? A voice sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man with a nostril hoop. One of his arms was missing, and his face was extremely gloomy. Many geniuses, including some rulers, also looked at the Thunder Bull. Lanyo is one of the 3 strongest cultivators of the West God Palace. Who could have cut off one of his arms? He has such strength? Could it be the strongest experts of the other 3 divine palaces? Or are they the second strongest in the continent? How formidable! Thunderbull's combat strength is already terrifying and shocking. I once saw him easily kill 3 perfection stage domain enlightened spirit gods, and he was even capable of going against an exalt, yet he actually lost an arm. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. They were incomparably shocked. This made Lanyo's face even gloomier. He looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. Cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He then snorted coldly and walked toward the West Divine Palace. The others looked at each other and flew in 4 different directions. Lu Ming and Xianxia arrived at the South God Palace. The middle-aged man in black swept his gaze across them, and his face was a little gloomy. More than half of the geniuses of the South God Palace had come here. The loss was too great. One had to know that as long as these geniuses did not die, they would definitely become rulers in the future, and not just any ordinary rulers. So many people have died. Lu Ming was also secretly observing. Almost every continent had people who died in battle. On the Divine Wilderness continent, Lu Ming saw Long Chen, Xianxia, Yang Padian, Monk Wuliang, Moonless Bodhisattva, and Underworld Child. For example, the Cerberus and Kong Lin were no longer there. Obviously, they had died in battle. Including Lion Capital, the Divine Wilderness continent had lost 3 geniuses. Such a loss was considered small. Some continents were almost completely wiped out. For example, the 8th-ranked Zhangping continent had lost 70% to 80% of its geniuses. Even the 2nd-ranked genius had died. The divine crocodile continent was even more miserable. Only 2 or 3 geniuses were left, looking at each other. The Bayou continent had also suffered heavy losses. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 figures flashed, and 2 figures in feathered robes appeared on both sides of Lu Ming. Cold murderous intent covered Lu Ming. My hair, what's going on? Monk Wuliang chanted the name of Buddha. The others on the South God Palace side also looked at the 2 youths in feathered robes. Of the 2 youths in feathered robes, one was wearing a golden feather robe, and the other was wearing black wings. Golden Wing, Shini, what are you 2 doing? Ji Hongchen frowned slightly and said. He killed Silver Wing, and Silver Wing left a special aura on his body. Only the Winged clan can sense it. The youth in the golden feather robe said coldly. What? He killed Silver Wing? He can kill Silver Wing? Many geniuses on the South God Palace side were puzzled. Silver Wing was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Bayou continent. He had stepped onto the 36th heaven astral peak, and his cultivation was profound. His battle strength was strong. How could someone from the divine wilderness continent kill Silver Wing? Ji Hongchen frowned and did not continue speaking. On the other hand, Wang Zhen and Xianxia were gloating. That's right, I killed Silver Wing. At this moment, Lu Ming said. Since he had been discovered, there was nothing to hide. How dare you kill a genius of the Bayou continent? Speak, what despicable method did you use to sneak attack? I don't believe that a trash from the divine wilderness continent like you can kill Silver Wing. Golden Wing scolded coldly. We are all from the South God Palace, but you have an internal conflict. You killed a genius of the Bayou continent and weakened the strength of the South God Palace. Speak, what are your intentions? Also, who is your helper? Is it someone else from the divine wilderness continent? The black-feathered Shini said as his cold gaze swept across the other people from the divine wilderness continent. Xianxia, underworld child, and Yang Potion's faces turned ugly. I have nothing to do with him. I have always been with young Master Wang Zhen. Xianxia explained. That's right, I can testify that Miss Nianqing has nothing to do with this matter. Wang Zhen opened his mouth and explained. I also have nothing to do with him. I have a grudge with him. Yang Padian and Underworld Child spoke one after another, wanting to distance themselves from Lu Ming. Heartless Monk and Moonless Bodhisattva did not speak. Xianxia stood closely beside Lu Ming. Bang! At this moment, Longchen stepped forward and stood beside Lu Ming. This made Xianxia, Yang Padian, and the others' expressions change. Longchen was actually standing beside Lu Ming. Why would I need others to kill Silver Wing? I can kill him with a flip of my hand. Lu Ming said with a calm expression. Also, you have to understand one thing. It was Silver Wing who wanted to kill me first, so I killed him. You don't have to slander me for no reason. It's useless. Nonsense, don't try to quibble. Since you have admitted that you killed Silver Wing, you have to pay with your life. Now kneel down and admit your crimes. Also, these accomplices are all guilty. Kneel down and cripple your own cultivation. When the Celestial Divine Sect's disciple selection is over, I will bring you back to the Bayou continent and pronounce your crimes. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the other parties. The geniuses of the other 3 divine palaces all looked over as if they were watching a show. Beasts are beasts. Their brains don't work well. Lu Ming curled his lips. You are courting death. Genie shouted. Xinyi's eyes were cold. The other geniuses of the Bayou continent were all filled with murderous intent and shrouded Lu Ming. Whoosh! Genie's body burst out with golden light. He formed a claw with his fingers and clawed at Lu Ming, making a sharp piercing sound. Boom! Boom! Xianxia and Long Chen's aura burst out. You don't have to do anything. It's just a few beasts. Lu Ming said and punched out. Bang! Crack! Lu Ming's punch landed on the Golden Wing's claw, causing the sound of bones breaking to be heard. The Golden Wing screamed and retreated continuously. Many people couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at the scene in disbelief. Genie was also an expert who had stepped onto the 36 Tiangang Peak. Now, Lu Ming's punch had broken his finger bone. It was unbelievable. The black-robed middle-aged man from the southern divine palace had been standing quietly in the void, watching indifferently without saying a word. Kill. Genie's finger bone was broken by Lu Ming's punch. He was angry and turned into his original form, a golden eagle. He flapped his wings and attacked Lu Ming. At the same time, Xianxia's eyes were cold. He also turned into his original form and attacked Lu Ming. The two geniuses who had stepped onto the Tiangang Peak actually joined forces to attack Lu Ming. It was despicable. Well, the bird meat contains the bloodline of a divine beast. It's just right for me to have a good meal. Lu Ming said coldly. The dragon power in his body burst out and he punched out twice. Wherever the fist passed, the space was squeezed into a ball and blasted toward Genie and Xianxia. Two wails sounded, and the sky was filled with golden and black feathers. Genie and Xianxia were seriously injured in one move. Kill. Lu Ming consecutively sent out two palms. His palms were like heavenly blades, slashing at the necks of the golden wings and divine wings. A terrifying power erupted, blasting the two bird heads into pieces. Genie and Xianxia were instantly killed. Hiss, many people gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Those were two geniuses who could step onto Tiangang Peak, but they were killed by Lu Ming so easily. The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes lit up with surprise. He had some impression of Lu Ming. Back in the divine desolate continent, Lu Ming had only possessed a rank 8 divine realm bloodline, but he had easily defeated Mu Feng, which had attracted his attention. Therefore, he had made an exception and allowed Lu Ming to come to the Divine Ruins continent with him. Now, the abilities that Lu Ming displayed were even more shocking. Even he was taken aback. As for Wang Zhen, Ji Hongchen, and the purple-haired youth, their eyes were filled with shock, astonishment, and seriousness. Lu Ming's strength had attracted their attention. Many people from the other 3 divine palaces were also shocked. Who is this person? His combat strength is not bad. I didn't expect Southern Divine Palace to have such a hidden character other than those 3 guys. Someone spoke, obviously treating Lu Ming as an opponent. Among them, Lane Yo and Bing Long snorted coldly, their faces ugly. You killed Genie and Xianxia? A genius from the Bayou continent asked in a trembling voice, extremely shocked. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the corpses of Xianxia and Genie. He said, "What? You want to fight too?" The youth from the Bayou continent was horrified. Lu Ming. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Wang Zhen stepped out and his gaze fell on Lu Ming. He said, "Lu Ming, your methods are too vicious. Genie and Xianxia only said a few words to you and you killed them. Moreover, Genie and Xianxia are 2 generals of my Southern Divine Palace. You killed them so ruthlessly to weaken my Southern Divine Palace's strength. With your temperament, you are not qualified to participate in the Divine Sky Sex selection." Wang Zhen's eyes flickered with a ruthless light. Xianxia had told him about her conflict with Lu Ming and Xianxia. At this time, he wanted to seize the opportunity to perform in front of Xianxia and gain Xianxia's favor. Haha. Lu Ming looked at Wang Zhen and sneered, "Are you blind? They wanted to kill me just now. Can't I fight back and kill them? How about this, if I want to kill you, you can stand still and let me kill you." "You're just quibbling," Wang Zhen said. "Who do you think you are? I don't need to quibble with you. Get lost." Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly scolded him. This made Wang Zhen's face extremely gloomy. Who was he, the 3 strongest geniuses of Southern Divine Palace, and the Wang family's influence in the Southern Divine Palace was even stronger than the Mu family. Lu Ming dared to talk to him like this? "Kid, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you killed Golden Wings and Xianxia. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you," Wang Zhen said coldly as a cold murderous intent rose from his body. "Enough." At this time, the voice of the middle-aged man in black came out and made Wang Zhen stop. Golden Wings and Xianxia were at fault in this matter. They wanted to kill others, but they didn't have the ability and were killed instead. They can't blame anyone else, the middle-aged man in black said. But, Wang Zhen wanted to say more. The middle-aged man in black reached out his hand and Wang Zhen could only swallow his words. "Kid, you're lucky today. Wang Jin stared coldly at Lu Ming and turned to leave. He walked to Xianxuan's side and said, "Don't worry, I'll find a chance to kill that kid." Xianxuan nodded casually. At this time, there was a powerful fluctuation in the sky and a few figures appeared in the air. It was the silver-haired elder and two middle-aged men from the celestial sect. As for the three young men, there was no trace of them. Okay, the first round is over. Next, we'll set up the venue for the second round. It will take half a month. Those who survived the first round will gather here in half a month. After the silver-haired elder finished his announcement, he turned and left. Half a month later, the second round of the competition would begin. Many people's eyes were filled with anticipation. After half a month, they might be able to join the celestial sect. Then, the crowd dispersed and flew in different directions. Let's go and barbecue. Lu Ming laughed. The sky prides of the Bayou continent trembled and their faces turned ugly. Soon, the crowd returned to their residence. Half an hour later, in Lu Ming's courtyard, there was a rich aroma of meat that spread throughout the entire southern Divine Palace residence. That Lu Ming really barbecued golden wings and chenille. Some young men from other continents were dumbfounded. "Brother Long, come and eat together." Lu Ming called out to Long Chen's room. The door opened and Long Chen strode in. "I have rice hair. Almsgiver Lu, I wonder if I have the fortune to eat a piece." Unscrupulous monk appeared and looked at the two golden roasted birds. His eyes lit up and his saliva almost flowed out. "Of course. Ha ha ha, this little monk can't eat benefactor Lu's food for free. This little monk has some top-grade wine that matches this barbecue." Monk Wuliang stepped forward and waved his hand. 7 or 8 jars of wine appeared on the ground. This, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Long Chen were all stunned. How could there be such a monk in the Buddhist sect? Ba. Haha, then this little monk won't stand on ceremony. Monk Wuliang laughed, his eyes shining. He rolled up his sleeves, tore off a bird's wing, and began to chew on it. Lu Ming smiled and picked up a jar of wine. He opened it and took a big gulp. It was mellow and sweet in his mouth. It was warm and comfortable in his stomach. Even his true essence was flowing smoothly. This was truly a top-grade wine. This monk Wuliang really knew how to enjoy himself. Next, he seemed to be gulping down wine and eating meat. In 2 hours, 7 or 8 jars of wine had been finished. The 2 large birds with 9th-level divine beast bloodline had been gnawed until only bones were left. What was even more shocking was that monk Wuliang didn't even let go of the bones and began to chew on them. This is good stuff. It would be a pity to miss it. Don't stand on ceremony. Monk Wuliang muttered as he stuffed it into his mouth. Lu Ming and the other two looked at each other. After another half an hour, Monk Wuliang reluctantly left. Shaoqing, there is a thunder region 1,000,000 miles away from the ancient city of God. I plan to take advantage of this half a month to go to the thunder region to cultivate the concept martial arts. Lu Ming told Xianxia his plan. I want to choose a concept martial art to cultivate. During this time I will cultivate in the mountain and river diagram. Xianxia nodded. Then, Lu Ming and Xianxia entered the mountain and river diagram. Xianxia sat cross-legged under the enlightenment ancient tree. Chirp chirp, a meatball flew over and rushed into Lu Ming's arms, rubbing against him with all its might. It was Bubbles. During this period of time, Lu Ming had placed the bubbles in the mountain river diagram. Now that they saw Lu Ming, they were very sticky. Little guy, let me carry you. Lu Ming rubbed the bubbles, then exited the mountain and river diagram. He left the southern god palace's mansion and headed west of the ancient city of gods. The lightning region was to the west of the ancient city of gods. In a room in the western divine palace, Lane Yo's face was extremely gloomy. Looking at his empty arm, he was even more furious and filled with killing intent. The domain enlightened spirit god realm was still incapable of regrowing severed limbs, and only by breaking through to the martial monarch realm would one be able to regrow an arm. This wasn't a big deal. Lane Yo was worried that the Sky God sect's selection this time would affect the Sky God sect's perception of him. At this moment, a black shadow flashed and a skinny black-clothed old man appeared in the room. Young Master Nyo, what instructions do you have for me? The black-clothed old man bowed and asked. Send a message back and ask my master to send some experts over. I want to find a chance to kill that brat. Lang Yao said with killing intent. Yes. The black-clothed old man bowed and accepted the order, and then his figure flashed and left. I've lost a lot of my origin energy this time, so I need to find a place to recover. The lightning region to the west of the ancient city of gods is a place where lightning gathers. It just happens to be suitable for me. Lang Yao muttered to himself. A distance of 1,000,000 miles was covered in an instant for Lu Ming. Black clouds covered the area in front of him, and endless black clouds were rolling. Terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the clouds and covered the entire sky like silver snakes. Rumble, thunder rumbled and everything fell into a dormant state. This was a vast and boundless lightning region. This was the lightning region, and it was called the boundless lightning region because it was extremely vast. Swoosh, Lu Ming paused for a moment before he stepped out and entered the lightning region. Crack, as soon as Lu Ming stepped into the lightning region, 9 bolts of lightning as thick as an arm struck towards Lu Ming. Thunder God strike. Lu Ming grasped the void and condensed bolts of lightning out of thin air, cancelling out the bolts of lightning that struck towards him. What a strong power of lightning, what a strong lightning concept. Lu Ming extended his spiritual consciousness and felt the space around him. It was filled with extremely rich power of lightning. This place is still too weak. Let's go deeper. Lu Ming continued to step into the depths of the lightning region. Along the way, lightning constantly struck Lu Ming, but they were all easily blocked by Lu Ming's Thunder God strike. At the same time, Lu Ming also used the power of lightning here to comprehend the Thunder God strike. Buzz, at this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. He felt the lightning cauldron in his sea of consciousness vibrate slightly. Then, his glabella lit up and the lightning cauldron appeared on its own. The lightning cauldron vibrated slightly and produced a strong suction force. Bolts of lightning were attracted to the lightning cauldron and flew towards it, disappearing into it. This works too. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment and then revealed a look of joy. Swoosh, Lu Ming used his movement technique and ran towards the depths of the lightning region at an extremely fast speed. The deeper he went into the lightning region, the stronger the power of lightning. The lightning concept would also be stronger and easier to comprehend. On the way, Lu Ming also noticed a few auras. Obviously, there were other people cultivating here. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a valley. The power of lightning here was incomparably strong. Endless lightning bolts constantly fell down with an astonishing aura. This is it. Lu Ming walked into the valley and sat down cross-legged. He quietly comprehended the power of lightning between heaven and earth and cultivated the Thunder God strike. The lightning cauldron floated above his head, absorbing a few huge bolts of lightning from time to time. There were traces of lightning swimming around the cauldron, shining brightly. Chirp chirp, Bubbles lazily laid on Lu Ming's body and squinted its eyes to look around. Lightning is destruction, a punishment from the heavens. Lu Ming carefully comprehended and muttered. He was comprehending the essence of the power of lightning. The power of lightning was a punishment from the heavens. Everything was afraid of it and its power was extremely terrifying. However, it was extremely difficult to comprehend its essence. In the past, Lu Ming only used it casually and did not dig deeper. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been cultivating in the valley for 3 days. In these 3 days, he had benefited a lot. He was very close to the second level of the Thunder God strike and could break through at any time. However, at this time, Lu Ming felt that the power of the lightning in the valley was not enough. He needed a stronger power of lightning to cultivate. Lu Ming got up and walked out of the valley, continuing to go deeper. 2 hours later, Lu Ming came to a majestic mountain. In the sky above the mountain, endless lightning scattered and the power of lightning was incomparably dense. However, Lu Ming sensed that there were many caves in the mountain. There were auras entrenched in them. Obviously, there were experts cultivating here. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and turned to leave. He did not want to stay here any longer. Whoosh, suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out from the mountain. A green-robed old man appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his path. What a miraculous lightning treasure! Kid, give this lightning cauldron to me and you can fuck off. The green-clothed old man spoke indifferently. His body emitted a powerful aura, the aura of a perfected spirit god. Lu Ming thought in his heart. It turned out that the old man was eyeing his lightning cauldron. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. A mere perfected spirit god. Presently, Lu Ming didn't take the old man seriously at all. If the old man wanted to court death, then he didn't mind sending him on his way. Kid, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Hand over the lightning cauldron and fuck off. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving once I make a move. The green-clothed old man berated. You can give it a try. Lu Ming replied indifferently. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Could it be that a mere 7th-level spirit god can go against me? Since you're so stubborn, then I'll send you on your way. The green-clothed old man's expression turned cold, and his body emitted icy cold killing intent. Swoosh! 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 Right at this moment, a few more powerful auras rose up from the mountain. A total of 3 people flew out from the mountain and appeared around Lu Ming, and they surrounded Lu Ming tightly. All of them were at the perfected spirit god realm. Old freak Qing, how can such a treasure be taken by you alone? A one-eyed man spoke loudly. Gentlemen, I was the one who discovered it first. The green-clothed old man's expression became even more gloomy when he saw the 3 of them appear. You noticed it first? How laughable. I was just cultivating just now, but my spirit sense noticed it long ago. The one-eyed man mocked. The other 2 spoke as well and said that they'd noticed it long ago. The 4 of them completely ignored Lu Ming and actually started fighting for it. In their eyes, Lu Ming was only a lamb waiting to be slaughtered and wasn't a threat at all. Are all of you done talking nonsense? Right when the 4 of them were fighting and confronting each other, Lu Ming's voice sounded out. The 4 of them instantly fell silent and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. If you're done talking nonsense, then I'll send you on your way. Traces of killing intent bloomed on Lu Ming's body. What? What did this kid say? Ha ha ha. The one-eyed man burst into laughter. Under such circumstances and under the encirclement of 4 perfection stage spiritual gods, Lu Ming actually said that he would send them on their way. Could it be that this kid has gone mad? Brat, I'll send you on your way first. The one-eyed man's only eye was filled with killing intent. At the same time, a battle axe appeared in his hand. His entire body was covered with the power of lightning. He swung the battle axe at Lu Ming's throat. Wang, with a thought from Lu Ming, the lightning cauldron above his head shook. Then, a thick lightning bolt shot out towards the one-eyed man. With a crackling sound, the one-eyed large fellow was submerged in thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning emitted from his body was like a mouse meeting a cat, instantly disappearing into nothingness. The one-eyed man held in grief. His protective Jin Yuan was also shattered by the lightning. His entire body was split open, and smoke rose from his body. It was a horrible sight to behold. What power! What a powerful treasure! The azure-clothed old man exclaimed. At the same time, the burning glow in his eyes grew even more dazzling. This treasure is extremely powerful. Why don't we join forces and seize it first, and then we'll discuss how to split it? Said the azure-clothed old man. All right. All right. The other 2 didn't hesitate in the slightest before agreeing. The lightning cauldron had instantly split open the one-eyed large fellow's flesh, and its might caused them to be shocked. At the same time, their hearts burned even more fervently. In an instant, the 3 of them attacked. 3 terrifying attacks descended towards Lu Ming. When the 3 of them joined forces, not to mention a 7th-level spiritual god, even a perfection stage spiritual god would be heavily injured or even killed. Roar! 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 Meanwhile, waves of dragon roars resounded from within Lu Ming's body as 9 strands of dragon energy instantly erupted. Bang! Lu Ming slapped out with his palm and dispersed the attack of a gray-robed old man, and then his palm didn't stop and slashed onto the gray-robed old man's body. The gray-robed old man let out a shrill cry as his body sunk in, and then he was blasted flying like a cannonball while spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. A perfection stage spiritual god was heavily injured with a single move. Whoosh, a huge bolt of lightning flew out from the lightning cauldron and drowned the gray-robed old man, causing him to let out a wail. When the lightning disappeared, the gray-robed old man's body was already charred black and without a trace of vitality. A perfection stage spiritual god had been killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. At the same time, the azure-clothed old man and his companions' attacks landed on Lu Ming's body, but Lu Ming's muscles flexed as he used the hell-suppressing heaven skill and easily neutralized their attacks. How could this be? Their eyes widened to the size of copper bells, and they were filled with disbelief, followed by shock and horror. A perfection stage spiritual god had been killed by Lu Ming in 2 or 3 moves. This was too terrifying. Whoosh, Lu Ming didn't stop at all. After killing the gray-robed old man, he attacked the other person. That person frantically resisted, but everything seemed so fragile under Lu Ming's attacks. His heart was pierced through by Lu Ming's palm, and his spiritual god didn't manage to escape either, and was smashed into nothingness. Ah, what a monster! The azure-clothed old man screamed in fear and fled frantically. Kill! Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and appeared above the azure-clothed old man's head. Under the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, the azure-clothed old man's body exploded. 3 perfection stage spiritual gods had been killed by Lu Ming in a few breaths. There were still a few people in that mountain, but their cultivation hadn't reached the perfection stage spiritual god realm. When they saw the 4 perfection stage spiritual gods attacking earlier, they knew that they had no fate with the treasure, so they didn't attack and sighed inwardly. At this time, their faces were pale with fear, and their hearts were cold. They tried their best to restrain their aura and hide in the mountain. Now, they were glad that they didn't go out, or they would be the ones to die. He's a monster, a god of death, they thought in fear. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared, opened its mouth, and swallowed all of their blood essence. Then, it took a step and chased after one of them. That person was the one-eyed burly man. Initially, he had been struck by the thunder cauldron, but he was only severely injured and did not die. Previously, when he saw Lu Ming unleashing his invincible prowess and killing a perfected spirit god powerhouse as if he was chopping melons and vegetables, he was already scared out of his wits and was trying his best to escape. At this moment, when he saw Lu Ming, he was so scared that he screamed, "Spare me, young hero." A peerless treasure? Lights and shadows flashed and Lu Ming appeared in front of the one-eyed burly man, deep in thought. Seeing that Lu Ming did not kill him and seemed to be tempted, the one-eyed burly man was overjoyed. He shouted, "There is a treasure nurtured by the power of thunder and lightning. It is very useful for cultivation techniques that cultivate the power of thunder and lightning or martial techniques that use the power of thunder and lightning. As long as you promise not to kill me, I will bring you there." The one-eyed man looked at Lu Ming with hope, but his heart was uneasy. He was afraid that Lu Ming would kill him. "If I'm satisfied with that treasure, I won't kill you," Lu Ming said. Okay, I'll take you there. You'll be satisfied. Lead the way," Lu Ming said. The one-eyed burly man nodded and led the way. Lu Ming followed the one-eyed burly man into the depths of the lightning field. Along the way, they crossed many towering mountains and came to a small hill. Sizzle, the area within 100 miles of the small hill was filled with boundless lightning. What a terrifying power of thunder and lightning! Lu Ming's eyes widened and he was a little shocked. The power of thunder and lightning around this small hill was at least 10 times or even 100 times stronger than other places. It was too shocking that a small hill had such an amazing power of thunder and lightning. Lu Ming looked carefully and finally found the reason. On the small hill, there was a small tree about half a meter tall. It only had 3 leaves, but the 3 leaves were exactly the same as the legendary phoenix. They were like 3 small phoenixes hanging on the branches, vivid and lifelike. Above the small tree, a phoenix condensed from lightning was dancing gracefully. It flew around the small tree continuously and let out a crisp chirp. The incomparably rich power of thunder and lightning was all because of this small tree. What a wonderful spiritual tree! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If he could use this small tree to cultivate, the cultivation speed of the thunder god strike would definitely skyrocket. It was indeed a supreme treasure. Buzz. Buzz. Above Lu Ming's head, the lightning cauldron kept vibrating, as if it was very excited. This is the spiritual tree. Can I go now? The one-eyed burly man looked at Lu Ming carefully. Go. Lu Ming waved his hand casually. Whether he killed the one-eyed burly man or not, it didn't matter. The one-eyed burly man was overjoyed and quickly retreated. At the same time, his eyes looked around, as if he was waiting for something. Asterisk boom. Asterisk suddenly, not far from the small hill, a terrifying aura erupted. A figure rushed up and came to Lu Ming's side in an instant. A supreme. Lu Ming's face changed slightly. There was actually a supreme hiding near this small hill. It's the Dark Lightning Sovereign. Haha, this brat is dead for sure, daring to injure me. The one-eyed man's eyes lit up and he laughed in his heart. A ferocious look flashed in his eyes. He had long known that there was a supreme being here, so he deliberately brought Lu Ming here. He was sure that if that supreme being saw Lu Ming's lightning cauldron, he would definitely make a move. As expected, a supreme martial artist appeared. This was a black-robed old man with a terrifying aura. His eyes were burning as he stared at the lightning cauldron above Lu Ming's head. Haha, with this lightning cauldron, I will definitely be able to enter and obtain the Thunder Phoenix tree. The black-robed old man laughed and said, Kid, this seat is Dark Lightning Sovereign. Hand over your lightning cauldron. He wants the lightning cauldron again. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. However, this was the world of martial arts, where the strong were respected. When adventuring outside, it was normal for the strong to snatch the treasures of the weak. Lu Ming wasn't too surprised. However, did the other party really think that he was stronger than him? Previously, that person and a few others said the same thing to you, but now, they are all dead. Lu Ming pointed at the one-eyed man in the distance. Oh? How many perfected stage spirit gods can you kill? Looks like you are a genius. However, do you think a perfected stage spirit god can compare to a supreme martial artist? Dark Lightning Sovereign's eyes only moved slightly before he sneered again. So what if Lu Ming could kill a few perfected stage spirit gods? How could a perfected stage spirit god compare to a supreme martial artist? Is that so? Lu Ming licked his lips, his eyes revealing fighting spirit. So what if he was a supreme martial artist? Lu Ming wanted to test his strength and see if he could fight a supreme martial artist. Kid, if you want to fight with me, then I will fulfill your wish. Sensing Lu Ming's fighting spirit, Dark Lightning Sovereign's face sank, and the aura on his body became even more terrifying. Boom, a terrifying force suddenly pressed down on Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming's body to tremble slightly. Erupt. Lu Ming roared, and all 9 dragon forces erupted. At the same time, his true yuan circulated crazily, and the 5 intents of heaven and earth completely erupted, forming a battle armor that covered his entire body. Dark Lightning Hand. Dark Lightning Sovereign's body was filled with endless black lightning. He stretched out his hand, forming a huge black lightning palm that grabbed at Lu Ming. Sizzle, black lightning flashed, full of destructive power, and in the destructive power, there was a corrosive intent. This kind of black lightning was very terrifying. Above Lu Ming's head, the 3rd bloodline appeared, and a force poured into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's hair to turn blood red. Kill. An extremely powerful killing intent rushed out, and Lu Ming stepped out, circulating the hell-suppressing heaven skill, and punched out, bombarding the black lightning palm. Boom, there was a shocking explosion, and a black hole appeared at the place where the fist and the black palm collided. Then, it suddenly exploded, and terrifying energy scattered in all directions. Bang! 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 Lu Ming's body trembled, and he took 3 steps back. However, the black lightning palm also collapsed under Lu Ming's punch. The strength of a sovereign is really shocking. Lu Ming felt his fist go slightly numb, and there were even thin black lightning flickering, desperately trying to drill into Lu Ming's fist. However, they were blocked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked, but he didn't know that Dark Lightning Sovereign was even more shocked. He actually blocked it. Dark Lightning Sovereign's heart also jumped, and he found it unbelievable. He had never heard of a mere 7th-level spirit god being able to block his attack. Let's see how many moves you can take from this old man. Dark Lightning Sovereign's killing intent bloomed, and he blasted out another palm. This palm strike was even more powerful than the previous one, and it was even more shocking. Roar. With a dragon roar, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared, and Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. Dragon claws stepped out, and the black palm was destroyed. Damn it, kill. Dark lightning domain. Dark lightning sovereign's killing intent became even stronger. He turned his palm into a fist and punched out. In this punch, another black domain bloomed, and it blasted towards Lu Ming. This is the embryonic form of a domain. Lu Ming's heart jumped, and he felt the aura of danger. Boom. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming circulated the hell-suppressing heaven skill to the extreme, and at the same time, the devouring power erupted, and the 5-color concept circulated, erupting with the strongest power. Boom, the two collided again. The 9 dragons' bodies shook violently, and their dragon claws stepped on the air, and they retreated. However, Dark Lightning Sovereign also retreated, and the distance he retreated was not shorter than Lu Ming. How is this possible? In the distance, the one-eyed burly man was still watching the battle. At this time, his only eye was almost popping out. His mouth was wide open, and his face was dumbfounded. Lu Ming, such a young man who was not even 30 years old, with the cultivation of a 7th-level spirit god, could actually fight a sovereign and even defeat him. This was simply unbelievable. How could there be such a powerful young genius in the world? Could it be the strongest genius of the 4 great divine palaces? Again. Dark Lightning Sovereign roared, and he was really angry. He had been famous for thousands of years, and he was actually defeated by a little fellow at the 7th-level spirit god. If this spread out, he wouldn't be able to survive. The 9 dragons roared as a terrifying devouring power erupted, clashing fiercely with Dark Thunder Supreme's embryonic domain. The devouring power of the 9 dragons enveloped an area, and it also had a trace of the power of a domain. The two engaged in a fierce battle, from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky to the ground. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, spreading freely, and could cut open space and destroy the earth. In the distance, the one-eyed man's face was pale, and his body was trembling. Dark Thunder Supreme can definitely kill this kid. Dark Thunder Supreme still has his bloodline. Once he uses it, this kid will die for sure. The one-eyed man prayed in his heart, but he didn't leave. He wanted to see Dark Thunder Supreme kill Lu Ming before he could feel at ease. Lu Ming and Dark Thunder Supreme fought over 100 moves, but there was still no clear winner. Your bloodline power is almost exhausted, but I haven't used my bloodline yet. Let's see how you die. Dark Thunder Supreme's cold voice sounded. Is that so? Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. At this moment, the 9 dragons' bloodline's light dimmed, and the bloodline power of the 9 dragons' bloodline was about to be exhausted. But before Paragon Dark Thunder could celebrate, a stone steel shot out from the 9 dragons' bloodline. The stone steel rapidly expanded, and a single character on it began to shine with boundless light. It was like an ancient divine mountain that suppressed everything as it smashed down on Paragon Dark Thunder. This is impossible? Dark Thunder Supreme roared in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had 2 types of divine bloodlines, and their levels were so high. Although the suppressing steel bloodline was only at the 8th level of the divine grade, the aura it emitted was terrifying to the extreme, shocking Dark Thunder Supreme. Boom, the suppressing steel bloodline and Dark Thunder Supreme clashed, and the terrifying suppressive power made Dark Thunder Supreme stagger back. Dark Thunder Supreme was actually at a disadvantage. This made the one-eyed man, who was watching the battle from afar, almost bite his own tongue, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. A martial artist at the 7th level of the spirit god realm could actually suppress a supreme with his own strength. This was simply like a fantasy story, and he had never heard of it before. He simply thought that he was dreaming. Boom, the hell-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled, and its light grew even brighter. The words on the steel seemed to contain some sort of magical power, a mysterious power that Lu Ming had stimulated. It emitted an aura that could suppress 10,000 worlds, causing Sovereign Dark Lightning's heart to tremble. At this moment, he unleashed his bloodline without any hesitation. His bloodline was a hammer with black lightning and 6 golden chakras. It was a level 6 divine bloodline. Dark Lightning Sovereign turned into a beam of light and rushed into the hammer. The hammer rapidly expanded until it was as large as the suppressing Hell Steel bloodline. Black lightning revolved around it as it blasted towards the suppressing hell steel bloodline. Dong, a muffled sound rang out. It was as if the stars had moved, and the heavens and the earth were shaking. The prison-suppressing steel trembled and was sent flying. Dark Thunder Sovereign's battle prowess had indeed increased by a large margin after using bloodline fusion. Die. The huge thunder hammer, like the hammer of the ancient thunder god, smashed towards Lu Ming with thousands of thunderbolts. Go. With a thought from Lu Ming, a thunder cauldron floating in the air trembled slightly. Thousands of thunderbolts erupted, turning into a mountain and smashing towards the huge hammer. Dong, another muffled sound rang out. This time, it was a tie. The thunder cauldron and the huge hammer both retreated, but Dark Thunder Sovereign's angry roar sounded from the thunder hammer. What the hell is this? In the collision just now, the thunder cauldron had actually absorbed some of the black lightning on the huge hammer. This lightning was the essence of Dark Thunder Sovereign's bloodline. If it was absorbed, it would have a great impact on his future cultivation. In fact, his chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm in the future would be even smaller. Boom. Boom, the suppressing hell steel bloodline and the thunder cauldron blasted towards Dark Thunder Sovereign together. Another 2 explosions rang out. This time, the huge hammer that Dark Thunder Sovereign had transformed into was sent flying. Some of the lightning on it was absorbed by the thunder cauldron. Buzz, after absorbing Dark Thunder Sovereign's lightning, the thunder cauldron seemed to be very excited. It shook slightly, and Lu Ming could feel the excitement of the thunder cauldron. Then let's continue. Lu Ming controlled the thunder cauldron and continued to bombard the huge hammer. This time, a large amount of black lightning was directly absorbed by the thunder cauldron. Dark Thunder Sovereign let out an angry roar. In the end, he couldn't maintain his bloodline form and directly dissipated. Kid, remember this. Dark Thunder Sovereign transformed into a lightning and actually ran away. He turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A supreme being had been beaten away by Lu Ming, by a young man in the 7th level of the spirit god realm. If this news were to spread, no one would believe it. Supreme beings were synonymous with invincibility when there weren't any emperors. They were called supreme beings. They had comprehended the embryonic form of a domain and could be called half-step emperors. They were much stronger than ordinary perfect spirit gods. But now, he had been beaten away by a young man in the 7th level of the spirit god realm. He could only run for his life. No one would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, it still felt like a dream. At this moment, the one-eyed burly man felt like he was dreaming. He widened his eyes and only reacted after a while. He immediately turned around and ran in horror. He's running pretty fast. Lu Ming looked in the direction Dark Thunder Sovereign had fled and thought it was a pity. He didn't chase after him. A supreme being's speed was too fast. Moreover, he could tear through space. Even if he chased after him, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Chirp chirp, on his shoulder, the round bubble chirped and waved its little claws. The bubble on its nose was one big and one small as it breathed. You mean, if you helped, he wouldn't have been able to escape? Lu Ming guessed what the bubble meant. Chirp chirp, the bubble nodded repeatedly and waved its claws. Alright, then I'll let you help next time. Lu Ming touched the bubble's round body. Then, he looked in the direction the one-eyed burly man left and sneered, "How dare you scheme against me? You're courting death." With a step, Lu Ming turned into a stream of light and chased after the one-eyed burly man. Not long after, a scream rang out. The one-eyed burly man was killed by Lu Ming. After killing the one-eyed burly man, Lu Ming returned to the vicinity of the small hill. He looked at the Thunder Phoenix tree inside and didn't enter immediately. The lightning around the Thunder Phoenix tree was too strong and terrifying. It was full of destructive power. Moreover, Dark Thunder Sovereign was guarding nearby but didn't enter to take away the Thunder Phoenix tree. This meant that the Thunder Phoenix tree must be very terrifying. Let's give it a try first. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming decided to give it a try. Since he had come here and encountered the Thunder Phoenix tree, there was no reason to retreat. If he didn't give it a try, he wouldn't be satisfied. Lu Ming controlled the thunder cauldron to float above his head and stepped into the area within 100 miles of the small hill. Rumble, as soon as he stepped into that area, the heavens and earth roared. Endless thunder and lightning crazily struck at Lu Ming. That kind of power was countless times more terrifying than Lu Ming's heavenly thunder tribulation. Buzz. This lightning cauldron is really amazing. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had obtained this lightning cauldron from the 100 Gods Slope. The 100 Gods Slope was formed after many powerful corpses fell from the sky. The lightning cauldron might be a treasure of a supreme existence. Moreover, the 100 Gods Slope had been explored for so many years and was still preserved. It even went through its own tribulation back then. It was definitely extraordinary. Lu Ming felt that it was unfathomable. In the past, he couldn't control it at all. He could only barely control it after his lightning intent broke through to the peak of level 4. However, Lu Ming felt that he couldn't unleash much of the lightning cauldron's power. This lightning cauldron seemed to contain boundless power. This involuntarily reminded Lu Ming of a round bead that he had encountered at the 100 Gods Slope in the past. It had the power of the wind. It had been at the 100 Gods Slope for so many years and had not been taken away by anyone. It must be extraordinary. Lu Ming thought to himself that if he had the chance, he would definitely go to the 100 Gods Slope to explore it. With the help of the lightning cauldron, Lu Ming was relieved and took big strides forward. Rumble. The closer he got to the lightning phoenix tree, the more terrifying and powerful the lightning force became. When he was 10 miles away from the lightning phoenix tree, the lightning force had reached a terrifying level. The lightning force here is so powerful that even a supreme being would be in danger. They would be severely injured or even killed. Lu Ming was shocked. It was no wonder that Dark Thunder Supremacy was guarding nearby but didn't come in to collect the lightning phoenix tree. It was because Dark Thunder Supremacy couldn't get close to the lightning phoenix tree at all. If he came in, he might die here. However, Lu Ming had the lightning cauldron and it wasn't a problem at all. The lightning cauldron absorbed all the lightning force in the world. Lu Ming took big strides forward and got closer to the lightning phoenix tree. 10 miles, 9 miles, 8 miles, soon, Lu Ming was only 1 mile away from the lightning phoenix tree. At this moment, a phoenix cry was heard. A phoenix that was completely condensed from lightning spread its wings and flew towards Lu Ming. It had a ferocious look in its eyes. It was lifelike like a real phoenix. With a cry, the lightning phoenix pounced towards the lightning cauldron. Buzz, the lightning cauldron shuddered as a vast lightning suppression spread out from it. This pressure enveloped the thunder and lightning phoenix. The thunder and lightning phoenix let out a wail. It actually let out an incomparably terrified cry and quickly retreated. Suppress. Lu Ming whispered. The lightning cauldron flew forward, suppressing the thunder and lightning phoenix. The phoenix let out a mournful cry and was incomparably terrified. It was completely powerless to resist and was suppressed by the lightning cauldron. In the end, it turned into numerous bolts of lightning and was absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Following that, the lightning cauldron floated above the thunder phoenix tree. The lightning cauldron continued to emit lightning Dao pressure. It was as if a superior was commanding a subordinate. During this process, a strange scene occurred. The thunder phoenix tree shone and the boundless lightning in the surroundings actually weakened. Slowly, this area returned to normal. There was no more powerful lightning energy lingering in the air. Lu Ming revealed a joyful expression. He strode forward and grabbed the thunder phoenix tree. Under the suppression of the lightning cauldron, the lightning energy of the thunder phoenix tree was completely restrained. It did not harm Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming pulled up the thunder phoenix tree and carefully sensed it. He could still feel the incomparably dense lightning energy of the thunder phoenix tree. If Lu Ming used the thunder phoenix tree to cultivate the thunder god strike, the effect would definitely be outstanding. Let's find a place to cultivate. Lu Ming smiled and dug out the thunder phoenix tree. He then stepped into the air and left this place. A few hours later, Lu Ming found a mountain peak with dense lightning energy. He opened up a cave in the mountain peak. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the cave. With a thought, the thunder phoenix tree appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Buzz buzz buzz, the thunder phoenix tree emitted wisps of lightning that enveloped Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was bathed in the dense lightning energy. He closed his eyes and combined the dense lightning energy to cultivate the Thunder God Strike. With the help of the Thunder Phoenix Tree, Lu Ming's comprehension of the Thunder God Strike improved by leaps and bounds. In just 2 days, the Thunder God Strike broke through and reached the second level. 9 days later, the Thunder God Strike broke through again and reached the third level. There were still a few days before the start of the second round. Lu Ming planned to cultivate until the last day before returning to the ancient city of God. Not far away from Lu Ming's cultivation place, 5 to 6 figures appeared. Lu Ming even knew one of them. It was Lang Yo, who had one of his arms cut off by Lu Ming. The others were all Lang Yo's subordinates. Young Master Nyo, the lightning energy here is still alright. You can cultivate here. An old man said. This won't do. The power of thunder and lightning here still hasn't reached my expectations. I have to find a place where the power of thunder and lightning is extremely dense. Over the past few days, I've almost recovered my Yuan Qi, but I haven't fully recovered. I have to find a place where the power of thunder and lightning is extremely dense to fully recover. Lang Yo said. At the mention of this, he thought of Lu Ming and his eyes flashed with anger. He couldn't help but want to tear Lu Ming into pieces. If it weren't for Lu Ming, he wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. Others were seizing the time to break through, but he was seizing the time to recover. In this way, he had unknowingly pulled away from others. It's all because of that guy, Lu Ming. I don't know where that guy has been hiding all this time. I must find a chance to take revenge. Lang Yo gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his nose twitched a few times and 2 horns appeared on his forehead, flashing with lightning energy. There's a powerful lightning energy ahead. Lang Yo's eyes lit up. He was a beast and was born with the ability to control lightning. He was very sensitive to lightning energy, far surpassing ordinary people. Let's go, it's ahead. Lang Yo took the lead and flew in a direction. The direction they flew was the mountain where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion. Not long after, Lang Yo arrived at the mountain where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion. Young Master Nyo, there seems to be someone cultivating in seclusion in this mountain. But judging from his aura, his cultivation isn't very strong. An old man beside him said. Treasure, a lightning treasure. At this moment, the 2 horns on Lang Yo's forehead were flashing with lightning. His eyes were shining. He sensed that there was an extremely precious lightning treasure in this mountain. It was a lightning treasure that made him very tempted. Blast this mountain open. I want the treasure inside. Lang Yo's eyes flashed with a blazing light. Yes. 2 burly men bowed and accepted the order. Then, a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. It was actually the aura of a perfected spirit god. 2 saber lights as big as mountains broke through the sky and slashed towards the mountain. The mountain was split open like tofu. Lu Ming was in the midst of comprehending the Thunder God Strike. All of a sudden, his heart stirred and he sensed danger approaching. He opened his eyes abruptly and ended his cultivation. You're courting death. Lu Ming roared. His body was wrapped in endless lightning as he rushed out of the rubble. The rubble, regardless of size, was struck by the lightning on Lu Ming's body and turned into dust. Kill. Bang. Bang. Under the attack of the lightning phoenix, the 2 men at the perfection stage of the spirit god stage could only let out a miserable cry before their bodies were torn into pieces. Terrifying, terrifying power. This was the terrifying power of Intent Realm martial skills. It could bring out the deepest level of Intent Realm and unleash shocking power. Moreover, Lu Ming had already cultivated the 3rd level of Thunder God Strike, which was more profound and powerful than the Intent Realm martial skills that Lang Yo and Bing Long had cultivated. Lang Yo and the others were stunned when they saw that Su Mo had killed 2 great perfection spiritual gods in one move. Lu Ming, it's you. After being stunned for a moment, the Thunder Bull saw Lu Ming's appearance clearly and roared furiously. It's you? Why? Don't you want your other arm? Lu Ming said coldly when he saw Lang Yo. No one would be in a good mood if they were interrupted during their cultivation. Lu Ming was in a bad mood now. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I've been looking for you for a few days. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Today is the day you die. Lang Yo laughed. When he saw the lightning phoenix tree in Lu Ming's hand, his eyes were burning with passion. Lightning Phoenix Tree, you actually got the Lightning Phoenix Tree. Haha, the heavens are on my side. Kill him. Lanyo roared. Boom, there were 4 people beside him who were emitting shocking auras. 3 of them were at the perfection stage of the spirit god realm. The other old man with a horn between his eyebrows had the most terrifying aura. He was a Supreme Being expert. It turned out that there were Supreme Being experts following him. No wonder Lanyo was still calm when he saw Lu Ming killing 2 great perfection spiritual gods so easily. He looked as if he was sure that he could defeat Lu Ming. Lanyo was full of confidence with a Supreme Being around. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly shouted. His figure swayed and he charged toward the Thunder Bull at lightning speed. Since they were already enemies, Lu Ming decided to strike first. Roar. Roar. In the process of running, Lu Ming's 9 dragon energies all erupted. At the same time, the 3rd bloodline appeared. Lu Ming borrowed a trace of the 3rd bloodline's power. As Lu Ming's cultivation improved, his ability to borrow the power of the 3rd bloodline had also improved. His resistance to the murderous intent had also improved. Sizzle, Lu Ming punched out and a phoenix condensed from lightning pounced towards the Thunder Bull. The boundless killing intent and terrifying power caused the Thunder Bull's eyes to widen in shock. 9 Thunder Sword. He exerted all his strength and slashed out with his sword. Bang, the 9 Thunder Sword was instantly destroyed. The Thunder Bull let out a muffled groan and retreated rapidly with a pale face. Kill. Lu Ming roared and continued to attack the Thunder Bull. Junior, how dare you? You're courting death. 4 angry roars could be heard. The other 4 people charged toward Lu Ming. Especially the old man with a horn on his forehead. His aura was shocking and his strength was terrifying. His speed was even faster. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lu Ming. Bang, Lu Ming and the old man exchanged blows and Lu Ming was pushed back 100 meters. This person's strength was even stronger than Dark Lightning Supreme's. Kill. Kill him. The other 3 great perfection spiritual gods shouted when they saw Lu Ming being pushed back. They wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he transformed into 9 dragons. The devouring power enveloped the 3 of them and the 9 dragon claws stepped out. No, the terrifying power made the 3 of them scream in horror. But in the next moment, the 3 of them were pierced by the dragon claws and their hearts were crushed. Devour. The 9 dragons opened their mouths and devoured the blood essence and energy of the 3 great perfection spiritual gods. The 3 of them turned into 3 dried corpses. Kill, Thunder Rhino Supreme, kill him for me. The Thunder Bull roared hysterically. Whoosh, the old man with the horn, Thunder Rhino Supreme, had a saber flickering with lightning in his hand. He split the void and slashed at Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragon claws stepped out continuously. Some of the claws were using the hell suppressing art while the other claws were filled with lightning. They were actually using the Thunder God Strike. The 2 terrifying ultimate skills were executed at the same time, and their power was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Thunder Rhino Supreme had exchanged dozens of blows. Boom, after the last blow, Lu Ming and Thunder Rhino Supreme were pushed back at the same time. Thunder Rhino Supreme's face was gloomy. He was a great perfection, but he couldn't take down Lu Ming. He felt humiliated. The Thunder Bull was also shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger than when he fought with him. He could actually fight against a great perfection spiritual god. Whoosh, at this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed in the distance. A figure appeared behind Lu Ming. Dark Thunder Supreme, it was actually Dark Thunder Supreme. This made the Thunder Bull and Thunder Rhino Supreme's faces change slightly. Why did a great perfection spiritual god suddenly appear at this time? The 2 of you, this kid has a grudge with me. Why don't we work together to kill him? Dark Thunder Supreme said. This made the Thunder Bull and Thunder Rhino Supreme's eyes light up. This great perfection spiritual god who suddenly appeared was Lu Ming's enemy. The Thunder Bull was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, good, senior, let's work together to kill him. The Thunder Bull laughed and then ordered the Thunder Rhino Supreme to work together with Dark Thunder Supreme. The two of you, this kid has two bloodlines, both of which are very terrifying. We'd better work together and use all our strength to kill him as soon as possible. Dark Thunder Supreme said. Good, then let's go all out. Kid, die. Thunder Rhino Supremacy let out a loud roar, and his body rapidly enlarged, turning into a mountain-like rhinoceros with lightning all over his body. As for Dark Thunder Supreme, he used bloodline fusion and turned into a giant hammer. You escaped, but you still want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. With a thought, the lightning cauldron appeared and bombarded the giant hammer. At the same time, he also attacked the giant hammer that Dark Thunder Supreme had turned into. Moo, however, the Thunder Rhino Supreme roared and stepped on the void, attacking Lu Ming. The Thunder Rhino Supreme had 70% of a divine beast's bloodline. In terms of strength, he was stronger than the Dark Thunder Supreme. A bolt of lightning shot out from his horn and attacked Lu Ming. Dandan. Lu Ming called out and released Dandan from the mountain river diagram, saying, I'll leave this rhinoceros to you. Don't worry, watch me kill him. Dandan's face was full of confidence. Since swallowing the 1,000 spirit crystal in the ruins of God, Dandan had been digesting it. Every day, its strength was improving and recovering. Now, according to him, it had no problem dealing with a great perfection spiritual god. Get lost. The Thunder Rhino Supreme shouted. Dandan retracted its 4 limbs into the turtle shell. The turtle shell rolled and collided with the lightning beam, blocking it. A wild rhinoceros dares to be presumptuous in front of me? Watch me peel off your skin. Dandan transformed into an incomparably huge tortoise, as tall as the sky. With a slap, it blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Thunder Rhino Supreme was shocked. The lightning all over his body became even stronger. A huge single-horned rhinoceros formed by lightning gathered in the air and rushed toward Dandan. Bang, Dandan's slap collided with the huge rhinoceros. With a loud bang, the Thunder Rhinoceros was defeated. Watch my world kill. Dandan shouted. Mysterious patterns appeared on his tortoise shell. These patterns made people dizzy with a glance. It was as if they were peerless patterns that had existed since the beginning of the world. Swish, these patterns gathered and formed a beam of light that shot toward Thunder Rhino Supreme. At the same time, Dandan unfolded his figure. His huge body stepped on the air and charged toward Thunder Rhino Supreme. Thunder Rhino Supreme roared and erupted with all his strength to fight Dandan. However, Dandan was clearly stronger, suppressing Thunder Rhino Prime at a disadvantage. Clang, on the other side, Lu Ming controlled the Thunder Cauldron and collided with the giant hammer formed by Dark Thunder Supreme. Just like last time, the lightning on the giant hammer was absorbed by the Thunder Cauldron. Damn it! Dark Thunder Supreme roared in his heart, feeling that the situation was not good. Last time, he fought with Lu Ming. In terms of pure strength, he was stronger than Lu Ming. It was just that he was restrained by Lu Ming's Thunder Cauldron, so he fled in defeat. That was why he joined forces with Thunder Rhino Supreme. Originally, he thought that joining forces with Thunder Rhino Supreme was enough to kill Lu Ming. However, he did not expect that Lu Ming had a terrifying tortoise with him. A tortoise could actually suppress Thunder Rhino Supreme and gain the upper hand. At the same time, he was shocked, and at the same time, he began to think of retreating. Divine Gate 9 Seals. At this moment, Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. While controlling the Thunder Cauldron to attack Dark Thunder Supreme, he formed seals with both hands. Suddenly, 3 sealed doors appeared around Sovereign Dark Thunder. The sealed gate emitted a dazzling light, and the power of the seal bloomed, suppressing Dark Lightning Sovereign. This is, Dark Thunder Sovereign's expression changed slightly. Beneath the sealing gate, he felt that not only his body, but even his true essence and soul were about to be sealed. Open! Dark Thunder Sovereign bellowed. His Jingyuan erupted, crazily attacking the sealed door. Immediately, the 3 sealed doors began to tremble violently, as if they had received a terrifying impact. Bubble! At this moment, Lu Ming called out. Chirp chirp, Bubble chirped and stood on Lu Ming's shoulder, full of energy. Whoosh, at the next moment, Bubble rushed out and disappeared in a flash. It was impossible for the naked eye to capture Bubble's figure because it was traveling through space. Suddenly, a huge transparent bubble appeared, enveloping Dark Lightning Sovereign within. At this moment, the giant hammer that Sovereign Dark Thunder had transformed into frozen midair. Time and space? Impossible? A horrified voice came from the giant hammer. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed. He transformed into the suppressing prison monument bloodline and raised his combat strength to the extreme, suppressing the giant hammer. At the same time, the lightning cauldron also blasted towards the giant hammer. Clang! Boom! Two loud booms rang out as the hammers exploded, revealing a horrified Dark Lightning Supremacy, who was coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's voice was cold as he continued to attack Dark Lightning Sovereign. At this moment, Dark Lightning Sovereign was desperately trying to break out of the transparent bubble formed by Bubble, wanting to escape. But at this moment, the space trembled, and 4 transparent bubbles appeared at the same time, enveloping Dark Lightning Sovereign from all directions. Dark Lightning Sovereign's body became still again. No, Dark Lightning Sovereign roared in horror. Dong, the lightning cauldron hit his forehead, forcing Dark Lightning Sovereign to swallow back his words. His head was bleeding, and a part of it caved in, almost bursting open. Then, Lu Ming arrived again. At this moment, Lu Ming transformed into his human form, holding the blood sword formed by the 3rd bloodline, and slashed at Dark Lightning Sovereign's forehead. Squeak, an ear-piercing sound rang out. In the end, Dark Lightning Sovereign was split in half by Lu Ming's sword. Even the spirit deity couldn't escape. Dark Lightning Sovereign was dead, a supreme expert. Was killed in one fell swoop under the cooperation of Lu Ming and Bubble. Once upon a time, Supremes were so high and mighty that Lu Ming was like an ant in front of them. But today, Lu Ming had personally killed a supreme martial artist. Whoosh, Bubble flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder, chirping proudly. Lu Ming smiled and touched the little guy. Fortunately, Bubble attacked together. Otherwise, with Lu Ming's current cultivation and combat strength, he wouldn't be able to kill a supreme. If a supreme wanted to escape, it was too difficult to kill. But Bubble imprisoned Dark Lightning Sovereign. Not to mention escaping, he couldn't even resist and was killed by Lu Ming in one fell swoop. As expected of one of the top 10 war beasts, the space-time spirit mouse looks so mysterious and powerful. If it grows up and reaches its peak, I wonder how terrifying it will be. Lu Ming sighed in his heart and couldn't help but look forward to it. Lu Ming cooperated with Bubble to kill Dark Lightning Sovereign. It didn't take much time at all, less than a minute. This scene fell into the eyes of Thunder Bull and Thunder Rhino, but they were shocked. Impossible. Thunder Bull uttered a roar, his eyes filled with disbelief. He stood not far away. Initially, he wanted to see Lu Ming being killed with his own eyes. However, he did not manage to see that. Instead, he saw Lu Ming killing a supreme martial artist. He was almost scared to death. Run! Without hesitation, Thunder Bull turned around and fled. Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming's calm voice could be heard. With a flicker, Lu Ming's figure appeared beside Thunder Bull. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? I'm the young master of the Western Sacred Palace. My father is an undefeatable 4th-layer martial dominator realm expert. If you kill me, you'll suffer a horrible fate. Thunder Bull yelled, threatening Lu Ming. Bubble! Lu Ming softly called out. Bubble sprang forward, followed by a transparent bubble. The transparent bubble appeared out of nowhere as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Even Dark Lightning Sovereign failed to dodge it, let alone Thunder Bull. His figure was encapsulated by the bubble, unable to move at all. The transparent bubble contained the will of time and space, capable of sealing everything. No, no! Thunder Bull yelled in his heart. He almost burst into tears. Lu Ming remained unmoved. With a slash, Thunder Bull's head flew high into the sky. His spirit was destroyed too. Young master! Thunder Rhino let out a roar filled with anger, but more importantly, astonishment. Previously, he had tried to save Qin Nan, but Dandan had kept him busy, preventing him from leaving. I have to leave this place. This man is a monster. Thunder Rhino let out a roar in his heart as he tried to escape. Seeing that Dandan had completely suppressed Thunder Rhino Supreme, Lu Ming didn't panic. He first put away Dark Thunder Supreme's blood essence and then stepped toward Thunder Rhino Supreme. Seeing Lu Ming coming, Thunder Rhino Supreme was terrified. He let out a roar and desperately attacked, but the next moment, a transparent bubble appeared, enveloping Thunder Rhino Supreme and imprisoning him. "Don't kill me, spare me, spare me." Seeing this, Thunder Rhino Supreme was afraid and began to beg for mercy. To be honest, he was still young. From birth until now, he had only lived for 1,000 years. Supremes had 5,000 years of life. He still had a long time and he didn't want to die. "Ridiculous, you wanted to kill me just now, and now you want me to let you go?" Lu Ming sneered, his killing intent cold. Bang, Dandan slapped Thunder Rhino Supreme's head, making him dizzy. "No, spare me, I can do anything you want. I can join you and be your mount," Thunder Rhino Supreme shouted. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else. He only wanted to save his life. Dandan, wait a minute." Lu Ming's eyes moved. It wasn't a bad idea to take Thunder Rhino Supreme as a mount. After killing Thunder Rhino Supreme, at most, he could take away all his materials and his 9 drops of blood essence, which were useful to Lu Ming. But if he took him as a mount, a living Supreme Being could help Lu Ming do a lot of things. "Dandan, do you have a way to control him?" Lu Ming asked Dandan. "Don't worry, as long as he doesn't resist, I have 100 ways to control him and make him obedient. He won't dare to be disloyal," Dandan said. "Thunder Rhino, don't resist," Lu Ming said. Paragon Lightning Rhino had no choice but to do as he was told. He didn't resist, and allowed Dandan to engrave a spell formation into his spirit divinity. If he had any thoughts of betrayal, Dandan could easily kill him. After engraving the matrix, Dandan once again transformed into the appearance of Little Tortoise, while Thunder Rhino Supreme transformed into his human form. He sincerely saluted Lu Ming. His heart was full of helplessness. But, in order to save his life, he had no other choice. "Leishi, I still need to cultivate for a few more days. You stay in the mountain river diagram." After saying that, the mountain river diagram appeared. "Grotto Heaven treasure." Thunder Rhino Supremacy was shocked when he saw this. In his eyes, Lu Ming was simply unfathomable. Beside him was a little tortoise and a plump spirit mouse. They were all terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming's combat strength was even more astonishing. The mountain river diagram glowed and took the Thunder Rhino into the mountain river diagram. Then, the 9 dragons bloodline appeared and began to devour Dark Thunder Supremacy's energy and True Yuan. Dark Thunder Supremacy mainly cultivated the Thunder Intent. However, Lu Ming's Thunder Intent had already reached the perfected stage of the Spirit God realm. It was useless to devour and refine it. Lu Ming devoured the True Yuan energy. Then, he found a place and began to refine it. How strong was the Supremacy's True Yuan? The energy essence contained in the blood was also incomparably strong. Lu Ming began to refine it and convert it into True Yuan to improve his cultivation. As he refined it, Lu Ming's cultivation also began to improve. The early 7th level of the Spirit God realm. Not long after, it rose to the late 7th level of the Spirit God realm, and then the peak 7th level of the Spirit God realm. With Lu Ming's current intent, as long as he had enough energy, Lu Ming could rise to the peak 9th level of the Spirit God realm. The True Yuan in his body circulated and became more and more majestic. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. Lu Ming's cultivation finally made another breakthrough and reached the early 8th level of the Spirit God realm. The True Yuan and blood energy of a supremacy had raised Lu Ming's cultivation by an entire level, reaching the 8th level of the Spirit God realm. The True Yuan of the 8th level of the Spirit God realm is several times stronger than the 7th level of the Spirit God realm. Feeling the vast True Yuan in his body, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with confidence. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, his combat strength had undoubtedly increased by a large margin. Now, if he used his full strength to kill a genius like the Thunder Bull, a single move would be enough. Now, he was confident that even if he didn't rely on the lightning cauldron or the bubble, he could still fight a supremacy like Dark Thunder Supremacy with his own combat strength. Of course, there were differences in strength between supremacies. Some supremacies who had awakened the bloodline of the 7th, 8th, or even ninth level of the god realm were naturally stronger. Half a month is almost up. It's time to go back. Lu Ming pondered, then took a step forward and turned into a ray of light, heading towards the ancient city of gods. Soon, Lu Ming returned to the ancient city of gods. Xianxia and Lu Ming walked side by side. There seems to be more people in the ancient city of gods, Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. There were people coming and going in the ancient city of gods. It felt like the density of people was greater than before. After asking around, he found out that the celestial god sect's disciple selection was about to reach the end. A large number of experts from all over the ancient city of gods had rushed over to watch. Lu Ming nodded. It wasn't difficult to understand. Since ancient times, it was rare for Yuanlu sect to select disciples in the ancient city of gods. It was normal for so many people to be attracted. Lu Ming and Xianxia walked around casually. They had been in seclusion for days, so it was a good time to relax. After walking around for a while, the two of them walked into a luxurious restaurant, intending to eat something. The restaurant's business was very good. Many seats were filled with people. The two of them went all the way to the highest floor before finding a seat and ordering some dishes. The two of them chatted as they ate. After half a month of cultivation, Xianxia's mastery of one of the martial arts techniques that she cultivated had greatly improved. Her combat strength had also increased by a lot. Creek, the fifth floor was divided into two areas. One was a private room and the other was an ordinary dining table. At that moment, the door of one of the private rooms opened and two young men walked out. Ice Dragon. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. One of the young men was Ice Dragon, who he had defeated. The other young man walked side by side with Ice Dragon. He had a confident smile on his face. Apparently, he was also a genius of the same level as Ice Dragon. They are the geniuses of the Blood Sun continent. Lu Ming looked at the other young man and his heart skipped a beat. The Blood Sun continent was ranked second among the ancient city of gods. This continent was also filled with experts and geniuses. Although it wasn't comparable to the ancient city of gods, it was stronger than the other continents and could not be underestimated. The two of them walked directly to Lu Ming and Xianxia's table. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly and drank his wine. You are Lu Ming, right? Ice Dragon looked at Lu Ming and said coldly. Not bad. Looks like you have a good memory. Lu Ming said. We'll settle our scores another day. Ice Dragon said and looked at Xianxia. You are Xianxia, right? That's right. Xianxia said. Very good, your opportunity has come. The person in the private room is young Master Lin, a peerless genius from the Heavenly Divine Sect. He thinks you're not bad, so he asked you to accompany him for a drink. If you accompany him well, you might even have the chance to sleep with him. Then, you'll be able to climb up the social ladder. Ice Dragon said. Get lost. Xianxia scolded coldly. What did you say? Bing Bing's face darkened, and so did the Sky Pride from the Blood Sun continent. She asked you to get lost. Didn't you hear her? Lu Ming said indifferently. Brat, what does this have to do with you? Shut up. The Sky Pride from the Blood Sun continent scolded and slapped Lu Ming's face. Slap, a crisp sound rang out. A person staggered back. It wasn't Lu Ming, but the young man from the Blood Sun continent. A palm print appeared on his face, and one side of his face was swollen. He looked at Lu Ming in confusion, unable to wrap his head around the situation. He was the one who made the first move, but Lu Ming's speed was so fast that his slap landed on his face. His head buzzed, and he was completely dazed. How dare you, Lu Ming? Do you know that you dare to attack us? Do you know that we represent Sir Lin? Bing Bing scolded. Get lost. Lu Ming scolded, and a cold killing intent erupted from his body. This killing intent made Bing Bing shiver. Who cared if he was Sir Lin, or if he was a Sky Pride from the Celestial Divinity sect? It would be fine if it was something else, but when it came to Xianxia, Lu Ming wouldn't give anyone face. Hee hee. At this moment, a chuckle came from the private room. Then, a handsome young man in a white robe walked out. Lu Ming had seen him before. He was one of the 3 skybrides from the celestial divinity sect who had come to the godly ruins continent. Sir Lin came to Lu Ming's table indifferently. His face was calm, but his eyes were cold and arrogant. He looked down at Lu Ming and said, "Miss, it's a pity that you were born in the godly ruins continent. Are you willing to follow me? When the time comes, you won't need to participate in the selection. You can directly enter the celestial divinity sect to cultivate and become an official disciple." These words made the skybrides of the Bloodyang continent and Bing envious. The eyes of the other people in the restaurant were even more fiery. They wished they could be Xianxia and replace Xianxia. Young Master Lin had a confident smile on his face. He believed that in this continent of God, no one would reject such a tempting request. "Not interested," Xianxia said coldly, which made young Master Lin's face stiffen. "Miss, you'd better consider this carefully. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you," young Master Lin continued. "I said, I'm not interested." Xianxia's brows furrowed as he grew impatient. Xianxia would have flipped out long ago if it wasn't for the fact that the other party was a genius of the Heavenly God sect. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Short-sighted and pretended to be virtuous. She's just a B*TCH. Lung Bing and the young man from the Blood Sun continent shouted one after another. Boom, Lu Ming's body exploded with intense killing intent. His cold eyes fell on the young man from the Blood Sun continent. He said in a cold voice, "Since you said those words just now, you're dead meat." The skybrides of the Blood Sun continent couldn't help but shudder under Lu Ming's cold gaze. However, when he thought of young Master Lin, he regained his courage and said, "I'm talking about the matter." "What? You still want to attack young Master Lin? Kill." Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted coldly. He rushed out and struck a palm at the young man from the Blood Sun continent. The young man from the Blood Sun continent was also at the 7th level spirit god realm. However, he was completely stunned by Lu Ming's palm. This palm contained a terrifying pressure that acted on his body, causing him to be unable to move at all. "Young Master Lin, help!" The young man from the Blood Sun continent shouted in horror. "How dare you attack in front of me?" Young Master Lin's face was gloomy. His body moved slightly. Almost no one could see his movement clearly. His body suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming and struck a palm at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's palm collided with young Master Lin's and made a dull sound. Both of their bodies shook slightly and took a step back. Peak 8th level spirit god realm. Lu Ming's heart jumped. Young Master Lin's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level spirit god realm. Young Master Lin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to take his palm. However, the coldness in his eyes became stronger. Skywind palm. Young Master Lin's palm emitted a green light. He struck a palm at Lu Ming. There was no doubt that young Master Lin was using a concept martial technique. Moreover, he had reached the 3rd level. Sizzle, there were traces of lightning flashing on Lu Ming's palm. He cast the Thunder God Strike and struck with his palm again, clashing with young Master Lin's palm. Bang! In the end, both of them took a few steps back. "You're courting death. Die." Young Master Lin was furious. He felt embarrassed that he couldn't take down Lu Ming in 2 consecutive moves. He was ready to use his killing move to kill Lu Ming. Swoosh, Lu Ming used the 9 dragon sky stomping steps. His body flashed like a flickering shadow. He stepped over young Master Lin and struck a palm at the youth from the Blood Sun continent. This palm was as fast as lightning. Even young Master Lin couldn't react in time. The youth from the Blood Sun continent widened his eyes in shock. However, in the next moment, his body was torn apart by Lu Ming's palm. He was killed on the spot. Sizzle, many people gasped in shock. Firstly, they were shocked by Lu Ming's battle strength. A peak 7th level spirit god realm genius was as weak as a baby in front of Lu Ming. He couldn't resist at all. Secondly, they were shocked by Lu Ming's courage. He dared to kill a genius who was with young Master Lin in front of him. This was a slap to young Master Lin's face. On the side, Lung Bing's expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated. After not seeing Lu Ming for a while, he felt that Lu Ming's battle strength had become stronger. He was much stronger than the last time he fought with him. This made Lin Bing fearful. "Kid, you're courting death. No one can save you." As expected, young Master Lin's expression was extremely gloomy. A green light flickered on his body like a burning green flame. A cold killing intent bloomed in the restaurant. Many people's expressions changed as they retreated out of the restaurant. They were afraid of being affected by this terrifying killing intent. "Haha, I'm afraid you're still lacking. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Let's go out and fight." Lu Ming smiled faintly. He didn't give young Master Lin any face. Then, he stepped out and appeared in the sky outside the restaurant. "You can't escape." Young Master Lin also stepped out and appeared in the sky above the restaurant, facing Lu Ming. "The heavenly god sex genius is going to fight." This news spread out like a whirlwind. Swoosh! 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 Not long after, countless figures appeared in the area, watching from afar. "It's really the heavenly god sex genius. Who is that young man? How dare he fight with the heavenly god sex genius? How audacious. Let's not talk about how noble young Master Lin is. Even young Master Lin's combat power is absolutely shocking. Judging from his aura, young Master Lin's cultivation is at the peak of the 8th level spirit god realm. However, young Master Lin is the heavenly god sex genius. His cultivation techniques and martial skills are absolutely top-notch. His battle strength is absolutely terrifying. This person dares to fight with young Master Lin. Who is he? I know him. He seems to be from the Southern Divine Palace. He's from the Divine Wilderness Continent. The Divine Wilderness Continent? That remote place? Brat, I'll kill you in 3 moves. Young Master Lin roared. The green light around his body formed a pillar of light that shot up to the sky. Heavenly Wind 100 Palm. Young Master Lin waved his palm. A palm print whistled as it charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped out. 9 dragon powers erupted from his body as he activated the Thunder God Strike. He punched out and a phoenix formed by lightning flew towards young Master Lin. Boom, the lightning phoenix clashed with Lin Fan's palm print. Break! Young Master Lin revealed a ferocious expression. Boom! 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 The moment the two clashed, young Master Lin's green palm print exploded. The palm print actually released a terrifying force of 100 layers. The thunder and lightning phoenix that Lu Ming cast was defeated in no time. The palm print continued to charge towards Lu Ming. Die, trash! Young Master Lin roared in his heart. What a mystical intent realm martial technique. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Young Master Lin's intent realm martial technique was obviously a lower divine martial technique and he had only cultivated it to the 3rd level. However, the power that it released was extremely shocking. It could only be said that young Master Lin's intent realm martial technique was of high quality. It was even more mystical than the Thunder God Strike. It made sense. Young Master Lin was an official disciple of the Divine Sky sect. Lu Ming had only learned the Thunder God Strike in the first round of the examination. Naturally, it was impossible for him to learn it as well as young Master Lin. Suppressing Hell Art. Lu Ming activated the Suppressing Hell Art and punched out. Bam! Bam! There was an intense explosion. Lu Ming's punch broke through young Master Lin's force of 100 layers. Then, Lu Ming stepped out and punched out again. This punch was straightforward, but its power was shockingly strong. Young Master Lin struck out a few more times to counter Lu Ming's attack. However, after a few explosions, young Master Lin staggered back. This left everyone flabbergasted. A disciple from the Divine Sky sect of the Yuanlu continent couldn't defeat Lu Ming, and Lu Ming was only from the Divine Wilderness continent. How could he be so powerful? So shocking? Kill, kill, kill. The gazes of the crowd made young Master Lin go crazy. His murderous intent was at its peak. He was a disciple of the Heavenly Divinity sect, just like those high and mighty princes of the mortal world who lived in the imperial city. As for Lu Ming, he was from a remote village. There was no way he could compare to him. But now, he was being suppressed. How could he tolerate this? He roared in his heart, and his true essence crazily revolved. He wished he could tear Lu Ming to pieces. This is the battle prowess of the heavenly god sex prodigies? In my opinion, you're nothing in the heavenly divinity sect. Otherwise, how could it be so weak? Lu Ming sneered. The Yuanlu was the core of the Yuanlu realm. It was a holy land for cultivators. Many sovereigns racked their brains to join the major factions in the Yuanlu realm. The Celestial Divine Sect was a great sect in Yuanlu. If young Master Lin was really a genius of the Celestial Divine Sect, he wouldn't be so weak. Lu Ming guessed that Sir Lin's position in the Heavenly Divinity Sect was very ordinary. Trash, you're courting death. Lu Ming's words seemed to have hurt young Master Lin, causing him to scream hysterically. He had completely lost his composure. Yes, Lu Ming was right. In the Heavenly Divinity Sect, there were countless prodigies. People like him were at the bottom of the hierarchy. He had to bow and scrape every day and look at other people's faces. Therefore, he took this opportunity to come to the Godly Ruins continent. He originally thought that he would be able to show off and enjoy himself in the Godly Ruins continent. He did not expect to be suppressed and mocked by trash. He went completely berserk. With a screech, a green divine eagle appeared above young Master Lin's head. Without a doubt, it was a level 9 divine bloodline. Its body was emitting a green glow. Young Master Lin transformed into a divine eagle and was about to use his strongest killing move to kill Lu Ming. Enough. At this moment, a majestic voice was heard. A middle-aged man appeared in the sky. This man was also the envoy of the Heavenly Divinity Sect. He had been following behind the white-haired elder. The moment he appeared, he stood in front of young Master Lin. No, a piece of trash dares to insult me. He's not putting the Heavenly Divinity Sect in his eyes. I'm going to kill him. Young Master Lin screamed hysterically. Enough. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The deacon asked me to bring you back. The middle-aged man said. Upon hearing the word deacon, young Master Lin shuddered. He seemed to be very afraid. He turned his gaze, gritted his teeth, and transformed into his human form. He stared coldly at Lu Ming. Kid, I'll let you go today. However, this matter is not over yet. Leaving behind a cold sentence, young Master Lin turned around and left the place. The middle-aged man casually glanced at Lu Ming. No one knew what he was thinking, but he turned around and left as well. A great battle ended just like that. The surrounding onlookers felt that it was a pity. This Lu Ming offended young Master Lin. I guess he won't have a good time. It'll be difficult for him to be chosen by the Heavenly Divinity Sect. Some people were discussing. Xiaoqing, let's go. Lu Ming came to Xianxia. Lu Ming, I've implicated you. I'm afraid that you won't be able to enter the Heavenly Divinity Sect because of this. Xianxia said. Fool, it's fine if I can't enter. At most, we'll go to Yuanlu and find a sect to join. Lu Ming scratched Xianxing's nose and smiled. The two of them returned to their residence. Half a day later, the second round of the Heavenly Divinity Sect selection would begin. The remaining 500 geniuses from the 4 directions divine palaces gathered around Tiangang Peak. What's going on? Why isn't Lanyo here? The leading elder from the West Divine Palace frowned. Lanyo was one of the 3 strongest supreme talents from the West Divine Palace. Although he had lost one of his arms, his combat strength was still very strong. There was still a chance that he would be chosen by the Heavenly Divinity Sect. The West Divine Palace still had high hopes for Lanyo. But at this moment, Lanyo was nowhere to be seen. The leading elder had a bad feeling. I heard that Lanyo went to the lightning region to cultivate and recover. A young man said. Did he meet with an accident in the lightning region? I heard that he brought experts with him. There were even honorable realm experts. The supreme talents from the West Divine Palace discussed softly. But as time passed, Lanyo still did not appear. Many people knew that Lanyo must have met with an accident. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not appear. This was the Heavenly Divinity Sect's selection. 6 figures appeared in the sky. The people from the Heavenly Divinity Sect had arrived. The leader was still the white-haired old man. Behind him were two burly men. Behind them were three young men. Young Master Lin was among them. His gaze swept across and landed on Lu Ming. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Kid, you're dreaming if you want to join the Heavenly Divinity sect. After this selection, I'll find a chance to kill you. Young Master Lin sneered. Alright, the second round of arrangements has been completed. Light doors floated in the air. At a glance, there were more than 500 of them. Moreover, with the light doors as the starting point, the void was undulating and trembling. Spiritual consciousness spread out and formed many void passageways. However, it was difficult to see them with the naked eye. Here, every light door represents the entrance of a void passageway. In these void passageways, there will be various tests. Moreover, every two of these void passageways can meet at random. The meeting point will be your battlefield. Only the winner will be able to move on. Moreover, we will be able to see the battles at the meeting point. Therefore, you must do your best. The white-haired old man explained. What a wonderful selection method. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. More than 500 people would enter a void passageway. After passing the test, two void passageways would meet at random. The two people in the two void passageways would fight. The winner would continue to pass the test while the loser would be eliminated. This would continue until the most powerful person was determined. Moreover, the people of the Celestial God sect could see from the outside. Therefore, they could observe everyone's performance and choose the most suitable disciples. Alright, now, you can choose any light door and enter, the white-haired old man announced. However, before he could finish, his expression suddenly changed and he looked up at the sky. High up in the sky, there were 9 ancient altars floating. Legend had it that the 9 altars were once connected to the 9 major forces of Yuanlu in the distant past. They were the spatial passageways that connected each other. The Celestial God sect had come from one of the ancient altars. At this moment, one of the 8 altars was shining. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The ancient altars were shining. Could it be that another major force of Yuanlu was coming? Could it be that other major forces of Yuanlu are coming? Oh my god, it's already a surprise that the Celestial God sect is coming. Not bad, this is a great opportunity. Many people were discussing excitedly. Even the sovereigns were extremely excited as they stared at the altars. What's going on? Which force is it? Behind the white-haired old man, a big man frowned and said. The white-haired old man also frowned. Buzz. The altars shook slightly. Many inscriptions were shining and the light was getting brighter. In the end, a few figures emerged from the altar. There were a total of 5 people. 2 of them were young, while the other 3 were middle-aged men and a middle-aged woman. However, judging from the situation, the middle-aged woman was the leader. All 5 of them carried long swords on their backs and wore long purple robes with strange patterns embroidered on them. 9 Heaven Sword Sect. The Heavenly God sect's white-haired elder's expression changed. Looks like I'm not late. I've finally made it. The middle-aged woman with a long sword on her back said. 9 Heaven Sword Sect, what are you doing here? The white-haired elder from the Celestial God sect said coldly. Of course we're here to select young geniuses to join our 9 Heaven Sword sect. Am I not welcome? The middle-aged woman smiled. Humph, the Heavenly God sect was the first to arrive at the continent of divine ruins. All of this was set up by us. The white-haired old man said with a cold face. You guys are just one step ahead of us. Moreover, how much effort would it take to set up all this? The Godly Ruins Continent group doesn't only belong to your Heavenly God sect. Our 9 Heaven Sword sect can naturally come as well. The middle-aged woman said indifferently. At the side, the people from the Continent of Divine Ruins group were extremely excited when they saw this scene. Another Yuanlu sect had arrived. Moreover, they were here to recruit disciples as well. With this, the chances of being selected would undoubtedly be higher. Especially those young geniuses who were overjoyed. Buzz, at this moment, the altar above them shook again and emitted light. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's moving again. Could it be that another Yuanlu sect is here? What's going on? In the past, no Yuanlu sect had ever come to the continent of divine ruins to recruit disciples. Why are there so many Yuanlu sects here this time? This is good news. This is good news. Everyone was discussing excitedly. However, in the next moment, their pupils dilated rapidly. That was because other than that altar, there was another altar that was emitting light. The people from the continent of divine ruins group were stunned. The Yuanlu sects were coming one after another. The white-haired elder from the Heavenly God sect and the others looked extremely gloomy. Buzz. Buzz, the two altars emitted two soft cries and a few figures appeared on each of them. 5 figures appeared on one of the altars. All of them were men and they emitted an aura of superiority. They were like the kings of the beasts. On the other side, 6 figures appeared. Each of them had a monstrous demonic aura and their demonic aura shook the world. Both sides had young geniuses following them and they were looking at each other curiously. Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, Divine Dragon Valley. The white-haired elder muttered as a dignified look flashed across his eyes. Ha ha ha. Looks like we are not late. The Heavenly God sect has not succeeded yet. A burly man laughed from the side that was filled with the aura of the kings of the beasts. They were from the Divine Dragon Valley. It's good that we are not late. The side that was filled with demonic aura was from the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. A tall and skinny elder said faintly. The 9 Heaven Sword Sect, Heavenly Universe Demon Sect and Divine Dragon Valley stepped out and stood with the people from the Heavenly God Sect. It's too easy for you to come now. Everything was set up by us. The white-haired elder said. It's just some setup. We will compensate you according to its value. The middle-aged lady from the 9 Heaven Sword Sect said. That's right. These are small matters. The tall and skinny elder from the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect sneered. In the end, the white-haired elder had no choice but to allow the other 3 forces to participate in the selection of disciples. These 3 forces were not weaker than the Heavenly God sect and the Yuanlu. They were forces of the same level. At the scene, more than 500 young geniuses were excited and their eyes shone with a fiery light. The 4 major forces of the Yuanlu had come to recruit disciples. This was a supreme opportunity and they were filled with anticipation. They swore to themselves that they would seize it well. All right. Now, you may begin. The white-haired elder looked at Lu Ming and the others again. Let's go. This is my opportunity. I must join the major forces of the Yuanlu. I must break through the sovereign realm and become a sage. I must reach the peak. No one can stop me. Each of the geniuses' eyes shone brightly as they rushed towards the light doors. Whoosh! Whoosh! Each of the geniuses rushed into the light doors excitedly and disappeared. Xiaoqing, let's go. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded his head and the two of them flew towards a light door. You! Stop right there. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and blocked his path. It was Master Lin, the genius from the Heavenly God sect. But now, the situation had changed. The 9 Heaven Sword sect, the Heavenly Universe Demon sect, and the Divine Dragon Valley had gathered. Even if the Celestial Divine sect did not choose Lu Ming, there was a possibility that he would join the other 3 sections. Young Master Lin would never allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, he stood out and stood in front of Lu Ming. Many people looked at young Master Lin in surprise, not understanding what was going on. But some people were enlightened because they knew about the conflict between Lu Ming and young Master Lin. Half a day ago, Lu Ming and young Master Lin had a conflict and even fought. In the end, young Master Lin could not do anything to Lu Ming. I knew it would not end like this. What? There's such a thing? Lu Ming is so powerful that even the Skyprites of the Heavenly God sect can't do anything to him? I think young Master Lin did not use his full strength. But Lu Ming's combat strength is too terrifying. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not believe it. Many people were discussing. Many people were shocked when they heard about the conflict between Lu Ming and young Master Lin. The white-haired elder and the others of the Heavenly God sect were surprised, but they did not say anything. The people of the other sects looked on with interest. You, what do you want? Lu Ming frowned and said coldly. You are not qualified to enter the void passage and participate in the test. Young Master Lin said. Ridiculous. You think I'm not qualified just because you say so? Lu Ming sneered. Deacon. At this moment, young Master Lin cupped his fists at the white-haired elder and said, Deacon, Lu Ming has no respect for the celestial deity sect. He thinks that he has some talent, but he doesn't take the celestial deity sect seriously. If such a person joins the celestial deity sect, he will be an arrogant and unruly person. He is not worthy of being nurtured by the celestial deity sect. Oh? There's such a thing? The white-haired elder frowned. Haha, what nonsense. When have I been disrespectful to the heavenly god sect? If I don't bow to you, is that disrespectful to the heavenly god sect? Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, don't try to quibble. I heard you speak arrogantly and look down on my heavenly god sect. Also, Ice Dragon can testify. Young Master Lin said. That's right, this is true. Ice Dragon said coldly. Not only that, Vice Deacon Zhao can also testify. Young Master Lin looked at the middle-aged man behind the white-haired old man. This middle-aged man was the one who had taken young Master Lin away. At this moment, the middle-aged man nodded and said, there is indeed such a thing. The fact that two people had come forward to testify caused the white-haired old man to frown even more. He pondered for a moment and said, if that's the case, then this kid doesn't need to participate in the trial. Young Master Lin was overjoyed at his words. Lu Ming, on the other hand, burst into laughter. This was blatant slander. From the beginning to the end, Lu Ming had only targeted young Master Lin. He had never said a single bad word about the celestial god sect. This was purely false. Also, that middle-aged man had obviously colluded with young Master Lin. Who knew what benefits young Master Lin had given him? No one from the other three major sects spoke. In their eyes, Lu Ming was just an insignificant character. They did not take him seriously at all. Ridiculous, this is really ridiculous. Is this the disciple of a major sect in Yuanlu? His talent is average and his character is even worse. Lu Ming laughed out loud, his eyes filled with mockery. Kid, what did you say? Who are you calling average? Young Master Lin was furious. Of course I'm talking about you. If the celestial god sect is like you, then I don't mind not joining the celestial god sect. Lu Ming mocked. Presumptuous. How dare you? The middle-aged man from the celestial god sect and young Master Lin both shouted in an overbearing manner. Kid, you escaped death last time. This time, you're dead. Young Master Lin's eyes were cold and his killing intent was extremely dense. It shrouded Lu Ming. I escaped death last time? Are you sure you're not the one who escaped death last time? Alright, I'll challenge you in front of everyone now. I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Lu Ming took a step forward. His voice was filled with battle intent and it spread far and wide. What? Lu Ming challenged young Master Lin and said he'll defeat him in 10 moves. Crazy, he's crazy. He's definitely crazy. That's the supreme talent of the celestial god sect. Lu Ming's words caused an uproar. The celestial god sect was a major sect in Yuanlu. In the hearts of the people in the Divine Ruins mainland, it was a high and mighty existence. It was an unfathomable and powerful force. The supreme talent of the celestial god sect was a peerless existence in the hearts of the people. Now, Lu Ming had challenged young Master Lin. What was even more exaggerated was that he wanted to defeat young Master Lin in 10 moves. How was that possible? No one would believe it. At that moment, some of the supreme talents who had not flown into the light door stopped. They were not in a hurry to go in. Instead, they stood outside and watched. Lu Ming is strong in the Divine Wilderness mainland. However, he still dares to be so arrogant here. He even dares to offend the supreme talent of the celestial god sect. He's courting his own death. Underworld Child stood in the air and sneered. What do you know? I don't think so. A voice was heard. It was Long Chen's voice. Underworld Child's expression changed slightly. He was very wary of Long Chen. However, he felt disdain in his heart. He thought to himself, just wait and see. This Lu Ming will die miserably. At that moment, almost everyone's gaze fell on young Master Lin. A supreme talent from a small continent had challenged the supreme talent of the celestial god sect. Would young Master Lin accept the challenge? If he didn't accept the challenge, he would lose all his face. If this matter was spread to the celestial god sect, he wouldn't be able to show his face anymore. Damn it! Young Master Lin roared in his heart. His eyes were extremely cold as he said, "All right. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." When he fought with Lu Ming previously, he didn't use his full strength. He was confident that if he used his full strength, he would definitely be able to kill Lu Ming. Needless to say, it was impossible for Lu Ming to defeat him within 10 moves. Kill. Young Master Lin was filled with killing intent. His aura was shocking as a green light filled the air. A bloodline appeared above his head. Young Master Lin used his full strength right from the start. He executed the bloodline fusion technique to the maximum and charged towards Lu Ming. Roar! Roar! Dragon roars sounded from Lu Ming's body. 9 streaks of dragon energy burst out instantly. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared. Swoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward and charged towards young Master Lin. As he charged, the 9 dragons bloodline appeared. When Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline appeared, the experts of the Divine Dragon Valley widened their eyes in shock. This is the 9 dragons bloodline. It really is the 9 dragons bloodline. I can't believe someone can awaken the 9 dragons bloodline in this world. Voices of disbelief were heard from the experts of the Divine Dragon Valley. The Divine Dragon Valley wants this kid. The leader of the Dragon God Valley was a burly man with a burning gaze. As the name suggested, the Divine Dragon Valley was related to dragons. Now that they saw the 9 dragons bloodline, it was too shocking. Bam! Bam! Once Lu Ming made his move, apart from a few trump cards that he did not use, he used almost all his strength. Some of the 9 dragon claws were shining with lightning. They were using the Thunder Intent Realm martial technique, Thunder God Strike. The other dragon claws were using the Suppressing Hell art. The combination of the two was terrifying. Young Master Lin's green wings brought with it endless wind. With a flap of his wings, countless wind blades cut through the space and attacked Lu Ming. With a series of explosions, the dragon claws broke through the wind blades and grabbed at young Master Lin. Young Master Lin's expression changed. He was shocked. He didn't expect that he would be at a disadvantage after using the bloodline fusion. Shwa! He flapped his wings and a hurricane swept out. His huge body suddenly shook and disappeared, appearing on the other side. Another Intent Realm martial technique. Lu Ming frowned. Young Master Lin had obviously mastered more than one Intent Realm martial technique. He had mastered 2 or even more. Before, young Master Lin had used an offensive Intent Realm martial technique. But now, he was using a movement Intent Realm martial technique. In addition, he had mainly comprehended the Wind Intent Realm, which made his speed extremely fast. Die! Young Master Lin's eyes were cold. He flapped his wings again and his body turned into a gust of wind, disappearing on the spot. At the same time, Lu Ming felt a terrifying sense of danger. Roar! A dragon roar sounded and a devouring power burst out, covering 100 miles. Then, the dragon swung its tail and swept in all directions. Pung! The dragon tail pierced through the void and clashed with a pair of sharp wings. Then, young Master Lin's body was pushed back. But young Master Lin flapped his wings again and disappeared. Young Master Lin had used 2 Intent Realm martial techniques together. His combat strength was indeed very strong. It was difficult to fight against someone of the same level. However, he had met Lu Ming. Shwa! Shwa! The 9 dragon claws suddenly formed a strange seal. At this moment, 2 sharp auras slashed at Lu Ming. I've been waiting for you. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. 3 sealed doors suddenly appeared and landed on Lu Ming's left side, emitting a bright light. The 9 seals of the God Gate sealed everything. As soon as the 3 sealed doors appeared, young Master Lin's cyan-winged figure suddenly appeared and was suppressed in the middle of the 3 sealed doors. Break! Break! Young Master Lin bellowed. Green light flared up like a tidal wave as it rained down on the 3 sealed doors. The 3 sealed doors began to tremble violently, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. But for Lu Ming, this short while was enough. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dragon claws slashed out and continuously struck young Master Lin's body. Young Master Lin cried out in pain as the green energy was torn apart. Bang! Finally, a dragon claw grabbed the neck of the green godly eagle and squeezed hard. The green godly eagle's head directly exploded. The green godly eagle also turned into energy and dissipated. Young Master Lin's figure flew rapidly in the green light that filled the sky. His bloodline was destroyed and he was severely injured. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and fled for his life. Lu Ming took a step forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. His body was like a ray of light as he caught up with young Master Lin in an instant. Young Master Lin fought back with all his might. Unfortunately, he was severely injured and it was useless. Lu Ming broke through his layers of defense and grabbed him. Young Master Lin was caught in the palm of the dragon claw and couldn't move. This scene shocked the surrounding onlookers. They couldn't believe it. The genius of the Heavenly God sect, young Master Lin, couldn't defeat Lu Ming. He was really taken down by Lu Ming within 10 moves. His life was in the palm of Lu Ming's hand. Moreover, Lu Ming was only from the Divine Wilderness continent. If it were the strongest geniuses of the Divine Wilderness continent, it would be possible. But it was unbelievable for a young man from the Divine Wilderness continent to do it. Even the sovereigns were a little stunned. On the other hand, the top-notch geniuses of the continent of Divine Ruins looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Given Lu Ming's combat abilities, there was no doubt that he would become one of their greatest opponents. "Ah, bastard, let go of me. I'm going to kill you." Young Master Lin was so embarrassed that he was going crazy after being defeated in 10 moves and held in the palm of Lu Ming's hand. His eyes were red as he let out a hysterical roar. If this matter were to spread to the Heavenly God sect, he would definitely become a laughingstock in the future. He hated that he couldn't wait to skin Lu Ming and pull out his tendons. "Is that so? Don't you know the current situation?" Lu Ming sneered and clenched his claw. Crack, crack, many of young Master Lin's bones were broken. He trembled all over and spat out mouthfuls of blood. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. At this moment, he was like a weak little chick in the palm of Lu Ming's hand. His life and death were all in Lu Ming's hands. "Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now." Lu Ming's eyes were cold. The murderous intent of the 3rd bloodline enveloped young Master Lin like a tidal wave. Young Master Lin felt like he was in the azure hell. His heart began to tremble. "How dare you? He's a disciple of the Heavenly God sect. Let go of him." At this moment, a big man from the Heavenly God sect spoke. He was the expert that Lu Ming suspected had been bribed by young Master Lin. As he spoke, a terrifying aura was released and enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt like he was being covered by a mountain and he couldn't move at all. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming felt like he couldn't fight back against this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was definitely stronger than the black-robed middle-aged man from the Southern Divine Palace. His cultivation was above the 3rd-level martial royal realm. The white-haired old man from the Heavenly God sect frowned but didn't say anything. "Haha, it's a fight between the younger generation. You're just an emperor. Why are you interfering?" Over at the Divine Dragon Valley, a burly man laughed. An aura rushed out and collided with the middle-aged man's aura, knocking it away. Lu Ming's body relaxed. He took a step back and retreated rapidly. "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect looked at the man from the Dragon God Valley seriously. "Nothing. I just couldn't stand it." The big man from the Dragon God Valley laughed. "Let go of him. You win this round." At this moment, the white-haired old man from the Heavenly God sect spoke. "Here you go." Lu Ming waved his dragon claw and flung young Master Lin's body away. Young Master Lin was half dead and he couldn't even float in the air. The middle-aged man waved his hand and caught young Master Lin. Damn it, damn it." Young Master Lin's eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming transformed into his human form and pulled Xianxia's hand. He said, "Xiaoqing, let's go." Since they didn't want him to take part in the test, he would just leave. Hold on. At this moment, a deep voice was heard. It was the big man from the Dragon God Valley. I am Long Quan from the Dragon God Valley. How should I address you? I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming cupped his fists and replied. Since Long Quan had helped him just now, he had a good impression of Long Quan. Naturally, he would answer Long Quan's question. Lu Ming. Haha. Great. A young hero. It's rare to be able to cultivate to such a level at such a young age in the continent of God. It would be a pity if you don't take part in the assessment. On behalf of the Divine Dragon Valley, I invite you to take part in the assessment. Long Quan said loudly. No, he can't take part, young Master Lin shouted. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Who are you to interrupt me when I'm speaking? Long Quan's eyes turned cold as an extremely powerful aura burst out. The terrifying aura caused the entire area to tremble. Young Master Lin's face turned pale. I invite Lu Ming to take part in the assessment. Do you have any objections? Long Quan looked at the 9 Heaven Sword sect and Sky Demon sect before looking at the white-haired old man from the Heavenly Divine sect. No objections. Of course I have no objections. The leaders of the 9 Heaven Sword sect and Sky Demon sect nodded. Since he is so powerful, I have no objections. The white-haired old man from the Heavenly Divine sect said. Damn it. Young Master Lin hollered in rage and was filled with unwillingness. Ha ha ha. That's great. Lu Ming, what do you say? Long Quan laughed and looked at Lu Ming again. Senior, how can I reject your kind intentions? Lu Ming cupped his fists. Alright, let the assessment begin. Long Quan waved his hand. Whoosh. Whoosh, their figures flashed as they rushed into the light gates one by one. Lu Ming and Xianxia separated. Each of them chose a light gate and rushed in. At this moment, some of them had already gone in for a while, but there was still no movement. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the light gate, he felt a ray of light enveloping him. His body felt slightly warm. In the next moment, the feeling disappeared. Lu Ming found himself in a tunnel. The passageway was very wide, and the surrounding walls were covered with shining inscriptions. According to the rules, they had to keep going forward in the void tunnel. Whoever reached the end would be the winner. Lu Ming took a step forward. There was no movement along the way. After walking for a few thousand meters, the appearance of the passageway changed. It was now surrounded by stone walls. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into this passage, his expression changed slightly. The reason for that was because at that moment, the aura emitting from his body began to weaken rapidly. In the end, it returned to its ordinary state. His cultivation had been suppressed, making him seem like a mortal. Not only had his Jin Yuan, but his state of mind and bloodline been suppressed as well. Lu Ming sensed carefully and found that his prison-suppressing steel bloodline was glowing, and there was even a trace of fluctuation. As for the third bloodline, Lu Ming felt that he could completely control it, and it was not suppressed at all. Only the 9 Dragons bloodline was completely suppressed. Lu Ming's expression did not change as he looked around. On the surrounding stone walls, there were messy carvings of different depths. They were in a disorderly mess. In front of him, a light flashed, and a figure condensed. This person looked like a young man in a black robe. He had a cold expression and carried a long spear on his back. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this person was condensed by a formation. Whoosh, the long spear shook, and the spear light stabbed at Lu Ming like lightning. However, the spear light did not contain any Jin Yuan. It was probably just physical strength, which was comparable to Lu Ming's physical strength. Lu Ming subconsciously wanted to use the power of his third bloodline to defeat this figure. However, Lu Ming immediately stopped releasing the third bloodline. This level could even suppress the 9 Dragons bloodline, which meant that he was not supposed to use his bloodline power to pass. If he used his bloodline power, it might be sensed by others. That would be too special. His prison-suppressing steel bloodline, especially his third bloodline, was very special. He did not want others to discover it. Thinking of this, he did not use his bloodline. Instead, he used his physical strength and rushed to the right, because there was a black spear there. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spear light was like lightning, enveloping Lu Ming's body. This was an extremely exquisite spear technique. Although its power was not great, the trajectory of its movement was incomparably exquisite. Lu Ming had no Xianyuan in his body, and he could not use his intent realm. He could not use any martial skills to resist at all. He could only rely on his physical strength to dodge. Rip, Lu Ming's back was cut by the spear light, tearing a hole in his clothes. If not for Lu Ming's quick reaction, he would have been injured. Fortunately, Lu Ming had fought countless battles along the way and was very experienced in combat. He took a few steps and dodged the attack. He rushed to the front of the black spear, picked it up, and swept it out. Clang, the two spears collided with a clang. Lu Ming felt his arm go numb, and he took 2 steps back. The black-robed youth condensed by the formation had the same physical strength as Lu Ming, but he had the support of a mysterious martial skill. His attack power was above Lu Ming's. Whoosh! Whoosh! The cold tip of the spear transformed into rays of sharp cold light, piercing through the air and piercing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the spear and stared at the opponent's spear light. He then stabbed out a few times. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's face changed. He felt that his spear had stabbed nothing. He was very confident that he could block the opponent's attack with a few stabs. But after stabbing out, he found that he had stabbed nothing but air. The opponent's spear tip shook slightly, and then continued to stab at him. The exquisiteness of the spear art was really unfathomable. What a powerful spear art! It combines strength and speed to the peak. When used, it is unpredictable and hard to predict. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. If his cultivation was not suppressed, such a spear art, although incomparably exquisite, would be useless in front of absolute power. Lu Ming's palm strike could break any exquisite martial skill like tofu. But now, under the situation where his cultivation was suppressed, this martial skill was able to display a great power. Bam, at the critical moment, Lu Ming took a step back and his body retreated far away. But there was still a wound on his chest. He had been stabbed by the spear tip. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Lu Ming retreated, the black-robed youth's spear aura surged towards Lu Ming like an endless tide. Lu Ming retreated and tried his best to dodge. At the same time, he was thinking about how to counter the opponent's attack. At this moment, outside the ancient city of the ruins of deity, outside the void tunnel, countless people stood in the air and watched. Suddenly, the light door shone and a figure appeared. Someone has failed. Someone whispered. Obviously, someone had failed and was teleported out. Sigh. Those who were teleported out shook their heads and sighed. They could not even pass the first round. It was almost impossible for them to be chosen by the major sects of Yuanlu. The people of the 4 major sects of Yuanlu were expressionless. They did not even look at those who had failed. People continued to fail and were sent out. Suddenly, a light spot lit up in the void ahead. It was very eye-catching. Everyone hurriedly looked over and found that a battle stage had appeared in the light spot. A young man stepped onto the battle stage. That's Bing Kong from Divine Palace North. I didn't expect him to be the first to pass the first stage. He is the strongest genius of the younger generation of Divine Palace North. He really lives up to his reputation. Many people exclaimed as they recognized the young man. Divine Palace North was the strongest force of the 4 Divine Palaces. As the number 1 genius of Divine Palace North, his strength was absolutely terrifying. After Bing Kong came to the battle stage, he sat cross-legged on the battle stage and waited quietly. Now that he was alone, he couldn't continue. He had to wait for the other tunnels to converge with his tunnel, and wait for others to arrive on the battle platform. Only then would the victor be able to continue. At this time, another light spot appeared in another direction. There was also a battle stage in the light spot. A young man with a guqin on his back stepped onto the battle stage. This young man was slender and elegant. He had a faint smile on his face and looked like an elegant gentleman. The strongest genius of Divine Palace East, Yi Dian. Yi Dian of the Phoenix Guqin. Someone said and revealed the origin of this person. This person's reputation was no less than Bing Kong's. Yi Dian carried a guqin on his back and waited quietly on the battle stage. Almost at the same time, two light spots appeared in the void. Like before, there were battle stages in the light spots. A young man stepped out from each of them. One of them had purple hair and a heroic spirit. He was the number 1 genius of Divine Palace South, Zi Wuji. The other one had a battle sword on his back. His whole body was like an unsheathed sword. Sword chi filled the sky. This person was the strongest genius of Divine Palace West, Sword Battle. The strongest geniuses of the 4 divine palaces had all appeared. They each appeared on a battle stage. Obviously, their void passages did not merge in the first stage. In the void passage, Lu Ming continued to dodge the attacks of the black-robed youth. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to break through. All around, the carvings on the stone walls. At this time, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The carvings on the stone walls were very strange. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a spear technique. It was a very mystical spear technique. As Lu Ming dodged the black-robed youth's attacks, he carefully observed the carvings. Under Lu Ming's gaze, the carvings began to change. Slowly, it looked like a figure was practicing spear arts. This kind of spear technique can break this young man's spear technique. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He finally knew what this stage was testing. It was testing one's perception. The purpose of suppressing one's cultivation, conception, and bloodline was to allow the examinees to comprehend a spear art based on the carvings on the stone wall so that they could overcome the other party's spear art. Of course, it was impossible for everyone to be proficient in spear arts. Some people were proficient in sword arts, so it was possible for them to encounter sword arts. Once the key point was discovered, it was not difficult for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's perception was already very shocking. Whoosh! Whoosh! The long spear in Lu Ming's hand shook, and a sharp spear light shot out like lightning, colliding with the long spear of the black-robed youth. Clang! 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 A series of violent sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. I can indeed break the other party's martial arts. The more Lu Ming used his spear, the faster it became. The long spear was like a black dragon, dancing in the air. Whoosh! After another dozen blows, the long spear in Lu Ming's hand turned into a black lightning bolt, breaking through his opponent's heavy spear barrage and piercing his heart. Pung! The black-robed youth exploded. The first stage passed, Lu Ming stepped forward. After crossing the passage, a bright light flashed in front of him. It was actually a battle stage. Lu Ming stepped onto the battle stage. I'm still alone. Looks like I have to wait. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he sat cross-legged on the battle stage. Outside, the onlookers naturally saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming is indeed powerful. He's the 6th person to pass the first stage. It's amazing that a genius of the Divine Wilderness continent can do this. Some people were discussing. Just now, after the 4 strongest geniuses of the 4 cardinal divine palaces stepped onto the battle stage, the number 1 genius of the Blood Sun continent, which was ranked 2nd in the Divine Ruins continent group. The number 1 genius of the Blood Sun continent was the 5th to step onto the battle stage. After that, Lu Ming was the 6th to step onto the battle stage. After a while, more and more light spots appeared in the void. The other powerful geniuses of the 4 cardinal divine palaces, such as Bing Bing, Ji Hongchen, Wang Zhen, etc. Long Chen also stepped onto the battle stage at about the same time as these geniuses. Then, Xianxia, Xianjuan, and the others appeared one by one. The first stage was actually not too difficult as long as the key point was found. Although many people were eliminated, there were more who succeeded. There's a passage in the void. Someone shouted. Sure enough, a light spot flashed and a void hole appeared on the side of the battle stage. A youth stepped out from it. There were 2 people on the battle stage. These 2 people had to fight. The winner would continue and the loser would be eliminated. The 2 of them soon engaged in a fierce battle. Then, more and more void passages appeared and merged together. Of course, it was impossible for the loser to pass the stage. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, the battle stage shook and a passage appeared on the side of the battle stage. A young figure appeared from the passage. This person walked out of the passage and stepped onto the battle stage. When he saw Lu Ming, his expression changed drastically. Lu Ming's combat strength when he fought with Master Lin was too shocking. He had seen it with his own eyes. His combat strength was worlds apart from Lu Ming's. I'm so unlucky to encounter such a freak in the first stage. The youth's mouth was full of bitterness and helplessness. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the youth. Lu Ming, I know I'm not your match, but I'll do my best to fight with you. The youth said. This was not an ordinary battle. That was the recruitment of disciples by the Yuan Lu sect. He could not admit defeat. No matter what, he would fight. Only by showing his strength to his heart's content, he might be chosen by the experts of the Yuan Lu sect. After all, the Yuan Lu sect did not recruit disciples. It was based on combat strength. No one knew the standards of the Yuan Lu sect. What if he was chosen? Do your best. I'll give you a chance to do so. Lu Ming said. Thank you. The youth cupped his fists. Then, he performed the bloodline fusion and unleashed his strongest combat strength to attack Lu Ming. Although the youth's cultivation was not bad, it was far from Lu Ming's. Lu Ming did not defeat him immediately. Instead, he allowed the youth to unleash his strongest combat strength before defeating him. After defeating his opponent, the space distorted and his opponent was teleported out. In front of the battle platform, another void passageway appeared. Lu Ming took a step into it. At the same time, void tunnels appeared in the other battle stages. Bing Kong, Eden, Ziwuji, Jian Zhan, and the others easily defeated their opponents and entered the next stage. On the Divine Wilderness Continent side, Longchen easily defeated his opponent and entered the next stage. Xianxia was now in the 7th level of the Spirit God realm and had obtained the inheritance of a supreme existence. His battle strength was also very terrifying and entered the next stage. In addition, Xianxia had obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter during this period of time and his cultivation had increased a lot. He actually entered the 6th level of the Spirit God realm and defeated his opponent to enter the next stage. Heartless Monk and Yang Padian also passed by luck. However, Underworld Child and Moonless Bodhisattva encountered strong opponents and were defeated and eliminated. Outside, countless people were watching. The experts of the 4 major forces of the Yuan Lu continent were also watching carefully to see if there were any good seedlings that were suitable for their sections. Soon, the first stage was almost over. Originally, there were more than 500 people. About 100 people didn't pass the first stage. The remaining 400 people fought in pairs and half of them were eliminated. Only about 200 people could continue and enter the second stage. Lu Ming stepped into the void tunnel again and continued forward. After about 1,000 meters, his surroundings suddenly changed and he appeared in an unfamiliar environment. Around him, powerful auras rose like smoke signals. Countless experts were fighting with each other and their killing intent was shocking. Whoosh, a terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out and shattered the sword light. Kill. A burly man holding a giant sword charged towards Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. Why did he suddenly come here? It's an illusion. Lu Ming sensed carefully and suddenly raised his eyebrows as he saw something fishy. This should be an illusion and Lu Ming was in the middle of it. Everything is an illusion. Lu Ming muttered. His heart was unmoved and he stood firm. Kill, kill. A few armored generals, armed with giant axes and long spears, charged toward Lu Ming. Their strong murderous intent made one shudder. But Lu Ming didn't seem to see it. He let the giant axe and spear hit him, his face calm. A surprising scene occurred. When the giant axe and spear struck Lu Ming, it was as if they had struck the void or struck an illusion. Lu Ming was completely unharmed. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he stepped forward. This was a battlefield, and the killing was incomparably intense. Fresh blood drifted in the air, and blood chi permeated the air. The killing intent was as cold as a blade. It felt incomparably real, as if it was really happening. Those with weak wills, even if they knew that this was an illusion, would inevitably be affected and develop fear. However, Lu Ming's resistance to illusions was already very strong. His heart was unmoved. He walked on the battlefield, allowing the swords and sabers to pierce his body. He was as immovable as a mountain. His footsteps were not very fast. He walked step by step on the battlefield. "Young fella, die." In the sky, a loud shout was heard. A palm print that was like the hand of the heavens descended toward Lu Ming. This was definitely a palm strike from a ruler. At this moment, Lu Ming had an illusion that if the palm landed, he would immediately turn into ashes. This kind of feeling made Lu Ming have an instinctive impulse. He wanted to fight back, retaliate, and save himself. This was a human instinct. Anyone would have such an instinct when faced with such a situation. "No, if I make a move, I'll only fall deeper and deeper." Lu Ming suddenly gritted his teeth and endured it, allowing the palm print to land. Boom, there was a loud bang and the palm print dissipated. However, Lu Ming was completely fine. Phew. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The feeling of being about to be slapped to death in the next moment and having to endure not fighting back was not a good feeling. Lu Ming continued to move forward. Following that, all kinds of attacks landed on him. There were even attacks that surpassed a third-layer ruler, but Lu Ming was indifferent. He crossed the battlefield alone. In the end, it took Lu Ming half an hour to cross the entire battlefield. When Lu Ming crossed the battlefield disappeared, and Lu Ming reappeared in the void passage. In front of him, there was a flash of light. Lu Ming walked over and found another battle platform. There was no one on the battle platform. Lu Ming stepped onto the platform and sat down cross-legged. In the outside world, everyone was watching seriously. "I wonder who will be the first to pass the second stage. I heard from the experts of the Celestial Divine Sect that the second stage is an extremely powerful illusion that tests one's willpower. It's very difficult. Until now, more than 30 people have failed and been eliminated. In my opinion, the first to pass is still the strongest heaven's prides from the 4 celestial palaces. They have the highest chance." "That's right. Bing Kong, Yi Dian, Zi Wuji, and Jian Zhan are the most likely. However, it's not impossible for Xue Mingyang and Lu Ming. Although Xue Mingyang and Lu Ming are very strong, they're still slightly weaker than the other 4. The surrounding spectators had already learned about the second stage from the experts of the Celestial Divine Sect. At this moment, they were all guessing who would be the first to pass. At this moment, in front of the first row of light spots, another light spot appeared. Similar to the first row of light spots, there was a battle platform inside. A void passage appeared. Who will be the first to pass? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the void passage. A young man stepped out and appeared on the battle platform. "It's actually him, Lu Ming. I didn't expect it to be Lu Ming. He's the first to pass the second stage. Amazing, amazing. Don't tell me that Lu Ming will be able to defeat everyone and obtain first place?" "Not necessarily. Lu Ming was able to reach this step from a small continent like the Divine Wilderness continent. His willpower are naturally amazing. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to reach this step. However, it doesn't necessarily represent his combat strength. It's hard to say who will be first." Lu Ming's appearance caused an uproar at the scene. "Humph." The burly man from the Celestial Divine Sect snorted. He was rather unhappy. As for young Master Lin, his eyes were about to spit fire. "Haha, not bad, not bad. This kid is not bad." The burly man from the Divine Dragon Valley laughed loudly. He looked at Lu Ming on the battle platform with admiration. The other experts from the 9 Cloud Sword Sect and the Sky Demonic Sect also nodded. On the path of cultivation, one's will and willpower were also very important. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the battle platform and continued to wait. In the outside world. After Lu Ming appeared, light spots began to appear one by one. This time, following closely behind Lu Ming was the number 1 genius of the Eastern Divine Palace, Eden, the young man with the guqin on his back. Next was Bing Kong of the Northern Divine Palace. Then, Zi Wuji of the Southern Divine Palace, Xue Mingyang of the Blood Sun continent appeared almost at the same time. After Long Chen, it was Ji Hongchen and Wang Zhen. What was surprising was that Xianxia appeared almost at the same time as these prodigies. Gradually, more and more battle stages appeared, and the number of people eliminated reached about 50. Out of the 200 people, about 50 people were eliminated. There were still about 150 people left. At this point, more than 70 battle stages had appeared in the void. When more than 70 battle stages had appeared, the void passageways were the successful challengers where it began to converge with the previous ones. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw a passage on one side of the battle stage. A young man stepped out of the passage. Just like before, the young man's face turned pale when he saw Lu Ming. "How unlucky," the young man muttered. Previously, when Lu Ming fought with young Master Lin, the combat ability that he displayed was too powerful. Those who had seen him fight were very clear that they were not Lu Ming's match. If they met Lu Ming, it was equivalent to ending the assessment in advance. "I will fight with all my strength." The young man shouted and charged at Lu Ming with all his strength. However, the result was no surprise. He was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Battles broke out on the other battle stages as well. This battle was equivalent to the battle of 75 people. It was much more intense than the previous battle because those who could make it to the end were stronger. Eden, Bing Kong, and the other top geniuses easily defeated their opponents and won. That's the immemorial dragonesque elephant bloodline. The experts of Dragon God Valley who were watching the battles on the other battle stages suddenly widened their eyes in surprise. In one of the battle stages, Long Chen used the bloodline fusion technique to suppress his opponent and win. It's really the immemorial dragonesque elephant bloodline. This is shocking. The 9 dragons bloodline actually appeared in the continent of God. Now, even the immemorial dragonesque elephant bloodline has appeared. The experts of 9 Heaven Sword sect exclaimed. That girl is not bad either. What a pure demonic chi and demonic intent. An expert from the Sky Universe Devil sect stared at one of the battle stages. Over there, Xianxia was fighting with a genius. Xianxia had easily won. Ever since Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of that Devil Dao expert, her cultivation base and combat strength had rapidly increased. She had advanced at a tremendous pace. Also, that's not bad either. The strong warriors of the 4 great forces of the Yuan continents were watching the battles on the battle platforms and nodding their heads. It was obvious that they were satisfied with some people. In the end, all the battles came to an end. The losers were all eliminated, and the victors entered the next stage. On the Divine Wilderness continent's side, Yang Padian and unscrupulous monks' cultivation levels were insufficient, so they lost to their opponents. On the other hand, Lu Ming, Long Chen, Xianxia, and Xianxia had all advanced. After Lu Ming's victory, he continued to step into the next void passage. This stage was more difficult than the previous 2 stages. Not only did it test one's will, but it also tested one's combat strength. However, Lu Ming passed it easily. This time, Lu Ming was the first to pass the 3rd stage. He appeared on another platform. However, this stage wasn't too difficult for Lu Ming. However, it was extremely difficult for the other geniuses. In this stage, a total of 25 people were eliminated. Only the remaining 50 people were able to pass the stage. What a coincidence. When the void passageways converged and a figure stepped into the arena where Lu Ming was, Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Wang Zhen, the person who stepped onto Lu Ming's battle stage, was actually one of the 3 strongest geniuses of South God Palace, Wang Zhen. When Wang Zhen saw Lu Ming, his face darkened and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen actually encountered Lu Ming so early. This battle is going to be interesting. Interesting. A battle between 2 strong geniuses. Many people were excited. Wang Zhen was one of the 3 strongest geniuses of South God Palace. Although his reputation wasn't as good as Ziwu Ji's, he couldn't be underestimated. In the entire Divine Ruins continent, Wang Zhen was one of the strongest geniuses. His combat strength was definitely not weak. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, they had never fought before. It was still unknown who was stronger and who was weaker. Lu Ming, your combat strength is not bad. Unfortunately, you have offended too many people. How about this, why don't we make a deal? If you lose to me, I will help you settle your troubles. Wang Zhen's gaze shifted as he spoke. Help me settle my troubles? I would like to know how you are going to settle them. For example, young Master Lin must hate me to the core now. How do you want to settle this? Lu Ming said with a faint smile. My Wang family is still influential in South God Palace. If you lose to me on purpose, I will put in a good word for you in front of young Master Lin. Then, you can just apologize and this matter will be over. Wang Zhen said confidently. You want me to lose to you so that you will be chosen by the major sects in Yuanlu? Since your Wang family is so capable, why don't you put in a good word for yourself? Then, you will be able to join the major sects in Yuanlu. Why do you need to play such a dirty trick? Lu Ming said with a mocking expression. Lu Ming, I am talking to you nicely. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. If we really fight, I am not afraid of you. Wang Zhen said with a gloomy face. Then why are you still talking nonsense? Make your move. You don't have to worry about my matters. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Bang, Wang Zhen said coldly and took a step forward. When he took a step forward, a milky white light shot up to the sky from his body. This light was extremely holy, as if it could purify all evil. Sacred light, divine sword. Wang Zhen was bathed in the pure white sacred light. He grasped the air with both hands and two pure white combat swords appeared in his hands. The two combat swords slashed out in a crisscross manner. A cross-shaped sword aura was shot toward Lu Ming. Swoosh, Lu Ming took a step forward and dodged the cross-shaped sword aura in a flash. He then charged towards Wang Zhen. Sacred light storm. Wang Zhen's body continued to spin. The boundless sacred light was driven and formed a storm of swords that rained down on Lu Ming. Child's play. Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. He unleashed the power of 9 dragons as he activated the suppressing hell skill and threw out a punch. The suppressing hell skill could suppress everything. No matter how many sword auras there were, a punch would break them. Boom, the boundless storm of sword auras was shattered in an instant. Wang Zhen's expression changed. He placed his 2 swords in front of him to block Lu Ming's punch. With a thud, Wang Zhen was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch. I don't believe it. Supreme Sacred Light Technique. Wang Zhen shouted. A milky white armor appeared on top of his head. The sacred light was vast and boundless like the ocean. This was Wang Zhen's bloodline, a set of armor. Moreover, when Wang Zhen used the bloodline fusion, it was strange. It was different from others. When he used the bloodline fusion, the armor seemed to be on his body, causing his aura to soar crazily. There was no doubt that Wang Zhen was using an intent martial technique. It was an intent martial technique of the holy light intent. This light seemed peaceful, but it had the power to destroy everything. Lu Ming's true yuan continued to circulate in his body. With the support of the 9 dragon energies, it was filled with explosive power. Boom, the hell-suppressing heaven skill was activated. Lu Ming's palm was like a knife as he slashed at the beam of light. Break! As Lu Ming spoke, the light was split in half by Lu Ming's palm. How can he be so strong? Wang Zhen roared in disbelief. In terms of cultivation, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 8th level of the spirit god realm, which was stronger than Lu Ming's. However, even after performing the bloodline fusion and using the intent realm martial technique, Lu Ming still managed to break his attack with one palm. Most importantly, Lu Ming hadn't used the bloodline fusion yet, so he hadn't used his full strength yet. Lu Ming's previous battle with young Master Lin wasn't limited to just this. Wang Zhen couldn't accept that Lin Yun could break his killing move without using his full strength. Holy Light 9 slashes. Wang Zhen's armor shone brightly as the 2 swords in his hands merged into one. He slashed out 9 times in a row, and the power of the 9 swords stacked together to unleash a terrifying power. Roar! Lu Ming unleashed his 9 dragons bloodline and turned into 9 dragons. His dragon claws clashed with the milky white sword light. Boom! 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 9 explosions sounded out as the milky white sword light shattered. Whoosh, following that, the 9 dragons launched a series of attacks. Some dragon claws used the hell-suppressing heaven art, while others used the thunder god strike. The hell-suppressing steel appeared in the air and pressed down on Wang Jin. Lightning formed a phoenix that spread its wings and pounced at Wang Jin. Boom! 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 The powerful attacks landed on Wang Jin's armor, causing it to tremble violently and let out an unpleasant creaking sound. In the end, it couldn't bear the pressure and exploded. Puff! Wang Jin held in grief as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying backwards. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and instantly appeared in front of Wang Jin. Their dragon claws slammed down on Wang Jin's body. Wang Jin was as weak as a chicken. He heavily smashed into the fighting ring and spat out a mouthful of blood. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Wang Jin admitted defeat in humiliation. If he didn't admit defeat, Lu Ming could continue to attack. After Wang Jin admitted defeat, the space around him started to distort and his body was sent out. Damn it, this bastard. After coming out, Wang Jin roared in his heart. He wasn't confident that he would be eliminated so early. He didn't know if he would be chosen by one of the great sects of Yuanlu. If he were to fall, he would definitely make Lu Ming pay the price. He swore to himself. Look, are they sisters? So similar. They really do look alike, and they're both so beautiful that they're devastatingly beautiful. At this moment, someone shouted. Wang Jin followed the voice and saw 2 female characters on one of the battle stages. One of them was wearing a black dress while the other was wearing a white dress. It was a stark contrast, but they looked exactly the same. They were Xianxia and Xianxia. When the 2 identical beauties met, they naturally attracted the attention of many people. Even the experts from the 4 major forces of Yuanlu were watching with interest. Isn't this girl Lu Ming's woman? Humph, let Nianjuan teach her a lesson and avenge me. Wang Jin thought to himself. In the fighting ring, Xianxia and Xianxia stood opposite each other. Their eyes were like lightning as they stared at each other. Not long after, the 2 of them fought again. This time, they were determined to determine the winner. Xianxia, you're a freak. Today, I will officially eliminate you on behalf of the imperial family and the Xie family. Xianxia said coldly. Her eyes were still filled with arrogance and disdain. Xianxia, don't act all high and mighty. Is your bloodline very noble? In my heart, it's worthless. Today, I will completely trample on you and crush your so-called dignity. I will let you know that the Xie family is not worth mentioning. Xianxia did not back down and continued to fight back. There's no point in talking nonsense. Let's see who's stronger. Xianxia said. Her body emitted a milky white light. It was very similar to Wang Jin's. It was a type of sacred light. However, Xianxuan's sacred light was even purer and more condensed than Wang Jin's. 9 Heavens Sacred Region. Xianxuan made the first move. She pressed her jade-like hand and sacred light spread out. It formed a domain-like force field and enveloped Xianxia. This is the embryonic form of a domain. No, it doesn't look like it. Xianxuan's move made the experts of Heavenly Divine Sect and 9 Heaven Sword Sect frown. They were all shocked. Especially the white-haired old man of Heavenly Divine Sect. He looked at Xianxuan with great admiration. This move again. Break for me. Xianxia looked calm. Her finger was like a sword as she drew a line in front of her. Numerous black lotuses formed in front of Xianxia's finger. The lotuses then dispersed. The petals of the lotuses formed a lotus sword in the air and slashed at the 9 Heavens Sacred Region. With a poochie sound, the 9 Heavens Sacred Region was sliced open by Xianxia. Xianxuan's face changed. She did not expect Xianxia to be able to break her 9 Heavens Sacred Region so easily. Your cultivation is too weak. A cold voice came from Xianxia. At the same time, a stronger aura than Xianxuan burst out from Xianxuan's body. The aura of a 7th level spirit god. 7th level spirit god. How did you reach the 7th level spirit god so quickly? Xianxuan shouted in disbelief. She had been very close to Wang Jin recently. With the help of the Wang family, her cultivation had improved rapidly. She had also obtained other opportunities and broken through the profound martial realm, reaching the 6th level spirit god. She had thought that no one in the divine wilderness continent could be her match. She was not even afraid of Long Chen. However, she had seen Lu Ming's strength. Even the genius of heavenly divine sect, young Master Lin, was not a match for Lu Ming. She was shocked and somewhat in disbelief. It had dealt a heavy blow to her confidence. But now, she realized that even Xianxia, who she had always looked down on, had surpassed her. His cultivation had reached the 7th level spirit god. She found it hard to accept. So what if you have broken through to the 7th level spirit god? I can still defeat you. Xianxia shouted. A beautiful woman's figure appeared above his head. She was as holy as the fairy of the 9 heavens. She used bloodline fusion and attacked Xianxia. Heavenly demon force field. Xianxia whispered. A force field spread towards Xianxia. Xianxia's heavenly demon force field was many times stronger than before. Xianxia's body entered the heavenly demon force field. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire. Devil's will. Xianxia pinched his fingers. Demonic chi soared into the sky. Vast demonic might spread out like a supreme demonic god. Xianxia was like a demoness. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her demonic chi was vast and mighty. She took light steps in the air and walked towards Xianxia step by step. I won't lose to you. Xianxia's beautiful face was distorted with anger and excitement. The bloodline that she had transformed into bloomed with holy light. She used all her strength to send out a palm strike towards Xianxia. Xianxia also raised her jade-like hand and lightly struck out with her palm. Bam, the two palms collided, and the holy light was instantly suppressed. The demonic chi was vast and mighty, destroying the holy light as easily as crushing rotten wood. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, Xianxia waved her hand, and a black lotus condensed and fell on Xianxia's body. Xianxia's bloodline seemed to be under endless pressure. Deep marks appeared on her body, and then she collapsed. Xianxia's figure appeared in the rain of light. Her beautiful face was pale, and the blood in her mouth drifted in the air like bright red plum blossoms. Xianxia continued to step forward and sent out a palm strike, bombarding Xianxia's body. Xianxia groaned and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Her body seemed to have been electrocuted, and she flew far away and fell on the battle stage. How could this be? Outside, Wang Zhen was dumbfounded. He found it hard to believe. After this period of time, he had a good understanding of Xianxia. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also astonishingly talented. With the help of the Wang family and her own fortuitous encounters, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a few months, she had reached the 6th level spirit god realm. Even he felt inferior to such talent. Originally, he thought that Xianxia would win for sure, but he didn't expect that Xianxia would be defeated so easily. This woman is naturally suited for the demonic Dao. Our Sky Demonic sect wants her. The experts from the Sky Universe Demon sect looked at Xianxia with gleaming eyes. She just has a higher cultivation. The other girl is not bad either. My Heavenly God sect wants her. The white-haired elder from the Heavenly Divinity sect looked at Xianxia. Around them, the others were extremely envious. The examination was not over yet, but the two of them had already been selected by the two major forces. They would definitely be able to join the two major forces, regardless of the results of the later examinations. Impossible. On the battle platform, Xianxia cried out in disbelief. Her hair was disheveled and she was in an extremely sorry state. She didn't look like the peerless princess at all. As proud as she was, she found it hard to accept this result. In the divine wilderness continent, she was high and mighty, second only to Long Chen. Ever since she was young, she had been shrouded in limitless light. She was the moon surrounded by stars and was the focus of the world. On the other hand, Xianxia was the opposite of her. He was ostracized by the imperial family and despised by the Xia family. He didn't even have the chance to appear in front of others. Compared to Xianxia, they were like heaven and earth. In the past, she had never thought that Xianxia would be able to defeat her one day. Therefore, when this day came, she was at a loss, as if she was in a dream. What pure bloodline of the Xia family? In our eyes, you guys are just self-righteous people who are deceiving yourselves. In fact, you are weak. Today, I defeated you. In the future, Xianxia will also be defeated by me. I will let the world know that your so-called pure bloodline is just a joke. Therefore, I won't kill you today. Get lost. As Xianxia spoke, he waved his hand. A palm wind rose and sent Xianxia flying far away. The space distorted and Xianxuan's figure was sent out. Nianjuan, are you okay? As soon as Xianxuan appeared, Wang Zhen flew over and asked about his well-being. I'm fine, Xianxuan said, but his eyes were extremely cold. Then he glanced at Wang Zhen and said, You lost too? Who did you meet? Lu Ming. Wang Zhen hesitated at first, then gritted his teeth and said, Lu Ming again. Xianxuan clenched his fists tightly. At this time, the battles on the various fighting platforms had almost come to an end. Those who could reach this stage were all very strong. However, compared to the small group of people who were at the top, the gap was obvious. Therefore, the battles didn't take long. At this stage, there were only 25 people left. These 25 people were all very strong. For example, the top geniuses of the 4 directions divine palaces, and the second and third geniuses of the 2 continents. What was worth mentioning was that there were also many dark horses. Among the 25 people, only 18 of them had stepped onto Big Dipper Peak before. The remaining 7 were newcomers, such as Lu Ming, Long Chen, and Xianxia. Lu Ming, Long Chen, and Xianxia seemed to be from the same continent. At this time, someone said in surprise. It can't be? From the same continent? It can't be. Other than the Divine Ruins continent, there are only 3 people from the Blood Yang continent who can reach this stage. If these 3 are from the same continent, wouldn't they be on par with the Blood Yang continent? By the way, which continent are they from? I know, they're from the Divine Wilderness continent. What? Divine Wilderness continent? It can't be, right? That small continent? There was a burst of discussion. When the crowd knew that Lu Ming and the other 2 were from the Divine Wilderness continent, they were all stunned and in disbelief. The Divine Wilderness continent could give birth to so many geniuses. Moreover, Xianxuan should also be from the Divine Wilderness continent and had been chosen by the Heavenly God sect. If that was the case, the Divine Wilderness continent was too shocking. Outside, the crowd was discussing in surprise. Lu Ming and the others had already stepped into the void passage behind them. Not long after Lu Ming stepped into the void passage, he was faced with a storm of attacks. Figures condensed and charged towards Lu Ming. At the same time, inscriptions filled the void passage, forming an even more terrifying attack. This stage did not test anything else but pure combat strength and combat experience. If one wanted to pass this stage, they would have to fight their way through. Lu Ming unleashed his dragon power and crushed his way through. However, the further he went, the stronger the attacks on Lu Ming, and the greater the resistance. Even with Lu Ming's combat strength, he had to put in some effort. Outside the void passage, there were flashes of light from time to time. It was the experts who were eliminated and sent out. It can't be. This stage is so difficult that even such geniuses are eliminated. Some people secretly clicked their tongues. Those who could reach this step and enter the top 25 were all amazing geniuses. However, there were still people who were eliminated. It was obvious that this stage was too difficult. That's Xue Ku, the second-ranked genius of the Blood Yang continent. And Ice Dragon, one of the 4 strongest geniuses of the North Divine Palace, was also eliminated. This is too shocking. The space flickered again and again as geniuses were sent out. Ice Dragon's face was gloomy. He felt extremely embarrassed that he could not even pass the stage. Did you notice that the 3 geniuses from the Divine Wilderness continent were not eliminated? It's true. Could it be that they can pass? This is too unbelievable. Some people thought of Lu Ming and the other 2. In the end, even geniuses like Ji Hongchen were sent out of the 4 sacred palaces. Look, someone passed. Suddenly, someone shouted. In front of them, a dot of light lit up, and a figure appeared within the dot of light. It's Eden, the Eden of the East Sacred Palace. It's really Eden. It's not Lu Ming, nor is it Bing Kong. It seems like Eden's combat strength is terrifying. The fact that Eden was the first to appear surprised everyone. After all, Lu Ming's performance was very strong. Many people thought that Lu Ming would be the first to pass. This time, it wasn't a battle stage that appeared in the light spot, but a platform that could only accommodate one person. At this moment, another light spot appeared not far from where Eden was. This time, a figure appeared. It was the strongest genius of the North Sacred Palace, Bing Kong. Similarly, there was only a platform beneath Bing Kong's feet. He stood on the platform and looked at Eden with sharp eyes. It seemed like they could see each other. Eden also looked at Bing Kong. There seemed to be sparks between the two of them. The second to succeed is Bing Kong, not Lu Ming. It seems like I overestimated him. It's very normal. The first few stages tested one's willpower. Lu Ming's willpower is strong, but it doesn't mean that his combat ability can overpower everyone. Eden, Bing Kong, and the rest are extremely terrifying and have unparalleled combat ability. I'm afraid they can defeat young Master Lin. Shoo, lower your voice. Some people discussed, but they quickly shut up and looked in the direction of the Heavenly Divinity sect. Unfortunately, although their voices were soft, young Master Lin still heard them. This made his face even darker. In the void tunnel, Lu Ming was still trying to pass the stages. However, he didn't use his strongest combat strength, nor did he use the bloodline fusion. He only used the power of 9 dragons, the intent realm, and the suppressing hell skill to pass the stages. I feel like my water intent is about to break through. In the midst of the battle, Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. His concept of thunder, concept of fire, and concept of wind had already broken through to the peak of the 4th level when he was in the ruins of God. His concepts of earth and water were still at the peak of the 4th level. Now, after a series of great battles, the concept of water finally showed signs of breaking through. As such, Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry. He focused on operating his concepts to resist the outside world. He couldn't miss such an opportunity. If he missed it, he didn't know when he would be able to break through again. Lu Ming's speed of clearing the levels gradually slowed down. As time passed, the number of people who succeeded gradually increased. Following Eden and Bing Kong were Ziwu Ji, Jian Zhan, and Shui Mingyang. Behind Shui Mingyang and the other two, a young man with skin as hard as iron stepped forward. Everyone recognized that this person was the number 1 genius of the 3rd continent, Tai Hung of the Divine Iron Continent. Soon, a stunning woman appeared. This person was also a dark horse. She had risen from a small continent and had attracted many people's attention. Now, she was the 7th person to succeed. Lu Ming hasn't appeared yet. It seems like his battle strength isn't ridiculously strong. That's right. Many people were discussing. This made young Master Lin's face even gloomier. His heart was conflicted. First, he thought that Lu Ming couldn't pass and was eliminated. However, this meant that Lu Ming's battle strength was low. But if Lu Ming, who had low battle strength, could defeat him, didn't that mean that he was even worse? Now, hearing others say that Lu Ming's battle strength wasn't good, he felt very uncomfortable. It's all that Lu Ming's fault. Young Master Lin secretly gritted his teeth. In the void, there were 7 spots of light. Each spot of light was a platform, and the 7 people stood on each platform. It was as if there was a transparent bubble in the void, wrapping around each platform in an arc. They could see each other. At this moment, another spot of light appeared, and a figure appeared on the platform. It was Long Chen. The 8th person to appear was Long Chen. That's Long Chen from the Divine Wilderness Continent. He's only at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. It's unbelievable that he could pass the challenge. Yeah. Even Ice Dragon and Ji Hongchen, who were at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, were eliminated. He can pass the challenge with his 7th level of the spiritual god realm cultivation. Long Chen's appearance caused a wave of discussion. It was extremely shocking. The ancient dragonesque elephant bloodline, one of the top 10 battle beasts. It's unfathomable and unpredictable. The eyes of the experts from the Divine Dragon Valley were burning. The other three forces were also tempted. It was extremely rare to awaken such a bloodline, even in the Yuan continent. Immediately after Long Chen, another dot of light appeared. Then, a beautiful woman walked out from the dot of light. Xianxia, many people's hearts skipped a beat, and they were surprised. Obviously, they didn't expect the person to be Xianxia. Xianxia was the same as Long Chen. He was also at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Even the experts of the Yuan continent's 4 major forces were surprised that he could pass the challenge. How is this possible? Seeing Xianxing's figure appear, Xianxuan's body trembled violently. His face was filled with disbelief, and he couldn't accept it. Xianxing could pass the challenge, which meant that he didn't use much of his strength in the battle with her. This was a huge blow to her. Due to jealousy, the muscles on her face were slightly contorted, making her look ferocious. Xianxing and Long Chen looked at each other and nodded slightly. They then looked around, and when they didn't see Lu Ming's figure, they were surprised. In their opinion, Lu Ming should have passed the challenge long ago. He will definitely succeed. It's just that he was delayed by something. Xianxing muttered. She had full confidence in Lu Ming. Everyone waited quietly. After a while, 15 people had been eliminated. There were originally 25 people, but now 15 people had been eliminated. 9 people had passed the challenge, and 1 person was still trying. Obviously, that person was Lu Ming. What's going on? Lu Ming hasn't come out yet. He hasn't been eliminated, and he hasn't passed the challenge. It's really strange. What's so strange about it? I reckon that his combat strength isn't good enough. He's just struggling and can't bear to give up. Humph. He's just trash. There were also people who were disdainful and mocking. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Ice Dragon, the genius of the North Divine Palace. On the celestial god Sek's side, young Master Lin's face darkened again. He was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Lu Ming defeated him. It was an indisputable fact. Now that others were belittling Lu Ming and Lu Ming, it was the same as belittling him. They said that Lu Ming was trash. Didn't that mean that he was worse than trash? He was attacked even when he was lying down. How could he not be depressed? However, he couldn't do anything about it. Did he have to stand up for Lu Ming and teach those who belittled Lu Ming a lesson? Time passed slowly, but Lu Ming still hadn't appeared. 10 minutes, half an hour, an hour. 2 hours had passed, but Lu Ming still hadn't appeared. Some people were getting anxious. Nestle, what's going on? Lu Ming still hasn't appeared. What's going on? Did he die in there? No way. If Lu Ming died in there, the celestial sex experts would definitely know. Now that they haven't said anything, it means that Lu Ming isn't dead yet. Then why is it taking so long? After so long, even some people who thought highly of Lu Ming were shaken. Previously, Lu Ming had defeated young Master Lin, which made some people think highly of him. They thought that even if Lu Ming couldn't get first place, he would be able to get into the top 3. But now, many people were shaken. Some people even guessed that Lu Ming might have used some kind of secret technique in his battle with young Master Lin, which allowed his battle strength to skyrocket in a short period of time. However, there was a huge after effect. At this moment, his battle strength was probably exhausted and he was struggling to hold on. As time passed, more and more people accepted this view. Lu Ming didn't know any of this. He was still in the void tunnel, resisting the attacks from all directions. Now, he was constantly weakening the power of the suppressing Hell Heaven skill. He was mainly using his intent to fight and train his intent. As time passed, his understanding of the water intent grew stronger. The feeling of a breakthrough also grew stronger. After a few hours, suddenly, the blue light in the 5-colored intent around Lu Ming suddenly shone brightly. The blue light represented the water intent. The water intent had broken through and reached the perfect 4th stage. Now, only the earth intent had not reached the perfect 4th stage. If the earth intent also broke through to the perfect 4th stage, then Lu Ming only needed to find time to constantly devour and refine origin stones. Then, Lu Ming's cultivation would continue to break through until he reached the perfect spirit god realm. Of course, it wasn't that easy to reach the prime stage. He needed to transform his intent into a domain. The breakthrough of the water intent had slightly increased Lu Ming's battle strength. Although it wasn't much, it was better than nothing. It's done. Lu Ming revealed a trace of a smile. He pressed down with his palm, and with the support of the 5 colored wills, the power of the suppressing hell kung fu skyrocketed. Boom! 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 Lu Ming's palm was like a hell-suppressing heavenly steel, suppressing the heavens. All around, the offensive power formed by the human figures and the formation was crushed one by one. Lu Ming's speed became faster and faster. There was no way to stop him. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Ming had already covered a distance of 10 miles. In front of him, there was a platform. Lu Ming stepped onto it. He passed. It's Lu Ming. He passed. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, there was an uproar all around. It took me more than 2 hours to clear it, hee hee. Some people sneered and snorted disdainfully. Puff. Poof. When Lu Ming's figure appeared, the light spots that appeared in the first and second stages were like bubbles, dispersing one by one. In the end, only 10 people managed to pass the trial. As soon as Lu Ming stepped onto the platform, he looked around and saw Xianxia, Long Chen, Yi Dian, Bing Kong, and the others. He exchanged glances with Xianxia and smiled tacitly. Then, he nodded at Long Chen. As for Yi Dian, Bing Kong, Jian Zhan, and the others, their gazes fell on Lu Ming. Some were serious, some were disdainful, and so on. In the void, the 10 people formed a circle and floated in the air, looking at each other. At this moment, in the center of the 10 people, a light dot floated out. Slowly, a battle platform formed and floated in the center of the 10 people. It seemed that the battle of the 10 people would begin on this battle platform. Suddenly, 2 of the platforms flew toward the battle platform. Yi Dian and Tai Hong. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The 2 people flying toward the battle platform were Yi Dian and Tai Hong. After the 2 of them flew to the battle platform, the platform under their feet disappeared automatically. The 2 of them landed on the battle platform and stood facing each other. It seemed that the battle was random. The 2 people who flew to the battle platform would be the 2 who would fight. Yi Dian, let's fight. Tai Hong's eyes were filled with battle intent. The muscles all over his body and the color of his skin were like divine iron, emitting a cold light. Come. Yi Dian said. It was very simple. He grasped the void with one hand and his true essence condensed into a 9-string zither. You don't use a real spiritual weapon? Tai Hong's eyes turned cold. When the time comes, I will use it. Yi Dian said. His voice was calm, but it revealed his confidence in himself. How arrogant. Don't regret it. Tai Hong snorted. The muscles all over his body wriggled and his body swelled up. The metallic luster became even more intense. A pair of gloves appeared in his hands. He stomped hard on the battle platform and his body turned into a black light, charging toward Yi Dian. With a punch, the entire battle platform shook violently. Clang, clang, the 9-string zither in Yi Dian's hand floated in front of him. He played the zither with one hand. Sonorous sounds filled the air. It was as if thousands of troops were on a punitive expedition. The sound of the zither was filled with cold-killing intent. Tai Hong's expression suddenly changed. He shouted and punched the air with both fists. Clang! 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 Tai Hong punched the air, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Sparks flew from his fists. Wung, around the battle platform, endless energy shot out. It was incomparably sharp. Luckily, there was a layer of light around the fighting stage that blocked these attacks. Whoosh, Tai Hong's body shook in midair and he took a few steps back. The 9-string zither in Yi Dian's hand also vibrated. He slid back a meter. So strong. Many people's hearts trembled. The short exchange allowed them to see the strength of the 2. Tai Hong's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th level spirit god realm. He was stronger than Bing Bing, Ji Hongchen, and the others. He wasn't weaker than young Master Lin. And Yi Dian was even more unfathomable. Many people couldn't see through Yi Dian's strength in the previous exchange. Again, godly iron skybreaker. Tai Hong roared. His entire body turned into metal. He was like an invincible god of war as he charged toward Yi Dian and used a martial technique of intent. Clang! 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 The sound of Yi Dian's zither also started to become hurried. It was as if millions of experts were fighting. The killing intent was shocking. This kind of attack could kill without leaving a trace. It was absolutely terrifying. Clang! 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 Bursts of explosions sounded in the air. They were even denser than when iron was being forged. In an instant, hundreds of sounds rang out. Tai Hong's voice was like a bell. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. Sometimes, he completely ignored his defense and attacked crazily. His body was a supreme spiritual weapon. It had unparalleled defense and unparalleled attack power. Lose for me. Tai Hong's eyes were ferocious. Tai Hong was like a war machine, as if he was made out of a piece of divine metal. His offense and defense had reached the pinnacle. He kept moving forward, breaking through Eden's Guqin music and charging towards Eden. Phoenix cry. At this moment, a clear voice came from Eden's mouth. At the same time, his Guqin music suddenly changed. It was as if a phoenix was soaring into the sky. A phoenix cry resounded through the sky. One could see a phoenix flying out of Eden's 9-string Guqin. A flaming phoenix bathed in phoenix flames flapped its wings and pounced towards Tai Hong. Bang! Bang! Tai Hong swung his fists continuously, wanting to defeat the phoenix. However, in the end, not only did he fail to defeat the phoenix, he was also pushed back by the phoenix. He was pushed back 100 meters, and his fists were burned red by the flames. Chirp! The phoenix continued to cry as flames spread out and flew towards Tai Hong. Break! Tai Hong shouted as his true yuan boiled. An Iron Man appeared on top of his head. In the ancient times, it was said that a human emperor had created an Iron Man. Tai Hong's bloodline was this Iron Man. There were 9 major meridians on his body that were like 9 small suns. They shone brightly. Tai Hong's Iron Man form was even more powerful. He kept attacking the flaming phoenix with his fists. Boom! 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 After dozens of explosions, the flaming phoenix and Tai Hong were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who would win. However, at this moment, the cry of another phoenix was heard. A cyan phoenix flew out. This azure phoenix was bathed in the power of wind. It cooperated with the flaming phoenix. With a flap of its wings, the wind helped the flames. The flames filled the sky and spread towards Tai Hong. Tai Hong was shocked. He tried his best to block, but he was still no match for the 2 phoenixes. He kept retreating. How powerful! Eden's strength is unfathomable. That's right. Tai Hong's cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th level of the spirit god realm. He's only a little weaker than young Master Lin, but he's no match for Eden. Eden is too powerful. He hasn't even used his bloodline yet. He hasn't even used the Guqin on his back. The onlookers stared at the battle stage and the battle between the 2. Their eyes were filled with shock. They were only of the younger generation. With such strength, they could definitely fight against a prime. He could be called a supreme youth. After exchanging a few more moves, Tai Hong was no match for Xianxia in the end, and he was completely suppressed. In the end, his bloodline was defeated, and he had no choice but to admit defeat. After Tai Hong admitted defeat, he was sent out. Suddenly, a stone staircase appeared in front of the battle platform. At the bottom of the stone staircase was a platform. Eden's figure was sent to the platform. He tried, but he couldn't climb the stairs at all. So, he stood on the platform below the stairs and watched the upcoming battle. As expected, 2 more platforms flew towards the middle of the fighting stage. This time, it was the beautiful lady and the other person was Bing Kong. That beautiful woman's battle prowess was also extremely terrifying. She was not weaker than Tai Hong. Unfortunately, Bing Kong was even stronger. With a wave of his hand, he could freeze everything. His intent realm martial skill had been cultivated to an unfathomable realm. It didn't take long for him to defeat the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was teleported out, and Bing Kong, just like Eden, appeared on the platform below the stairs. Then, 2 more platforms flew to the fighting ring. Long Chen. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. One of them was Long Chen and the other was Jian Zhan. This battle stunned everyone. It wasn't because of Jian Zhan, but because of Long Chen. Jian Zhan's cultivation was unfathomable, and his battle prowess was extremely powerful. His sword radiance was shocking, and the power of his sword principle was strong. Everyone was prepared for it. However, Long Chen's battle prowess was beyond everyone's expectations. Long Chen's cultivation was only at the middle 7th level spirit god realm, but his battle prowess was so strong that even the experts from the Yuanlu sect were dumbfounded. Long Chen had transformed into the immemorial dragonesque elephant bloodline. With his bloodline martial skill as the main and his intent realm martial skill as the support, he unleashed an extremely terrifying battle prowess. It was as if the real immemorial dragonesque elephant was born and swept across the world. The immemorial dragonesque elephant was one of the top 10 battle beasts. It was famous for its battle prowess. Not many existences in the world could compare with its battle prowess. It was absolutely terrifying. Obviously, Long Chen had gained a lot in the ruins of God, and his battle prowess had increased. Although his cultivation was far behind Jian Zhan, he was defeated after more than 50 moves. This made Jian Zhan's face extremely gloomy. He was only dealing with a middle 7th level spirit god realm martial artist. With his battle prowess, it took him more than 50 moves to defeat Long Chen. This made him feel embarrassed. The Divine Wilderness continent is really amazing. Many people exclaimed again. 3 people from the Divine Wilderness continent had made it into the top 10. Moreover, Long Chen's battle prowess was too terrifying. My Divine Dragon Valley wants this kid. He's compatible with my Divine Dragon Valley. An expert from the Divine Dragon Valley said with a burning gaze. What a joke. Although the immemorial dragonesque elephant has the word dragon in it, it has nothing to do with a real dragon. Don't flatter yourself. I think he's suitable to join my 9 Heaven Sword sect. An expert from the 9 Heaven Sword sect sneered. In my opinion, he's the most suitable one to join my Divine Sky sect. The white-haired elder from the Divine Sky sect said. Only the Heavenly Universe Demons sect did not say anything. After all, the Heavenly Universe Demons sect cultivated the demonic Tao. If they chose the wrong person, it would be useless no matter how talented he was. After 6 consecutive battles, there were only 4 people left. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Ziwu Ji, and Shui Mingyang. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 of the platforms flew towards the battle stage. Lu Ming was a little stunned because these 2 people were Ziwu Ji and Shui Mingyang. Only he and Xianxia were left. In the end, it was his turn to fight with Xianxia. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Xianxia showed his white teeth and waved his little fist at Lu Ming, making Lu Ming smile bitterly. The battle between Ziwu Ji and Shui Mingyang broke out. This was the most intense battle so far. Ziwu Ji was the strongest genius of the Southern Divine Palace, while Shui Mingyang was the strongest genius of the Blood-Yang continent, which was ranked 2nd on the continent. Their battle strength was almost the same, and the battle was extremely fierce. The 2 exchanged more than 500 moves. In the end, Ziwu Ji won and won with difficulty. This battle made everyone clearly realize how terrifying Ziwu Ji and Shui Mingyang were. Early stage 9th level spirit god realm, Ziwu Ji and Shui Mingyang's cultivation were both in the early 9th level of the spirit god realm. Reaching such a cultivation at such a young age was shocking. Needless to say, Sword Battle, Eden, and Bing Kong were equally famous as Ziwu Ji. Their cultivation had definitely reached the 9th level of the spirit god realm. This made the young men from the 4 major forces of the Yuan continent look a little solemn. Obviously, it was beyond their expectations that there would be such young geniuses in the Divine Ruins continent. After the battle between Ziwu Ji and Shui Mingyang ended, Shui Mingyang was sent out, and Ziwu Ji appeared on the platform below the stairs like the previous victors. The surrounding onlookers were also quite surprised. It wasn't difficult for them to see that Lu Ming and Xianxia were definitely lovers. But now, this pair of lovers was arranged to fight together. Everyone was very curious. What would the outcome of the battle be? On the battle stage, Lu Ming rubbed his nose helplessly. Lu Ming, why don't you admit defeat? Xianxia smiled playfully. Her big eyes narrowed, revealing a sly look. I admit defeat? Sure, but... Lu Ming said as he looked at Bing Kong and the others below the stairs. Winning or losing against Xianxia wasn't important at all. If Xianxia asked him to admit defeat, he would admit defeat. What he was worried about was that if Xianxia defeated him, he would have to face Bing Kong and the others. With Xianxia's current cultivation, he was definitely not a match for Bing Kong and the others. Hee, fool, I'm just joking with you. I can't deal with those guys, so I'll leave them to you. You have to get first place, otherwise, I won't let you off. Xianxia smiled, then looked around and said, I admit defeat. After Xianxia said that, the space distorted and Xianxia's figure was sent out. As for Lu Ming, he was teleported to the platform at the bottom of the stairs. Everyone was speechless. Lu Ming won too easily. There were a total of 5 people on the platform below the stairs. Lu Ming, Eden, Bing Kong, Jian, and Zi Wuji. The 5 strongest supreme prides of the continent of God were born. Everyone's eyes fell on the 5 of them. Everyone's attention was on them. At this moment, the white-haired elder of the celestial god sect stepped out and said, Next, the final battle will begin. It's very simple. You all will climb this staircase. The first one to climb the stairs will be the first, the second one will be the second, and so on. You can use any means on the stairs. As the white-haired old man's words fell, Bing Kong, Dian, and the others' eyes lit up. They looked at each other warily. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the 5 of them stepped out at the same time and headed up the stairs. As he stepped down, the stairs rumbled, as if a mountain had landed on the stairs. What a strong pressure! As soon as Lu Ming stepped onto the stairs, he felt a boundless pressure pressing down on his body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This staircase was indeed not that simple. Standing on the first step, the 5 of them were on guard against each other, preventing each other from attacking. Lu Ming, what qualifications do you have to be with us? Get the hell out of here. At this moment, Bing Kong looked at Lu Ming coldly and scolded him. Ice Dragon had been defeated by Lu Ming and had always held a grudge. He had secretly asked Bing Kong to avenge him if he had the chance. At this moment, Bing Kong immediately made his move. Moreover, the 5 people on the stage were Dian, Jian, and Zi Wuji. They were the strongest sky prides of the 4 directions deity palaces and were equally famous. As for Lu Ming, what was he? How could he stand with them and compete with them? He wanted to blast Lu Ming down first. Shua, Bing Kong's palm blasted towards Lu Ming. The cold chi seemed to want to freeze Lu Ming's blood. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he struck out with his palm, colliding with Bing Kong's palm. Bang! Bing Kong's body shook slightly as he took a step back. Lu Ming's body did not move, but a cold current flowed along Lu Ming's arm and seeped into it. Lu Ming used his 5-colored intent realm to resist. A layer of white frost appeared on his arm and crackled. In the end, Lu Ming circulated his true chi and shook it, dispersing the cold chi. What a terrifying cold chi! Lu Ming felt that the cold chi was several times stronger than Ice Dragon's. In a battle of the same level, Ice Dragon was not Bing Kong's opponent, not to mention that Bing Kong's cultivation was higher. You have some strength. Let's see how many moves you can take. Bing Kong's eyes darkened as the aura on his body became even colder. Extreme Ice Seal. Bing Kong continuously struck out with his palms. The extremely cold palm energy slammed towards Lu Ming. Wherever the palm energy passed, the entire space was frozen. Everything in this space became motionless. This was a martial skill of the intent realm, and it was definitely not at the 3rd level. It should have reached the 4th level. On the side, Eden, Jian, and Zi Wuji all had grave expressions. Within Lu Ming's body, dragon power roared as all 9 dragon powers erupted. At the same time, his 3rd bloodline emerged. A blood-red energy poured into Lu Ming's body as a terrifying murderous intent rushed towards Bing Kong. Asterisk hoo. Asterisk Lu Ming circulated the suppressing hell heavenly art and punched out with both fists. Pung. Pung. Pung, qi flew out as cold qi rampaged. The terrifying cold qi turned the entire staircase white. Eden, Jianzhan, and Ziwuji all retreated as true qi spread out from their bodies to resist the cold qi around them. Lu Ming and Bing Kong exchanged 9 moves in a row. In the end, Lu Ming broke through Bing Kong's palm energy and charged towards him. You want me to go down first? Then I'll let you go first. Lu Ming shouted as his aura soared. The suppressing hell heavenly art in his left hand and lightning flashed in his right as he used the thunder god strike. The lightning phoenix danced in the air, and at the same time, the suppressing hell celestial skill pressed down on Bing Kong. Bing Kong's face was gloomy as he pushed his cultivation to the limit. At the mid-stage 9th layer spirit god realm, he was slightly stronger than Ziwuji and Jianzhan. His rich true qi was like a vast ocean, and when combined with his intent realm martial skill, his power was even more terrifying. Absolute Zero, Ice-Sealed World. Bing Kong's black hair turned snow white. With a terrifying cold current, he launched a storm-like attack on Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. Boom, the two fought fiercely, exchanging dozens of moves. However, Lu Ming still had the upper hand. Now, Lu Ming had 9 dragon powers in his body. When they erupted, their power was astonishing. Just like Long Chen, even if his cultivation was lacking, he could make up for it. Lu Ming broke through the endless cold qi and charged towards Bing Kong. In the end, Bing Kong was forced back by Lu Ming's fist and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Following which, Lu Ming took a few steps forward. His fist force broke through the air and continuously blasted toward the ice. Bing Kong was no match for Lu Ming and was suppressed by him. His body shook violently as he retreated back down the stairs and landed on the platform below. Lu Ming, his combat power is so strong. Even Bing Kong was suppressed by him. He is indeed strong. He is only at the 8th layer spirit god realm, a level lower than Bing Kong. But he defeated Bing Kong as the weak. He is really strong. It seems like he was delayed by something before. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been so slow. That's right. We underestimated him. Previously, when Lu Ming was the 10th person to succeed, it took him more than 2 hours. Many people thought that Lu Ming's strength wasn't strong and that he might have relied on some kind of secret technique to fight with young Master Lin. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. Lu Ming's strength was shocking and much stronger than they had imagined. Even Bing Kong, who had reached the mid-stage 9th layer spirit god realm, was suppressed by Lu Ming. Such strength was really shocking. Whoosh! Bing Kong was extremely aggrieved by Lu Ming's attacks and planned to use bloodline fusion to fight a decisive battle with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him right now. He turned around and strode up the stairs. Eden, Jianzhan, and Ziwuji were already struggling to climb up the stairs. Ziwuji, stay here. An iron sword appeared in Jianzhan's hand and slashed towards Ziwuji with a sword qi. Ziwuji's entire body bloomed with a rich purple light that condensed into a spear that pierced through the air to meet Jianzhan's attack. Eden carried her zither on her back and strode up the stairs. Lu Ming also quickly chased after her. Lu Ming, stay here. Bing Kong turned into an ice river and roared as he chased after Lu Ming. The ice river danced in the air and from it, ice arrows shot towards Lu Ming. Courting death. Lu Ming's eyes went cold. He had already let Bing Kong go, but this person still wanted a yard after taking an inch. He was simply courting death. Above Lu Ming's head, 9 dragons appeared. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons, their claws stepping on the air as they pounced towards the ice river, their terrifying power constantly colliding with the ice river. Although the ice river was constantly sending out terrifying attacks, they were all broken apart by the 9 dragons. The dragon claws constantly bombarded the ice river, causing it to boil and tremble. Damn it! From the ice river, Bing Kong's angry roar rang out. Even if he used his bloodline, he was still not Lu Ming's opponent. Jianzhan, Ziwuji, Eden, let's join forces and defeat this person together. Otherwise, with him here, none of us will be able to take first place. Bing Kong shouted. This caused Jianzhan and Ziwuji's eyes to flash. Indeed, Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their expectations. He was simply too strong. Even Bing Kong was suppressed by Lu Ming. They knew that in a one-on-one battle, they were not Lu Ming's opponent. If they allowed Lu Ming to climb with all his strength, they would not be able to take first place. If they dealt with Lu Ming first, only the four of them would be left to compete, and it would be unknown who would take first place. Clang, suddenly, sword light turned and slashed at Lu Ming. Ziwuji also rushed towards Lu Ming with his spear. They really joined forces to fight Lu Ming. So what if we join forces? Then let's have a good fight. Lu Ming roared. His blood was boiling. It had been a long time since he had used his full strength in a battle between peers. Roar! The 9 dragons let out a roar as their devouring power erupted, enveloping Bing Kong, Jianzhan, and Ziwuji. At the same time, the 9 dragons took to the air as they circulated the suppressing hell heavenly art and bombarded their opponents. At the top of the stairs, explosions were unceasingly heard. The 4 of them were engaged in an intense battle. In this sword battle, Ziwuji used his bloodline fusion technique one after another, erupting with his strongest combat power to fight Lu Ming. For a moment, the 4 of them were actually evenly matched. Lu Ming also used all his means, including the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. This kind of secret technique was extremely powerful, causing Jianzhan and the others to be fearful. As soon as they saw the sealed gate appear, they would try their best to avoid it. Eden stood at the top of the stairs, not continuing to climb. Instead, he stood there and watched the battle below. Geniuses had their pride. At this time, he could have taken the opportunity to climb all the way to the top of the stairs, but it would be meaningless if he did so. Even if he won, it would be meaningless because the experts of the 4 major forces of the Yuan continent would be watching. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the 3 great sky prides had exchanged more than 50 moves. This made the surrounding onlookers dumbfounded and shocked. Lu Ming's combat power was too shocking. It was as if there was no limit. The stronger his opponent, the stronger he would be. Under the circumstances where his cultivation was lower, he was able to fight the 3 strongest sky prides alone. This was too shocking. Not many people had done it since ancient times. Haha, the 9 dragons bloodline is indeed incredible. This person belongs to my Dragon God Valley. The experts of the Dragon God Valley laughed. Haha, what a joke. You don't have to join the Dragon God Valley just because you have awakened the 9 dragons bloodline. You can still rise quickly if you join other forces. The 9 Heaven Sword Sect's expert said unhappily. That's right. The Heavenly Universe Demon Sect also spoke. Even the experts of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect were tempted by such a person. Only the white-haired elder of the Heavenly Divinity Sect did not speak. This was because before the Dragon God Valley, the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect and the 9 Heaven Sword Sect appeared, he had personally said that he would cancel Lu Ming's assessment. Now that Lu Ming's performance was so amazing, it was like a slap to his face. He could not bring himself to fight for Lu Ming. You guys are the ones who are ridiculous. Most of the people in the Dragon God Valley have awakened the true dragon bloodline. The weakest one is the Jiao dragon bloodline. They are all related to dragons. Those who break through to the Emperor realm cultivate the dragon body. Lu Ming is the most suitable candidate to join the Dragon God Valley. What are you guys doing? The Dragon God Valley's experts said unhappily. The others did not say anything. It was meaningless to fight now. They had to wait until the end of the assessment to see Lu Ming's decision. In the Heavenly Divinity Sect, young Master Lin's face was gloomy. The one who was the most unhappy was him. On the stairs, the battle continued. The 9 dragons roared, the 9 dragon claws bombarded, and the dragon tail swept. Every inch of his body was a weapon that could exert the strongest power. The more the battle, the more shocked Bing Kong, Jianzhan, and Ziwuji were because they found that they were gradually falling into a disadvantage. They had never thought that there would be such a powerful genius in the world. Even when the 3 of them worked together, they were still at a disadvantage. Before the assessment, they did not take Lu Ming seriously. Even if Lu Ming defeated young Master Lin, they did not care too much because with their battle strength, it would not be too difficult to defeat young Master Lin. In their eyes, the only opponents were the strongest geniuses of the four divine palaces. Bing Kong, Eden, Jianzhan, and Zi Wuji, the only opponents in their eyes were each other. They never thought that Lu Ming, a young man who suddenly appeared, would be so powerful. Kung! Kung! At this moment, the sound of a zither rang out. At the same time, a phoenix's cry rang out. A phoenix bathed in flames flew towards Lu Ming. Eden has made his move. Bing Kong, Jianzhan, and Zi Wuji's eyes lit up with joy. Eden finally could not help but join the battle. At this moment, Eden finally took out the guqin he carried on his back and played the divine tune of the phoenix. At this moment, the phoenix that flew out was much more powerful than the one that had appeared during his battle with Tai Hong. The 9 dragons clawed at the flaming phoenix, sending it flying. However, the scales on the 9 dragons' claws were also burned red and almost melted. The temperature of the flames was shockingly high. Then, another phoenix cry rang out. An azure phoenix flew out and cooperated with the flaming phoenix. The wind increased the intensity of the flames as they attacked Lu Ming. Good! Lu Ming shouted, his fighting spirit soaring to the heavens as he exerted all his strength to fight the four. Eden's participation made the battle even more intense. Lu Ming used all his means to kill, the power of the suppressing hell heaven art growing stronger and stronger. *ZZZ. Suddenly, lightning filled the sky and bolts of lightning as thick as an arm shot out in all directions. After an intense battle, Lu Ming's Thunder God strike finally broke through to the 4th level in one fell swoop. Intent realm martial techniques were like other martial techniques. They were also divided into 6 levels. The 4th level was already very powerful. Several dragon claws were filled with thunder and lightning. When the dragon claws stepped out, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. Iron Sword 9 strikes. An iron sword streaked across the sky, breaking through space and slashing toward Lu Ming. Purple Chi from the east. The sky was filled with purple lights. A purple spear that was extremely sharp pierced toward Lu Ming's head. Ice Aeon. A river of ice formed by cold air rolled towards Lu Ming. Dance of the Phoenixes. A guqin appeared above Eden's head. This guqin was engraved with phoenix patterns. This was Eden's bloodline, the Phoenix Guqin. The Phoenix Guqin and the guqin in Eden's hands merged into one. Sonorous guqin sounds burst out. This time, 7 phoenixes flew out at the same time towards Lu Ming. The 4 strongest geniuses attacked at the same time. They exploded with their strongest attacks and enveloped Lu Ming. God, they're too strong. Lu Ming is definitely no match for them. He's going to lose. Someone exclaimed. However, more people stared at the stairs with their eyes wide open. They didn't even blink. They even forgot to breathe. They didn't dare to blink. They were afraid that the situation would change if they blinked. They stared at the stairs. Can Lu Ming block it? Many people had such a thought in their hearts. Lu Ming. Xianxia clenched her jade-like hands tightly. She was very nervous. Lose, hurry up and lose. It would be best if you were killed by this attack and turned into ashes. Some people who had a grudge against Lu Ming secretly prayed, such as Ice Dragon, Wang Zhen, Xianxia, Young Master Lin, and others. Look, Lu Ming can't block it. His bloodline is collapsing. Really, he's done for. Lu Ming is too high profile. He's fighting alone against the top 4. His defeat is already set in stone. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. At this moment, under the joint attack of the 4 strongest heaven's favorites, the 9 dragons' bloodline began to crumble inch by inch. It was as if it couldn't hold on any longer. It turned into light and dissipated. Everyone saw Lu Ming's body amidst the rays of light caused by the collapse of the 9 dragons' bloodline. However, at the next moment, Lu Ming's body was engulfed by endless rays of light and the attacks of the 4 powerful figures. Lu Ming was dead meat, many people thought to themselves. How could Lu Ming block such an attack when his bloodline collapsed? Withdraw. At the critical moment, Yi Dian pressed the zither with both hands and ordered the 7 phoenixes to retreat. However, Bing Kong, Jianzhan, and Ziwuji's attacks did not diminish in the slightest and instead became even more violent. Lu Ming was too strong, which made them jealous. They wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Right at this moment, a huge stone tablet rushed out from the light and emitted a brilliant light. It quickly grew to the size of a mountain. Suppress! Lu Ming's voice came out from the stone tablet. Below it, a single tablet word shone brightly, and with a shake, it shattered all the attacks. Prison suppressing steel bloodline. All around, the spectators were stunned and only reacted after a long while. Another bloodline, an 8th grade divine rank bloodline. Lu Ming actually has two types of bloodlines. One is at level 8 and the other is at level 9. How is that possible? And what's with his 8th grade divine rank bloodline? How can it be so powerful? It can shatter the attacks of Bing Kong and the others in one fell swoop. The scene was in an uproar. Originally, they thought that Lu Ming would be killed under this attack, but at the critical moment, Lu Ming actually erupted with another bloodline and blocked the attacks of the experts, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Prison suppressing steel, it's the prison suppressing steel bloodline. The white-haired old man from the Heavenly God sect couldn't help but exclaim. It really is the prison suppressing steel bloodline. One is the 9 dragons, and the other is the legendary prison suppressing steel. Unbelievable. The legendary 9 heavenly suppressing steel. The experts from the Dragon God Valley, 9 Heaven Sword sect, and Sky Universe Demon sect exclaimed. It seemed that seeing the prison suppressing steel bloodline was even more shocking than seeing the 9 dragons bloodline. Suppress! Lu Ming's voice resounded, and the prison suppressing steel trembled, pressing down on Bing Kong. Boom! The huge prison suppressing steel ruthlessly pressed down on the ice river, causing a scream to ring out from the ice river. Again. The prison suppressing steel was shrouded in a layer of blood-red light. That was the power of the 3rd bloodline. Lu Ming borrowed more power from the 3rd bloodline, causing the prison suppressing steel bloodline to become even stronger. Boom! The prison suppressing steel pressed down on the ice river again. This time, the ice river trembled violently and suddenly collapsed, turning into energy and dissipating. Bing Kong's figure appeared, spurting blood from his mouth as he flew far away, crashing onto the platform below the stairs and spitting out a few more mouthfuls of blood. This change was too sudden. From the moment the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared, it launched a fierce attack on Bing Kong, and severely injured him in 2 moves. It only took a breath's time. Attack! At this moment, in the sword battle, Ziwuji attacked at the same time. His iron sword and spear rushed towards Lu Ming. The prison-suppressing steel shook and directly collided with the iron sword and spear. The lower part of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline was the main body of the prison-suppressing steel, which was indestructible. When the iron sword and spear hit the prison-suppressing steel's body, they only made 2 clanging sounds before being bounced off. Wung, then, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline pressed down on the 2. With 2 loud bangs, the 2 figures were forced back again and again. Since the start of the battle, Ziwuji and the others' bloodline power had been greatly depleted. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had just used the suppressing prison monument bloodline and his bloodline power was still abundant. He continued to attack the 2 of them. During this process, Eden did not make a move. In the sword battle, Ziwuji were unable to resist more than a few moves. Their bloodlines were also defeated by Lu Ming, and their bodies were sent flying while coughing up blood. The 3 great masters were all injured by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming controlled the prison-suppressing steel and continued to press down on Bing Kong. A look of horror flashed in Bing Kong's eyes as he shouted, "I admit defeat." Then, space flashed and Bing Kong was teleported out. Humph! Lu Ming coldly snorted and aimed the prison-suppressing steel at Ziwuji and Jianzhan. The 2 were helpless. At this time, their bloodline power was exhausted and they were no match for Lu Ming, so they could only admit defeat. Now, only Lu Ming and Eden were left on the stairs. The prison-suppressing steel shrank and turned into Lu Ming's appearance. "Do you still want to fight?" Lu Ming looked at Eden. Just now, at the critical moment, Eden had withdrawn his attack, which made Lu Ming's impression of him slightly better. He did not attack him. "Is there still a need?" "I'm not your match." Eden smiled bitterly and shook his head. He put away his zither and stepped out of the stairs, appearing in the void outside. At this point, only Lu Ming was left on the stairs. At this moment, Lu Ming was the focus of everyone's attention. There was no suspense in this assessment. First place was Lu Ming. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Ming fought the 4 strongest heaven's prides alone. If someone said this before, no one would believe it and they would definitely be called a madman. There was only one person on the stairs. Lu Ming turned around and walked up the stairs step by step. In the void all around, countless human figures of Tao were looking at Lu Ming. The scene was silent. Only the sound of Lu Ming's footsteps could be heard. A few minutes later, Lu Ming reached the highest point and stepped into the air, appearing beside Xianxia. Well, you did well. It's worth it for me to admit defeat this time. Xianxia smiled brightly. Of course. How can your man be bad? Lu Ming smiled. Don't flatter yourself. Xianxia blushed. Ha ha ha, good. You're really something. You're so young and yet you have such combat strength and cultivation. Even in the Dragon God Valley, you're considered a good genius. Lu Ming, are you willing to join the Dragon God Valley? Everyone in the Dragon God Valley has awakened the true dragon bloodline. Those who break through to the Emperor realm cultivate the supreme dragon body. The expert from the Dragon God Valley laughed and came to Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming with fiery eyes full of anticipation. Lu Ming, although the Dragon God Valley cultivates the supreme dragon body, it's not only the Dragon God Valley that has the cultivation method of the supreme dragon body. The 9 Heaven Sword sect also has it. Lu Ming, if you join the 9 Heaven Sword sect, you can name any conditions. The expert from the 9 Heaven Sword sect said. What do you mean? Are you going against the Dragon God Valley? The expert from the Dragon God Valley looked at the expert from the 9 Heaven Sword sect coldly. The expert from the 9 Heaven Sword sect sneered, not afraid at all. The expert from the Sky Universe Demon sect wanted to speak up, but Lu Ming had nothing to do with the diabolism. He reckoned that the chances of Lu Ming being accepted were slim. After pondering for a while, he turned to look at Xianxia and said, Miss, your diabolism talent is extremely pure. Our Sky Universe Demon sect specializes in diabolism. How about I invite you to join our Sky Universe Demon sect? Sky Universe Demon sect? Xianxia was tempted, but after looking at Lu Ming, she shook her head and said, Thank you, Senior. I'll follow Lu Ming. Whichever sect Lu Ming joins, I'll follow. Many people were stunned. Wherever Lu Ming went, Nianqing would follow? Xiaoqing, Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and his heart warmed. The expert from the Sky Universe Demon sect wanted to say something. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, join the Divine Dragon Valley. Only then will you be able to unleash your full potential. The expert from Dragon God Valley said. That's right, at this moment, the powerful cultivator from the Sky Universe Demon sect said, Lu Ming, you will join the Divine Dragon Valley while this lady will join the Sky Universe Demon sect. The Divine Dragon Valley and the Sky Universe Demon sect are very close to each other. You will be able to meet each other often and it won't affect your cultivation. To be honest, this lady's talent will be wasted if she doesn't join the Demon Dao sect. The expert from the Sky Universe Demon sect tried to persuade her. But Xianxia still shook her head. Seniors, if we join your sect, can we delay our journey to Yuanlu for a while? Lu Ming asked. Of course. The experts from the Dragon God Valley, Sky Universe Demon sect and 9 Heaven Sword sect nodded. If that's the case, Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and said, Xiaoqing, why don't you join the Sky Universe Demon sect and I join the Dragon God Valley? We can meet frequently anyway. The expert from the Sky Universe Demon sect was right. If Xianxia followed him and joined the Dragon God Valley or other forces, it would only be a waste of her talent. After all, a martial artist's cultivation was the most important. Moreover, she didn't have to go immediately. She could go after a while. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the eyes of the experts from the Dragon God Valley and Sky Universe Demon sect lit up. Xianxia pondered for a while and nodded. All right then. Senior, I'm willing to join the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said to the expert from the Dragon God Valley. Great, great, haha. The expert from the Dragon God Valley was overjoyed. Xianxia also expressed that she wanted to join the Sky Universe Demon Sect. The experts from the Sky Universe Demon Sect were also overjoyed. Although Xianxia's cultivation was still low, her potential was limitless. Both the Dragon God Valley and the Sky Universe Demon Sect were overjoyed as they each gained a peerless talent. The experts from the Nine Heaven Sword Sect shook their heads and sighed. The white-haired elder from the Sky God Sect looked gloomy but didn't say anything. Everyone was envious. Others could not join a sect even if they wanted to. However, Lu Ming received invitations from several powerful sections. This treatment was completely incomparable. Then, the Dragon God Valley, the Nine Heaven Sword Sect, and the Sky God Sect started fighting for Long Chen. After all, Long Chen had awakened the immemorial dragonesque elephant bloodline and had limitless potential. In the end, Long Chen also chose the Dragon God Valley. This made the experts from the Dragon God Valley laugh their heads off. Bing Kong, how about joining the Sky God Sect? Jian Zhan, how about joining the Nine Heaven Sword Sect? Then, the four major forces started sending out invitations to Yi Dian, Bing Kong, Jian Zhan, and Zi Wuji. In the end, Bing Kong joined the Sky God Sect, Jian Zhan joined the Nine Heaven Sword Sect, Zi Wuji joined the Sky God Sect, and Yi Dian joined the Sky God Sect. The Sky God Sect had a variety of cultivation techniques and was suitable for most Sky Prides. The white-haired elder from the Sky God Sect finally smiled. Xianxia, how about joining the Sky God Sect? At this moment, the Sky God Sect sent out an invitation to Xianxia. Xianxia was overjoyed and immediately nodded without any hesitation. Then, Sky Prides like Ji Hongchen and Wang Zhen were also invited to join the four major sections. The remaining Sky Prides looked at the four major sects, hoping to be invited. You're Yang Padian, right? How about joining the Nine Heaven Sword Sect? The experts from the Nine Heaven Sword Sect looked at Yang Padian. This made Yang Potion's body tremble violently and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. He did not expect that he would also be invited and quickly nodded in agreement. Although this kid's cultivation is low, he has comprehended the concept of space. No wonder the Nine Heaven Sword Sect picked him. Someone said. Time and space were king. The concept of space was rare and powerful and only a few people had comprehended it. Yang Potion's cultivation was still low and he did not have any cultivation techniques related to the concept of space. There were many mysteries that had yet to be discovered. If he joined the major sects in the Yuanlu sect and fully developed the concept of space, it would be terrifying. Gosh, this means that 5 people from the Divine Wilderness continent have been chosen to join the major sects in the Yuanlu sect. Someone exclaimed. Everyone thought to themselves that it was indeed so. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Long Chen, Xianxia, and Yang Padian. A total of 5 people had joined the major sects in the Yuanlu sect. This number was even more than the number 2 Blood Sun continent. This made the other young Sky Prides extremely envious and jealous. The other Sky Prides looked at the experts from the 4 major sects with hope, hoping to be chosen. Unfortunately, the experts from the 4 major sects did not make any moves. They looked at the Sky Prides and frowned as if they were thinking. After that, the experts from the 4 major sects of Yuanlu did not continue to speak. Most of the geniuses who were not selected started to panic. Senior, I'm willing to join the Heavenly Divinity sect. Senior, I'm willing to join the Nine Heaven Sword sect. Please grant me my wish. One by one, the youths knelt down, wanting to join the 4 major sections. You guys can't do it. You don't have enough talent and potential. The expert from the Nine Heaven Sword sect waved his sleeves and rejected them directly. Then, the Divine Dragon Valley, Heavenly Divinity sect and the other sects rejected them one by one. Senior, please grant me my wish. Some of the geniuses shouted. Alright, we've already made an exception by coming to the mainland of godly ruins to recruit disciples. You guys don't have to say anything more. The white-haired elder from the Heavenly Divinity sect said coldly. A faint pressure emanated from his body, causing many of their faces to change drastically. Many of the young geniuses sighed and looked disappointed. They knew that they were not fated to join the major sects of Yuanlu. Alright, this trip is considered a success. Ha ha ha. The expert from the Divine Dragon Valley laughed loudly. The experts from the other 3 sects despised him. Without a doubt, the Divine Dragon Valley had gained the most from this trip. They had recruited Lu Ming and Long Chen, 2 geniuses with limitless potential. Of course, it was a success. Lu Ming, Long Chen, will be returning to Yuanlu soon. Do you guys want to follow us to Divine Dragon Valley now or after some time? I can tell you that the cultivation environment in Yuanlu is not something that the mainland of godly ruins can compare to. It's countless times better. Cultivating in Yuanlu will allow your cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. The expert from the Divine Dragon Valley continued to speak. His tone was filled with temptation. Some of the geniuses who had joined the Divine Dragon Valley had their eyes lit up. Senior, I'm willing to go with you. Me too. A few of the young geniuses nodded. Senior, I still have something to do in the mainland of godly ruins. I might have to wait for some time. Lu Ming said. Then, Long Chen also said that he would go after some time. Alright, Lu Ming, Long Chen, take these 2 tokens. They represent that you are disciples of the Dragon God Valley. There is some information about you in them. I will give you 2 years. After 2 years, come here with the tokens and the disciples of the Dragon God Valley will come to pick you up. The Dragon God Valley expert tossed 2 tokens to Lu Ming and Long Chen. Lu Ming caught them and kept them. It is the same for the Sky Universe Demon Sect. If you are willing, you can follow me to the Yuanlu. If you are busy now, you can come back in 2 years. The expert from the Sky Universe Demon Sect said. It's the same for the Heavenly Divine Sect, the 9 Heaven Sword Sect is the same, the conditions of the other 3 sects were the same as the Dragon God Valley. Those who were willing to go to the Yuanlu could leave immediately. Those who were unwilling could come back 2 years later with a disciple token and someone would pick them up. Naturally, most of the youths expressed that they would head to Yuanlu immediately. For example, Yi Dian, Bing Kong, Xian Yanjuan and Yang Padian also expressed that they would head to Yuanlu immediately. As for Xian Yanqing, he shook his head and said that he would wait for 2 years before heading to Yuanlu. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, you guys can stay in a broken place like the continent of God. When we meet again in 2 years, I will definitely surpass you guys. Xian Yanjuan gritted her teeth. She was happy that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were going to stay in the continent of God, but she also despised them. In fact, most of the Skyprides despised them. Some of them could not figure it out. Cultivators should prioritize their cultivation. Moreover, Skyprides like them were at the golden age of their cultivation. It was the time for them to advance by leaps and bounds. 2 years was enough for them to reverse the situation. They were confident that they would be able to trample Lu Ming under their feet in 2 years' time. In the end, only 5 or 6 of them decided not to go for the time being. The Divine Wilderness continent occupied 3 continents. Surprisingly, Ji Hongchen did not go either. It was obvious that she had something important to do and would leave in 2 years' time. Alright, that's it for this time. You guys can leave now. The Divine Sect will reward the 4 Divine Palaces according to their contributions. The white-haired elder of the Divine Sect said. Subsequently, the experts of the other 3 sects also said the same thing. The sovereigns of the 4 Divine Palaces were overjoyed. The examination of Yuanlu sect had come to an end. Many of the onlookers slowly dispersed. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing and the others followed the black-clothed middle-aged man from Southern Divine Palace back to their residence. They were going to return to Southern Divine Palace. Southern Divine Palace would then send out a flying ship to send them back to their continents. It was worth mentioning that the black-clothed middle-aged man and the other experts from Southern Divine Palace treated Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing and Long Chen very well. They seemed to respect them. It was not difficult for the crowd to understand that Lu Ming and the others were now disciples of Yuanlu sect. Their identities were completely different from before. The next day, the crowd returned to Southern Divine Palace. When Southern Divine Palace found out that Lu Ming had obtained first place and that Lu Ming was from Divine Wilderness Continent, it naturally caused a wave of admiration and envy. Lu Ming, Long Chen, and Xian Yanqing stayed at General Peak for the time being. Underworld Child, Monk Wuliang, and Moonless Bodhisattva, who had not been selected, also stayed at General Peak. They were waiting for the Southern Divine Palace to arrange a cross-sea flying ship to send them back. The flying ship was not something that could be arranged in a short period of time. They needed to wait for 2 days. Time passed quickly and night fell. Young Master Lu Ming, is Miss Xianxia here? When the sky darkened, a voice suddenly sounded outside General Peak. Lu Ming, who was in the midst of cultivation, ended his cultivation and walked out of the room. He saw Xianxia walking out of the room as well. The two of them glanced at each other, feeling a little surprised. They wondered who was looking for them. After the two of them walked out of the courtyard, they saw a kind-looking elder standing in the void. This old man is Ji Fu. Greetings to young Master Lu Ming and Miss Xianxia. When he saw Lu Ming and Xianxia, the old man hurriedly bowed. Senior, there's no need to be so polite. May I know why Senior is looking for the two of us? Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked. My young mistress asked me to come. She said that she knows the two of you and will be bidding farewell in a few days. She wants to treat the two of you to a banquet. The old man said. May I know who your young mistress is? Lu Ming asked curiously. My young mistress is Ji Hongqian. The old man smiled. So it's Miss Ji Hongqian. Lu Ming suddenly understood. It seems that a beauty is thinking about you. On the side, Xianxia pouted and muttered in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. Didn't she invite you too? I think I'm basking in your glory. Xianxia continued to pout. Then forget it. I'm not going. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xianxia rather helplessly. Of course I'm going. Do I look like a petty person? Xianxia rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and said, Senior, please lead the way. This, Lu Ming could only sigh. He really could not keep up with a girl's brain circuit. Young Master Lu Ming, Miss Xianxia, please follow me. The old man was overjoyed and turned to lead the way. The old man led Lu Ming and Xianxia towards the north. After flying for a while, the terrain became more remote. Senior, does Miss Ji Hongqian live here? Lu Ming asked with a suspicious look in his eyes. Miss Ji has a courtyard here. The environment is elegant and quiet. She usually likes to invite guests here. The old man explained with a kind expression. Oh? Lu Ming nodded and continued to fly forward with the old man. Lu Ming, I feel that something is wrong. Xianxia transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Yes, let's keep looking. Lu Ming nodded. After flying for a while, the terrain became more remote. Senior, please wait for a moment. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. The old man stopped and turned around. Young Master Lu, what's the matter? We're almost there. You weren't sent by Ji Hongqian, were you? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he suddenly spoke. The old man's expression suddenly changed. He revealed a forced smile and said, Young Master Lu, are you mistaken? I was indeed sent by Miss Ji. How dare you lie to me? Miss Ji Hongqian just transmitted her voice to me. She said that she was looking for me at General Peak, but she couldn't find me. If you were sent by her, why would you look for me personally? Lu Ming's voice turned cold. His words made the old man's expression change drastically and become extremely gloomy. Swoosh, he suddenly struck his palm towards Lu Ming's heart. A violent pressure surged towards Lu Ming like a storm. A perfected spiritual god, this old man's cultivation was at the perfected spiritual god realm. His sudden attack was terrifying. However, Lu Ming was already prepared. The dragon power in his body erupted as he also struck out with his palm. Bang, the two palms collided. The old man's body seemed to have been struck by lightning. One of his arms directly exploded into pieces. He frantically retreated and spat out blood. Who are you? Who sent you? Lu Ming's gaze was extremely gloomy and cold murderous intent burst out. Humph, Lu Ming, you're lucky. The old man said with a cold face. I'm not lucky. Ji Hongqian didn't look for me at all. I was just talking nonsense. Lu Ming said indifferently. When he said that Ji Hongqian went to look for him, he didn't. He just wanted to trick the old man. He didn't expect that the old man had ulterior motives. The elder was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ugly. He had lived for thousands of years. He did not expect to be fooled by a young man like Lu Ming. Tell me, who sent you here? I'll give you a quick death. Lu Ming's wok-size eyes. Boom. 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 At this moment, wisps of smoke-like aura rose from all directions. They were incomparably terrifying and powerful. There was a total of 6 of them, and each of them carried an aura that was significantly stronger than the old man before him. Supreme Martial Artists, 6 Supreme Martial Artists. Rip, the space cracked open. 6 figures stepped out from the crack and stood around Lu Ming and Xianxia, blocking their way out. The 6 figures were wrapped in black robes. Their faces and figures were hidden in the black robes. You really think highly of me? You sent 6 Supremes. Lu Ming sneered. He was guessing in his heart who had such great power. This was the South God Palace. Only a powerful force like the South God Palace could send 6 Supremes to kill him. Was it the Mu clan or the Wan clan? Kill. Kill. The 6 Supremes didn't waste any time. They attacked directly. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and Xianxia. At the same time, 6 terrifying attacks fell on the 2 of them. Sky Demon Force Field. Xianxia pressed her hands together. A terrifying force field spread out in all directions with her as the center. As soon as the 6 Supremes entered the Sky Demon Force Field, their bodies froze and their faces changed. With Xianxia's current combat strength, she was able to affect the Supremes. Kill. Lu Ming bellowed. His third bloodline emerged, making him even more powerful. He took a step in the void and instantly approached a supreme being. Boom, Lu Ming threw out a punch. The other party threw out a palm at the same time. There was a loud boom. Lu Ming didn't move, but the other party's body shook violently. He flew back like a cannonball and spat out a mouthful of blood. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble wildly. Lu Ming's combat strength was too shocking. He injured a Supremes with a single move. Was this the strength of the number 1 in this assessment? Was this the strength of the number 1 genius in the Godly Ruins continent? Activate your bloodline. Kill him with all your might. One of the Supremes said. A bloodline floated above his head and he performed bloodline fusion. The other 5 Supremes also performed bloodline fusion. Be destroyed. Xianxia also performed bloodline fusion and turned into a beautiful sky demon. The Sky Demon force field was even more terrifying. At the same time, the force field was filled with a powerful destructive force. It made it difficult for the 6 Supremes to move. Roar, a dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons and pounced on the 6 Supremes. Bam, with just one move, one of the Supremes was beaten until he spat out a mouthful of blood and was forced to retreat. If the other Supremes hadn't come to his rescue in time, Lu Ming would have taken the opportunity to kill the Supremes. In the sky, a man in a black robe stood in the void and looked at the battle below. Lu Ming was familiar with one of the young men. It was young Master Lin of the Celestial Sect. At this moment, young Master Lin looked ferocious and murderous as he looked at the battle below. This kid is really talented. He's considered good even in the Yuan continent. Unfortunately, if he doesn't join the Celestial Sect, he can only be killed. Beside young Master Lin was a middle-aged man. He was one of the 2 middle-aged men of the Celestial Sect. I've already investigated. My son Muju was killed by this kid. He must die. Beside the middle-aged man of the Celestial Sect, there were 2 other black-robed men. One of them said coldly. At this moment, the battle below was even more intense. The 6 Supremes cooperated well. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia cooperated and their combat strength was equally shocking. Especially Lu Ming, who was invincible. Buzz, above the 9 dragons, a lightning cauldron appeared. It was as big as a mountain and crashed towards one of the Supremes. Bam, that Supreme spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was charred and he almost exploded. The 9 dragons roared and a devouring force burst out, shrouding the opponent. Then, a claw reached out and grabbed at the opponent. No. Save me. The Supremes screamed in fear. The other Supremes wanted to help, but Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron. Thousands of lightning bolts spread out and blocked the Supremes. Pucci, the 9 dragons' dragon claw clawed into the dantian of the primordial being. The terrifying power shattered the body of the primordial being, and grabbed the primordial being's spiritual spirit. The spiritual deity had the appearance of an old man. His face was filled with endless fear. "Spare me," he wanted to beg for mercy, but the dragon claw squeezed and the spiritual deity exploded. A Supremes was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming killed a Supreme Being with lightning speed, which made the other 5 Supreme Beings' faces change drastically. They were almost scared to death as they retreated frantically. In the sky, the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect, young Master Lin, and the others' faces turned gloomy. Especially the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect, his eyes were burning with passion. "This lightning cauldron is amazing. It's beyond the category of a spiritual weapon. Could it be a holy weapon?" The burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect muttered to himself and roared in his heart, "Ha ha ha, my luck is too good. I didn't expect a holy weapon to exist in such a remote place like the Godly Ruins continent. I must get it." Below, Lu Ming didn't chase after them. Instead, he came to Xianxia's side and said, "Xiaoqing, let's leave this place quickly." This matter wasn't simple. 6 Supreme Beings were sent to kill him at once. The force behind this must be extremely powerful. There might even be an Emperor realm expert. Right now, the best thing to do was to leave. Xianxia nodded and was about to leave with Lu Ming. In the sky, the Mu family's patriarch said coldly, "Mu Yi, make a move and keep them here." "Yes." Beside the Mu family's patriarch, a figure wrapped in a black robe bowed and accepted the order. Then, he took a step forward. Lu Ming and Xianxia were about to return to where they came from. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura burst out. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and Xianxia. An Emperor realm expert. Lu Ming's face changed drastically as he exclaimed. Sure enough, there was an Emperor realm expert behind this matter. When the Supreme Beings were defeated, an Emperor realm expert appeared. A black-robed figure appeared in the sky. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly. He stretched out a withered claw and grabbed at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Suddenly, an incomparably huge claw as big as a mountain grabbed at Lu Ming and Xianxia. The terrifying pressure made Lu Ming feel a little suffocated even though he was far away from it. A ruler was too terrifying. Although Supreme Beings were known as half-step rulers, their combat prowess was far inferior to a real ruler. The withered claws covered the sky and completely enveloped Lu Ming and Xianxia. There was no way for them to escape. "Xiaoqing, enter the mountain and river diagram," Lu Ming roared. At the same time, he crazily poured his quintessence into the lightning furnace. The lightning furnace's aura became even stronger. Wang! The lightning cauldron turned into the size of the withered claw and slammed into it. "No, I won't enter the mountain and river diagram." Xianxia stubbornly shook her head. The space between her eyebrows glowed as a black bead appeared. A terrifying devil chi rippled out from the bead. The devil chi gathered and formed a beam of devil chi that shot towards the withered claw. Boom! Boom! 2 heaven-shaking explosions rang out, and a terrifying force swept out for tens of thousands of miles, startling countless people. What's going on? What happened? Someone is fighting a great battle. Who is fighting such a terrifying battle? It seems to be an emperor. There's a battle between emperors. A burst of noise rang out in the night sky, but no one dared to go closer to watch. What a joke. If one was too close to a battle between emperors, one would only die if one was accidentally involved. Clang! The lightning cauldron shook violently and was sent flying back to Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's body trembled violently as he retreated a few thousand meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia was the same. Her devil chi beam was destroyed and she retreated a few thousand meters. However, the black bead between her eyebrows released a layer of light that protected Xianxia. Therefore, Xianxia was slightly better than Lu Ming. Her delicate body trembled, but she did not vomit blood. This made Lu Ming heave a sigh of relief. Xianxia's black bead was obtained in the ruins of God. Its mysteries were beyond imagination. Although the two of them were repelled, they had successfully blocked the withered claw. Amazing, amazing. This scene made the middle-aged man of the celestial god sect sigh. The two of them were just juniors, but they were able to block the attack of an emperor. This was absolutely terrifying. Humph. This made the Mu family's patriarch's face gloomy and ugly. He felt that he had lost face. Mu Yi, go all out. Don't show mercy. It's fine as long as you don't kill them. The Mu family's patriarch transmitted his voice to Mu Yi. Kill. Upon receiving the order, Mu Yi roared, and his aura became even more violent. He stretched out his withered hands and grabbed 2 claws in a row. 2 huge claws condensed and grabbed at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Each of the 2 claws was stronger than the previous one. What was shocking was that the 2 claws merged into one halfway and turned into a claw that emitted a withered aura. It grabbed at Lu Ming and Xianxia. The power of this claw was even more shocking. Dandan. Bubble. With a thought, Dandan and Bubble appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming, I knew you would come for me. I have a hard life. Dandan flew out from Lu Ming's shoulder while cursing. Its body began to grow crazily, and its aura rose sharply. Mouth, world. Dandan roared and opened its mouth. A mass of chaotic light flew out from its mouth. There seemed to be a world in the light. A world flew towards the withered giant claw. At the same time, a huge transparent bubble appeared from Bubble's mouth and suddenly appeared around the withered claw. As soon as the transparent bubble appeared, the withered claw was fixed in the air, unable to move. This is the space and time concept? Mu Yi let out a cry of disbelief and then roared, break for me. The withered claw emitted light and the transparent bubble began to vibrate. Chirp chirp, Bubble cried. Its snow-white hair emitted a milky white light as if it was using all its strength. At this time, Dandan's attack had also arrived. It directly passed through the transparent bubble and blasted on the withered claw. Lu Ming and Xianxing's attacks also arrived one after another. Boom, the shriveled claw crumbled under the continuous attacks. Mu Ye's body trembled and actually took a step back, stepping on the void with a rumbling sound. How is this possible? What are those 2 things? Young Master Lin and the Mu family head cried out. The power exerted by Dandan and Bubble was too terrifying. The middle-aged man from the celestial sect also suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Dandan and Bubble. He whispered in disbelief, this seems to be very similar to 2 of the legendary top 10 battle beasts. His heart began to beat rapidly as his eyes burned with passion. At the same time, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Didn't the legend say that the top 10 battle beasts had all fallen? How could they reappear in the world? Could it be that they had the bloodline of the top 10 battle beasts and were not purebred? Even so, they were still priceless. Continue. Below, Lu Ming shouted and controlled the thunder cauldron. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning as it attacked Mu Yi. Now, Lu Ming was going to fight back. So what if he was an emperor? Whoosh, the bead between Xianxing's eyebrows shot out a demonic light. The demonic light turned into a battle sword and slashed out. A transparent bubble abruptly appeared beside Mu Yi without any warning and enveloped him. This transparent bubble contained the concepts of time and space. It was extremely mysterious. The combination of the 2 concepts came without any warning. It was simply unavoidable. By the time Mu Yi reacted, it was already too late. The concept of space was still fine, but the concept of time was too mysterious. The bubble was still small and could not fully display the mysteries of time. It could only use methods like time freeze to imprison the enemy. If the enemy's cultivation was too strong, they could also break through it. It was said that when the concept of time reached a high level, it could turn back time. In an instant, it could make a peerless expert return to his childhood, to the era before cultivation, and be at your mercy. Or, it could accelerate time and make a peerless expert instantly become old and close to the end of his lifespan. At that point, it was hard to imagine how terrifying its power would be. Mu Yi was enveloped by the transparent bubble, and his figure froze in place. Break, break! Mu Yi roared. His cultivation base as a ruler erupted. His true essence boiled like a raging flame. The transparent bubble shook violently as if it would burst at any time. Chirp chirp, the bubble chirped. Its two small claws continuously clawed at the void. Suddenly, a shocking scene appeared. The surrounding void shattered like glass and turned into pieces of crystal. Then, several spatial blades were condensed and slashed toward Mu Yi. At the same time, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Dandan's attacks also arrived. The moment the transparent bubble was shattered by Mu Yi, 4 terrifying attacks landed on Mu Yi at the same time. At the critical moment, Mu Yi activated his domain to cover his whole body. At the same time, he circulated his true essence to form a true essence armor on his body. Boom! The first attack was Dandan's. Ever since Dandan swallowed a myriad spirit crystal last time, it had been recovering rapidly. Its strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and it was getting stronger and stronger. The mouth world was Dandan's innate ability. It was like a real world that enveloped Mu Yi. The power of the world was constantly erasing Mu Ye's domain power and true essence power. Whoosh, the second attack was Xianyanqing's demonic light. The demonic light was like a sword that could destroy everything. Combined with Dandan's world force, it shook Mu Ye's domain, causing it to shake violently. Gotcha! In the end, there was a cracking sound, as if glass had broken. In the next moment, Lu Ming's lightning cauldron arrived. Thousands of lightning bolts completely submerged Mu Yi. The endless lightning energy was like poisonous snakes that drilled into Mu Yi. With a loud bang, Mu Ye's domain power was completely shattered. The attacks of the three continued to bombard Mu Ye's quintessential energy armor. But at this time, Bubble's space blade arrived, breaking through Mu Ye's true essence armor and blasting towards his body. Bang! 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 Each of the 4 attacks caused Mu Ye's body to tremble violently. He was forced to retreat again and again. In the end, he even spat out a mouthful of blood. The sovereign was injured, and sovereign was actually injured by Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, and 2 small pets. If this news were to spread, no one would believe it and think it was a joke. But now, it really happened. Is this the sovereign's spiritual body? It's really powerful. Lu Ming frowned. He was somewhat dissatisfied with such a result. Not only had the sovereign comprehended the power of a domain, but his body had also turned into a spiritual body. The spiritual body, whether it was in terms of attack, defense, or vitality, was terrifyingly high. It had completely surpassed the mortal body and reached another realm. The attacks of the 4 people broke through Mu Ye's domain and quintessential energy armor, directly attacking Mu Ye's body. However, they only managed to push him back and slightly injure him. Lu Ming was somewhat dissatisfied, but Mu Yi was about to go crazy. He was a dignified sovereign. Not only could he not take down a few juniors, but he was also repelled and even injured by them. This was a great humiliation. If word got out, he would become a laughingstock among the sovereigns. Moreover, the patriarch of the Mu family and the powerhouses of the heavenly god sect were watching from the sky. Kill. At this moment, his killing intent was incomparably cold. He decided to no longer care about the lives of Lu Ming and the others. He wanted to take them down. However, in the next moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped him, causing him to freeze in the air. Then, another 4 attacks came crashing down on his face. Boom! 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 With a series of explosions, Mu Ye's body shook violently again. He was repelled and spat out another mouthful of blood. He was injured again. Just like last time, although it was only a minor injury, it made him go crazy. Ah! He roared crazily in his heart, and his eyes were red. Aggrieved, really aggrieved. He was a dignified emperor and was very powerful. However, when faced with Lu Ming and the rest, he could not even retaliate. That transparent bubble was silent and there were no signs at all. Just as he was about to retaliate, it suddenly appeared. He was so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. Then, he was enveloped by another transparent bubble. He simply wanted to roar to the sky. How could they play like this? Humph, what a piece of trash. I have to do it myself. In the sky, the patriarch of the Mu family looked terrible. He snorted coldly and stepped out. Rumble, a giant foot suddenly appeared in the sky and stomped down on Lu Ming and the others. Oh no, Lu Ming's face became very ugly. The power contained in this giant foot was too shocking and terrifying. It made Lu Ming feel that he couldn't resist it. Lu Ming had felt this feeling from the black-robed middle-aged man of the Southern Divine Palace. This was the aura of a LV3 Martial Emperor expert. There was a huge gap between each LV3 Martial Emperor. Mu Yi was only a LV1 Martial Emperor. The gap between him and a LV3 Martial Emperor was too big. It's over, it's over. I'm finished. Lu Ming, who did you offend? Dandan wailed. Xianxia's face was also very ugly. In the face of a LV3 Martial Emperor, they didn't even have the strength to fight back. The bubble's spacetime imprisonment was useless against such an expert. The gap was too big. Chirp chirp, at this time, the bubble cried, and its chubby body emitted a dazzling light. It waved its claws, and a passage suddenly appeared in the void. A passage full of time and space intent, space-time passage. Chirp chirp, Bubbles shouted and took the lead to rush in. Let's go. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming pulled Xianxia and rushed into the space-time passage. As soon as they entered the passage, Lu Ming felt that the surrounding environment was changing rapidly. In a flash, the stars moved. The surrounding environment was changing, and they were heading towards the ruins of God. Bang! The Mu family head's face turned cold as he looked into the distance and whispered, "The ruins of God. Chase." At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Heavenly Divine Sect spoke. He took a step forward and the space in front of him split open automatically. He took young Master Lin into the space crack and disappeared. The Mu family head and Mu Yi also tore the space apart and chased after Lu Ming and the others. In a flash, the space above the ruins of God cracked open. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly Divine Sect, the Mu family head and the others appeared. They escaped into the ruins of God. The Mu family head said with a solemn expression. Why aren't you chasing? The middle-aged man from the Heavenly Divine Sect asked. This place is the ruins of God. It's very dangerous. Even emperors have the risk of dying if they enter. The Mu family head said. Even emperors are in danger? Hee, I think you're exaggerating. I just used my spiritual consciousness to scan carefully. This place is just a ruin. There are no living creatures. How can it be dangerous? The middle-aged man from the Heavenly Divine Sect smiled faintly. He had enough confidence. He didn't believe that there would be any place in the ruins of God that could threaten him. But, the Mu family head and Mu Yi were hesitant. The legends of the ruins of God made them very wary. Emperors are actually afraid of this and that. How can they achieve great things? Fine, if you don't go, I'll go myself. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly Divine Sect said lightly with a slight disdain in his voice. Not to mention that he didn't believe that this place would bring him any danger. Even if there was a little danger, he still had to try. Lu Ming's thunder cauldron was suspected to be a sacred weapon, which made him drool. Needless to say, Dandan and Bubbles might have the bloodlines of the top 10 battle beasts. This made him even more tempted. If he could take them and train them well, they would be a great help in the future. He was determined to get all of this. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly Divine Sect stepped out and headed into the ruins of God. Young Master Lin followed closely behind. The Mu family head and Mu Yi looked at each other with uncertain eyes. In the end, they gritted their teeth and followed the middle-aged man into the ruins of God. It wasn't easy for them to curry favor with the Heavenly Divine Sect. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and they didn't want to miss it. They quickly passed the outer area of the ruins of God and entered the inner area. They passed through the inner region and appeared outside the core region. The middle-aged man from the Celestial God Sect did not hesitate at all. He stepped into the core area with the Mu family head and the others following behind him. There were some incomplete formations in the core area. Some of them were quite powerful, but they did not pose any threat to a third-layer Martial Dominator realm expert. You're scared out of your wits just by these broken formations? The middle-aged man from the Heavenly Divinity Sect smiled. The Mu family's patriarch didn't make a sound. He was still on guard. He had never entered the core of the divine ruins before. He only knew that this place was very dangerous. Even a ruler would die if he entered. As for the specific dangers, he did not know. Soon, they passed through a large area and arrived in front of an intact palace. There's actually an intact palace here? The Mu family's patriarch revealed a puzzled look. Lu Ming and the others are in this palace. They won't be able to escape. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly Divinity sect laughed casually. The Mu family's patriarch and Mu Yi nodded. Both of them carefully sensed the aura of Lu Ming's group in the hall. Other than Lu Ming's group, there were no other auras. I'll go and chase them out. Mu Yi took the initiative to ask. Previously, he was injured by Lu Ming's group, which made him feel ashamed. Now, he was eager to prove himself. After saying that, Mu Yi stepped out. The aura of a ruler spread out from his body. Do you think hiding in a broken palace is going to work? I'll destroy this broken palace and make you come out. Mu Yi said coldly. He pressed his claw against the void, and a withered claw as big as a mountain was formed. It grabbed at the palace, wanting to crush it. Whoosh! At this moment, a jet-black spear light pierced through the air from within the palace. In an instant, it smashed the withered claw into pieces. Whoosh! Then, a second spear light appeared in the palace. Its target was Mu Yi. The speed of the spear light was unimaginably fast. It arrived in front of Mu Yi in a flash. Puff! Mu Yi did not even have time to react before his body was pierced by the spear light. A hole appeared in his dantian. What realm? What spiritual body? They were as fragile as tofu in front of the spear light. Mu Ye's eyes were wide open. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and disbelief. Slowly, the vitality in his eyes dissipated and completely disappeared. Mu Yi had fallen. How is this possible? Who is it? The master of the Mu family and the middle-aged man of the celestial sect were shocked. They shouted in disbelief. They clearly did not sense any vitality in the palace. How could an attack be launched? Moreover, it was so shocking. It killed an emperor in one move. Lu Ming. In the next moment, their eyes widened. They saw two figures walking out of the palace hand in hand. It was Lu Ming and Xianxia. It's you. Lu Ming looked at young Master Lin and the middle-aged man of the celestial sect. His face was gloomy. I didn't expect the celestial sect of Yuanlu to be so despicable. You're not my match, but you attacked me secretly. Hee, I'm glad I didn't join such a sect. Lu Ming sneered. His voice was full of mockery. Kid, what did you say? Young Master Lin scolded. His face was ugly. Lu Ming was obviously talking about him. How dare you? Since when did you have the right to comment on the celestial sect's actions? The middle-aged man of the celestial sect said in a deep voice. Hee. Lu Ming laughed in disdain. He did not bother to look at the two of them. He looked at the master of the Mu family and said, I want to know who you are. Why did you send someone to kill me? Evidently, the 6th grade utmost exalted and the Emperor realm expert from before were all sent by that person. You killed my son, Mu Ju. Do you think I should kill you? The master of the Mu family said in a deep voice. He took off his black hat and revealed a gloomy face. Mu family. It's the Mu family. Lu Ming muttered. He had guessed that it was either the Mu family or the Wang family. Since you want to kill me, bring it on. Lu Ming said calmly. The master of the Mu family and the middle-aged man of the celestial sect were shocked. They looked at the palace with fear. The spear radiance had killed a LV-1 martial royal realm martial artist. Its combat strength was no weaker than a LV-3 martial royal realm martial artist. Humph, who cares who he is? Since he doesn't dare to show himself, he can't be that strong. Let's attack together. Take down Lu Ming and leave quickly. The middle-aged man of the celestial sect said. All right. The master of the Mu family nodded. Almost at the same time, the two of them attacked. Two terrifying auras bloomed in the core of the ruins of deity. The master of the Mu family was a genuine LV-3 martial royal realm expert. He was stronger than Xiao Wan and De. He formed a giant hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. As for the burly man from the heavenly god sect, his aura was unfathomable. Lin Fan could only sense that he was much stronger than the master of the Mu family. He waved his hand and a giant bird appeared. It opened its mouth and bit at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia were stunned. However, they remained calm and stood still at the door of the palace. Those who trespass in the space-time spiritual palace will be killed. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the palace. The voice was cold and emotionless, without the slightest trace of emotion. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 spear radiances shot out from the palace. The black spear radiances with terrifying radiance collided with the attacks of the master of the Mu family and the burly man from the heavenly god sect. The 2 attacks were penetrated by the spear radiances. However, the 2 spear radiances disappeared. Roar! A dragon roar shook the heavens and earth. Bang! 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 Following which, a massive creature slowly walked out from the palace. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble. When the Mu family's patriarch, young Master Lin, and the middle-aged man from the celestial god sect saw the giant creature walking out of the palace, their pupils shrank as they revealed shocked expressions. The behemoth that walked out of the palace was naturally the headless true dragon knight. Bubble had brought Lu Ming and the rest to the core of the ruins of deity through the space-time tunnel. Lu Ming had the Chaos Origin token. The headless true dragon rider treated Lu Ming as one of its own. However, the master of the Mu family and the rest did not have the Chaos Origin token. Moreover, they attacked the palace. Naturally, they were attacked by the headless true dragon rider. The headless true dragon rider was formed after the death of a supreme expert. It was not a living creature. Therefore, the master of the Mu family and the burly man from the heavenly god sect could not sense it. Kill without mercy, said the headless true dragon rider. It was unknown where the voice came from, but then a shocking dragon roar sounded out. The headless true dragon stretched out a dragon claw and grabbed towards the Mu family's clan leader. As the dragon claw swiped out, it rapidly grew in size. In the end, it covered the sky and the sun, enveloping the entire world. Under the dragon claw, space could not withstand a single blow and was reduced to a mess. Eternal clear sky. The Mu family's patriarch felt a fatal threat. He raised his head to the sky and roared. He punched out, and an ancient tree that looked like the legendary world god tree smashed towards the dragon claw. This attack was the strongest attack of the Mu clan's patriarch. It combined the power of the realm and the spiritual body, making it extremely powerful. Ordinary LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivators would be severely injured or even killed by this attack. But in the next moment, the Mu family's patriarch's pupils contracted sharply. Because, when the dragon claw fell, the ancient tree that he struck out couldn't even hold up for a breath. It disintegrated into energy and dissipated, but the dragon claw didn't stop and continued to claw towards the Mu family's patriarch. This claw sealed the void. Even if the Mu family had wanted to escape, he could not do so. Save me! The Mu family's patriarch was scared. He let out a loud roar. His spiritual body shone and the power of the realm spread out. He punched out crazily with both fists. But, under the dragon claw, everything was useless. It was futile. The Mu family's patriarch's attack and defense were like tofu under the dragon claw. They couldn't withstand a single blow. On the side, the burly man from the celestial god sect wanted to help. He launched an attack at the dragon claw, but he couldn't shake the dragon claw at all. No. The Mu family's patriarch roared in despair. In the next moment, the dragon claw covered his body and began to shrink. The Mu family's patriarch was caught in the dragon claw. No, spare my life, the Mu family's patriarch roared in horror. Kill. The headless true dragon rider's voice was emotionless. As the dragon claw clenched, the Mu family's patriarch's body exploded with a bang. His body and soul were destroyed. Whoosh whoosh, the rider on the true dragon rider's neck actually emitted a powerful suction force, absorbing all of the Mu family's blood essence and energy. Lu Ming lamented in his heart. If he were to refine the sovereign's blood essence, he would definitely be able to upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to level 9 divine rank. At the same time, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The headless true dragon rider was too strong. That headless true dragon was definitely a pure-blooded true dragon. He didn't know what realm it had reached when it was alive, but it was definitely an invincible existence. It could still maintain such a powerful combat strength after so many years. Damn it, let's go. The middle-aged man from the celestial god sect was terrified. The headless true dragon rider's strength was far beyond his expectations. Although his cultivation was much stronger than the Mu family's patriarch, facing the headless true dragon rider, he felt a sense of impending disaster. After the Mu family's patriarch was killed, he didn't hesitate to tear the space apart and escape with young Master Lin. Kill! The headless true dragon rider roared coldly again. Then, it clawed out again. A black dragon claw covered the sky, grabbing towards the middle-aged man and young Master Lin. The terrifying power not only made the middle-aged man's face change, but also almost scared young Master Lin to death. Run, run! Young Master Lin screamed like a madman. The dragon claw clawed down, sealing the space in all directions. The middle-aged man from the celestial god sect was in the same situation as the Mu family's patriarch. He couldn't break the space apart at all. The dragon claw didn't stop and continued to claw down. Swoosh! At this moment, the middle-aged man from the celestial god sect threw young Master Lin towards the dragon claw. He took out a jade token with a pained look on his face. The true yuan in his body crazily poured into the jade token. No, don't. You'll die a horrible death. Young Master Lin was thrown out. He was so scared that he peed his pants and screamed crazily. He struggled with all his might. However, with his cultivation, he was as small as an ant under the dragon claw. He wasn't even worth mentioning. No, save me, Lu Ming, please let me go. Young Master Lin screamed incoherently. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. This was all because he had taken a liking to Xianxia back then and had a conflict with Lu Ming, which led to all of this. Later on, when he was defeated by Lu Ming in public, he harbored even more hatred in his heart. He bribed the middle-aged burly man of the celestial god sect with great benefits and instigated him to deal with Lu Ming. If it wasn't for all of this, he wouldn't have ended up in this state. He screamed, but in the end, the dragon claw pressed down and young Master Lin's body exploded. Under the terrifying force, he turned into dust. The dragon claw continued to claw towards the middle-aged man from the celestial god sect. At this moment, the jade token in the celestial god sect's hand emitted a dazzling light. Then, a light sword appeared. It carried the celestial god sect's man and broke through the space, escaping rapidly. Bam! The dragon claw clawed down. One of its fingers swept towards the celestial god sect's man. The man from the heavenly god sect spat out mouthfuls of blood after being hit by the headless true dragon rider. The man from the heavenly god sect was horrified. Even with his cultivation, he could not stop the headless true dragon rider. Terrified, he used the secret talisman to break open the space and run for his life. Swoosh! Although the headless true dragon rider did not have a head, it seemed to be able to see everything. It thrust the dragon spear in its hand forward and a brilliant spear glow pierced through the space and disappeared into the void. A cry of agony was heard from a distance away. It was the voice of the man from the heavenly god sect. Following this, the voice fell silent and completely disappeared. Come again, kill without mercy. The headless true dragon rider said coldly. It then turned around and left, disappearing from the palace. The space outside the ruins of the deity suddenly cracked open and the man from the heavenly god sect stepped out from it. At this moment, he was in a sorry state. His body was covered in blood and his face was pale. Blood continued to flow out from his mouth. There was a bloody hole in his abdomen. A terrifying force was constantly eating away at his flesh. Even with his cultivation, he could not heal it immediately. Too powerful. The man from the heavenly god sect mumbled. He stared into the depths of the ruins of the deity with fear in his eyes. His cultivation had surpassed the third-layer martial royal realm. However, when facing the headless true dragon rider, he did not have much room to resist. If he did not have a life-saving treasure on him and wanted to escape at the same time, he would have stayed in the ruins of the deity forever. Even so, he was still severely injured. It would take a few months for him to recover. How could there be such a dangerous place in the ruins of the deity? Damn it. Also, it's Lu Ming's fault. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been severely injured. I will send a message to the Southern God Palace and ask them to keep an eye on the ruins of the deity. Once that bastard Lu Ming appears, kill him without mercy. The man from the heavenly god sect's eyes flickered with a vicious light. He pondered for a moment before turning around and leaving the place. The core of the ruins of the deity, Lu Ming looked in the direction where the man from the heavenly god sect had left and said with a frown, "That guy is too powerful. He's not dead yet. I'm afraid he won't give up. The ruins of the deity is not a place for us. Let's leave immediately." Okay. Xianxia also nodded without hesitation. The ruins of the deity sect was surrounded. Of the deity sect. Before the deity sect. Lu Ming and Xianxia immediately passed through the hall and exited the ruins of God from the opposite direction of the southern divine palace. To Lu Ming, there was not much of a threat in the ruins of God. Very soon, Lu Ming passed through the core of the ruins of God and rushed out of the ruins of God from another direction. Sex. Deity. Com sect S. After flying for tens of millions of miles, it finally stopped. It was obviously not feasible to return to the southern deity palace by flying across the sea. Once they returned, the man from the heavenly god sect might seize the opportunity to assassinate them. It was too dangerous. Lu Ming planned to cross the sea and return to the divine desolate continent by himself. If Lu Ming's cultivation was before he came to the deity continent, it would be too difficult for him to cross the vast sea and return to the divine desolate continent. He didn't know how much time it would take. But now, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the spirit god realm. His battle strength could even suppress a supreme being. He could rely on his own strength to return to the divine desolate continent. Little Qing, stay in the mountain and river diagram for this period of time. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Okay. Be careful. Xianxia said. Xianxia also knew that Lu Ming could only travel at full speed if she stayed in the mountain and river diagram. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Then, a white light shot out from between his eyebrows and enveloped Xianxia. In the next moment, Xianxia's figure disappeared as she was taken into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming's figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, disappearing from the place. Soon, Lu Ming flew for hundreds of millions of miles and found a hidden place. Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram. Xianxia sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree, cultivating wholeheartedly. Lu Ming came to another mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, piles of origin stones appeared in front of Lu Ming. That's right, Lu Ming was about to break through. Lu Ming currently had 5 types of intents. 4 of them were at the perfection of the 4th level. Only the earth intent was at the peak of the 4th level. With his current intent cultivation, he could raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming planned to spend some time to devour and refine origin stones to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm. This way, he would be much faster when traveling. Roar, the 9 dragons appeared and opened their mouths, swallowing a large pile of origin stones. There were a few million of them. He swallowed a few million origin stones in one gulp and started to refine them quickly. A large number of origin stones were constantly refined and turned into true essence. Lu Ming almost had no bottlenecks. His cultivation was rising crazily. After refining a few million origin stones, he swallowed another few million. Lu Ming's cultivation started to soar. Early 8th level of the spirit god realm, middle 8th level of the spirit god realm, late 8th level of the spirit god realm. 7 days later, Lu Ming broke through the barrier with a large number of origin stones and reached the 9th level of the spirit god realm. After reaching the 9th level of the spirit god realm, Lu Ming still didn't stop. He continued to devour and refine origin stones to raise his cultivation. Early 9th level of the spirit god realm, middle 9th level of the spirit god realm, late 9th level of the spirit god realm. After another 7 days, Lu Ming's cultivation reached the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm. In a short half a month, Lu Ming's cultivation had charged from the early 8th level of the spirit god realm to the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm. The leap was so great that it was shocking. Of course, this was also because Lu Ming's intent had reached the requirements long ago. Otherwise, intent would become a bottleneck and obstruct Lu Ming's breakthrough. As long as Lu Ming's intent broke through, he wouldn't have any bottlenecks. However, the amount of origin stones he consumed was also terrifying. In a short half a month, Lu Ming had devoured a total of 50 million origin stones. What kind of shocking amount was this? Huff. Huff, Lu Ming exhaled. He felt that the true essence in his body was about to overflow. It was unimaginably dense. When he exhaled, it formed a storm that swept into the distance. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. He charged out of the mountain river diagram and appeared in the sky above a mountain range. Boom! True essence boiled on Lu Ming's body, forming a pillar of air that shot into the sky and blasted a huge hole in the sky. So strong. A trace of a smile appeared on the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. He felt that there was inexhaustible energy in his body. The true essence of a peak 9th level spirit god was too strong. It was unknown how much stronger it was than the true essence of an early 8th level spirit god realm. Now, Lu Ming was confident that when facing an ordinary prime, Lu Ming could crush them and even kill them without the help of the lightning cauldron. Of course, it was a different story for primes who had awakened a 9th level divine rank bloodline. Let's go back to the divine desolate continent now. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could tear apart space and travel like a supreme being. After tearing space apart, Lu Ming stepped in and disappeared. Hoo-hoo, within the spatial rift, there were chaotic spatial storms. They were like countless terrifying sharp blades that constantly slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his true essence and covered his entire body to resist the spatial storms around him. Clang! 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 The spatial storms slashed at Lu Ming's protective true essence and produced a clang. However, Lu Ming's true essence contained the 5-colored concept. The spatial storms couldn't break through Lu Ming's protective true essence at all. If a martial artist below the spiritual god realm entered this place, they would be crushed into pieces by the spatial storms in less than 2 moves. Even martial artists above the spiritual god realm wouldn't be able to last long. Only sovereigns could smoothly walk through the spatial storms. Lu Ming stepped out and walked through the spatial storms, moving forward quickly. This was a different space, so his speed was very fast. With a step, he had already traveled an unknown distance in the outside world. A moment later, the space trembled and Lu Ming reappeared in the outside world, above a lake. In just a moment, Lu Ming had crossed at least 100 million miles. However, the godly ruins continent was simply too vast. Hundreds of millions of miles were nothing to them. Lu Ming continued to tear space apart. After half a day, Lu Ming didn't know how much distance he had crossed. When Lu Ming appeared in the outside world again, he smelled the sea breeze. Looks like I've reached the seaside. I'll rest for a while before setting off. Lu Ming thought in his heart. Then, he found a place and took out an origin stone to recover. A few hours later, Lu Ming's true essence had completely recovered. Then, he flew forward. In front of him, there was a large city. From afar, it looked very majestic. Lu Ming planned to buy a sea map of the Divine Ruins continent in a big city. After all, the continents in the Divine Ruins continent were very far from each other. The area of the sea was far greater than the land, and the weather was very changeable on the sea. It was very easy to get lost, so one needed a sea map to find the Divine Wilderness continent. There are so many people in this city. Moreover, the ratio of experts is shockingly high. After flying into the city, Lu Ming discovered that the city was bustling with people coming and going. Experts could be seen walking on the streets from time to time. Some of them had extremely strong and powerful auras. There was also someone who was like an ordinary person without any aura. But with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could still sense it. Supreme martial artist, some of them were actually supreme beings. On the street, Lu Ming actually bumped into a few supreme beings, which made Lu Ming extremely shocked. Even in the godly ruins continent, supremes were high and mighty experts. It was rare to see them. Now, just by casually walking around on the street, he actually bumped into a few supremes. This was somewhat unbelievable. Something was wrong. Lu Ming felt that something was wrong. It was impossible for supreme beings to appear casually. Something must have happened here. Soon, Lu Ming went up to a restaurant. There was often a lot of information to be gathered in a restaurant. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Ming heard an important piece of news. Some time ago, there was a shocking piece of news near the southern coast of the Godly Ruins continent. It was said that a heaven-defying secret technique, pure spirit body, was about to be born on the southern coast. If a martial artist wanted to break through to the martial emperor realm, they had to condense a spirit body. Every martial artist had awakened different bloodlines, so the spirit body they condensed would be different and its power would be different. A spirit body had already surpassed a mortal body. It was a world of difference compared to a mortal body. There was no comparison at all. A spirit body not only contained terrifying power, but also greatly increased one's combat strength. Moreover, the strength, defense, and recovery of a spirit body had reached an incredible level. It was not something a mortal body could compare to. Even if a ruler's hands and feet were cut off, they could quickly grow back. It was said that a peak ruler could recover even if only a small piece of flesh was left. They were simply immortal. However, it was too difficult to condense a spirit body. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Many supremes had comprehended the embryonic form of domains. In terms of domains, there were no big problems. However, the reason why they were stuck and some could not break through for the rest of their lives was that they could not condense a spirit body. If one could not condense a spirit body, one would not be a ruler and would never be able to break through to the martial emperor realm. Moreover, when condensing a spirit body, one would also face heavenly tribulations. The difficulty would increase with each tribulation. It was said that this secret technique called pure spirit body was not a real spirit body. This was because a spirit body was transformed from a bloodline. It had some of the attributes and functions of a bloodline. However, a pure spirit body only had pure physical strength and did not have any attributes. It only allowed a martial artist's body to have part of the power of a spirit body. For example, strength, defense, recovery, and so on. Moreover, a pure spirit body did not have any attributes. It would not obstruct the cultivation of a real spirit body in the future. Successfully cultivating a pure spirit body was equivalent to having a solid foundation. In the future, if one wanted to cultivate a real spirit body, the difficulty would be greatly reduced. This secret technique was too shocking. For martial artists below rulers, the temptation was unimaginable. Therefore, when this news spread, it caused a huge commotion. Countless powerhouses rushed to the southern coast of the Divine Ruins continent. Even many supremes were tempted and rushed over. This was also the reason why Lu Ming saw so many powerhouses in this city. The secret technique pure spirit body was too shocking. As long as one succeeded in cultivating it, the difficulty of breaking through to the ruler realm in the future would be greatly reduced, and the success rate would be greatly increased. Even Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this. There's actually such a profound secret technique in the world. If I succeed in cultivating it, I'll have another powerful method to deal with DE when I return to the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming thought to himself. When he returned to the Divine Wilderness continent, he would definitely face DE. Although Lu Ming's combat strength had greatly improved, it was still difficult for him to face a ruler, let alone a powerhouse like DE. He had to continue to increase his combat strength so that he would have a greater chance. Pure spirit body was undoubtedly a powerful secret technique that could close the distance between him and a ruler. If Lu Ming succeeded in cultivating it, the gap between his body and that of a ruler would not be too big. I don't know if it's true or not, but I don't care. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to go back, so I'll stay here and observe. After making up his mind, Lu Ming found an inn nearby to stay and inquire about the news. The next day, a piece of news spread out. There might be news about pure spirit body in the Red Devil Mountains thousands of kilometers away. As soon as the news spread out, countless people rushed to the Red Devil Mountains. Lu Ming followed the crowd and rushed toward the Red Devil Mountains. The Red Devil Mountains had a radius of thousands of kilometers and were boundless. It was filled with a red demonic chi, so it was called the Red Devil Mountains. As soon as the huge crowd rushed into the Red Devil Mountains, they were like gravel scattered in the sea, unable to stir up any waves. Wandering around aimlessly like this was not a solution at all. There was no way he could find the pure spirit body. I'd better wait outside for news. Wandering around like this is purely a waste of time. Thinking of this, Lu Ming did not continue to stay and flew out of the Red Demon Mountain. Whoosh! 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 When he passed by a large canyon, a few figures rushed out of the canyon and surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned slightly. These few people all had violent auras and were surrounded by demonic qi. They stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly eyes. Haha, another fat sheep. This is already the third one. One of the burly men laughed. Those people really thought that there was information about the pure spirit body here and ran here desperately. It's really convenient for us brothers. The more we kill, the more we can live freely for a few more years. A skinny old man sneered. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kid, it's your bad luck to bump into us. One of the burly men looked at Lu Ming coldly and walked towards Lu Ming step by step. It seems that not only do you want to rob, but you also want to kill. Lu Ming spoke. His voice was very calm, without a trace of panic. He had already seen through the cultivation of these people. The strongest burly man was only a perfected spirit god. Lu Ming did not take him seriously at all. That's right. If we don't kill you and you spread the news, not only will we not be able to continue, but we will also be surrounded. So, you must die. The burly man revealed a ferocious smile. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming. A pitch-black saber appeared in his hand, emitting a cold murderous intent. He slashed at Lu Ming. But in the next moment, the burly man was stunned. The others were also stunned. This was because Lu Ming merely stretched out one palm and pinched the battle saber gently. Regardless of how the burly man tried, he could not pull out the battle saber. The battle saber was pinched by Lu Ming and was as steady as a rock. How is this possible? The burly man roared madly. His voice was filled with disbelief. Boom, the quintessence in Lu Ming's body burst out. A terrifying energy flowed from his fingers and blasted into the other party's saber. Whang, the saber violently vibrated, and the berserk power flowed through the saber into the burly man's body. The burly man's body violently shook, and he could no longer hold on to the saber. His body madly retreated, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly shouted, and a terrifying killing intent burst out like a tide. He took a step forward, and his palm slashed out like a blade towards the burly man. That terrifying power caused the burly man's heart to tremble. Block it! The tall and sturdy man roared madly. He used bloodline fusion and erupted with his full strength, hoping to block Lu Ming's move. Bang! The moment they exchanged blows, the burly man's bloodline, as well as his body, was torn apart. Even the spirit divinity couldn't escape and was killed by Lu Ming in a single move. Ordinary perfection stage spirit god realm martial artists were as weak as babies in front of Lu Ming and couldn't withstand a single blow. How could this be? Run! When the remaining few people saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Then they screamed in horror and fled in all directions. It's too late to run now. Lu Ming sneered, and his figure flashed rapidly. Soon, a few miserable screams resounded in the mountain forest. The remaining few people were all killed by Lu Ming, and their storage rings were all in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he left this place. Not long after, Lu Ming left the Red Devil Mountain, and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak that wasn't very high, waiting for news. Those guys have been killing and robbing. I wonder if there's anything good. Since he had nothing to do, Lu Ming took out the storage rings of the few people he had just killed, and casually counted them. These guys were indeed very rich. The total amount of origin stones was close to 50 million, and there were also various kinds of spirit weapons and spirit herbs. Obviously, these guys had robbed many people during this period of time, and they were filthy rich. Suddenly, a metal box caught Lu Ming's attention. Lu Ming opened the metal box, and found a rolled-up picture inside. The picture was made of some unknown material. It was light in his hand, and the texture was very soft. Lu Ming opened it, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. It seemed to be a map, but the drawing was very complicated. The lines crisscrossed, and for a moment, Lu Ming was a little dazzled. Map? Could it be related to the pure spirit body? Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but move, and then he smiled and shook his head. It couldn't be so coincidental that he could get the map of the pure spirit body after killing a group of bandits. I'll find some time to study it. Lu Ming smiled faintly and put away the map. He then meditated and adjusted his breath, waiting quietly. 3 days passed, and many people came out of the Red Devil Mountain. In these few days, many experts had almost turned the entire Red Devil Mountain upside down, but there was no news of the pure spirit body. Damn, I've probably been tricked. If I find out who tricked me, I'll cut him into 8 pieces. Damn it, there's nothing here. What a waste of time. Some experts cursed and left the Red Devil Mountain. Lu Ming also left the Red Devil Mountain and returned to the city. When everyone returned to the city, they heard an important piece of news. It was said that someone had obtained a map to find the pure spirit body. Through the map, one could find the location of the pure spirit body. There were already many experts chasing after the person who had the map. And the direction was south, toward the sea. When the news came out, it caused a commotion. Many experts hurried out of the city and flew toward the south. Map? Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but think of the map he had obtained from the group of bandits. There can't be 2 maps, right? Lu Ming shook his head, and also left the city, heading toward the south. Everyone was as fast as lightning. They crossed a long distance and finally stopped at a swamp. Because there were many people around the periphery of the swamp. The person who obtained the map is a supreme being. Someone spread the news, and most people's expressions changed. If a supreme being obtained the map, who could snatch it from him? Warriors below the supreme being level were simply courting death. No wonder so many people surrounded the periphery of the swamp and didn't dare to enter. I know which supreme being it is. It should be the 100 Poisoned Supreme Being. He obtained the map and fled into the endless swamp. There are already supreme being experts in there. I heard that the son of the Southern Divine Palace's sea-suppressing general led many supreme beings in there. It's definitely going to be a big battle. Many people were discussing. This news made most of the warriors stop in their tracks, and they didn't dare to enter. Obviously, the endless swamp would become a battlefield for supreme beings. If others entered, there was no hope of obtaining the map, and they might even lose their lives. Whoosh, suddenly, a figure rushed into the swamp and disappeared. Who is that? How dare he enter? Nonsense, that's a supreme being. At the same time that supreme exalts appeared from time to time, it caused everyone to be shocked and slightly excited. This time, countless supreme exalts would be drawn over. Look, who's that? He actually dares to go in? Suddenly, someone cried out. Everyone looked over and noticed a young man was walking through the air towards the swamp. This young man was naturally Lu Ming. It really is him. That kid really doesn't want to live anymore. He actually dares to charge in. How audacious. In my opinion, he isn't audacious, and he's overestimating his ability. He's blinded by greed. A battle between supreme exalts is extremely dangerous. Once one is affected, then only death awaits. This kid will die a long time ago. Exactly. He's overestimating his ability. How old does he look? How formidable could his cultivation be? Lu Ming's flight towards the swamp caused a wave of discussion. Lu Ming heard these discussions clearly, but Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He flew forward by himself and vanished in the blink of an eye. But then again, it's rare to see so many supreme exalts fighting. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss it just like that? That's true. Could it be that you want to go in and watch? That's too dangerous. We'll hide in the distance and watch. If the situation isn't right, then we'll retreat right away. There shouldn't be any problems. Someone spoke and revealed an expression of desire. A battle between supreme exalts was rare. Especially when many supreme exalts were fighting, it was extremely beneficial to some 9th-level spirit god realm cultivators and especially perfection stage spirit god realm cultivators. Perhaps watching Supreme Exalts utilize the embryonic form of domains would arouse inspiration and allow some perfection stage spirit god realm cultivators to comprehend the embryonic form of domains more quickly and step into the Exalt realm. These words caused many people to reveal expressions of desire. Let's go. It should be fine if we watch from afar. That kid from before probably had the same thought. Someone spoke, and then he flew towards the swamp. Since there was a first, there was a second. After that, many people flew towards the swamp. Some 8th level, 9th level, and perfection stage spirit god realm experts rushed towards the swamp. Of course, people with lower cultivations really didn't dare to enter the swamp because the gap between them was too great. If a battle were to occur, then they wouldn't even be able to flee. Lu Ming continued forward. All around him was a boundless swamp. However, along the way, from time to time, he would see traces left behind by great battles. Lu Ming followed these traces and chased all the way. An hour later, several figures appeared in the void ahead. There were 3 of them. One was an old man, and the other was a middle-aged man. All of them had powerful auras. They were actually all Supreme Being level experts. However, these 3 people were standing around a young man, protecting him in the middle. It was obvious that this young man was their leader. Only at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Lu Ming discovered that this young man was only at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. It could be said that his cultivation was very low, and Lu Ming didn't take him seriously at all. However, this young man's identity was obviously very unusual, and he had several supreme beings guarding him. The other party also saw Lu Ming. That young man glanced coldly at Lu Ming. "Humph, you overestimate yourself. You actually dared to chase me all the way here. You're really courting death." The young man snorted with a disdainful sneer on his face. Swoosh, at this moment, a figure flew over from afar. It was a white-haired old man, and he was also a supreme being level expert. The white-haired old man came to the young man's side and bowed. "Young master, we found out that 100 poison supremacy is hiding in the dark swamp ahead." He used the poisonous gas of the dark swamp to set up a poisonous gas formation. "Humph, does 100 poison supremacy think that he can stop us with a mere poisonous gas? How naive. Let's attack together and break open the poisonous gas formation and kill 100 poison supremacy." The young man gave the order and led a few 9 Heaven Supremes forward. They didn't even look at Lu Ming, completely ignoring Lu Ming. In their opinion, Lu Ming was just a person who came in to watch the show out of curiosity. He posed no threat to them and could be completely ignored. Soon, a dull rumbling sound came from ahead. Obviously, someone had attacked. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He stepped out and flew towards the source of the sound. At this moment, a large group of people appeared behind Lu Ming. They were all 8th layer, 9th layer, and even perfect stage spirit god experts. They were all here. There are fluctuations of a great battle ahead. It must be a supreme being. Let's move forward carefully and watch from afar. Someone suggested. Everyone nodded and headed towards the source of the sound. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at his destination. In front of him was a dark swamp. Dense black poisonous gas floated above the swamp. It looked extremely terrifying. Within the black poisonous gas, there were inscriptions flickering. Various colorful poisonous gases spread out and combined with the black poisonous gas to display an even greater power. The young man was standing in the void. Beside him were 2 supreme beings guarding. In front of him, there were 3 supreme beings attacking the black mist continuously. The terrifying power caused the black mist to tumble, but it couldn't be broken in a short time. "Humph, 100 poison supremacy's poisonous gas formation is quite powerful. You two, attack together and break the formation." The young man ordered the 2 supreme beings beside him. "Master, we can't do that. This place is too dangerous. Let's leave. If anything happens to you, we won't be able to explain it to the commander." One of the supreme beings shook his head. The Godly Ruins continent was too vast. The Southern Sacred Palace ruled over a large area in the southern part of the Godly Ruins continent, but it was difficult for them to control everything. Therefore, the Southern Sacred Palace would deploy a few commanders to lead the army and guard the various areas. The young man's father was the commander of the Southern Sacred Palace guarding the coastal area. He had a high position and an unfathomable cultivation. There were many experts under his command. This time, he had brought a total of 5 supreme beings for the pure spirit body. It was a huge investment. Who dares to touch me in this coastal area? Don't worry, go and help me break the poisonous gas formation of 100 poison supremacy. The young man ordered. His tone was filled with confidence. But, the 2 supreme beings were still hesitating. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that instant, the space rippled and 2 figures appeared not far away. The auras of the 2 figures were extremely strong, indicating that they were both supreme beings. The young man was overjoyed as he said, "I'm the son of the ocean-suppressing great general, Hai Tian. 100 poison supremacy is hiding in the poisonous gas formation. If you help me break the formation, I'll reward you handsomely." The son of the ocean-suppressing great general? The faces of the 2 supreme beings changed slightly, revealing a hint of fear. But it was only a hint. One of them said, "We can work together, but if there's a map of the pure spirit body later, we'll compete for it with our own strength." Are you trying to negotiate with me? Hai Tian's face turned cold. Hee, of course, even though you're the son of the ocean-suppressing great general, we're also from the Southern Sacred Palace. The ocean-suppressing great general won't be able to suppress us. One of the supreme beings said with a hollow laugh. They were both supreme beings with extraordinary backgrounds. Even though they were slightly intimidated by Hai Tian, they were not afraid of him. In this coastal area, his father was the overlord, and not many people dared to not give him face. But this time, the pure spiritual body had attracted many experts, and some of them were from the Southern God Palace. They were not afraid of the sea-suppressing marshal. Hai Tian rolled his eyes and pondered for a while, then said, "All right, you guys can attack together. After breaking the poison array, we will fight for the pure spiritual body's map with our own abilities." He had brought 5 supreme beings with him, and he was confident that he could suppress the crowd. Haha, count me in. Count me in. At this moment, a few more voices sounded, and a few figures appeared. Each of them had a terrifying aura, and they were all supreme beings. Lu Ming stood not far away, and 1,000 miles behind him, those perfected spiritual god, 9th-level spiritual god, and 8th-level spiritual god martial artists were watching from afar. So many supreme beings, I wonder how many supreme beings have been attracted this time. There are more than 10 in front of us, and there are definitely more. With so many supreme beings, 100 poison supremacy will definitely not be able to keep his map. Some people were talking among themselves, and they looked ahead excitedly. Boom! 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 The supreme beings that came later burst out, and their terrifying aura soared into the sky, stirring up a huge hole in the sky, and it was extremely terrifying. Bright light shone out, and all kinds of terrifying attacks burst out, blasting towards the poison array. Rumble, under the attacks of the supreme beings, the sky was shattered like tofu, and all kinds of attacks, along with spatial storms, fell towards the poison array. With so many supreme beings attacking together, they wanted to break the poison array with strong means. Sizzle, the poison gas of the poison array was extremely terrifying, and when it came in contact with those attacks, it made sizzling sounds, as if it was corroding those attacks. However, although the poison array was strong, there were 8 supreme beings attacking together. The power of 8 supreme beings attacking together was too shocking, and it could destroy heaven and earth. Although the poison array was strong, it could not withstand such a powerful attack. Whoosh, the poison gas tumbled, and it was annihilated by the terrifying attacks, turning into nothingness. The various colors of the poison gas in front of them slowly faded, and they were slowly annihilated. Then, some inscriptions, under the terrifying power, crumbled one by one. As the inscriptions crumbled, the array collapsed even faster, and the poison gas dissipated even faster. The poison array was about to be broken. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure shrouded in black poison gas flew out from the poison gas formation and into the distance. 100 Poisons Prime. It's 100 Poisons Prime. Stop him! Hai Tian shouted. Whoosh! 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 With a flicker of their figures, the 8 Supremes executed their movement techniques and chased after 100 Poison's supremacy. All sorts of attacks were launched at him. 100 Poison's supremacy was helpless, and could only try his best to dodge. As a result, his speed was greatly reduced, and he was surrounded by 8 supremacies. Baidu, hand over the map of the pure spirit body. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape death today. Hai Tian shouted as he rushed over with the 2 supreme beings beside him. Ha ha ha, what? A joke? Why should I give it to you? I paid a great price to obtain the map of the pure spirit body, so why should I give it to you? 100 Poison Sovereign laughed maniacally. Humph, if you don't give it to me today, you'll die. Hai Tian sneered. Humph, you're just a piece of trash. If you didn't rely on your powerful father, I could kill you with a single breath. 100 Poison Supremacy glanced at Hai Tian in disdain. You're courting death. Attack, kill this man. Hai Tian's face flushed red as he roared. Hai Tian's talent was average, and he had only awakened an 8th grade High God Realm bloodline. He was far from the top geniuses, and he wasn't even qualified to participate in the Heavenly Divinity Sect's disciple selection. This was his sore point. He was proud and arrogant, and he hated it the most when people said that his talent was inferior to others. If they said that, they would die. 100 Poison Supremacy dared to call him a piece of trash, which violated his taboo. The 3 supreme beings that obeyed Hai Tian's orders instantly attacked 100 Poison Supremacy. 3 terrifying attacks enveloped 100 Poison Supremacy. 100 Poison Supremacy's face revealed a hint of ruthlessness as he chopped off one of his arms. As soon as the arm fell, it turned into a 7-colored poisonous gas that filled the area. Not good. The faces of the supreme beings turned green when they were hit by the poisonous gas. The other supreme beings also retreated. 100 Poison Supremacy wanted to take this opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Attack, don't let him escape, attack. Hai Tian roared. The supreme beings that obeyed Hai Tian's orders ignored the poisonous gas and attacked 100 Poison Supremacy with all their might. Meanwhile, the other supreme beings reacted and attacked too. Bang! 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 A great explosion took place between the heavens and earth as the supreme beings exchanged blows. However, 100 Poison Supremacy was alone, thus there was no way he could escape. In just a few moves, he was severely injured and vomited mouthfuls of blood. Here's the map of the pure spirit body. In the end, 100 Poison Supremacy had no choice but to take off his storage ring and toss it to one of the supreme beings. This supreme being was not Hai Tian's subordinate. He was overjoyed when he saw the storage ring. He immediately grabbed it and backed away. Hand it over. You're asking for it. The other supreme beings roared as they ignored 100 Poison Supremacy and charged toward the supreme being. 100 Poison Supremacy backed away as his body was engulfed in poisonous gas, trying his best to heal his injuries. However, he did not leave immediately. It was obvious that he was unwilling to hand over the map, and was waiting for an opportunity. How dare you steal it from me? I'll kill whoever tries to steal it from me. Hai Tian let out a roar. The 8 supreme beings were engaged in an intense battle, causing terrifying gusts of wind to sweep in all directions. 100 Poison Supremacy's storage ring was taken by one person, then another. No one was allowed to monopolize it, as the one who obtained it would be attacked from all sides. I would like to see what the map looks like. Lu Ming murmured as he stepped forward toward the battlefield of the supreme beings. That kid, what is he trying to do? Why is he walking forward? He's courting death. Is he trying to compete for the map too? What a joke, he's overestimating himself. In the distance, the spectators were startled at first, before they began to laugh coldly. Hai Tian was slightly startled too, before he wore a ferocious expression as he said, "Kid, you're courting death. Kill him." At the edge of Hai Tian, a supreme being nodded and waved his hand, unleashing a saber glow toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at Hai Tian calmly, before he suddenly accelerated and dodged the saber glow, charging toward the battlefield of the supreme beings. Die. On the battlefield, a supreme being who obeyed Hai Tian threw a punch at Lu Ming. Piss off. Lu Ming grunted and threw a punch at his opponent. Haha, this kid dares to exchange blows with a supreme being, someone sneered, but before he could finish, he was stunned. Boom, the two fists collided. In this punch, Lu Ming unleashed the power of 9 dragons, which contained 5 types of wills. The hell-suppressing heaven skill was terrifyingly powerful. When the two fists collided, the space directly exploded, and the surrounding space spread out in all directions like a spider web. A terrifying force shot out, and then a figure trembled, stepping on the void and retreating wildly, causing the space to tremble violently. To everyone's surprise, this figure was not Lu Ming, but the supreme martial artist, a burly supreme martial artist. And Lu Ming's figure did not move at all. Everyone was stunned, dumbfounded, and somewhat in disbelief. Even the supreme beings who were fighting were stunned and stopped fighting. A young man who looked less than 30 years old actually repelled a supreme being with one punch. How was this possible? Who was this person? Damn it, kill, kill. The supreme being who was repelled reacted and let out an angry roar. He, a supreme being, was actually repelled by a young man with one punch. He felt that he had lost a lot of face. At this time, he no longer cared about snatching the map. He wanted to kill Lu Ming to restore his reputation. 2 pairs of gloves appeared on top of his head. This was his bloodline, a level 6 divine bloodline. The gloves were on his palms, and he punched continuously. The power of his punches increased by several times. The fist force as heavy as a mountain drowned Lu Ming. Kill. True essence boiled, and the power of 9 dragons made Lu Ming's strength soar. He punched continuously with both fists and exchanged blows with his opponent. Bang! 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 After more than a dozen punches, Lu Ming had the upper hand and suppressed his opponent. In the distance, the martial artists who were watching the battle were dumbfounded, and they were completely speechless. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming dared to come here because he was overestimating himself and was courting death. Or perhaps, Lu Ming was just like them and wanted to watch from afar. But later, Lu Ming actually rushed to the battlefield. They thought that Lu Ming was courting death and was doomed. However, the result was far beyond their expectations. The battle prowess that Lu Ming displayed nearly blinded their eyes. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against a supreme being. Moreover, he was able to suppress a supreme being. This was simply a fantasy. Time to end this. Lu Ming muttered. Above his head, the 3rd bloodline appeared. A gush of energy gushed out from the 3rd bloodline and entered Lu Ming's body. After borrowing the power of the 3rd bloodline, Lu Ming's strength increased greatly. Boom, with one punch, the other party retreated continuously. With another punch, there was a cracking sound and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from the other party's fist. The bones in his hand had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. Whoosh, the 3rd bloodline turned into a battle sword, tearing through the void, hacking towards the other party. The other party cried out miserably, one of his arms severed by the blood sword. The other party retreated frantically, his face filled with fear. The rest of the 9 Heaven Supremes, including Hai Tian, were astounded. A supreme being was injured just like that. What kind of battle prowess was this? Give me the map. Lu Ming targeted one of the supreme beings and charged towards him. The 100 poisoned supreme being's storage ring fell into his hands. Seeing Lu Ming charging towards him, the supreme being's expression changed greatly, and he retreated rapidly. You can't escape. Lu Ming stepped out, charging towards the other party. Boom, Lu Ming's palm struck out, and a ferocious spatial crack appeared in the void. A chaotic spatial storm surged towards the other party. The supreme being tried his best to resist, but he was still forced back. Lu Ming's current strength was too strong, far surpassing the average supreme beings. Attack together, this person is too strong. The supreme being roared. Yes, attack together, all of you attack, kill this person first, then fight for the pure spirit body's map. Hai Tian also shouted. He looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of crazy jealousy and hatred. He was jealous of Lu Ming's talent. He looked younger than him, but his cultivation and battle prowess were so terrifying. He was so jealous that he wanted to go crazy. He wanted to destroy Lu Ming and make such a genius disappear from the world. Young master, on the edge of Hai Tian, the two supreme beings were still hesitating. Attack, I order you to attack and kill this person together. Hai Tian roared angrily. The two supreme beings had no choice but to attack Lu Ming together. As for the other supreme beings, they also attacked Lu Ming together. Lu Ming's battle prowess was too strong, and they felt threatened. If Lu Ming got the pure spirit body's map, it would be difficult for them to get it. Therefore, they planned to get rid of Lu Ming first. 10 supreme martial artists attacked at the same time, charging toward Lu Ming. Their power was extremely terrifying. Roar, a dragon roar shook the 9 heavens, and the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. Lu Ming performed bloodline fusion, turning into 9 dragons. The power of devouring erupted, enveloping all the supreme beings. Then, the dragon claws continuously stepped out. Bang! Bang! 2 supreme beings were hit by the dragon claws, coughing up blood and retreating. Whoosh! The divine dragon swung its tail, and a supreme being subordinate of Hai Tian also vomited blood and was sent flying. Clang! The lightning cauldron appeared above the 9 dragons, and thousands of lightning filled the air, enveloping the remaining supreme beings. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded, and all the attacks of the supreme beings were blocked. Hiss! In the distance, there was a series of gasps, and the cold air almost made their lungs explode. It was too shocking. 10 supreme beings joined forces to attack a young man, but in the end, not only were they blocked by the young man, some of them were even injured. How was this possible? He is Lu Ming of the Divine Wilderness Continent, the #1 genius of the Divine Ruins Continent. Suddenly, a supreme being shouted. This supreme being had gone to watch the selection of the Yuan Lu sect, and he recognized Lu Ming. What? He is Lu Ming? The most powerful genius of the younger generation in the Divine Ruins Continent? Didn't he return to the Divine Ruins Continent? Why is he still here? Gosh, it's him, no wonder he is so terrifying. The scene was in an uproar. By now, Lu Ming's name had already spread across the Divine Ruins Continent. Most of the people knew that the Divine Wilderness Continent had emerged as a new force in the selection of the Yuan Lu sect's disciples. The most terrifying one was a young man called Lu Ming, who had defeated the other geniuses and won the first place. No one in the younger generation could defeat him. Even if he is the most powerful genius of the younger generation, his combat strength is terrifying enough. Someone exclaimed. It was too shocking to be able to remain unscathed under the attacks of 10 supreme beings. Damn it, it's him. Hai Tian gritted his teeth in hatred. Leave it to me. Jiu Long said indifferently. He twisted his body and charged towards the supreme being who was holding 100 Poison Sovereign's storage ring. That supreme being wanted to resist, but after being beaten up by Lu Ming, he no longer dared to resist and threw the storage ring to Lu Ming, who caught it. Lu Ming caught the storage ring, and with a thought, a rolled-up map appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Because the feeling this map gave him was almost exactly the same as the map he had obtained from the bandit. The material, texture, and weight were all the same. Lu Ming opened the map and looked at it. Lu Ming was even more stunned. The content of the map was exactly the same as the one he had obtained. There were no changes. There are actually 2 maps. Strange. Lu Ming frowned. Generally speaking, there would only be one such precious map. How could there be 2? Could it be fake? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Lu Ming, I am the son of the sea-suppressing marshal. I advise you to hand over the map to avoid causing trouble for yourself. Not far away, Hai Tian spoke as he stared coldly at Lu Ming. So what if Lu Ming's talent was strong? He was just a young man from the Divine Wilderness Continent. In the coastal area of the Divine Ruins Continent, he still had to listen to him obediently. Otherwise, as long as he sent out an emperor, he could easily kill Lu Ming. No matter how talented he was just an ordinary martial artist if he didn't grow up. The 5 supreme beings under Hai Tian surrounded Lu Ming and stared at him covetously. The other supreme beings also stared at the map in Lu Ming's hand with fiery eyes, wishing they could take it for themselves. There really was a map. It seemed that the matter of the pure spirit body was true. The temptation of a pure spirit body was too strong for them. Most of them had almost stopped at the supreme being realm for their entire lives. It was too difficult to take another step forward and break through to the Emperor realm. But with a pure spirit body, there was hope. As long as they cultivated a pure spiritual body, on the basis of a pure spiritual body, they might be able to condense a real spiritual body and become a ruler. The temptation of becoming an emperor who could live for 10 to 20,000 years and dominate the world was too strong. Knowing that Lu Ming was strong, they wouldn't give up so easily. Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. He looked at Hai Tian and said, "You want the map?" "Sure, here you go." With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming tossed the map to another paragon, not the one who took orders from Hai Tian. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lu Ming to hand over the map so easily. Looks like Lu Ming is still afraid of Hai Tian. Everyone had the same thought. Hai Tian sneered. He also thought that Lu Ming was afraid of him. So what if he's talented? If you don't have a backer, won't you still have to listen to me? Hai Tian sneered. Although he knew that Lu Ming had been accepted as a disciple by the Yuanlu's Dragon God Valley, he wasn't afraid since Lu Ming hadn't officially joined the Dragon God Valley yet. He actually didn't give me the map directly. When my big brother arrives, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Hai Tian thought. Lu Ming threw out the map, causing another chaotic battle. As for Lu Ming, he transformed into his human form and took a step forward, suddenly appearing beside Hai Tian. Hai Tian's expression changed slightly as he scolded, "Lu Ming, what are you doing?" "Nothing. It's just that your face pisses me off. Moreover, you wanted to kill me before. I'm a very vengeful person." Lu Ming said with a faint smile. You dare?" Hai Tian's expression changed drastically. Slap. Lu Ming swung his hand and slapped Hai Tian's face. Hai Tian spun dozens of times, one side of his face was swollen. He was completely dumbfounded. Lu Ming dared to hit him? Didn't Lu Ming hand over the map because he was afraid of him? How dare he hit him now? Hai Tian felt that his brain couldn't process the situation. "Young master." A few supreme martial artists under Hai Tian's command roared angrily and pounced on Lu Ming. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Lu Ming smiled and took a step forward. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. The reason why Lu Ming didn't kill Hai Tian wasn't because he was afraid of the forces behind him, but because he wanted to use them to decipher the map and find the pure spirit body. The map was very complicated. The more people there were, the higher the chance of deciphering it. After Lu Ming left, Hai Tian finally reacted. He covered one side of his face and screamed crazily, "Ah, damn it, kill him, Lu Ming, you must kill him." He screamed hysterically, but Lu Ming couldn't hear him anymore. He walked out of the swamp and soon came out of the endless swamp. That guy came out. As soon as Lu Ming came out of the swamp, many eyes looked at him. I knew he would come out. He must have seen the scene of the supreme martial artists fighting inside. It's too shocking, so he ran out in fear. Yes, that must be it. He's just a clown, why bother with him? Voices sounded one after another. Some of them were full of disdain. Lu Ming didn't bother to pay attention to them. He directly left and returned to the city. Not long after Lu Ming left, a group of people came out. They were the group of people who were watching the battle. How was it? How was the battle inside? Did the supreme martial artists fight? Is there any news of the pure spirit body? Many people began to ask. The map with the pure spirit body has appeared. A battle between the supreme martial artists, an expert at the perfected stage of the spirit god realm, explained. When he mentioned that the young man from before was Lu Ming and that Lu Ming had unleashed his prowess and fought against the 10 supreme beings, there was complete silence. You mean? That young man is the most powerful young man, Lu Ming? And he fought against the 10 supreme martial artists, seized the map, and then took the initiative to hand it over in the end? Someone asked in disbelief. That's right. The previous person nodded. The people outside the swamp were dumbfounded. Some of their faces were flushed red from shame. Just now, they were laughing at Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming was scared. But in fact, Lu Ming was able to fight against the 10 supreme martial artists alone and seize the map from them. His combat strength was beyond imagination. Lu Ming ignored them just now because he didn't care about them. In Lu Ming's eyes, they were the real clowns. Thinking of this, their faces turned red. Not long after, Hai Tian and the others also appeared. In this battle, Hai Tian's side was stronger. He brought a total of 5 supreme martial artists with him, and one of them even awakened a 7th-level divine bloodline. He was stronger than ordinary supreme martial artists. The 5 of them joined forces and seized the map. After Hai Tian seized the map, he disappeared with the experts. Many people guessed that they were studying the map. Many experts secretly sent people to keep an eye on Hai Tian and the others because as long as Hai Tian and the others studied something, they would be able to find some clues. Lu Ming was also studying the map. Of course, he called Dandan along. Dandan was an old antique who was proficient in all kinds of inscriptions. It was best to call Dandan along to study this kind of map. The 2 of them studied the map for 2 days. All the lines on this map converge at the end and lead to a certain place. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the nearby geographical location. Otherwise, I would be able to find the destination according to the corresponding geographical location. Dandan said slowly as he walked around the map with his claws behind his back. Oh? Then I'll go by a few maps of the Godly Ruins continent. Lu Ming said. Sigh, even if you compare it with the map, it won't be that easy to find. After all, the map's description won't be that detailed. Even so, Lu Ming still went to buy a few maps, including maps of the Godly Ruins continent and the ocean, and put them together to study. Just as Lu Ming and the others were studying, a black-robed old man sat cross-legged in a secret room in the city. The black-robed old man's face was full of wrinkles, and his face was ferocious. No, there are too few maps. They won't be able to study it in a short time. I don't have time to continue waiting, so I might as well release a large number of maps. With so many people, someone will definitely be able to find it. I must find the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. It's my only hope. A cold voice came out of the black-robed old man's mouth. Then, a large number of maps appeared in the black-robed old man's hand. He casually took out a map and opened it. It was exactly the same as the one Lu Ming had obtained, and it was all about the pure spirit body. There were not just 1 or 2 maps, but many of them, and they were all duplicated by the black-robed old man. A day later, another map of the pure spirit body appeared, and it caused an intense competition. In the end, it was snatched away by a supreme being. But later, more and more maps of the pure spirit body appeared. In the beginning, the competition was still very intense, and supreme beings would make a move whenever a map appeared. But later, it seemed that all the supreme beings had a map, and only spirit god realm experts made a move. Later on, more and more maps appeared, and there were a few hundred maps. Could the maps be fake? Such a situation made many people speculate. Perhaps it was true. Someone had obtained a map first, but he couldn't study it, so he threw out so many duplicated maps in order to borrow the strength of others to find the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Then, such words were thrown out, and many people were skeptical. But no one would give up easily. After all, the pure spirit body was too tempting. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, no one would give up. Many people held the maps and studied them carefully. Later on, some people even gathered together and began to study. A few days later, someone indeed made some progress and flew towards the sea. The location indicated on the map should be overseas. Dandan also came to a conclusion. For a time, countless people gathered together and flew towards the sea. Whoosh, the sea breeze whistled and blew. When they arrived at the seaside, they saw the boundless sea. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh, one figure after another rode the wind and broke the waves, flying toward the sea. There were a few individuals whose auras were especially powerful, terrifying to the extreme. Those were supreme being level experts. Look, that's Hai Tian. The sea conqueror has sent even more experts. Someone looked up at the sky. Everyone saw that there were a total of 9 people at the edge of the sea. Each and every one of them had a terrifying and powerful aura. They were all supremes. However, this time, Hai Tian wasn't in charge. Hai Tian was obediently following behind a man in his 40s with a respectful expression. That's Hai Tian's elder brother, Haiyu. He's a terrifying existence. It's said that Haiyu has awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. He's already over 40 years old and can step into the martial emperor realm at any time. His combat strength is terrifying. Haiyu has also come out. With his combat strength, he can easily kill an ordinary supreme being. A few people were discussing among themselves. When Haiyu was mentioned, they all felt great fear. A 9th grade divine bloodline sovereign. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A 9th grade divine bloodline sovereign was absolutely terrifying. Such a person would definitely step into the martial emperor realm. His combat strength couldn't be measured by common sense. If Haiyu wasn't over 30 years old, he could participate in the heavenly divinity sect's selection of disciples. Such a genius combat strength could be imagined after he became a supreme being. Even if Lu Ming were to face him now, he might not have the confidence to win. Haiyu, Hai Tian, and the others flew toward the sea. Following that, more people flew toward the sea. Lu Ming blended into the crowd and flew together. After flying for a full day, they didn't know how far they had traveled. A small island appeared in front of them. Could it be on this small island? Many people's eyes lit up. No, this small island is only the first location. It's a guiding point. Someone said. They found the answer based on the map and the position of the stars in the sky. This small island wasn't the final location. It pointed to the next location. Some people took out the map and studied it together. In the end, they found the right path and continued to fly toward the sea. A day later, they found the second island. Unfortunately, after studying it, it was still not the final destination. It was also a guiding point. If they found this island, they could find the next location. Everyone studied and calculated together. Then, they continued to fly. Another day later, they arrived at the third island. This island was still not the final destination. However, when they arrived here, they encountered a problem. They found a ruin on this island. It was full of abandoned stone pillars. Some people guessed that this was the key to studying the map, but it seemed that something was missing. They couldn't figure out the final route. If something is really missing, these ruins should give us a hint. Dandan frowned and thought seriously. Everyone studied it for a day but found nothing. These ruins are somewhat similar to the stone plate passed down in my family. At that moment, an old man walked to the ruins and took out a stone plate. Buzz, the stone plate vibrated and emitted light. At the same time, the ruins also vibrated and emitted a dazzling light. The ruins and the stone plate resonated with each other. There's a reaction. Someone exclaimed. Look, some routes have appeared. Everyone saw that the stone plate and the ruins were resonating with each other. In the dazzling light, some lines were condensed. These lines seemed to be some routes. Everyone quickly combined it with the route on the map and deduced. Got it, I found the route. Someone shouted excitedly. In the end, everyone worked together and found the next route. They continued to fly toward the sea. Sure enough, I made the right choice. Relying on myself, I can only reach this far in the end. In the crowd, an old man in a black robe revealed an excited expression. Those maps were leaked by this old man. He had obtained the maps a long time ago. After decades of research, he could only find the third island. There was no clue beyond that. Therefore, he copied a large number of maps, hoping to borrow the strength of others to find the method of the pure spirit body. Sure enough, this method worked. In just a few days, the results were greater than his decades of research. Then, they found the fourth island, then the fifth island. 10 days later, they found a total of 9 islands. These 9 islands seemed to have a mysterious connection. They had to find the previous one to find the next one. However, the 9th island seemed to be the final destination. Everyone studied and found that the 9th island was the last island. The next step would be the location of the pure spirit body. Everyone studied carefully and finally found that the final destination was at the bottom of the sea. In a secret place at the bottom of the sea. Plop. Plop, many experts jumped into the sea and headed in the direction of the pure spirit body according to the map. Lu Ming also jumped into the sea. This was the outer sea, and the water was very deep. Everyone kept diving, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, and finally, they reached a depth of more than 100,000 meters. At this depth, the pressure of the seawater had reached a terrifying level. Even a high-grade spirit weapon would be crushed into a ball under such water pressure. The terrifying pressure constantly pressed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his Jin Yuan to protect his body, and at the same time, he circulated the concept of water. A mysterious aura circulated around his body, and the water automatically separated and couldn't get close to Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked relaxed, but the others weren't. Puff, a first-level spirit god martial artist's body trembled, and his face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and didn't dare to continue diving. Instead, he quickly swam upstream. At this point, ordinary low-level spirit god martial artists would have a hard time resisting and would be crushed to death by the huge pressure. Although they were unwilling, they could only leave because they hadn't reached the bottom yet. They had to continue diving and didn't know how deep it would be. The surroundings were pitch black, and there wasn't the slightest bit of light. However, those who could reach this place were all experts with strong eyesight. They could still see tens of thousands of meters away. Whoosh, everyone continued diving and occasionally checked the map. Soon, they had reached a depth of more than 200,000 meters. The water pressure here was even more terrifying. Many people's Jin Yuan protection creaked under the pressure, as if it would collapse at any time. At this point, Lu Ming found an underground mountain range. However, because the rocks here were under the terrifying water pressure all year round, their hardness was shocking. They were harder than many strange metals outside, and 100 times harder than ordinary steel. It's under that valley. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and pointed at an underwater valley below. Looking from afar, it was pitch black, as if it led to the abyss of hell. Lu Ming nodded and headed towards the valley. Obviously, the others had also noticed and were swimming towards the valley. The number of people who could reach this place was much smaller than before, but there were still about 1,000 people. 1,000 people, like 1,000 tiny fish, swam into the pitch-black valley. Whoosh, all of a sudden, the seawater churned. From a pitch-black cave at the edge of the valley, a colossal creature suddenly pounced out. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the experts. The berserk aura was frightening. "You're courting death," someone roared, and a sword chi slashed out at the huge monster. The attacker was a consummate spirit god expert. However, as they were in the deep sea, his strength was greatly suppressed. His sword chi slashed out and slashed at the mouth. The sharp teeth of the mouth bit the sword chi in half. Then, a scarlet tongue rolled out and wrapped around the expert, pulling him into the mouth. Damn it! The expert in the consummate spirit god realm unleashed all kinds of terrifying attacks. However, they were more than 200,000 meters deep in the sea, and his strength was greatly suppressed. The monster that suddenly pounced out was only equivalent to a consummate spirit god. However, the monster's strength here was far above that of an ordinary consummate spirit god. The human expert in the consummate spirit god realm was no match for the monster at all. He was pulled into the mouth of the scarlet tongue and was bitten in half. Ah! The expert in the consummate spirit god realm let out a shrill scream. However, in the next moment, the scream stopped abruptly. He was bitten into pieces by the monster and swallowed into its stomach. What kind of monster is that? At this moment, everyone saw the monster's appearance clearly. Its body was like a python, but it also looked like an eel. It was very long, and its tail was still in a cave in the valley. Only the upper part of its tail was sticking out. Its body was covered in scales, and its eyes were blood red. It was extremely ferocious. Its mouth was chewing, and it seemed to be eating with relish. Its blood-red eyes stared at the others with greed. Whoosh, in the next moment, it pounced out again and opened its bloody mouth to bite the experts of the human race. "You're courting death." At this moment, a supreme being shouted coldly and stepped out. With a wave of his hand, the embryonic form of a domain spread out and enveloped the monster. Chi-chi, the monster's scales made sizzling sounds when it was enveloped by the embryonic form of the domain. Die. The supreme being stepped out and appeared on top of the monster's head. He punched out and bombarded the monster's head. Bang, with a boom, the monster roared and retreated. Its head caved in and blood flowed out, but it was not killed. So powerful. Many people's hearts trembled. This monster was too powerful. Judging from its aura, it was only at the consummate spirit god realm. If it was outside, the attack of a supreme being was enough to kill a consummate spirit god. However, the monster was only injured here and was not killed. Obviously, this monster lived at the bottom of the sea all year round. In this place, the monster could unleash its strength while the strength of human warriors was suppressed. The human supreme being's face darkened when he did not kill the monster with one attack. A snow-white battle sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. A shocking sword light split the sea and slashed the monster's neck. Splat, blood dyed the sea red and the monster's head was chopped off. However, the monster was not dead for a while after its head was chopped off. Its lower body frantically retreated, trying to shrink back into the cave. However, it only retreated halfway before its vitality was extinguished and it became limp and motionless. There are marine monsters at the bottom of the sea. We have to be careful. Someone whispered and increased their vigilance. Once there were creatures at the bottom of the sea, they would definitely be dangerous and not simple. Everyone continued to dive. The valley was too deep. They dived for another 10,000 meters, but they still did not reach the bottom. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the seawater surged and there was another boom around the valley. Hiss hiss hiss, at the same time, there was a shrill sound that made people's hair stand on end. Then, everyone was shocked to see dozens of behemoths on the walls of the valley pouncing towards them at the same time. Monster, it's that kind of monster! Someone screamed in horror. This behemoth that suddenly pounced out was exactly the same as the one that appeared before. Its body was as slender as a python, its eyes were blood red and its mouth was wide open. Its body was covered with scales and it looked terrifying. There were dozens of them here, and each of them had a terrifying aura. Caught off guard, more than a dozen human warriors were bitten by the monster without any chance to fight back. The sharp teeth chewed them into pieces and they died on the spot. An exceptionally huge monster pounced towards Hai Tian and the others. You're courting death. A supreme being roared at the edge of the sea and a spear appeared in his hand. The spear broke through the sea water and fought with the monster. After 3 moves, the monster was nailed to the bottom of the sea. Splash, a monster targeted Lu Ming and bit at Lu Ming's head. The dragon power in Lu Ming's body burst out, and his left hand used the devouring power to envelop the monster. The fingers of his right hand lengthened and turned into dragon claws. Pfft! Lu Ming grabbed the monster's head with his right hand and tore it off with all his might. Blood gushed out, but it was all devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power. What a rich blood essence, and the demonic power in it is even more astonishing. After devouring the monster's blood essence and demonic power, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This monster was also a type of demonic beast, but the demonic power in its body was astonishing. The blood essence in its blood essence was also extremely rich, far surpassing that of ordinary human martial artists. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation had reached a bottleneck. After devouring and refining, it was not of much help to him. Kill! 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 Deep in the sea, a fierce battle broke out. Although the dozens of underwater monsters were powerful, they were still easily killed by the human race's supreme martial artist. In the end, dozens of humans died, but the dozens of monsters were killed one by one. Next, everyone continued to dive, but they were even more cautious. Sure enough, not long after, they were attacked again. It was a strange fish. Its body was not big, and it looked exactly like a stone. Even its aura was like a stone, as if it was lifeless. However, when Lu Ming and the others approached, the stone-like fish suddenly launched an attack. This fish was not particularly strong, but there were many of them, and they were highly poisonous. If a perfected spirit god was bitten by this fish, he would be severely poisoned and paralyzed, unable to fight back. In this battle, dozens of powerhouses died. In the end, they relied on the powerful strength of the Supremes to kill the stone-like fish. However, no one retreated. The temptation of a pure spirit body was too great. Since they had come this far, no one wanted to return empty-handed. Everyone continued to dive. In total, they had dived 300,000 meters into the sea. The water pressure here was simply unimaginable. Moreover, it was pitch black. With Lu Ming's vision, he could only see within 1,000 meters. The others might be able to see even closer. It's the end, someone said. Everyone relaxed. They had finally reached the bottom. Was the pure spirit body cultivation method here? Look, there's a crack. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone hurriedly gathered over, and sure enough, they found a crack. It seemed to be a spatial passage. This is a spatial tunnel. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body must be hidden inside. This thought appeared in everyone's mind, and their eyes couldn't help but become fiery. Just as someone was about to charge in, the seawater in the distance churned, and a furious roar rang out. How dare you invade my ancestral land? All of you must die. The loud roar was like a dragon's roar, rumbling through the rolling seawater. Then, everyone saw a large group of black behemoths rushing towards them. Demonic beasts, all of them were demonic beasts, and they were all marine demonic beasts. Lu Ming saw huge octopuses, ferocious sharks, and slender eels. The one in the lead was covered in black scales, had dragon horns, and had 4 claws under its belly. It was a flood dragon. It was a black flood dragon. Moreover, the flood dragon had a strong true dragon's aura. It obviously contained a rich true dragon's bloodline. The terrifying aura was enough to make people tremble even if they were far away. Supreme Being, that flood dragon is a Supreme Being expert, and it contains 90% of the true dragon's bloodline. Lu Ming's pupils shrank slightly. A flood dragon with 90% of the true dragon's bloodline was absolutely terrifying. Behind the flood dragon, there were many marine demonic beasts with terrifying auras. Many of them were Supreme Being experts. Not good, retreat. Charge into the spatial tunnel. Many human experts screamed in horror and turned around to charge into the spatial tunnel. You're courting death. The flood dragon roared, and a black dragon claw stretched out. It grew rapidly and clawed at the human experts. Puff. Puff, in an instant, more than 10 high-level spiritual god experts were crushed by the dragon claw. Their bodies and souls were annihilated. Whoosh, the dragon claw didn't stop, and it went for a Supreme Being expert. That Supreme Being expert's face changed. A snow-white saber appeared in his hand, and the saber light was shocking. It broke through the seawater and slashed at the dragon claw. With a loud bang, the saber light shattered. That Supreme Being expert's body shook violently. His face paled, and he vomited blood as he was sent flying. The difference was too big. Even though they were both Supreme Being experts, the flood dragon was no match for the human experts. They were at the bottom of the sea, and the flood dragon had an advantage. Moreover, the flood dragon had 90% of the true dragon's bloodline, and it was the same as the human experts who had awakened a grade 9 high god realm bloodline. He was a genius among geniuses. At this time, some human experts had already charged into the spatial tunnel and disappeared. Kill them all. Seeing this, the flood dragon became even more furious. He roared again, and his dragon claw slashed out. Rip, space was torn apart, and seawater flowed into the spatial crack and disappeared. A dragon claw grabbed at Hai Tian and the others. Protect the young master. At the edge of the sea, several Supreme Beings roared and attacked the black dragon claw together. Boom! 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 The terrifying attack evaporated more than 10,000 tons of seawater, creating a vacuum. Several Supreme Beings joined forces to block the black dragon claw. There are so many experts. Die! Hai Tian and the others attracted the attention of the black flood dragon. It stared coldly at Hai Tian and the others. It let out a dragon roar and pounced towards them. At the same time, several Supreme Being marine monsters followed the flood dragon and pounced towards Hai Tian and the others. The marine monsters had the advantage under the sea. Now that several Supreme Beings joined forces, their power was shocking. Hai Tian's face changed drastically, and he was extremely frightened. Boom! Boom! Several Supreme Beings joined forces, but they were still unable to stop the flood dragon and were sent flying. Big brother, save me! Hai Tian screamed in fear. Rip, Hai Yu stepped out and appeared beside Hai Tian. He activated his embryonic domain, and a huge battle axe appeared in his hand. He swung the axe. Clang, the axe collided with the black flood dragon's claw, and a shocking force was released. The force formed a storm that swept out, and some of the weaker supreme beings could not stand steadily. Haiyu was also in existence who had awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. His battle strength was shocking, and he was not weaker than the flood dragon. Even at the bottom of the sea, he was not much weaker. When the two collided, the flood dragon and Haiyu's bodies shook slightly, and they retreated a few steps. There's actually an expert like you, but this is the bottom of the sea. Stay here. The black flood dragon roared and attacked Haiyu. Bring Hai Tian into the spatial tunnel. I'll block them. Haiyu ordered the other supreme beings, and then used bloodline fusion to fight the flood dragon. Splash. They were more than 300,000 meters deep at the bottom of the sea. An ordinary spiritual god would probably be crushed to death by the seawater, not to mention stirring the seawater. However, the battle between Haiyu and the flood dragon supreme could actually stir the seawater within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. It was obvious how terrifying their combat strength was. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Is this the power of a 9th grade divine rank bloodline and a 90% divine beast bloodline? Their strength is indeed shocking. Lu Ming mixed in the crowd and casually fought with a demon beast. However, his gaze was fixed on the battle between Haiyu and the flood dragon supreme. Lu Ming was rather solemn at the combat power of the duo. Lu Ming felt that even if he unleashed his full strength now, he would probably not be a match for Haiyu or the flood dragon supreme. The main reason was that his cultivation was too far away from theirs. If his cultivation broke through to the perfection stage of the spiritual god realm, he was confident that he could fight and even suppress them. But now, he was still a little short. The gap between the 9th level of the spiritual god realm to the perfection stage of the spiritual god realm and the spirit god realm to the sovereign realm was getting bigger and bigger. It was too difficult to surmount. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, it was more than enough to deal with or even suppress those sovereigns who had awakened a 6th grade divine rank bloodline. However, they were only the most ordinary sovereigns. The higher their bloodline, the stronger their combat strength, and the more difficult it would be to deal with them. Let's go. After watching for a while, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of Haiyu and the flood dragon supreme's strength. Then, he casually killed a sea demon at the perfection stage of the spiritual god realm and followed the crowd into the spatial tunnel. The space changed. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt the pressure around him lighten, and the true yuan in his body circulated quickly. There's no seawater here, nor is there any pressure from the seawater. This was Lu Ming's first reaction. Then, Lu Ming looked around. At this moment, he was standing in the void. He could clearly see that there was seawater all around him, but it was separated by a layer of transparent material that kept the seawater outside. It was the same in all directions. There seemed to be a layer of restriction that kept the seawater out. There was a spatial rift in the sky. It was the spatial tunnel. Lu Ming and the others had come in through that spatial tunnel. That is, an ancient city. Then, Lu Ming looked ahead. This area was completely occupied by a vast ancient city. An ancient city stood in front of them. It was filled with an ancient aura, as if it had crossed over from the ancient era. The ancient city was vast. At a glance, one could see that it stretched for hundreds of thousands of li. To think that there was such an ancient city hidden at a depth of more than 300,000 meters under the sea. At this moment, some people were already flying towards the ancient city. Clearly, this ancient city was very likely their final destination. The pure spirit body technique was very likely to be hidden in this ancient city. However, Lu Ming saw a strange scene. When some people flew above the ancient city, it was as if they could not fly, or they were affected by a powerful gravitational force. They could not stay in the air and quickly descended into the ancient city. It seems like you can't fly in this ancient city. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Wang, suddenly, the space around Lu Ming trembled, and several figures appeared. Haiyu, one of them was Haiyu. Most of the remaining ones were sea monsters, such as the flood dragon sovereign. Kill. The moment the flood dragon sovereign appeared, he wanted to kill Haiyu. However, Haiyu was not in the mood to fight. He took a step forward and flew towards the ancient city. Lu Ming did not hesitate either. He used his movement technique and flew towards the ancient city. Kill all these humans. The flood dragon sovereign ordered and chased after the ancient city with the sea monsters. When Lu Ming flew above the ancient city, there was indeed an extremely powerful gravitational force. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, it was difficult for him to maintain flight. He could not help but fall below the ancient city. Lu Ming landed on a street in the ancient city. Hai Yu and the others landed on another street. As soon as he landed on the street, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. At this moment, he felt the bloodline of the prison-suppressing monument trembling slightly. Lu Ming realized that when he stepped on the ground, he seemed to be able to fuse with the earth with the help of the bloodline of the prison-suppressing monument. At this moment, he felt that the earth concept seemed to be restless, as if it could break through at any time. This ancient city is 300,000 meters below the sea. It's close to the earth's core. When I step on the ground here, it resonates with the earth. I can clearly sense the earth concept. Touch. Lu Ming thought in his heart and guessed the general reason. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me to break through to the peak of the 4th level of the earth concept. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. If his earth concept broke through to the peak of the 4th level, Lu Ming could continue to devour and refine origin stones and break through to the peak of the spirit god realm. Then, the next step would be to comprehend the embryonic form of the domain and break through to the sovereign realm. Boom. Boom, not far away, there was a rumbling sound. It was obvious that someone was fighting. Let's go. Even if there is a pure spiritual body cultivation technique, it must be in the depths of the ancient city. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He took a step forward and rushed towards the depths of the ancient city. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream came from in front of Lu Ming. Could it be that someone is killing each other? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and continued to move forward. Ah! Not long after, another shrill scream rang out. The scream contained despair and terror, and it caused one's entire body to go cold. It doesn't sound like the scream of someone killing each other. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but be careful. He also slowed down his speed. Hoo-hoo, suddenly, Lu Ming felt a chilly wind blowing on his body, making his hair stand on end. Be careful. Dandan suddenly warned. At the same time, Lu Ming also felt a cold aura approaching him from behind. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and threw out a punch. Boom, the fist energy pierced through the space and a pitch-black space tunnel appeared. However, there was nothing. Lu Ming didn't see anything or any living thing. However, at this moment, Lu Ming felt a cold aura on his neck that was getting closer to him. Swoosh, Lu Ming's palm was like a blade. He slashed out horizontally and swept in all directions. However, when his palm swept across, it was still empty. There was nothing. What the hell is this? Dandan, did you notice? Lu Ming frowned and looked around carefully, but he still found nothing. I didn't notice it either, Lu Ming. This place is very strange. It should be the residence of a powerful existence. Dandan said. You don't have to tell me that. Lu Ming curled his lips. To be able to move an ancient city to a place 300,000 meters deep under the sea, even an ordinary emperor couldn't do it. Only a terrifying existence could do it. How could the residents of such a powerhouse be ordinary? Ah, at this moment, another scream came from ahead. It was extremely shrill. Who cares what it is? Since it doesn't dare to appear, I'll continue forward. Lu Ming's eyes were bright. The dragon power in his body erupted. He was ready to fight at any time and stepped forward. In the ancient city, screams could be heard from time to time. What the hell is this? Get out here. But there was nothing. Some of the weaker cultivators were trembling in fear, feeling like they were going crazy. Whoosh whoosh, gusts of cold wind blew in the ancient city. Humph, trying to mystify us. Some of the Supreme Being experts snorted coldly. They covered their bodies with true essence and strode forward, passing through the streets. Lu Ming also strode forward, but strangely, Lu Ming did not see a single corpse along the way. Screams could be heard from time to time, but not a single corpse could be seen. Lu Ming could not help but look at the mansions and palaces on both sides of the street. The doors of these palaces were tightly shut, and they were full of mystery. Whoosh, Lu Ming took a step and rushed up the high wall of one of the palaces, looking inside. At one glance, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Inside the palaces was a small courtyard, and the courtyard was filled with skeletons. There was also a corpse lying in the courtyard. Its eyes were wide open, and there was still fear in them, but there was no sign of life. As expected, there is something wrong with these palaces. Lu Ming looked at the door in front of the courtyard. The door was open, and it was dark inside. He could not see what was going on, as if a terrifying demon was hiding inside. Hell suppressing heaven skill. Suddenly, Lu Ming roared and punched the air in front of him. Because at this moment, Lu Ming felt a dangerous aura descending. Boom, a phantom of the hell-suppressing monument appeared in Lu Ming's palm, as if it could suppress everything. The space trembled, and a black phantom appeared in front of Lu Ming. It seemed to be suppressed by the power of the hell-suppressing monument, and it was rapidly twisting. This is? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. This was a black shadow that did not seem to have a physical body. It was just a phantom with a ferocious face. Under the power of the hell-suppressing monument, it was twisting crazily, and it was even screaming. The black shadow twisted and screamed, as if it wanted to pounce on Lu Ming. Resentment, this is resentment. Dandan said with a frown on her face. What is resentment? Lu Ming asked. According to my conjecture, the owner of this ancient city must have died with extreme unwillingness. His cultivation base was extremely high, and before he died, he produced a terrifying amount of resentment. After that, there were people who came after him who were killed by his resentment, resulting in even more resentment. These resentment are all incomparably terrifying and formless, making them extremely difficult to kill. Dandan explained. There's actually such a strange thing in this world. Lu Ming frowned. He increased the power of the suppressing hell skill, and the suppressing hell monument trembled. The black shadow twisted and then collapsed. He's not that strong? Lu Ming pursed his lips. Lu Ming, don't be so smug. That's because you have the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel, and you obtained a fragment of it. The prison-suppressing steel can suppress everything, especially evil things. That's why you were able to suppress and kill it. If you used other methods, it would be very difficult to kill a wisp of resentment. Dandan glanced at Lu Ming in disdain. I see. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. That wisp of resentment was produced by someone who came after him. If you encounter the resentment produced by the owner of this place, it won't be so easy to deal with it. Dandan warned. Lu Ming nodded. He did not stop here and continued to walk deeper into the ancient city. From time to time, he could hear miserable screams. Such a strange thing made many people afraid. Many experts gathered together, helping each other and working together. This way, the situation was much better, and there were fewer miserable screams. The group continued forward and soon reached the center of the ancient city. In the center of the ancient city, there was a large group of palaces. It was like a palace, and there were countless palaces. Buzz, at this moment, a beam of light shot out from the depths of the palaces. Everyone saw a jade talisman in the beam of light. Could that be the cultivation method of a pure spirit body? Many people's eyes lit up. It must be, it must be. The cultivation method of a pure spirit body is mine. Get lost, it's mine. Many people's eyes were burning with passion as they rushed in the direction of the palaces. Ha ha ha, the pure spirit body is mine in the end. An old man in a black robe had a greedy look in his eyes. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He was the one who distributed all the maps. His goal was to find the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. Whoosh, with a flicker of his body, he scuttled out like a ghost. The cultivation method of a pure spirit body belongs to the Sea Conqueror's residence. Hai Tian, Hai Yu, and the others also rushed madly into the palaces. The treasures of the ancestral land belong to the Sea Demon clan. Flood Dragon Prime roared and led the experts of the Sea Demon clan into the depths of the palaces. Lu Ming did not rush in immediately. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. The resentment in the palaces is very strong. It's very scary, Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. He followed behind everyone and dashed in slowly. Ah. Sure enough, many people rushed into the palaces and let out miserable screams. What the hell is that? Kill. Kill. The group of palaces was in a mess. The fledgling domain is useful against it. Kill it with the fledgling domain. A supreme being shouted. Lu Ming saw a supreme being using the fledgling domain to cover an area. In the fledgling domain, the black shadow formed by the resentment appeared and was finally destroyed by the fledgling domain. After discovering this secret, the supreme beings used the fledgling domain to cover an area and destroy the resentment. In an instant, the situation reversed. Many supreme beings rushed towards the jade token. Lu Ming followed behind and did not act rashly. It's mine. Among the palaces, an old man in a black robe was the fastest. He flashed like a ghost and was the first to approach the jade token. He tapped his foot on one of the palaces and soared into the sky, grabbing the jade pendant. How dare you? You're courting death. Hi, you shouted. Get lost. Supreme Being Flood Dragon also roared. The other Supreme Beings also rushed over. Haha, I was the one who distributed the map. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body belongs to me. The old man in the black robe laughed, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. There was no doubt that the old man in the black robe was a supreme being. Moreover, he was not an ordinary supreme being. The bloodline that he had awakened was definitely not weak. The old man in the black robe was about to grab the jade token. At this moment, the old man in the black robe suddenly widened his eyes and revealed a look of shock. In the end, he roared angrily, "Get out of here, get out. Ah, get out of here." Then, the old man in the black robe let out a shrill roar. The power in his body erupted crazily. Some of the palaces in the ancient city collapsed and turned into dust under this power. What's going on? Many people were shocked and could not help but stop in their tracks, not daring to go forward. It was obvious that the black-robed old man had suffered a terrifying attack. Judging from the strength that the black-robed old man had, it was definitely terrifying. He was close to Haiyu and Flood Dragon Supreme. However, even with such strength, he was still in a miserable state. The black-robed old man shouted as he tumbled in the air, attacking randomly. Then, everyone was shocked to find that the black-robed old man's body was shriveling, as if the vitality in his body was slowly disappearing. At the same time, a black shadow appeared around the black-robed old man's body. It was twisted and ferocious. It was that kind of resentment. It's that damn thing again. Why is this one so strong? What the hell is that? Someone's voice trembled. Squeak squeak, the black shadow let out an ear-piercing sound and suddenly drilled into the black-robed old man's body. The black-robed old man let out an incomparably mournful scream, then stopped struggling. The vitality in his body had completely disappeared. His eyes were wide open, filled with shock, disbelief, and unwillingness. He racked his brains and spent dozens of years, but he still couldn't find the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. In the end, he made up his mind and made hundreds of copies of the map, hoping to borrow the help of others to find the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. Seeing that he was about to reach the final step, the cultivation method of the pure spiritual body was about to fall into his hands. His long-cherished wish was about to be fulfilled, but he had inexplicably died here. How could he be willing to accept this? Whoosh! After the black-robed old man died, the twisted black shadow reappeared and looked ferociously at Haiyu, Flood Dragon Supreme and the others, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. I'm afraid that this thing is only at the embryonic stage of a domain. I suggest that we work together to destroy this damn thing first, then fight for the jade token with our own abilities. How about that? Haiyu suggested as he looked at Flood Dragon Supreme. The only person he was afraid of here was Flood Dragon Supreme. Alright, I'll work together with you guys first. Flood Dragon Supreme said. Flood Dragon Supreme was also afraid of that resentment. What about you guys? Haiyu looked at the other Supremes. I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. The other Supremes nodded. Alright, then let's join hands and unleash the embryonic form of our domains. Let's go. Yu shouted. He thrust out his palm and the embryonic form of his domain spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading towards the black shadow. Creak creak, that black shadow seemed to be afraid of the fledgling domain. It squeaked and swayed its body, trying to dodge. Attack! Attack! The other Supremes, including the Supremes of the Sea Demon clan, also made their moves. Numerous embryonic domains spread out and permeated toward the black figure. There were more than 39 Heaven's Supremes on the scene. They immediately set up their domains to seal off the place. The black figure had nowhere to run, and was soon enveloped by layers of domains. Creak creak, the black figure let out a shriek. It was as if it had sunk into a quagmire, unable to move its body. Obliterate. Destroy. More than 30 Supremes roared. They controlled the embryonic form of their domains and unleashed a shocking destructive force, trying to obliterate the black figure. The black figure kept twisting and screaming, struggling with all its might. However, it was useless. It was trapped by the layers of domains. Under the destructive force, its body slowly shrank and was slowly obliterated. As time passed, the black figure became smaller and smaller. After a while, with a bang, the black shadow collapsed and turned into nothingness. The black figure was finally destroyed under the combined efforts of dozens of Supremes. This time, many greedy eyes stared at the jade pendant. After the black figure was destroyed, everyone's eyes naturally focused on the jade pendant. Creak creak, just as everyone was about to make their move, another ear-piercing sound was heard. This time, it wasn't just one or two, but a whole bunch of them. Squeaks and screams converged and sounded from all directions. Then, everyone saw in horror that many black figures flew out from the surrounding palaces. They were exactly the same as the previous one. At the same time, more and more black figures flew out from the palaces behind them. Countless black figures screamed and twisted. They were hideous and terrifying. Like a black storm, they swept towards everyone. At this moment, Yu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the others turned pale. There was no trace of blood in their faces. Save me, big brother, save me. Especially Tian, he was so scared that he screamed. His whole body was trembling, and a foul smell came from his pants. It turned out that he was so scared that he wet himself. Charge out. Yu let out a roar and pulled Tian along as he madly charged outside. Charge. The others also charged out. At this moment, no one was thinking about the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. There was only one thing in their mind, and that was to charge out and save their lives. Boom. Boom. Boom, everyone unleashed all kinds of attacks. Unfortunately, it was useless. Ordinary attacks were useless against those black figures. Only the embryonic form of a Supreme's domain was effective. Blood-curdling screams resounded. Many high-level spiritual god experts were entangled by the black figures and suffered terrifying attacks. Some people screamed as they were killed by the black figures. Those Supremes used their embryonic forms of domains to protect themselves and continuously charged out. Many smart spiritual god experts followed closely behind these Supremes and did their best to charge out. Countless black figures charged towards the group. Now. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly turned around and rushed towards the jade token. He circulated the suppressing hell heavenly art and struck out with his palm. His palm carried the suppressing hell steel's shadow, and the suppressing hell steel's unique suppressive force erupted. Creak, several black figures screamed under Lu Ming's palm and the suppressing hell heavenly art. They were constantly twisting, and seemed to be in great pain. Lu Ming punched out a few more times, and several black figures retreated far away. Lu Ming took large strides towards the jade token. As he charged, he continuously used the suppressing hell heavenly art. The suppressing hell heavenly art seemed to be the nemesis of those black figures. Wherever the suppressing hell heavenly art enveloped, those black figures retreated rapidly. What's going on? Some people widened their eyes in shock when they saw the scene. It's him, it's Lu Ming. He can restrain those black figures. Someone shouted as he recognized Lu Ming. Damn it, big brother, it's him, it's that Lu Ming. Hai Tian also saw the scene and shouted in jealousy. Humph, let's leave this place first. Even if he can get the jade token, he can't get out of here. Hai Yu snorted coldly and led Hai Tian out with the help of other supremes from the sea-suppressing Hell Marshal's residence. Of course, this was also because Lu Ming had attracted a large number of black figures when he rushed towards the jade token. This reduced the pressure on Hai Yu and the others by a lot. Otherwise, they might not have been able to rush out. As for Lu Ming, he was getting closer and closer to the jade pendant. The closer he was to the jade pendant, the more irritated the black shadows became. They screamed with all their might and rushed towards Lu Ming without any regard for their lives. Some of the black shadows were extremely powerful and could pose a fatal threat to supreme beings. Lu Ming could not repel them even with the hell-suppressing heaven skill. Hell-suppressing steel. Lu Ming's spine glowed and the bloodline of the hell-suppressing steel appeared. Lu Ming performed the bloodline fusion and turned into the bloodline of the hell-suppressing steel. Below, the word steel emitted a dazzling light and the suppressive force was greatly enhanced. Boom, the hell-suppressing steel grew as big as a mountain and pressed down on the black shadows. Squeak squeak squeak, with a series of screams, the black shadows were enveloped by the hell-suppressing steel and distorted rapidly. Then, they collapsed and disappeared from the world like black smoke. Even the black shadows that could pose a threat to supreme beings were the same. Under the suppression of the hell-suppressing steel, they could not resist for long and also turned into black smoke. Swoosh, the hell-suppressing steel's bloodline vibrated and the suppressive force exploded. A large number of black shadows turned into ashes. Lu Ming was not hindered at all and flew towards the jade pendant. In a few breaths, Lu Ming was close to the jade pendant. The hell-suppressing steel shrunk and turned back into Lu Ming's appearance. It stretched out its hand and grabbed the jade pendant. Bang! At this moment, the jade pendant suddenly exploded, turning into green smoke and dissipating. What's going on? Lu Ming's face changed and became gloomy. Could it be that everything was fake? The cultivation method of the pure spirit body was fake? Was it all a scam? They were tricked into coming here and there was nothing. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's face turned even uglier. No, Lu Ming suddenly looked at a palace below. There, in the courtyard of a palace, a figure was sitting cross-legged. It was a middle-aged man. He looked like a living person, very lifelike. However, Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual consciousness and knew that this person did not have any vitality and had died many years ago. However, this person's cultivation was too strong and his physical body was strong. Even after so many years, his physical body did not decompose. This person might be the owner of this place. Lu Ming's heart moved as he guessed. At the thought of this, Lu Ming landed in the courtyard. However, Lu Ming did not dare to let his guard down. He was on his guard and at the same time, he called Bubbles out to squat on his shoulder. If anything went wrong, he could make use of Bubbles' spacetime ability to escape quickly. However, after careful observation, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Moreover, when Lu Ming landed in this courtyard, the black shadows above all stopped and did not continue to pursue Lu Ming. Lu Ming observed for a while and looked disappointed. Apparently, this powerful cultivator's storage ring had been taken away after his death. He did not leave anything behind. Initially, Lu Ming thought that he would be able to obtain the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. However, it seemed impossible. Lu Ming was stunned because the middle-aged man's forehead began to glow. Then, a jade token emerged from the middle-aged man's forehead and floated above his head. When the jade token appeared, the middle-aged man's corpse exploded with a bang, turning into a pile of ashes that drifted away with the wind and disappeared between heaven and earth. There was only one jade token floating in the courtyard. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He condensed his vital essence and condensed it into a big hand. He grabbed the jade token and held it in his hand. Is this the cultivation method of the pure spirit body? Lu Ming's heart pounded. He scanned the jade token with his spiritual consciousness. In the next moment, Lu Ming's face revealed a look of surprise. Yes, the jade token really did record a secret method. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Cultivating the pure spirit body would give one part of the power of the pure spirit body. Moreover, with the foundation of the pure spirit body, It would be much easier to cultivate the pure spirit body in the future. It was exactly the same as the rumors in the outside world. Lu Ming was ecstatic. If he cultivated the pure spirit body, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly. It would be much easier for him to break through to become a ruler in the future. Also, the cultivation method of the pure spirit body could be regarded as an important inheritance. In the future, his family and friends could cultivate it. In that way, the chances of them breaking through to become a ruler would be much higher. This trip wasn't in vain. Lu Ming laughed out loud. He carefully read the cultivation method of the pure spirit body again and memorized the contents. Then, he carefully put the jade token away. Following that, he looked around the hall and did not find anything else. Lu Ming soared into the sky and planned to leave. When the middle-aged man's body turned into ashes, the black shadows in the world also turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared into the world as if they had never been there. Swoosh, Lu Ming soared into the sky and landed on the roof of a hall. Then, he ran out of the ancient city. Soon, he had run more than half the distance and was getting closer to the exit. Swoosh! Swoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of the air being torn apart was heard. Figures appeared in front of Lu Ming and blocked his path. There were a total of 10 people. One of them was Hai Tian, and the other was Hai Yu. The other 8 were all Supreme Being powerhouses brought by Hai Tian and Hai Yu. The 9 Supreme Beings blocked Lu Ming's path. Lu Ming, hand over the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Hai Tian stared greedily at Lu Ming. If the cultivation method of the pure spirit body fell into the hands of a great force like the Sea Suppression Marshal's residence, it would definitely play a terrifying role. There would be many more powerhouses and even more rulers. Who said that I've obtained the cultivation method of the pure spirit body? Lu Ming replied indifferently. He did not admit that he had obtained the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Humph, is there any use in quibbling? I clearly saw you rushing towards the jade pendant. You must have gotten it. Hand it over immediately. Otherwise, we'll kill you and take your storage ring. It's the same. Hai Tian shouted coldly. As for the fact that Lu Ming had attracted a large number of black shadows and allowed them to escape, he did not care at all. In his opinion, Lu Ming attracting the black shadows and letting them escape was something Lu Ming should do. It was Lu Ming's honor. Now, Lu Ming had to hand over the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Otherwise, he would die. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body belongs to our sea demon tribe. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. One by one, tall figures rushed over and appeared behind Lu Ming, surrounding Lu Ming. It was the Flood Dragon Supreme Being and the other Supreme Being powerhouses of the Sea Demon tribe. There were a total of 10 of them. Now, the Sea Demon tribe had turned into human form, but the tyrannical aura on them was terrifying. Damn it! Hai Yu and the others growled. They looked at the Flood Dragon Supreme Being and the others with some fear. This person is a human. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body he obtained should belong to us humans. Ha ha ha, what a joke. This is the ancestral land of the Sea Demon race. The cultivation method of the pure spiritual body naturally belongs to the Sea Demon race. The Supreme Flood Dragon laughed as he stared at Hai Yu coldly. His powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming. Hai Yu did the same. He released his aura and stared at the Supreme Flood Dragon. In their eyes, their greatest enemy was each other. As for Lu Ming, although he was strong, he was alone. They didn't take him seriously at all. Lu Ming, why aren't you handing over the cultivation method of the pure spiritual body? Hurry up and hand it over. I can let bygones be bygones for beating up my brother. Hai Yu shouted coldly. He was slowly losing his patience. Haha, do you really think you can take me down? Lu Ming sneered. Are you still thinking of resisting? Let me tell you, you're courting death. Hai Yu shouted. He wasn't trying to let Lu Ming go out of kindness. He was just afraid that Lu Ming would fight back and give the Sea Demon race an opportunity. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Suddenly, he pounced towards one of the Supremes from the Sea Conqueror's residence. Roar! In the process of pouncing, the 9 dragon forces in Lu Ming's body erupted. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared and a powerful force surged into Lu Ming's body. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch towards the Supremes. The suppressing prison steel's bloodline vaguely appeared. The Supremes were shocked. He obviously didn't expect Lu Ming to suddenly attack him under such circumstances. In a hurry, he tried his best to fight back. But when the two of them exchanged blows, the Supremes from the Sea Conqueror's residence trembled violently. He retreated rapidly and spat out blood from his mouth. With Lu Ming's current strength, it was easy for him to suppress an ordinary Supremes. Moreover, the Supremes weren't prepared at all. Kill! After injuring the other party with one move, Lu Ming bellowed and stepped forward. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above his head. Lu Ming performed bloodline fusion and transformed into 9 dragons. The dragon claws stepped out and shattered the void. The terrifying pressure caused the Paragon's heart to tremble. He hurriedly used bloodline fusion, hoping to block Lu Ming. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's dragon claws slashed down continuously, breaking apart the opponent's bloodline power, causing his bloodline body to collapse and reverting back to human form. Whoosh! The dragon claws did not stop and continued to claw downwards. No, that person roared, and in the next instant, the dragon claw reached into his dantian. A violent power tore his body apart, and even his spiritual deity was torn to shreds. Both body and soul were destroyed. A supreme martial artist was annihilated in a few moves by Lu Ming when he launched an attack. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that Haiyu and the others only reacted now. You're courting death. Haiyu let out a furious roar, and the battle axe in his hand chopped down at the 9 dragons' heads. This axe seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Its power was shocking. The pitch-black axe radiance instantly chopped down on the 9 dragons' heads. Hell-suppressing heaven skill. Thunder God Strike. A few of the 9 dragons' claws activated the hell-suppressing heaven skill, while the other dragon claws executed Thunder God Strike. Lightning filled the sky, forming a lightning phoenix that danced in the air, pouncing towards Haiyu's battle axe. Boom! 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 After a few consecutive explosions, the 9 dragon claws landed on the battle axe. With each explosion, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. After 9 explosions, Lu Ming was forced back 9 steps. Haiyu's battle strength was too strong. He had awakened a 9th-grade divine bloodline. Such a person was a peerless genius, and he could easily jump levels to fight. He was invincible among those of the same level. Moreover, his cultivation was far above Lu Ming's. He could force Lu Ming to retreat without using bloodline fusion. This showed how terrifying his battle strength was. Kill! When Haiyu saw that Lu Ming was able to block his attack, his killing intent exploded. With a loud roar, he held onto his battle axe and launched a barrage of attacks at Lu Ming. Tung! 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 The 9 dragons stepped in the air, and every inch of his muscles was a weapon. He could use the hell-suppressing heaven skill to fight against Haiyu. The terrifying force shattered the ancient city below. Many palaces were reduced to ashes by the force of the force. In an instant, the two exchanged more than 10 blows. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he wouldn't be defeated in a short time. Let's attack together. Haiyu ordered the other Supremes in the sea-suppressing marshal's residence. At this moment, Supreme Flood Dragon and the rest were watching from afar. They did not make a move. This made Haiyu feel extremely pressured. He wanted to kill Lu Ming quickly and seize the cultivation method of the pure spirit body to prevent any undue delay. Whoosh! 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 The other Supremes also made their moves. Powerful attacks tore through the void and landed on Lu Ming. At the same time, a huge battle axe appeared above Haiyu's head. This was his bloodline. 9 golden chakras shone brightly. Haiyu turned into a beam of light and entered his bloodline. He used bloodline fusion and turned into a battle axe. He slashed at Lu Ming with even more power. Weng! The lightning cauldron appeared above Lu Ming's head. It expanded rapidly and collided with Haiyu's battle axe. Clang! The lightning cauldron and the battle axe collided. The space rippled like water, and thousands of lightning bolts were triggered. The lightning. Cauldron firmly blocked Haiyu's battle axe and even sent it flying. Then, the divine dragon swung its tail, and with a sweep of its 9 tails, it destroyed the attacks of several supremes. Kill. Then, Lu Ming roared and stepped out with his dragon claw. In the sky, 3 sealed doors suddenly appeared and enveloped a supreme being. Then, he controlled the lightning cauldron and smashed it at the supreme being. The supreme being didn't even have time to scream. He was directly submerged by the lightning cauldron and shattered into pieces in the sea of lightning. Another supreme being was killed. Ah, damn it. Lu Ming, you must die today. Haiyu roared crazily. The supreme beings of the sea-suppressing marshal's residence were killed one after another. He was about to go crazy. The battle axe vibrated and split the heaven and earth. It slashed at Lu Ming with terrifying power. Clang, Lu Ming continued to block with the lightning cauldron and the battle axe. However, the battle axe was also sent flying. Whoosh, Dragon Claw stepped on the air. Lu Ming didn't continue to fight. Instead, he rushed out. After all, there were too many opponents. Lu Ming planned to leave this place first. It's about time. Let's attack. We can't let this kid escape. Not far away, the Flood Dragon Supreme, who had been watching the battle, said. At the same time, his body changed rapidly and turned into a black flood dragon that was 1,000 meters long. He pounced at Lu Ming. The other sea demons also turned into their true forms and attacked Lu Ming. With so many supreme beings attacking together, a pile of embryonic domains appeared and sealed the surroundings, completely blocking Lu Ming's escape route. Especially the Flood Dragon Supreme. He was extremely powerful and wasn't any weaker than Haiyu. With so many people attacking together, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure. Kill. Haiyu yelled as well. Together with Supreme Flood Dragon and the rest, they charged towards Lu Ming. Bubble. At this moment, Lu Ming called out softly. Chirp chirp. The 10 Supremes, including the Flood Dragon Supreme, were instantly frozen in the air, unable to move. This is the space-time concept. The Flood Dragon Supreme and the others roared in their hearts, their faces filled with fear. Kill. Lu Ming roared. His dragon claw stepped on the air and instantly appeared in front of a huge octopus. His dragon claw grabbed the octopus's 8 tentacles and tore it apart. The octopus let out a blood-curdling scream as its body was torn apart, dying on the spot. After killing another supreme martial artist, Lu Ming didn't stop at all and continued to kill the next one. This time, Lu Ming targeted Supreme Flood Dragon and charged toward him. Haiyu and the others' attacks arrived from behind. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and attacked Haiyu and the others. Mouth whirled. At the same time, Dandan also made its move. Its body became taller than a mountain as it spat out a ball of chaotic light from its mouth. It was like a real world. Dandan cooperated with the lightning cauldron and successfully blocked Haiyu and the Supremes from the sea-suppressing marshal's residence. As for Lu Ming, he continued to attack the Flood Dragon Supreme. He had to end the battle quickly. The power of the bubble's space-time imprisonment was limited. It couldn't hold on for long if it imprisoned so many Supremes at once. The 9 dragon claws were about to grab the Flood Dragon Supreme. Dragon Mark Sword. At this moment, the Flood Dragon Supreme let out a roar and spat out a black battle sword. This black battle sword had a true dragon coiling around it, and there were dragon patterns engraved on it. As soon as the battle sword appeared, Sword Chi soared into the sky. It slightly trembled and slashed towards the transparent bubble. With a puff, the transparent bubble cracked. As soon as the bubble cracked, the terrifying Sword Chi seemed to have broken free from its restraints and slashed towards Lu Ming. Not good, it's an Emperor spiritual weapon. Lu Ming's face changed. He didn't dare to face it head-on. He executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and quickly retreated, avoiding the terrifying Sword Chi. Kill. The Flood Dragon Sovereign controlled the Dragon Vein Sword and continued to attack Lu Ming. Sword Chi swept out in all directions. Lu Ming could only control the lightning cauldron to resist. With a clang, the lightning cauldron shook, and the lightning that filled the sky was cut apart. The lightning cauldron was sent flying. An Emperor-grade spirit weapon. The dragon vein sword used by the Flood Dragon Sovereign was an Emperor-level spiritual weapon. It was the Emperor-level spiritual weapon among spiritual weapons. It was a top-notch existence with terrifying power. Most importantly, a ruler spirit armament contained a domain. When a sovereign activated the domain within the ruler spirit armament with their own embryonic domain, the power would be even more astonishing. Back then, with Yan Kuangtu's supreme position and the Emperor's spirit tower, the combat strength he displayed was comparable to the weakest emperor. On the other hand, Yan Kuangtu had only awakened a level 8 divine bloodline, which was weaker than Flood Dragon Sovereigns. Naturally, his battle strength was also weaker than Flood Dragon Sovereigns. In other words, with the help of a ruler spirit weapon, the power unleashed by the Flood Dragon Supreme had completely reached the level of a ruler. In fact, it had even surpassed that of an ordinary ruler. Chirp chirp, a transparent bubble appeared, enveloping the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others within. They were frozen in place once again. Break for me! Flood Dragon Sovereign frantically activated the Dragon Vein Sword, wanting to break free from the bubble's imprisonment. However, no matter how strong his battle strength was, it would still take some time for him to break free from the bubble. This amount of time was more than enough for Lu Ming. Lu Ming charged towards a shark sovereign. That shark sovereign couldn't move at all under the bubble's shroud. His body was torn apart by Lu Ming's dragon claws, and he died on the spot. Another supreme martial artist was killed. Bang! At this moment, Flood Dragon Sovereign finally broke free from the transparent bubble and charged towards Lu Ming with a furious roar. Lu Ming retreated. He didn't want to clash head-on with Flood Dragon Sovereign. All of you, spread out. If anyone is trapped, help each other. Flood Dragon Sovereign yelled. The other Sea Demon Sovereigns spread out and attacked Lu Ming from afar. Their attacks tore through the void and headed towards Lu Ming. Die. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. A terrifying attack headed towards Lu Ming. The terrifying attack completely enveloped Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He felt the threat of death. Haiyu had originally used bloodline fusion to transform into a battle axe. However, at this moment, another battle axe appeared beside Haiyu's battle axe, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. An Emperor spiritual weapon. Another Emperor spiritual weapon. Haiyu also wielded an Emperor spiritual weapon. With his cultivation, the might of his Emperor spiritual weapon wasn't any weaker than Flood Dragon Sovereign's. Previously, he had been holding back and didn't use his Emperor spiritual weapon. He was waiting for an opportunity to launch a fatal attack. With this attack, he wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. This attack was indeed well grasped. In a hurry, Lu Ming controlled the Thunder Cauldron to block. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was still weak. Although the Thunder Cauldron was strong, it couldn't exert much of its power. It was slashed by the battle axe and flew far away. The battle axe didn't stop and continued to slash at Lu Ming. Nest, watch me! Dandan shouted and retracted its limbs into its turtle shell. The turtle shell shone and flew out to block the battle axe. Clang, the battle axe slashed at the turtle shell and sent Dandan flying far away. However, after Dandan's block, Lu Ming had won an opportunity. Using the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, Lu Ming retreated like a stream of light, avoiding Haiyu's fatal attack. At the same time, Bubble opened its mouth and spat out a transparent bubble that enveloped Haiyu. Haiyu roared and controlled his Emperor spiritual weapon to attack the transparent bubble with all his might. At the same time, the attacks of Flood Dragon Sovereign and the other sea demons arrived. With so many Supremes and the 2 strongest Supremes with Emperor spiritual weapons, Lu Ming was exhausted and was at a complete disadvantage. Moreover, the other party had learned their lesson. Everyone was spread out far away. Bubble's conception of time and space could not cover such a large area. At once, it could only cover 1 or 2 people. Seeing that one person had been enveloped and imprisoned, Lu Ming wanted to kill him, but the others immediately came to his rescue. More than a dozen terrifying attacks pierced through the void and attacked Lu Ming, giving him no time to kill the others. As a result, even if Lu Ming, Dandan, and Bubble worked together, they were still very passive and were no match for the other party. The situation was very critical. There were too many people on the other side. In total, there were nearly 20 Supremes, and 2 of them were top-notch Supremes. Their combat strength was already terrifying, and with the addition of Emperor spiritual weapons, it was like 2 rulers were attacking. With so many people working together, it was normal for Lu Ming and the others to be no match for them. If it were anyone else, even an ordinary ruler, they would not be a match for them and would be seriously injured. It was already shocking that Lu Ming could barely resist. However, if this continued, it would be more and more disadvantageous for Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, another dozen or so moves had been exchanged. The light on the 9 dragons' bloodline began to dim. His bloodline power is about to be exhausted. Kill. He's dead for sure. Haiyu and the others were overjoyed. Bang! At this moment, the 9 dragons' bloodline collapsed, but before Haiyu, Flood Dragon Sovereign, and the others could smile, a stone tablet appeared and rapidly grew in size. Clang! The lower part of the suppressing steel's bloodline was the main body. It was invincible and blocked the Dragon Vein Sword's attack. Although it was sent flying, it wasn't destroyed. Yeah, my intent of Earth is about to break through. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Originally, when he entered the depths of the sea, his intent of Earth was already showing signs of loosening. After a series of battles, Lu Ming circulated his 5 intents to the extreme. In addition, Lu Ming was using the bloodline of the suppressing steel, which made him feel closer to the intent of Earth, as if he would break through at any moment. Buzz. Buzz, the prison-suppressing steel vibrated. Together with Bubbles, Dandan, Haiyu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the rest, Lu Ming unleashed all his abilities to the maximum. While fighting, Lu Ming was still comprehending the Earth concept. As long as he succeeded in comprehending the intent of Earth and broke through to the perfect 4th stage, Lu Ming's battle strength would also increase. Lu Ming would also have a greater chance of breaking out of the encirclement. Mountain Sea Slash. Haiyu roared. At this point in the battle, Haiyu had completely lost his patience. He unleashed his battle strength to the extreme, eager to kill Lu Ming. At this moment, he had already returned to his human form. Holding the Emperor-grade giant axe in his hand, he constantly slashed at Lu Ming. Haiyu's main intent was the intent of Earth. When the axe slashed out, the terrifying pressure of the intent of Earth acted on Lu Ming's body, as if it wanted to break Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. I'll use you to help me break through. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He controlled the lightning cauldron and charged at Haiyu. This time, Lu Ming didn't choose to retreat. Instead, he chose to fight Haiyu head-on. Haha, die. Seeing Lu Ming charging at him, Haiyu was overjoyed. The power of the axe in his hand couldn't help but increase a little. Clang! The axe and the lightning cauldron clashed, causing a violent tremor. A terrifying force surged, causing Lu Ming's body to tremble violently as he retreated. Dandan, Bubble, help me hold off the sea monsters for now. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan and Bubbles. Chirp chirp. Bubble waved its claws and nodded repeatedly, indicating that there was no problem. Dandan, on the other hand, was full of resentment. It kept muttering that it wanted Lu Ming to compensate it. However, Dandan and Bubble were indeed worthy of being one of the top 10 war beasts. Although they hadn't fully matured yet, they were able to unleash their full strength and cooperate with each other. Although they couldn't defeat the Flood Dragon Sovereign, they could still delay him for a short period of time. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was wholeheartedly focused on fighting Haiyu. He wanted to use the sea to break through the concept of Earth. Clang! 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 Lu Ming used the lightning cauldron as a shield to block the other party's Emperor Spirit weapon and engaged in a great battle with Haiyu. Although Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage, Haiyu couldn't kill Lu Ming for the time being. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Almost there, almost there. With the help of Haiyu's concept of Earth and his own body, Lu Ming felt that his understanding of the concept of Earth was constantly deepening, and he could break through at any time. Earth, all-inclusive, can give birth to life, give birth to all things, contain everything, thick and broad. Lu Ming's mind was constantly spinning with thoughts. At this time, many figures appeared in the distance where Lu Ming and the others were fighting. They were all people who had entered this place. They were watching from afar, and there were high-level spirit god experts and supreme being experts. At this moment, they were all incomparably shocked. Is that Lu Ming's battle strength? It's really shocking. The strongest youth expert is too strong. Even after Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign used their Emperor Spirit weapons, together with the cooperation of a dozen other supreme beings, they still couldn't take him down. Terrifying, too terrifying. Moreover, Lu Ming's two pets are also incomparably terrifying. The onlookers exclaimed in amazement. They looked at Lu Ming with astonishment. Of course, there were also supreme beings who had other thoughts. It seems like the pure spirit body cultivation method has fallen into Lu Ming's hands. The stronger Lu Ming is, the better. It's best if he and Hai Yu and the others are both injured. At that time, I can sit back and reap the benefits. Some supreme beings thought. In fact, it wasn't only this supreme being who thought so. The other supreme beings also had the same thought. These supreme beings had all entered by themselves. At most, there were two of them working together. They weren't a match for Hai Yu or the Flood Dragon Sovereign. If the pure spirit body cultivation method fell into the hands of Hai Yu or the Flood Dragon Sovereign, they would have no hope at all. However, if Lu Ming could injure both of them, they would have some hope. How is this possible? How can Lu Ming be so strong? How can there be such a strong person in the younger generation? I can't accept it. Not far away, Hai Tian muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with jealousy. He was the most shocked. Lu Ming's battle strength had exceeded his imagination again. And again. At this moment, on the ninth island in the sea, there was a sea of people. Many martial artists with low cultivation bases who couldn't go deep into the sea were waiting here. They couldn't go deep into the sea, so they waited here to see if there was a pure spirit body cultivation method and who could get it. Rip. At this moment, the space suddenly split open, and a figure stepped out from it. It was a gray-haired old man wearing a purple gold robe. As soon as he appeared, an earth-shattering aura spread out, making it difficult for people to breathe. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on them. Sovereign, it's the sovereign. Judging from his attire, it's the sovereign of the sea-suppressing marshal's residence. The eldest son of the sea-suppressing marshal, Hai Yu, is here personally. Now, even the sovereign is here. Many people exclaimed. They looked at the purple gold-robed old man with fear. Even the sovereign was here. After the purple gold-robed old man appeared, he casually glanced around. Then, he stood calmly in the void and didn't enter the sea. In the depths of the sea, in the ancient city, Lu Ming and Hai Yu exchanged a few blows. Lu Ming, we have to find a way to break out. We can't hold on any longer. Dandan shouted, waving its claws. All kinds of inscriptions spread out in the air, forming a large formation. At the same time, Dandan also used all kinds of martial arts, all of which were mysterious and dazzling. Almost done. Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, among the 5 intents on his body, the earthy yellow intent suddenly soared. Its power increased by a notch, surpassing the other 4 intents. The earth intent finally broke through and reached level 4 perfection. In this way, all 5 of Lu Ming's intents reached level 4 perfection. Clang! The 5 intents combined with the thunder cauldron and clashed with Hai Yu. In the roar, Lu Ming retreated. But this time, Lu Ming retreated less than before. So what if you broke through? You're still going to die. Hai Yu shouted, holding the battle axe, and continued to attack Lu Ming. Dandan, Bubbles, that's enough. Get ready to break out. Lu Ming transmitted to Dandan and Bubbles, preparing to let Bubbles use the space-time tunnel to break out. A token suddenly flew out from Lu Ming's body, floating above Lu Ming's head, emitting a blinding light. It was the primordial chaos token. The token that suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's body was actually the primordial chaos token. Why would the primordial chaos token suddenly appear at this time? Lu Ming was bewildered. As soon as the primordial chaos token appeared, the 5 types of concepts on Lu Ming's body took the initiative to wrap around the primordial chaos token, making the primordial chaos token shine even brighter. Bang! Hai Yu's axe chopped down on the primordial chaos token's light. The light did not move at all. Instead, it was Hai Yu who was repelled by a powerful force, retreating again and again. Following that, the primordial chaos token scattered a beam of light, enveloping Lu Ming inside. Lu Ming felt a powerful pulling force, wanting to pull Lu Ming to another place. What's going on? Lu Ming was alarmed. Rip, suddenly, space trembled. Lu Ming felt the world spin. Everything before his eyes turned black, falling into boundless darkness. Lu Ming had a feeling that he seemed to be passing through the endless void, carrying out a void journey. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming felt that he had recovered his ability to move. In front of his eyes, there was also light shining into Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming subconsciously opened his eyes and looked around. Sure enough, the surrounding environment had changed. He was no longer in the ancient underwater city, but in a great hall. The great hall was tall and majestic. The surrounding walls were built with a kind of boulder, full of an ancient aura. Moreover, on the walls, there was a kind of chaotic fog floating. This kind of fog was something Lu Ming had never seen before, but it gave him a lofty and ancient feeling. Where is this? Did the primordial chaos token bring me here? A series of questions appeared in Lu Ming's heart. Previously, the primordial chaos token suddenly appeared on its own, emitting a blinding light. The reason why he appeared here was definitely related to the primordial chaos token. But why would the primordial chaos token suddenly have an abnormality and bring him here at that time? What was the reason? The more he thought about it, the more questions Lu Ming had. Also, Dandan and Bubbles were still in the ancient underwater city and didn't follow them. He didn't know if they would be in danger facing Haiyu and the others. Dandan and Bubbles are both top 10 beasts. Their life-saving methods must be superb. They should be fine. Lu Ming consoled himself. Then, he carefully observed his surroundings. There was nothing in the empty hall. There was no one. There was only a huge door in front of the hall. It seemed to be a passageway. Excuse me, is anyone here? Lu Ming opened his mouth, but there was no one there. He didn't get any reply. Lu Ming frowned and asked again, but there was still no answer. Just when Lu Ming thought that there were no living creatures here, a voice suddenly sounded. How many years has it been? Finally, someone has come. The voice was dry and ear-piercing, as if it was devoid of any emotions. Senior, Junior Lu Ming, may I know why you brought me here? Hearing the voice, Lu Ming's spirit was refreshed and he cupped his fists towards the void. The primordial chaos token brought you here because you met the requirements. The dry voice sounded again. Then, in front of Lu Ming, the space rippled and a figure stepped out of it. Huh? Seeing this figure, Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. Because this figure was very strange. Although it was a middle-aged man, his whole body was khaki. Even his skin and hair were khaki, as if he was carved out of stone. However, this khaki man gave Lu Ming a feeling that he was vast and unfathomable. It was as if he was facing the world. Strong, this was definitely an incredible powerhouse. His strength was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. You don't have to be surprised. I'm not a human. I'm just a puppet. The khaki man said. Puppet? Lu Ming was shocked. The khaki man was actually a puppet, but it seemed that he also had human thoughts and emotions. Moreover, his cultivation was unfathomable. This was actually a puppet. What kind of existence was this? Could he refine such a puppet? Senior, may I ask where this place is? How did I appear here? Lu Ming asked humbly. This is the Primordial Chaos Sect, the Primordial Chaos Palace. Also, my name is Tui. The khaki man explained. Primordial Chaos Sect, it's the Primordial Chaos Sect again. Lu Ming's eyes moved. In the ruins of God, he had heard Dandan say that it was the Space-Time Spirit Palace, which also belonged to the Primordial Chaos Sect. And this place was also the Primordial Chaos Sect. Sure enough, the Battle of Providence was related to the Primordial Chaos Sect. Senior 2E, is this place no longer in the Yuan realm? Lu Ming asked. Yes, this place is the Heaven Realm. 2E said. The Heaven Realm. Lu Ming was shocked. Just now, the Primordial Chaos Token had brought him to the Heaven Realm. You should have a lot of questions. I can explain it to you. You should have obtained the Primordial Chaos Token through the Battle of Providence. There are not many people who can obtain the primordial chaos token. Only those who are considered to have great potential can obtain the primordial chaos token. And you should have cultivated 5 different types of wills of heaven and earth. Moreover, all 5 wills have reached the peak of the 4th level. Therefore, the primordial chaos token was activated and brought you to the primordial chaos palace. Here, you will be tested. If you can pass the test, you will be able to obtain the primordial chaos scripture and combine the 5 wills you have comprehended into one. From then on, you will transform into the supreme primordial chaos concept. 2E explained in detail. Primordial chaos concept? Is there really a primordial chaos concept in the world? Lu Ming was shocked and his eyes widened. He had also heard of the primordial chaos concept. It was a supreme concept. According to legend, the universe came from chaos. The primordial chaos concept was a concept that transcended time and space. If the time and space concepts were the kings of the wills, then the primordial chaos concept was the emperor of the wills. Lu Ming had always thought that the primordial chaos concept was only a legend. He did not expect such a concept to exist in the world. Moreover, according to 2E, as long as Lu Ming passed the test, he would be able to obtain the primordial chaos scripture and cultivate the primordial chaos concept. Lu Ming's heart could not help but beat rapidly. The primordial chaos scripture was created by the strongest person in the primordial chaos sect. It can allow you to cultivate the primordial chaos concept. After becoming an emperor, you can transform into the primordial chaos domain. Later on, you can even transform into the law of primordial chaos. It is the strongest secret scripture in the world. However, if you want to cultivate it, the conditions are extremely harsh. First, you have to cultivate 5 different types of wills to the peak of the 4th level. Alright, show me the wills you have comprehended. Let me have a look. 2E said. Alright. Lu Ming quickly nodded. The 5 types of wills burst out and 5 colored rays of light twined around Lu Ming's body. It was dazzling. The concept of earth, concept of wind, concept of fire, concept of thunder, and concept of water are indeed 5 different types of concepts, and they are fused together. You barely qualify to take the test, but whether you can obtain the primal chaos scripture or successfully cultivate it, you still have to go through a series of tests. 2E looked at the 5 types of intent surrounding Lu Ming and nodded slightly. Deep in his eyes, there was a glimmer of hope. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He was amazed by the crazy requirements to cultivate the Chaos Sutra. First, one had to comprehend 5 completely different types of intent. For example, Lu Ming's earth intent, wind intent, fire intent, thunder intent, and water intent were 5 completely different types of intent. If Lu Ming cultivated the earth intent and the other type was the mountain intent or earth intent, it would be impossible. This was because the mountain intent or earth intent and the earth intent were of the same type. Or if one cultivated the water intent, ice intent, swamp intent, etc., it would also be impossible because their intrinsic attributes were the same. Only by cultivating 5 completely different types of intent to the peak of the 4th level was one in a billion geniuses. Furthermore, to successfully fuse all 5 types of intent was even more difficult. It was simply too harsh. If not for Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline, it would be impossible for him to achieve it. Lu Ming found it hard to imagine anyone in the world other than him who could achieve such a requirement. And this was only the initial requirement of the test. If he wanted to cultivate it, he still had to go through another test. Alright, I've pretty much said everything that needs to be said. Now, take the test. Enter that passage and walk straight ahead. If you can reach the end, you'll be able to obtain the primal chaos scripture and cultivate the concept of primal chaos. If you fail halfway, you'll be teleported out. Also, here, time is accelerated many times. Even if you stay here for a few years, it might only be a short while in the outside world. So, you can rest assured and take the test. 2E said. A few years here is only a short while in the outside world? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. He was worried that if he stayed here for too long, there would be changes in the outside world. For example, Dandan and Bubbles, or the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent. But now, Lu Ming didn't have to worry. A few years here was just a short while in the outside world. What was there to worry about? At the same time, he was also amazed at the strength of the Hunyuan sect. What kind of power was the Hunyuan sect? It was truly unfathomable and unimaginably powerful. I must get the primal chaos scripture. Without any worries, Lu Ming's eyes shone with fighting spirit, and he clenched his fists. The chaotic concept was a legendary concept. If he could successfully cultivate it, his battle prowess would increase tremendously, and it would become his strongest trump card. Most importantly, the help it would provide in the future was unimaginable. Lu Ming's eyes slowly became firm. Senior 2E, I'll be going then. Lu Ming cupped his fists towards 2E, then stepped out and walked towards the tunnel. His figure slowly disappeared into the tunnel. How many years has it been? Finally, someone has come. This time, we must succeed. Looking at Lu Ming's disappearing figure, Tu Yi's eyes were filled with hope and expectation. He had been waiting for countless years. Over the long years, there were also outstanding geniuses who met the requirements and were brought here. Unfortunately, none of them could reach the end, pass all the tests, and cultivate the chaotic concept. Therefore, he could only wait. Every time someone came, it was a ray of hope. He was full of expectations, hoping that someone would succeed. Tui stood quietly in the main hall, waiting quietly. Lu Ming stepped into the tunnel. At first, everything was calm, but after walking for a while, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, roars filled with killing intent rang out. Endless killing intent suddenly enveloped Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly turned red, as if countless beasts had been aroused in his heart. Lu Ming's heart was also filled with endless killing intent. This kind of killing intent was too cold and too strong. An ordinary person would become an idiot if they were hit by this kind of killing intent. However, Lu Ming's eyes only fluctuated for a while at first, then immediately calmed down. It's another killing intent test, but compared to the endless killing intent of the third bloodline, it's too weak. Lu Ming thought in his heart. His eyes became calmer and calmer, not affected by the killing intent. In fact, Lu Ming also understood why there was a killing intent test. Because in a martial artist's life, if they wanted to reach the peak, they had to kill their way out, from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This path was destined to be a path of blood, a path full of killing intent. Those who were not determined would be affected by the killing intent. Therefore, the tests set by some powerful inheritances would test the killing intent. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's third bloodline had endless killing intent. Compared to the third bloodline, these tests were child's play. Despite the murderous intent shrouding him, Lu Ming remained indifferent. His gaze was calm as he walked forward step by step. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed again. The endless killing intent disappeared without a trace. Squeak squeak, Lu Ming could hear the melodious chirping of birds. It was crisp and pleasing to the ears. A gentle breeze blew, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers that refreshed the mind. It was completely different from the endless killing intent just now. Lu Ming's heart could not help but calm down. Looking up, Lu Ming found that he was outside a small mountain village. There was a small mountain village in front of him. Around the small mountain village, the grass was green and there were all kinds of colorful flowers. There were birds flying and chirping. It was like a paradise. Ring ring ring. A melodious sound was heard. It was a 6 or 7-year-old girl. She looked very cute with a rosy face. She had a string of bells on her wrists and ankles. When she walked, they made melodious sounds. The little girl ran to Lu Ming's side and looked at Lu Ming curiously. She whispered, "Big brother, are you an outsider? Are you lost? Come to my house to play. Lingling will treat you to milk tea." After saying that, the little girl pulled Lu Ming's hand and walked toward the village. She was so innocent and cute that Lu Ming could not bear to refuse. "Hello, young man." A simple and honest man carrying a bunch of firewood greeted Lu Ming with a simple smile when he saw Lu Ming. Even though Lu Ming knew that this was an illusion, he could not help but be infected by the man's simplicity. He smiled and nodded at the man. "Mother, this big brother is lost. I brought him here to be a guest and treat him to milk tea." The little girl pulled Lu Ming into the village and came to a wooden house. In front of the wooden house, there was a young woman in her 30s. When she saw Lu Ming, she revealed a pure smile. She touched the little girl's head dotingly and said, "Since you are Lingling's friend, you are Mom's friend. Wait here. I will get the milk tea. Lingling, you have a friend. Can you treat me to a drink too?" A white-haired old man walked over and said with a smile. "Of course, fifth grandpa." The little girl smiled. The villagers were really simple and honest. None of them were scheming. Their smiles were very clean. Lu Ming couldn't help but be infected. He picked up the milk tea and took a sip. It was very fragrant and sweet. "Big brother, is it delicious?" The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked. "It's delicious." Lu Ming smiled. "Thank you, big brother." The little girl smiled happily and jumped up and down. The bells on her wrists and ankles rang pleasantly. The people of the small mountain village were very simple. Lu Ming's arrival attracted a lot of people, but most of them were very simple and honest. They looked at Lu Ming with a smile that revealed a sense of authenticity. I wonder what this illusion is going to test. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind as he drank the milk tea. Suddenly, there was a slight sound in the air. It was really soft, like a child holding a sharp knife and stabbing at Lu Ming. The sound was very soft. But with Lu Ming's cultivation, he could still hear it clearly. It was Lingling, the little girl. A dagger appeared in her hand and she stabbed at Lu Ming's stomach. At this time, the little girl was not naive at all. Her face was full of ferocity. "Kill!" The little girl shouted and stabbed the dagger straight at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped back slightly and avoided the little girl's attack. "Kill!" Behind him, a cold shout sounded. The little girl's mother, the kind young woman, also held a sword and stabbed at Lu Ming with a ferocious face. Then, on the right, the old man, the little girl's fifth grandpa, who was simple and honest before, also took out a knife and slashed at Lu Ming. Their strength was very small and weak, like ordinary villagers, but they seemed to have a deep hatred for Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming casually retreated and dodged all the attacks. However, they continued to attack Lu Ming relentlessly. "Kill!" Other than the little girl and the other villagers also took out their weapons and charged at Lu Ming. "What are you doing?" Lu Ming shouted. However, no one uttered a single word. With bloodshot eyes, they charged toward Lu Ming. When Lu Ming retreated, they continued to attack Lu Ming. Around the small mountain village, the originally simple and honest villagers all charged at Lu Ming as if they had gone mad. They wanted to kill Lu Ming, and all kinds of weapons continuously stabbed and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged the attack and wanted to soar into the air and leave this place. However, he discovered that he could not. He was blocked by a force. "Kill!" More and more villagers gathered, and all of them charged at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. Ding Ling Ling, the little girl, Ling Ling, rushed to the front and stabbed at Lu Ming's stomach with a dagger. Lu Ming dodged again and again, but the number of villagers increased and surrounded him in all directions. Lu Ming's eyes became colder and colder. "I don't kill innocent people, but since you want to kill me, you're not innocent. Since you're my enemy, then I'll kill you. Kill!" When Lu Ming uttered the word kill, a cold murderous intent burst out from Lu Ming's body. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The long spear swayed, and the sky was filled with spear shadows. Puff! Puff! The long spear stabbed out, and the first one to bear the brunt was the little girl. The spear light pierced through her forehead and nailed her to the ground. Then, it was the young woman and the simple fifth grandpa, a kind and simple person was assassinated on the ground by Lu Ming. In the beginning, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, his gaze was soon replaced by coldness and disdain. On the path of martial arts, if you want to kill, then kill thoroughly. Kill! Kill! The spear light whistled. How could these villagers resist? They were killed one by one. Corpses covered the mountain village, and blood dyed this paradise red. Lu Ming strode forward, step by step, out of the mountain village. There were still villagers charging at Lu Ming from all directions, and in the end, they all turned into corpses. Soon, Lu Ming stepped out of the village and saw a town that was bigger than the previous village. Many people shouted with bloodshot eyes at the sight of Lu Ming. "Murderer, you killed the innocent. Kill him." In the town, more people charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no choice but to kill, and kill all the way out. Between heaven and earth, blood chi filled the air, and there were millions of corpses on the ground. Wherever Lu Ming went, everyone who saw Lu Ming wanted to kill him. Lu Ming could only choose to kill them. Slowly, Lu Ming's eyes turned red, and his body exuded a cold killing intent. His eyes became colder and colder. Outside, in the hall, Tui was staring at a ball in front of him. The scene on the ball was the scene where Lu Ming was. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the space, and a golden figure appeared beside Tui. "Genie." Tui nodded. "How is it? You can't even pass the first stage, right?" Genie asked. "I don't know. The first stage is very difficult. A martial arts expert can't be soft-hearted. When you meet an enemy, you must kill them no matter what. This is a must. If you are soft-hearted, you will only die in the hands of the enemy. However, amidst the endless slaughter, amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, one must remain clear-headed. One must maintain one's original heart and mind. Some people's nature will slowly change amidst the endless slaughter. In the end, they will become a killing machine." Tui frowned slightly. "Yes, humans are easy to get lost." Genie also said. Suddenly, the space moved again, and a few more figures appeared. Like Tui, they were all puppets, but in different colors. They were Lei, Mu-I, and Shui-I. When these figures appeared, they all stared at the ball without blinking. "It's been so many years, I hope this kid can pass." Gold One sighed. Everyone looked at him and didn't say anything else. Lu Ming's killing continued. His eyes became redder and redder, and the killing intent on his body became stronger and stronger. "Kill, kill, kill. Kill everything." In his mind, there was a voice, constantly roaring, as if to drown Lu Ming in endless slaughter. This kind of killing. Intent, this kind of killing, was born in Lu Ming's heart, and was not imposed on Lu Ming by the outside world. Even the third bloodline could not help Lu Ming. "Suppress." Suddenly, a loud voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. That was the voice of the prison suppressing steel bloodline. Lu Ming shuddered, and in his mind, a trace of clarity was restored. "No, I, Lu Ming, only kill enemies in my life, not innocent people. No matter how many enemies I kill, they are still enemies, and have nothing to do with others. Even if I want to kill, I will kill those who deserve to be killed." Lu Ming's mind turned sharply, and his eyes slowly restored clarity. In the end, he simply sat cross-legged, and his mind fell into emptiness. Several hours later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. At this time, Lu Ming's eyes had regained their clarity. The killing intent in his eyes had completely disappeared, leaving only indifference and calmness. Around him, those people were still attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward, his true essence bursting out, condensing into endless spear lights that pierced through the air. Those figures were all killed by Lu Ming's spear lights. But this time, Lu Ming's heart was unmoved. On this path filled with slaughter, he would no longer be influenced by it, turning into a killing machine. In the main hall, Tui, Gold One, and the rest smiled as they watched this scene. He passed the first trial. Tui smiled. Although he passed the first trial, the following trials will be even more difficult. Gold One sighed. "Don't rush, one step at a time," Tui said. The others nodded and continued to watch. This time, Lu Ming did not stop. Endless spear lights erupted from his body. With each step, he crossed dozens of miles. Every time he took a step, everything that obstructed him turned into ashes. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding environment changed again. Lu Ming returned to the passage. "Congratulations, you passed the first trial." A voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. After that, there was no more sound. "This is only the first trial? It's really difficult, ah." Lu Ming was inwardly shocked. After entering this passage, first, endless killing intent suddenly descended, then he entered the illusion that would make him lose himself in the slaughter. Originally, Lu Ming thought that this was already the second trial. He didn't expect that this was only the first trial. The first trial was already so difficult, who knew what he would face later. Lu Ming's eyes revealed confidence and battle intent as he walked forward in large strides. The passage was very long, as if there was no end. Lu Ming walked for half an hour before the passage suddenly widened, like a stone chamber. Around the stone chamber, there were densely packed carvings, incomparably mysterious. Vaguely, there was the aura of the earth. And in front of the stone room, there was an earthen yellow light screen blocking the way. The concept of earth martial skill on the walls is the earth element art. Only those who have successfully cultivated the earth element art can break through that light curtain. Only those who have successfully comprehended the earth element art on the walls can pass through this stage. You only have half a year. The voice from before sounded in Lu Ming's mind again. Concept of earth martial skill, earth element technique? Succeed in cultivating it in half a year? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The test this time was actually a concept of earth martial skill. Moreover, the time limit was half a year. Lu Ming had absolute confidence. Immediately, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the carvings on the wall, and he began to carefully comprehend them. In Lu Ming's eyes, those carvings seemed to have come alive. They were like small snakes that slithered on the walls, transforming into one mystical martial skill after another. Concept of earth martial skill. How wonderful. Just looking at it, Lu Ming felt that this concept of earth martial skill was incomparably wonderful and mysterious, as if it contained the principles of heaven and earth. Lu Ming had also cultivated the concept of thunder martial skill before, Thunder God Strike. The difficulty of cultivating Thunder God Strike was shockingly high. It was 100 times more difficult than ordinary martial skills. But the earth element art was much harder than Thunder God Strike. Lu Ming stood there, carefully observing for 3 days, but he still had no clue. No wonder, as long as one succeeded in cultivating it in half a year, the difficulty of cultivating it was too high. In the hall, Jean and the others quietly observed. I wonder if this kid can succeed in half a year. Someone said. If he really needs half a year to succeed, then there's no hope for the rest. Jeannie said. That's right. According to past experience, the shorter the time, the greater the hope for the rest. Some people only succeed in half a year, or even 5 months. This means that their potential is limited, and they definitely won't pass the later stages. Tui sighed. In this stage, the shorter the time taken, the greater the hope for the rest. In the past, the person who used the shortest time was 3 months and 15 days, but he still didn't reach the end. In my opinion, only if he succeeds in 3 months, then there's hope for him to pass the stage. Jeannie said. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became heavy. Being able to succeed in half a year was already not bad. To do it in 3 months was too difficult. In the stone chamber, Lu Ming remained motionless, carefully perceiving the engravings around him. In Lu Ming's eyes, those engravings seemed to have turned into little people, practicing the concept of earth martial skill, earth element art. The core of a concept martial skill lies in the concept. It fully exerts the potential and power of the concept, exerting 10 or 100 times the power. Therefore, to cultivate a concept martial skill, one must start from the concept aspect. Slowly, Lu Ming closed his eyes, and those engravings disappeared. In Lu Ming's heart, there was only the concept of earth left. Slowly, the concept of earth and those engravings overlapped. Here, one couldn't rely on the Enlightenment ancient tree to comprehend. One could only rely on oneself. Time flew by quickly. 5 days, 10 days, 1 month, when 1.5 months had passed, Lu Ming suddenly moved. He stepped on the ground, and the ground rumbled. At the same time, he punched out. This punch was as heavy as a mountain and as powerful as thunder, as if it could suppress everything. It felt like the suppressing hell heaven skill. Yes, this is the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His fists kept punching out, and the void rumbled. In the hall, Jeannie, and the others' eyes also lit up. So fast, it's only been 1.5 months, and he's already grasped the knack. Amazing, too amazing. Although he's only grasped the knack, it's only been 1.5 months. He really has hope to succeed in 3 months. Ha ha ha, there's hope. 2E, Genie, and the others spoke out excitedly, and their eyes were full of hope. They had waited for too long, and they didn't want to wait any longer. In the stone chamber, Lu Ming kept practicing, as if he would never stop. Time continued to pass. The power of Lu Ming's punches grew stronger and stronger. Heaven and earth trembled along with Lu Ming's punches. 2.5 months had passed. Boom, Lu Ming punched out, and the earth concept burst out along with the power of the fist. It was extremely powerful. Earth element technique, this was the earth element technique. Lu Ming had succeeded in cultivating it. Although it was also a concept martial technique, the earth element technique's level was obviously higher than the thunder god strike, and its power was also stronger. Although it was only at the first level, its power was equivalent to the second level of the thunder god strike. 2.5 months, I don't know what level it is. I'll think about it after I pass this stage. Lu Ming mumbled. He then stepped forward and came to the front of the khaki-colored light curtain. He threw a punch at it. Crack, the khaki-colored light curtain shattered like glass, turning into light spots and dissipating. Lu Ming stepped forward and continued to move forward. It was almost the same as the stone room from before. The stone room's walls were filled with carvings. The only difference was that these carvings were filled with the aura of the concept of fire. In front of him, there was also a fiery red light screen blocking his path. On the walls here is the concept of fire martial skill, the fire origin art. Only by successfully cultivating the fire origin art within half a year can you break through the light screen and step into the next stage. That voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind again. This time, it's the concept of fire martial skill, the fire origin art. Could it be that it's based on the concepts I've comprehended? I've comprehended 5 types of concepts, so do I have to cultivate 5 types of concept martial skills? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. His gaze looked at the light screen, then he walked over, circulated the earth origin art, and punched it. After the violent fist energy hit it, the light screen remained motionless, not even a ripple appeared. Then, Lu Ming changed to the Thunder God Strike, Hell Suppressing Heaven Skill, 9 Dragons Ascending Heaven Steps, etc., but they were all useless. The light screen didn't even have a ripple. Tricks were indeed useless. He still needed to comprehend the fire origin art to pass. Lu Ming didn't think too much and started to observe the carvings to comprehend the fire origin art. With the previous experience, Lu Ming quickly entered the state. The fire origin art was also more powerful than the Thunder God Strike, but the difficulty of cultivating it was also terrifying. Lu Ming carefully comprehended. Time flew by. 2 months and 12 days later, Lu Ming's body was bathed in flames, like a fire god. With a casual strike, the power of the concept of fire exploded to the extreme, displaying a terrifying power. He had successfully cultivated the fire origin art. Success, he succeeded again, ha ha ha. It's still within 3 months. This time, he only used 2 months and 12 days, saving 3 days compared to the earth origin art. There's hope this time. This Lu Ming's comprehension is too strong. There's really hope this time. In the hall, 2E, Goldie, and the others cheered excitedly. In the past, the fastest person to successfully cultivate a concept martial skill took 3.5 months. However, Lu Ming had only used 2.5 months for the first class, and he had even saved 3 days for the second class, surpassing all the others in the past. The shorter the time taken, the greater the potential. Only then would one have a chance to pass the last stage. Boom, Lu Ming pointed his finger and used the fire element spell. The fire mentality condensed on his fingertip and touched the fiery red light screen. The light screen shattered and disappeared. Lu Ming smiled faintly and continued to step forward. Sure enough, as Lu Ming expected, it didn't take long for them to arrive at another stone chamber. There were also carvings on the walls of the stone room. At the end of the stone room, there was also a light screen. This time, he needed to comprehend the concept of wind, the wind origin technique. Lu Ming didn't want to waste any time. He immediately entered the state and began to comprehend. This time, the time Lu Ming used was shortened by 2 days. He only used 2 months and 10 days to successfully comprehend the wind origin technique and pass this stage. Not long after, he arrived at the next stage. This time, it was the concept of water, the water origin technique. This time, the time was shortened by 2 days. He only used 2 months and 8 days to successfully cultivate and pass this stage. After that, he arrived at the 5th stage. He needed to cultivate the concept of thunder, the lightning origin technique. Compared to Lu Ming, the thunder elemental skill was simpler. This was because Lu Ming had cultivated the thunder god strike before. He had more experience in cultivating the thunder concept martial technique. Hence, it was easier for him to cultivate it. In the end, Lu Ming only used 2 months to successfully cultivate the lightning origin technique and pass this stage. Congratulations on passing the 2nd stage. When Lu Ming passed through the 5th light screen, a voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. From start to finish, Lu Ming used less than a year to pass the 2nd stage and cultivate 5 powerful concept martial skills. I've really profited. Even if I don't get the primal chaos scripture this time, I've still profited. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. These 5 concept martial skills were priceless in the outside world. They couldn't be compared to a concept martial skill like the Thunder God Strike. Each of them was an elite concept martial skill. If Lu Ming could cultivate these 5 concept martial skills to the highest level, his battle strength would skyrocket. Let's continue. I must get the primal chaos scripture. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. It was just a trial. If he could obtain 5 such wondrous concept martial skills, then the primal chaos scripture would definitely be amazing. Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. He continued to move forward. Soon, the light in front of him lit up. Lu Ming arrived at a battle stage. The battle stage was huge, more than 100 miles wide. Is the battle stage a test of battle strength? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Buzz. 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 When Lu Ming stepped onto the battle stage, 5 figures suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. These 5 figures were all tall and burly men, but their skin color was different. There was yellow, green, blue, and fiery red. They were very similar to 2E that Lu Ming had seen before. They seemed to be puppets. In the last stage, use the earth element technique, thunder element technique, fire element technique, water element technique, and wind element technique to defeat the 5 puppets. Other martial skills will be ineffective. The time limit is 2 years. A voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. In the last stage, he only needed to defeat the 5 puppets within 2 years. Lu Ming had just thought of this. Whoosh, one of the 5 figures pounced on Lu Ming. This figure was yellow in color and used the earth element technique. It punched at Lu Ming. The earth element technique filled the air and a strong pressure acted on Lu Ming. This puppet's cultivation wasn't any weaker than Lu Ming's. With the earth element technique, it was terrifyingly powerful. Boom, Lu Ming's true essence exploded and the earth element technique filled the air. He used the earth element technique and punched at the puppet. When the 2 fists collided, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming force rushing toward him. Lu Ming's body trembled and he couldn't help but retreat. Its mastery of the earth element technique is far above mine. Lu Ming's eyes sharpened. Bang, the yellow puppet stepped onto the battle stage and charged at Lu Ming. Its fist was as heavy as a mountain and as heavy as the earth. I can't defeat it. Lu Ming thought. In a situation where they had the same strength, Lu Ming's earth element technique wasn't as good as his opponent's. He wasn't its opponent at all. As for other martial skills, they would be ineffective. Roar. 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 Dragon roars sounded from Lu Ming's body as the 9 dragon energies exploded. Lu Ming's strength increased tremendously as the dragon energies exploded. He used the earth element technique and punched out. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. Pung, the 2 fists collided, but Lu Ming was still pushed back. Bloodline. Lu Ming's heart stirred and the 3rd bloodline appeared. A gush of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, increasing his strength once again. However, as Lu Ming's strength increased, the power of the khaki-colored puppet would also increase. Then, Lu Ming used the suppressing Hell Heaven skill to increase its power. Correspondingly, the puppet's strength also increased rapidly. It was useless. No matter how Lu Ming increased his strength, the puppet's strength would increase as well. It's useless. In the end, we have to fight using intent realm martial skills. Lu Ming sighed and withdrew his bloodline and dragon power. As expected, the puppet's strength also weakened. Its basic strength was always on the same level as Lu Ming's. Then let's fight using intent realm martial skills. Lu Ming only used his true yuan and earth element technique to fight against the puppet. Unfortunately, the puppet's intent realm martial skill was above Lu Ming's. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, but he was still no match. In less than 10 moves, he was knocked off the stage. The puppet stopped attacking as soon as Lu Ming left the stage. Looks like this stage is going to be very difficult. Right now, only one khaki-colored puppet has taken action. There are still 4 others who haven't taken action yet. I wonder if the other 5 puppets will join forces. If they do, the difficulty will be even more terrifying. No wonder it took 2 years. Lu Ming thought quickly. It seems that I have to quickly improve my intent realm martial skills to pass this stage. Then, let's continue fighting. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He stepped forward and returned to the stage. The puppet's intent realm martial skill was exactly the same as his. Continuous fighting would be of great help to Lu Ming in comprehending intent realm martial skills. Schwa, this time, it was no longer the puppet that attacked, but a fiery red puppet. It used the fire element technique, which was full of explosive power. Lu Ming also used his fire elemental technique to fight. The other party's mastery of fire elemental arts was clearly above Lu Ming's. Even if Lu Ming did his best, it would still be difficult for him to resist. How ingenious. I didn't know that the fire elemental technique could be used like this. While fighting, Lu Ming tried to sense the fire elemental technique that his opponent was using. At the same time, he also tried to verify it with his own cultivation and improve his understanding of the fire elemental technique. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming was knocked off the fighting ring. However, Lu Ming was not discouraged. He continued to climb onto the platform. This time, it was a green puppet that attacked. It used the wind origin technique. Just like that, once Lu Ming was knocked off the battle stage, he would immediately get back on the battle stage and fight with his opponents. While fighting, he was also comprehending the poetic conception of martial arts. His progress was extremely fast. Every time, only when Lu Ming's true essence was exhausted would he stop and swallow the ores to replenish his true essence. Time flew by in a blink of an eye. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half a year, apart from recovering his true essence, Lu Ming was also fighting with the 5 puppets. His comprehension of the 5 poetic conception of martial arts had increased by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming had achieved a major breakthrough in all 5 poetic conception of martial arts. He had stepped into the 3rd level, and his power had increased greatly. Boom, Lu Ming used the earth origin technique to fight with the khaki puppet. Lu Ming's fist energy was powerful and heavy. The earth origin technique was integrated into it. Every punch was like the earth itself was suppressing the opponent. Its power was extremely shocking. When the 2 fists collided, the khaki puppet's body flew far away and fell on the edge of the fighting ring. Get down. Lu Ming rushed towards the khaki puppet. Schwa, however, at this moment, a green figure flashed. The green puppet pounced on Lu Ming like lightning. It waved its hand and the wind origin technique cut open the space and slashed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, a blazing aura filled the air. The fiery red figure also pounced on Lu Ming. Then, it was the blue puppet and the purple puppet. The khaki puppet also stood up. The 5 puppets pounced on Lu Ming together. Sure enough, as Lu Ming had guessed, the 5 puppets had joined forces. The 5 puppets' power was amazing. Lu Ming was constantly pushed back. The key was that when Lu Ming used one of the poetic conception of martial arts, he would be restrained by the corresponding puppet. It would be difficult for him to use his full power. Lu Ming could only constantly change his poetic conception of martial arts. He used the 5 poetic conception of martial arts in turn to block the opponent's attacks. However, it took time to change the 5 poetic conception of martial arts. Even if it was only for a moment, it was still a flaw. Lu Ming was pushed back again and again. After a few moves, he was knocked off the fighting ring. The 5 puppets joining forces is too strong. It's flawless. I'm not their match at all when I use only one poetic conception of martial arts. If I can perfectly change the 5 poetic conception of martial arts, there might be hope. Lu Ming thought for a while and then stepped onto the fighting ring. As soon as he stepped onto the fighting ring, the 5 puppets pounced on Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only try his best to change the 5 poetic conception of martial arts to fight the 5 puppets. In the beginning, Lu Ming was completely defeated. Because there was always a gap between the 5 poetic conception of martial arts. If it wasn't perfect, the opponent would seize the gap and defeat him. However, as time passed, Lu Ming became more and more proficient in switching between the 5 types of martial techniques. A few months later, Lu Ming could easily achieve a perfect switch. He could cast any martial technique with ease. He could even cast different martial techniques with his left and right hands. At this point, Lu Ming finally managed to block the attacks of the 5 puppets. Merge. But at this time, the yellow puppet said indifferently. Then, the 5 puppets' figures changed, and the 5 poetic conception of martial arts blasted out. They merged together, forming a chaotic color that blasted towards Lu Ming. The 5 poetic conception of martial arts actually merged together, and the power increased crazily. In just one move, Lu Ming was sent flying out of the fighting ring. No way, it can be played like this. Lu Ming shouted in his heart. The difficulty of this stage was too high. The 5 puppets' methods were endless, and they were getting more and more powerful. Now, the 5 poetic conception of martial arts could actually be merged together. Merge? Right, merge. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Was this the prerequisite to cultivate the chaotic conception? Only by merging the 5 poetic conception of martial arts could one be qualified to cultivate the chaotic conception. Lu Ming couldn't help but guess. These stages were not only a test, but also a training. Only those who could break through under such training could walk to the end and successfully cultivate the chaotic conception. The chaotic conception was the emperor of all conceptions in the world. Its power was absolutely terrifying, but it wasn't hard to imagine that the difficulty of cultivating it was also absolutely terrifying. The conditions to cultivate it were also extremely harsh. It wasn't something that anyone could cultivate successfully. Only when certain conditions were met could one succeed. And the tests along the way were very likely to prepare for cultivating the chaotic conception. If he couldn't pass all the tests along the way, then he wouldn't be qualified to cultivate the chaos scripture, and it would be impossible to cultivate the chaotic conception. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit again. Come, I don't believe that I can't merge the 5 poetic conception of martial arts. In the hall, 2E, Goldie, and the others stared at the ball and observed it carefully. It's the last stage. I don't know if he can succeed. Goldie sighed. His eyes were full of hope, but he was also worried. The last stage is the most important one. In history, there have been people who have reached this stage, but in the end, they all failed. If they cannot merge the 5 martial skills into one, it is impossible to successfully cultivate the chaotic will. Tui said. This kid has the best result in the beginning. I hope he can succeed. A fiery red figure spoke. I hope so. The others sighed. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming was blasted off as soon as he got on the stage. Again. Lu Ming wasn't discouraged. He rushed onto the fighting ring again. The 5 puppets attacked at the same time. The 5 martial skills merged and blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's soul consciousness was constantly scanning how the 5 puppets merged the 5 martial skills. He was also analyzing it in his mind. The power of the 5 martial skills was too strong. After 2 moves, Lu Ming was blasted off the fighting ring and spat out a mouthful of blood. Again. Again. Lu Ming wasn't discouraged. He ignored his injuries and continued to fight. Time passed day by day. In the beginning, Lu Ming could only block 1 or 2 moves. Later on, Lu Ming blocked more and more moves, and the time he could hold on became longer and longer. After another half a year, Lu Ming could hold on for more than 10 moves. At this time, there were still 9 months before the end of the 2-year period, but Lu Ming still hadn't comprehended the 5 martial skills. Each of the 5 martial skills had its own unique system. Each of them was a deep excavation of their own martial skills. They were all unique. It was too difficult to merge them into one. It seems that when I fused the 5 concepts together before, it was only a superficial fusion. It wasn't a complete fusion. If it was a complete fusion, then the 5 concepts wouldn't have been separated, but would have become a new concept. After this period of time, Lu Ming also understood that the so-called fusion of his 5 concepts was only a superficial fusion. He was still thousands of miles away from a complete fusion. The fusion of 5 types of martial skills still needs to start from the fusion of the concepts. Lu Ming was analyzing all kinds of possibilities in his mind. Then, he stepped onto the battle platform to verify his thoughts. Boom! 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 On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's 5-colored conception revolved around him. In a flash, he struck out 5 different kinds of martial skills. Fire, thunder, wild wind. They roared on the fighting ring and bombarded the 5 puppets. However, the attack was shocking, might instantly crumbled under the fusion of the 5 martial techniques of the 5 martial techniques. It was no match for them at all. It was like steel hitting tofu. Continue. Lu Ming continued to strike out 5 martial techniques of the 5 concepts, trying to fuse them. Yes, this is the feeling. As long as I continue on this path, I will eventually succeed. Although he still failed, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He finally felt that he had found the right direction. As long as he found the right direction, he would eventually succeed. The battle continued. Half a month later, Lu Ming struck out continuously. This time, only 4 martial techniques of the 4 concepts erupted. It wasn't that one was missing, but that 2 of them had been successfully fused by Lu Ming. Haha, I finally succeeded in the first step. Lu Ming was ecstatic. After such a long time, he had finally taken the first step. Now that he had fused 2 concepts, it was only a matter of time before he fused 3, 4, or even 5. Continue, continue. Lu Ming was excited and continued to fight. In the hall, 2E, Goldie, and the others were so excited that they almost jumped up. Success, he succeeded. He has fused 2 concepts. He is not far from success. The first in history, the first in history. No one has ever reached this step before. There is hope. Ha ha ha, the inheritance of the sovereign, there is finally a successor? Goldie and the others laughed. They were extremely happy and excited. The first 2 concepts were relatively easy to fuse, but the later 3, 4, and 5 concepts would become more and more difficult. However, Lu Ming had found the right direction. He had a clear goal, and he was improving every moment, getting closer to his goal. Time passed, day by day, month by month. The 2 years were getting closer and closer. And Lu Ming had also made a major breakthrough. He had successfully fused 3 concepts, 4 concepts, and 1 month before the 2 years, Lu Ming had finally fused 5 martial techniques of the 5 concepts into 1 concept martial technique. Boom, with a strike, chaotic chi filled the air. The terrifying power dispersed the attacks of the 5 puppets, and the powerful chi continued to bombard. Pung! 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 The 5 puppets were sent flying by Lu Ming, and fell outside the fighting ring. Although the 5 puppets had also fused 5 martial techniques of the 5 concepts, they were separated by 5 people. However, Lu Ming was one person, and the fusion was purer and more powerful. Naturally, the battle strength he could exert was stronger. Ha ha ha, he succeeded. He succeeded. Let's go and see. 2E, Goldie, and the others shouted excitedly. Then, they moved and disappeared from the hall. In the next moment, on the fighting ring where Lu Ming was, the space cracked open, and 2E and the others stepped out. Senior 2E. Seeing 2E, Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He then cupped his fist and bowed, looking at Goldie and the others. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, no need to be so polite. Congratulations on passing all the tests. You are qualified to cultivate the chaos scripture. Let me introduce you. This is Goldie, Lei. 2E laughed and was extremely excited. He introduced Goldie and the others to Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets seniors. Although he knew that Goldie and the others were puppets, Lu Ming still bowed respectfully. Haha, no need to be so polite. When you succeed in cultivating the chaos scripture, you will be the successor of the Overlord, and also our master. Goldie laughed loudly. He couldn't even close his mouth. The Overlord? Lu Ming was surprised. Lu Ming, let me make it clear to you. This is the Chaos Hall of the Hunyuan sect. The Hall Master is the Chaos Overlord. The Chaos Overlord is one of the strongest in the Hunyuan sect. His battle strength is unparalleled, and he is the top expert in the world. As long as you succeed in cultivating the Chaos Scripture, you will be the successor of the Chaos Overlord, and naturally our master. Tui explained. The Chaos Hall belongs to the Hunyuan sect. Senior, is there a space-time spirit hall in the Hunyuan sect? Lu Ming asked curiously. You know about the space-time spirit hall? Yes, there are 9 halls in the Hunyuan sect. The space-time spirit hall is one of the 9 halls in the Hunyuan sect. The hall master of the space-time spirit hall is one of the top 10 battle beasts, the space-time spirit mouse. He is also the top expert in the world, but he is still slightly inferior to the Chaos Overlord. Tui explained. When he mentioned the Chaos Overlord, his face was full of pride. The Chaos Overlord is so powerful. He is stronger than the top 10 battle beasts. Lu Ming, the primal chaos scripture is inside. Go in. As long as you successfully cultivate the primal chaos scripture, you can leave this place. However, since you have successfully merged 5 different martial skills, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to cultivate the primal chaos scripture. Tui pointed to a stone door behind the fighting platform. Thank you, seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked towards the stone door. The stone door was closed, but after Lu Ming walked in, the stone door opened automatically. Behind the stone door, it was misty and he could not see clearly. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming stepped in. As soon as Lu Ming entered the stone door, it closed automatically. Behind the stone door was a huge stone chamber. Above the stone chamber, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the air. That figure was not very burly, nor was it very tall. However, it gave off the feeling that it was as tall as the sky. It was capable of supporting both heaven and earth. It was the most burly figure in the world. That aura was mysterious and unfathomable compared to any expert Lu Ming had encountered before. Lu Ming felt as if he was facing the entire universe when facing this figure. Back then, when Lu Ming faced the Sacred Heart left behind by the Heavenly Profound Saint, he was already shocked by the other party's vast aura. However, he now felt that the Heavenly Profound Saint was just an ant or a speck of dust in front of this figure. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he had stopped breathing. The figure was completely shrouded in the light of primal chaos. His appearance could not be seen clearly, only a blurry figure. Could this be the primal chaos emperor? Lu Ming thought to himself. Too powerful. The primal chaos emperor's realm had reached a level that Lu Ming could not imagine. Yet, such an expert had already fallen. Lu Ming had heard Tui mention that the primal chaos emperor had fallen. That was why he was looking for an inheritor. How could such a powerful existence fall? What kind of enemy did he face? Lu Ming could not imagine. Could the figure in front of him be a mark of the primal chaos emperor? Lu Ming guessed. I am the primal chaos scripture. Suddenly, the figure spoke. Its voice was calm and soothing to the ears. The primal chaos scripture? This figure is the primal chaos scripture? Lu Ming was stunned. He had not expected the primal chaos scripture to take the form of a human and exude a vast aura. I was left behind by the primal chaos emperor. I have been waiting for an inheritor here for so many years. My mission is complete. The primal chaos scripture, said primal chaos scripture, it turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu's glabella. Of primal chaos scripture. In the next moment, Lu primal chaos scripture, primal chaos scripture. Chaos scripture, the primal chaos chaotic domain realm. And even the corresponding martial intent and the domain martial intent. Primal as it is chaos scripture. It's too mysterious. It's too mysterious. The more Lu Ming read, the more excited he became. No, I can't read the rest now. Even if I read it, I won't be able to understand it. Now, I have to convert my 5 intents into the primal chaos intent. Lu Ming collected his thoughts and began to read the beginning of the primal chaos scripture. It was the most basic part of cultivating the primal chaos intent. The primal chaos intent was to convert 5 or more intents of different attributes into the primal chaos intent. The primal chaos intent was incomparably mysterious. It was the beginning of all intents in the world. After successfully cultivating the primal chaos intent, the primal chaos intent could be converted into other intents at will. For example, after successfully cultivating the primal chaos intent, the primal chaos intent could be converted into the slaughter intent, destruction intent, blood intent, lightning intent, and so on. Only the strongest intents could not be converted into the primal chaos intent. For example, the time intent, space intent, and so on. Lu Ming read the primal chaos scripture carefully. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Lu Ming had already merged the 5 intents into one. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to cultivate the primal chaos scripture now. It could be said that the previous training and tests had paved the way for him to cultivate the primal chaos intent. 3 days later, the 5 colored intents surrounded Lu Ming's body and began to boil. 7 days later, the colors of the 5 colored intents had become a little blurry. Half a month later, the 5 intents had completely intertwined together. The original colors could not be seen. 2 months later, Lu Ming's surroundings were misty and chaotic. The original 5 intents had disappeared and were replaced by an even more mysterious and supreme intent that bloomed from Lu Ming's body. The primal chaos intent, the emperor of intents, Lu Ming had finally succeeded in cultivating it. Moreover, it was at the peak of the 4th level. Shua, Lu Ming stretched out a finger with the primal chaos intent entwined on it. He gently tapped the space, and waves of ripples appeared in the space like water waves. One had to know that this was the heaven realm, and the space was very stable. It was far more stable than the continent of God. Previously, Lu Ming could not tear the space apart even if he used all his strength. But now, with just a light tap, the space rippled. The power is too shocking. With my current cultivation base and the primal chaos intent, I should be able to fight against an emperor, right? I might even be able to suppress an emperor. Lu Ming guessed. His eyes revealed a shocking fluctuation. It was confidence, an extremely strong confidence. Lu Ming's current cultivation base was only at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming was confident that he could fight against and even suppress an emperor. If others knew about this, they would probably laugh at Lu Ming for being a madman. But now, Lu Ming had such a feeling. In the past, he needed the help of the Thunder Cauldron, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others to contend against an emperor. But now, Lu Ming was confident that he could suppress an emperor without the help of the Thunder Cauldron, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others. I wonder how Xiaoqing is doing? I've been here for more than 3 years. It might only be a while in the outside world. Xiaoqing is in my mountain and river diagram. I wonder if time is synchronized with me? Lu Ming thought. Then, his glabella lit up, and the mountain and river diagram emerged. Lu Ming's figure moved and appeared in the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, Xianxia appeared in front of Lu Ming, staring at Lu Ming with resentment. Lu Ming, what's going on? Why haven't you come to see me for more than 3 years? Xianxia stared at Lu Ming with hatred, but deep in his eyes, there was a strong sense of longing. It's been more than 3 years. Is the time in the mountain and river diagram synchronized with me? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Xiaoqing, it's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming explained the matter in detail. So it's like this. After hearing it, Xianxia was amazed. Xiaoqing, your cultivation has improved a lot. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and found that Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm. Like Lu Ming, he was only 1 step away from the perfected spirit god realm. Humph, of course. I was bored alone, so I've been cultivating hard. In more than 3 years, my progress is naturally fast. Xianxia said. I'm sorry, Xiaoqing. In the next moment, Lu Ming hugged Xianxia tightly in his arms and pressed his lips against Xianxia's red lips. When their lips met, Xianxia's body trembled slightly, as if he had lost all his strength and allowed Lu Ming to do whatever he wanted. Speaking of which, the two of them hadn't seen each other for more than 3 years, so they naturally missed each other. They snuggled up to each other and chatted. Half a day later, a voice entered Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming, you will be teleported back to your original place in half a month. It was Tu Yi's voice. Half a month later? Lu Ming was stunned. Originally, he wanted to cultivate here for a while longer because cultivating here for a few years might only be a short while in the outside world. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss such a good place? But now, Tu Yi said that there was only half a month left. Lu Ming told Xianxia about this matter and then left the mountain river diagram. He didn't see Tu Yi in the huge stone chamber. Tu Yi must have sensed something and sent him a voice transmission. Senior Tu Yi, why is there only half a month left? Lu Ming asked. He knew that Tu Yi should be able to hear him. The time here accelerates extremely fast, but it requires a huge amount of energy to maintain the time acceleration. Every time only those who are qualified to participate in the assessment come here, the time acceleration will be activated. Now that you have successfully cultivated the chaotic will, the time acceleration will naturally stop. Otherwise, there won't be so much energy to consume. Tu Yi's voice came. Lu Ming nodded. Although he felt that it was a pity, it was normal. Time acceleration was too powerful. It naturally couldn't be maintained all the time as it would consume a terrifying amount of energy. If it could be maintained easily, it would be too terrifying. How long would it take to cultivate for thousands of years in the outside world? If a group of people were allowed to cultivate here, wouldn't it be incredible? That was impossible. Even with the Chaos Hall's foundation, it couldn't be maintained for long. Senior, I will leave in half a month. Lu Ming said. Okay. Tu Yi's voice came. Next, improve your cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Now, his will had transformed into the chaotic will, which was at the perfected 4th level. Lu Ming's cultivation could also be improved to the perfected spirit god. Half a month was enough for Lu Ming to devour and refine origin stones and improve his cultivation. With a wave of his hand, a huge pile of ores appeared, along with the bloodline of the 9 dragons. With a single gulp, he devoured 10 million ores and began refining them. A huge amount of origin stones were constantly being refined and turned into true essence, helping Lu Ming to break through to the next realm. After refining the 10 million, he swallowed another 10 million. 10 million after 10 million. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lu Ming had devoured and refined a total of 100 million origin stones. Such a shocking amount of origin stones transformed into a shocking amount of true essence and began to attack. Boom, inside Lu Ming's body, his aura flourished. Inside his dantian, the spirit deity blossomed with boundless multicolored light. It became solid and heavy, just like a real person. Lu Ming's cultivation base also broke through from the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm to the consummate spirit god realm. Perfected spirit god. Lu Ming had finally reached the perfected spirit god realm. The next step was to break through to the emperor realm. Everything was in preparation for the ruler. In the process of breaking through to become a ruler, one would comprehend the embryonic form of a domain and become a sovereign. The consummate spirit god realm was already at the peak of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming felt the extremely rich true essence in his body, and a confident smile hung on his face. Now, how strong was his battle prowess? Lu Ming couldn't figure it out himself, so he was very curious. It's time to go out. Lu Ming smiled and walked toward the stone room's door. The stone door opened automatically, and Lu Ming walked out. Outside was still the same battle stage. Tu Yi, Gold Yi, and the others were still on the stage. Seeing Lu Ming come out, Tu Yi, Gold Yi, and the others had smiles on their faces. Then, they suddenly bowed to Lu Ming and shouted in unison, "Subordinate greets young master." Lu Ming was stunned. He hurriedly helped Tu Yi and the others up and said, "Seniors, what are you doing? Please get up quickly. Young master, you've obtained the Chaos Emperor's inheritance and successfully cultivated the Chaos concept. That means you're our young master. Tui spoke and insisted on kneeling to Lu Ming. What kind of cultivation did Tui and the others have? Lu Ming couldn't stop them at all, so he could only let them kneel. After bowing, Tui and the others got up. Seniors, are you the only ones left in the Chaos Palace? Lu Ming asked curiously. Sigh, in the battle back then, all the powerhouses of the Chaos Palace died in battle. Only us puppets are left, but there aren't many left. Tui sighed. Then, can you all go out with me? Lu Ming asked with some anticipation in his eyes. Tui and the others had unfathomable cultivation. If they could go out with him, it would be easy to kill De and even wipe out the divine ruins. Unfortunately, the result disappointed Lu Ming. No. Tui, Goldie, and the others shook their heads. Young Master, the Chaos Emperor left a message. The inheritor of the Chaos Emperor must reach the Saint Realm before we can leave. Before that, we can't leave and can't help you much. Tui explained. Lu Ming was disappointed. It seemed that the Chaos Emperor was afraid that his inheritor would be too reliant on Tui and the others and lose the will to improve, so he set such a rule. Seeing Lu Ming's disappointed expression, Tui pondered for a while and said, Young Master, it's not that there's no reward at all. Because you performed exceptionally well in the test, there will be a reward. After saying that, Tui waved his hand and a figure appeared beside him. It was a figure with the same yellow color as Tui. At first glance, it was obvious that it was a puppet. Young Master, this puppet is called Tu Qian. He has the strength of a peak LV2 martial royal realm. He can go out with you temporarily and help you. Tui said. Peak LV2 martial royal realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That was fine. A peak LV2 martial royal realm expert was the most powerful expert in the divine region, comparable to De. Greetings, young master. Tu Qian bowed to Lu Ming. Good. Tu Qian, enter the abode treasure for the time being. Lu Ming summoned the mountain and river diagram and put Tu Qian into the mountain and river diagram. Whoosh, at that moment, a token flew over and floated above Lu Ming's head. It was the primordial chaos token. Young master, keep this primordial chaos token well. In the future, you may be able to compete for the position of the primordial sex successor. Tui said. The primordial sex successor? Lu Ming was surprised. Yes. Anyone who gets the primordial chaos token will have a great opportunity in the future to compete for the position of the primordial sex successor and have a chance to inherit the primordial sect. At that time, not only the Chaos Palace but also the other 8 palaces will have to obey the orders of the primordial sex successor. Tui explained. Lu Ming was shocked. He did not expect the primordial chaos token to have such a use. Lu Ming quickly put away the primordial chaos token. Young master, let's send you back. Earth 1 then joined forces with Gold 1 and the rest to open up a void passageway. Lu Ming felt his body tighten. His vision turned black and he fell into darkness. Lu Ming, that guy, is really disloyal. He can't beat us, so he abandoned us and ran away. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, he heard Dandan yelling and shouting. There were also rumbling sounds. But in the next moment, all the sounds disappeared. Lu Ming stood in the void. Dandan, Bubbles, Haiyu, Flood Dragon Supreme, and the others all looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, they were still in the ancient city where they fought with Haiyu and the others. Nestle, Lu Ming, so you didn't leave. I thought you left the 2 of us and took the opportunity to escape. Dandan shouted and ran towards Lu Ming. Chirp chirp, Bubbles shouted as its body glowed. In a flash, it appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. Whoosh! 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 Haiyu, Flood Dragon Supreme, and the others surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I said you can't run away. Hand over the pure spiritual body cultivation method. Haiyu shouted coldly. He held an emperor-level battle axe in his hand and his aura was terrifying. The cultivation method of pure spirit body belongs to the Sea Demon clan. Flood Dragon Supreme said. The dragon vein sword floated above his head. Sword chi flowed out and cut cracks in the void. Dandan, how long have I been gone? Lu Ming ignored Haiyu, Flood Dragon Supreme, and the others and asked Dandan. Not long, only a dozen breaths. But do you know how dangerous it was? Fortunately, I have many tricks up my sleeve and managed to escape. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Dandan shouted. Only a dozen breaths. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. Although he knew that time was accelerated in the Primal Chaos Palace and that a few years in the Primal Chaos Palace was only a short while in the outside world, he still found it unbelievable after experiencing it for himself. In just a dozen breaths, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Humph, how dare you ignore us? You're courting death. Seeing that Lu Ming was ignoring them, Hai Yu's eyes turned cold. He raised his battle axe and chopped down at Lu Ming. The power of this axe had completely reached the level of a ruler, and it was terrifyingly powerful. Dandan, Bubbles, follow me. Lu Ming exhorted. Then, he released the aura of the concept of wind. The concept of primal chaos could transform into other concepts at will. Wind element technique. Lu Ming's figure shuddered slightly. He dodged Hai Yu's axe with a flicker and headed for the other 9 Heaven Supremes behind Hai Yu. The wind origin technique was a martial technique that focused on movement. When executed, one's figure would become ethereal and untraceable. After dodging Hai Yu's attack, Lu Ming appeared in front of the other supreme martial artists in the sea-suppressing marshal's residence. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and the true Yuan in his body violently surged out. He used the suppressing hell heavenly skill and punched out. Attack, attack together! One of the supreme martial artists roared. He was shocked by the power of Lu Ming's punch. He immediately used the bloodline fusion technique to attack Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming punched out, and the bloodline fusion technique of the supreme martial artist was directly dispersed. His original body appeared with a horrified expression on his face. Then, his body split into pieces and exploded in the air. Oh my God! He killed a supreme martial artist with a punch. In the distance, the other spectators were almost scared to death. They shouted incoherently. It was too shocking, too terrifying. What kind of combat strength was needed to kill a supreme martial artist with a punch? Was Lu Ming an emperor? Oh no, retreat! When the other supreme martial artists saw this, they were scared out of their wits. They screamed crazily and retreated frantically. You can't leave. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning, emitting a cold killing intent. Using the wind element technique, Lu Ming's figure moved like lightning, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of another supreme martial artist and punched out. A shrill scream was heard. Although the supreme martial artist tried his best to block the attack, it was still useless. Under Lu Ming's punch, all his defenses were as fragile as tofu. He was easily defeated by Lu Ming and killed in the air. The second one. Lu Ming murmured, and then attacked the third one. Lu Ming did not use the chaotic will, but his current cultivation had broken through to the perfect spirit god realm, and his combat strength had improved greatly. Killing these ordinary supremes was as easy as killing chickens and dogs. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's figure flickered continuously as he threw out punches. Each punch would kill a supreme martial artist. The scene was too terrifying, and the onlookers felt a chill down their spines. Those were supremes, who were considered high and mighty experts even in the godly ruins continent, but now, they were like weak chickens being killed by Lu Ming without being able to fight back. Beast, don't go, fight with me. Hai Yu roared, and his eyes were red. These were the supremes of the sea-suppressing marshal's residence, and so many of them were killed consecutively. His heart was bleeding. He controlled the emperor's spiritual weapon to slash at Lu Ming, but Lu Ming's figure flickered, and he did not fight with Hai Yu at all. He avoided Hai Yu and focused on killing the ordinary supremes. Bang! Another punch, and another supreme martial artist was killed. Lu Ming had already killed 5 of the supremes that Hai Yu had brought with him. In addition to the previous ones, there were more than 5 of them. How could this be? Hai Tian, who was watching the battle from afar, was in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard, hoping that all of this was fake. Haha, Lu Ming, I didn't expect your cultivation to improve so much after not seeing you for a while. You have reached the perfect spirit god realm. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and laughed, feeling very happy and elated. It's your turn. Lu Ming whispered as he looked at the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the other sea demons. Retreat, retreat, follow behind me. The Flood Dragon Sovereign's expression changed. The sword chi of the dragon vein sword soared into the sky as he stared at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the wind origin technique, and his figure was like a phantom. With a few flashes, he avoided the Flood Dragon Sovereign and attacked the other Supremes. Join forces, gather together and join forces. A sea demon roared, and the other Supremes gathered together, hoping to join forces to fight against Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's current combat strength had far surpassed theirs. Bang, the fist crushed down, breaking everything. The phantom of the suppressing prison monument suppressed a supremacy. The supremacy screamed as his body was penetrated, and he died on the spot. Lu Ming was like an invincible war god, invincible, roar. 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head, and Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared, and its power was even more shocking. The dragon claws slashed out continuously, tearing apart everything, directly killing several sea demon supremes. In just a few breaths of time, 4 sea demon supremes had been killed. Let's join forces and kill him. Haiyu rushed over with his battle axe. Kill. The Flood Dragon Sovereign also roared and charged towards Lu Ming with killing intent. The two of them joined forces and surrounded Lu Ming, charging toward him. It's time to settle the score with you. Whoosh. 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 Following that, the dragon claws clawed out continuously. Each dragon claw used a different attack. One dragon claw shone with a yellow light. It was the earth element technique. Another dragon claw was filled with lightning that turned into a spear. It was the lightning element technique. In addition, there was the fire element technique, wind element technique, and water element technique. In the Primal Chaos Palace's test, Lu Ming was able to fuse 5 martial techniques into one. At this moment, using 5 martial techniques at the same time was a piece of cake. The 9 dragon claws clawed at Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Supreme. Die! Haiyu shouted. Coldly as he desperately activated his battle axe. His eyes were filled with malevolence. At the same time, the Flood Dragon Supreme was also filled with killing intent. Lu Ming actually stopped running and wanted to fight them head-on. This was exactly what they wanted. They were ecstatic. They wanted to get rid of Lu Ming in one go. What is Lu Ming doing? He's courting death. That's too unwise. The people watching from afar exclaimed when they saw this scene. Lu Ming's battle strength was strong, but that was only for ordinary Supremes. Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Supreme were both top Supremes. Their battle strength was terrifying enough. It wouldn't be too difficult for them to kill an ordinary Supremes. Furthermore, they also had Emperor spiritual weapons. With their Emperor spiritual weapons, their battle strength was definitely comparable to an ordinary Emperor realm expert. Lu Ming was courting death by fighting them head-on. Boom. 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 Lu Ming's attack finally collided with Haiyu's and the Flood Dragon Supreme's attacks. At this moment, a violent force swept across tens of thousands of miles. In the ancient city below, countless buildings collapsed and turned into ashes. Not good, retreat. The people watching from afar frantically retreated, afraid that they would be swept in. Heavens, look, Lu Ming has the upper hand. Someone exclaimed as they retreated. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw 2 figures rapidly retreating. The figures retreating were actually the Flood Dragon Supreme and Haiyu. How was this possible? Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign joined forces. Both of them wielded Emperor tier spirit weapons, but they were not a match for Lu Ming. They were repelled by Lu Ming. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Impossible. How could this be? Haiyu and Flood Dragon Sovereign also roared in disbelief. The two of them found it hard to believe. How could Lu Ming be so strong? A while ago, Lu Ming was not their opponent at all. He was completely suppressed by them. Even with the 2 pets, he was still far from being their opponent. However, Lu Ming had only disappeared for a short while. When he reappeared, his combat power had soared sharply, and he could easily kill ordinary supreme martial artists. Now, he was actually able to repel them without relying on pets or weapons. What was going on? Could it be that Lu Ming had been hiding his strength all this time? Yu fled dragon supremacy, and the others felt as though their minds couldn't process what was happening. He must have used some kind of secret technique to increase his battle prowess. If we join hands, he won't be able to hold on for long. Yu roared at the fled dragon sovereign. Kill! Kill! Then, Yu and the fled dragon sovereign joined hands and charged towards Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold smile. The lightning cauldron appeared above his head and smashed towards Yu. As for Lu Ming, he charged towards the fled dragon sovereign. Swoosh, this time, Lu Ming only clawed out once. However, this time, Lu Ming had fused 5 types of martial skills together. When the 5 types of martial skills were fused together, their power instantly soared. The dragon claw collided with the fled dragon sovereign's dragon vein sword. Clang, the dragon vein sword shook violently. The sword energy dissipated and it was sent flying far away. Not good. The fled dragon sovereign's expression changed as he retreated. However, it was already too late. Lu Ming's attack came again. It was another claw. Once again, it was the fusion of 5 types of martial skills. The fled dragon sovereign also stretched out his dragon claw and tried his best to block. However, the moment it came into contact with Lu Ming's dragon claw, it exploded. Poochie! Lu Ming's dragon claw did not stop as it pierced through the fled dragon sovereign's body. Roar! The fled dragon sovereign let out a violent roar. His eyes were filled with endless fear. He wanted to struggle and escape, but the other dragon claws of the 9 dragons had already reached him. The dragon claws contained the suppressing hell heavenly art as they all bombarded the fled dragon sovereign's head. Bang! 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 After 7 to 8 consecutive explosions, the fled dragon sovereign's head was pierced through and exploded. The fled dragon sovereign had fallen. The fled dragon sovereign, who possessed 90% of the true dragon's bloodline, was still killed by Lu Ming while controlling an emperor-grade spiritual weapon. If I use the primal chaos intent, it will be easier to kill the fled dragon sovereign. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming did not use the primal chaos intent. At most, he would convert it into the lightning intent, wind intent, etc. The primal chaos intent was Lu Ming's trump card. Unless it was a critical moment, Lu Ming would not use it easily. Not good. On the other hand, after Yu exchanged a blow with the thunder cauldron, he saw the scene of the supreme fled dragon being killed. He was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. He had to run as far away as possible from Lu Ming. Yu turned around and ran, frantically flying towards the ancient city's exit. Big brother, bring me along. Tian cried out in fear from afar. However, Yu was already scared out of his wits. At this moment, he only wanted to save his life. How could he care about Tian? He pretended that he did not hear anything and continued to run. Big brother, Tian roared, filled with despair. Whoosh, Lu Ming turned back into his human form and took a step forward, appearing beside Tian. Tian was so scared that he kept screaming. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? My father is the sea-suppressing marshal. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will die too. Tian cried out. At this moment, he was still trying to threaten Lu Ming. Whoosh, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a spear light flew out, piercing through Tian's dantian and shattering his spiritual deity. Tian's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so straightforward. He did not say anything and killed him in one move. Tian's life force dissipated with an intense unwillingness. The remaining sea demons and primes in the sea-suppressing marshal's residence had already fled for their lives. Lu Ming looked in the direction that Yu fled in. He was not in a hurry to give chase. Instead, his quintessence burst out, forming a strong suction force, attracting all the primes' corpses over. The mountain and river diagram in Lu Ming's forehead flew out and collected all the primes' corpses. The primes' corpses contained essence blood. Lu Ming still needed the essence blood to raise the health-suppressing steel's bloodline grade. He could not waste it. After collecting the prime's corpses, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram with a thought. Inside the mountain and river diagram, there was a mountain peak piled with prime's corpses. At the side, Xianxia and Thunder Rhino Prime were staring at it with their mouths agape. Supremes, they are all Supreme's corpses. Thunder Rhino Supreme muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Especially when he saw the corpse of Flood Dragon Supreme, he was even more shocked. He could naturally feel that Flood Dragon Supreme's bloodline contained 90% of the true dragon's blood. Even such a powerful Supremes were dead. Could it be that he was killed by Lu Ming? Thunder Rhino Supreme looked at Lu Ming. After feeling the terrifying killing intent on Lu Ming's body and the suffocating power, his heart trembled. How long has it been? He's already so powerful? Thunder Rhino Supreme only felt his whole body tremble. Lu Ming casually glanced at Thunder Rhino Supreme. Back when he suppressed Thunder Rhino Supreme, Dandan engraved a large formation on Thunder Rhino Supreme's body. During this period, Thunder Rhino Supreme had been obediently staying in the mountain river diagram. However, Lu Ming knew that Thunder Rhino Supreme was definitely not convinced and wanted to find an opportunity to escape. Lu Ming came in this time with the intention of intimidating the Supreme Thunder Rhino. Sure enough, Lu Ming Supreme was completely shocked when he saw so many Supreme's corpses. Thunder Rhino, come out with me and chase after the enemy. Lu Ming's voice sounded, and Thunder Rhino Supreme nodded repeatedly. Little Qing, let's go out together. Lu Ming waved his hand, and Xianxia and Thunder Rhino Supreme were brought out of the mountain river diagram by Lu Ming. Thunder Rhino, go, over there. Lu Ming said and pointed in the direction of the ancient city's exit. At this time, Haiyu had already escaped from the exit. Yes. Thunder Rhino Supreme's body grew rapidly. Lu Ming and Xianxia stood on Thunder Rhino Supreme's body. Thunder Rhino Supreme roared and flew toward the ancient city's exit. Oh my god, Lu Ming's combat strength is too strong. He can completely stand shoulder to shoulder with an emperor, or even suppress one. It's too terrifying. Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the perfection stage of the domain enlightened spirit god realm, yet his combat strength is so shocking. I've never even heard of him. The point is, how old is Lu Ming? Pervert, demon. Lu Ming must have gone after Haiyu. Let's go out and take a look. The spectators were in an uproar, unable to control their emotions. Even some Supreme Being experts lost control and started shouting. The fluctuations caused by Lu Ming were simply too shocking. Then, the group of people rushed toward the ancient city's exit. After a while, Lu Ming rode the Thunder Rhino to the exit of the ancient city. The Thunder Rhino rushed in and in the next moment, they appeared in the deep sea. A huge pressure pressed down on them. Crash, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the surrounding seawater seemed to be controlled by Lu Ming. It automatically parted, and a passage appeared. Moo, the Thunder Rhino Supreme was shocked by Lu Ming's means. Then, it roared and rushed up. With Lu Ming's help, Thunder Rhino's speed was extremely fast. Like a bolt of lightning, they rushed up. In a short while, they rushed out of the deep sea that was 300,000 meters deep and out of the surface of the sea. As soon as they rushed out of the sea, Lu Ming found that the sky was densely packed with people. When Lu Ming rushed out, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's eyes fell on one of them. Haiyu, after rushing out of the sea, Haiyu didn't run away. At this moment, he was looking at Lu Ming coldly, full of killing intent. Lu Ming, how's my brother, Hai Tian? Haiyu shouted. He wants to kill me. What do you think? Don't worry, I'll send you down to accompany him right away. Lu Ming sneered. His words caused an uproar. What? Just now, I saw Haiyu rushing out with a frightened face. Is it because of him? How can it be? Although Lu Ming's combat strength is strong, it's impossible for him to be Haiyu's opponent. Strange, who on earth got the cultivation method of the pure spirit body? Previously, the people waiting outside suddenly saw Haiyu running out of the sea with a frightened face. They were all very surprised. With Haiyu's cultivation, how could it be? They all guessed that some powerful monster had appeared at the bottom of the sea, and even Haiyu was no match for it. However, at this moment, it seemed that Haiyu fled in fear because of Lu Ming. How dare you kill the people of my sea-suppressing marshal's residence? You should be executed by 1,000 cuts. At this time, a cold voice came from the side of Haiyu. Lu Ming looked over and his pupils shrank slightly. An old man in a purple gold robe stood beside Haiyu. Just now, the old man's aura had been restrained, and he looked like an ordinary old man, so Lu Ming didn't notice him just now. But now, as the old man spoke, a domineering aura bloomed from his body, and a heavy pressure pressed on Lu Ming. Emperor! Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, he also understood why Haiyu didn't escape. It turned out that there was an emperor from the sea-suppressing marshal's residence here. This was a real emperor. Not good, it's an emperor, run. Under Lu Ming's feet, Thunder Rhino Supreme screamed in horror when he sensed the aura of the old man in the purple gold robe. He turned around and was about to run away. Bang, Lu Ming slapped Thunder Rhino Supreme's head, and it almost exploded. Thunder Rhino Supreme's head buzzed, and he was stunned for a moment. Why are you running? Isn't it just an emperor? Why are you so scared? Lu Ming glanced at Thunder Rhino Supreme and said disdainfully. But this is an emperor. Thunder Rhino Supreme was still scared to death, but after seeing Lu Ming's glare, he was so scared that his whole body trembled. He could only stop and look at the old man in the purple gold robe with a vigilant face. He wailed in his heart, lamenting that Lu Ming was courting death, but he didn't want to drag him down. Lu Ming actually didn't escape. The same thought flashed in the hearts of others. Facing an emperor, he probably knows that he can't escape, so he simply stopped running. Someone guessed. Haha, I've already killed Hai Tian, and I'll kill Haiyu too. If you want to stop me, it depends on whether you have the ability or not. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What a big tone. The purple gold-robed old man shouted coldly, but in his heart, he didn't dare to underestimate Lu Ming. Haiyu had already roughly told him about Lu Ming's combat strength just now. He knew very well how strong Haiyu, who controlled an emperor's spiritual weapon, was. Even if he was weaker than him, it wasn't by much. However, Lu Ming could suppress Haiyu, so one could only imagine how strong his combat strength was. Nonsense, let's see how you're going to stop me. Kill. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the other party. He shouted coldly, took a step forward, and charged towards Haiyu. Arrogant, I'd like to see how strong you are. Earth Domain. The purple gold-robed old man stretched out his palm and pressed the void. A yellow circle spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. Domain, this was a real domain, not the embryonic form of a sovereign's domain. The speed of understanding was astonishing. As soon as it appeared, it enveloped Lu Ming. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure on his body. It was as if a few hundred mountains were pressing down on him. Domains of different attributes could produce different effects, but their power was still very shocking. This was the Earth Domain. Not only did it have the effect of trapping the enemy, but it also had a terrifying offensive ability. Once someone below the Emperor realm was trapped in the domain, they would not be able to fight back and would be at the mercy of others. Open up! A dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body as 9 streams of dragon force burst out. At the same time, he borrowed the power of the third bloodline, which gave Lu Ming a terrifying strength. Boom! Lu Ming's palm was like a knife as he executed the hell-suppressing heaven skill and slashed out. Rip, this palm was like a heavenly saber that appeared in the world. When the saber struck, heaven and earth would be split open. An extremely powerful force erupted. The earth domain of the purple golden-robed elder shook violently and a hole was forcefully torn open by Lu Ming. The purple golden-robed elder's face changed. His figure swayed and he appeared in the domain. He pointed at Lu Ming. I'd like to see the strength of a Emperor Realm expert. The true origin in Lu Ming's body boiled as he exerted his cultivation of the spiritual God perfection stage to the extreme. Lu Ming struck out again and this time, his palm collided with the elder's finger. Boom, with a loud explosion, the earth domain shook violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging toward him. He stepped on the void and retreated continuously. However, the purple golden-robed elder's figure also retreated a few steps. That's a spiritual body. What a powerful force. Lu Ming exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as he pondered. A Emperor realm expert was indeed extraordinary. The purple golden-robed elder's cultivation was at the LV1 martial royal realm, but his combat strength was considered strong even among the LV1 martial royal realm experts. Lu Ming was slightly at a disadvantage in the previous attack. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was far from being fully displayed. Even so, the purple golden-robed elder's heart trembled violently. What a terrifying force. Is he still a spiritual god perfection stage martial artist? The purple golden-robed elder's eyes were filled with seriousness. On the other hand, the others at the side had long since been flabbergasted and were stunned on the spot. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against a ruler. He was shrouded in a ruler's domain, but he was still able to fight against a ruler head-on. It was unbelievable. Again. Lu Ming took a step back and stomped on the void, shattering it. However, Lu Ming continued to pounce on the purple golden-robed elder. In the process of rushing out, the 9 dragons bloodline appeared. Lu Ming used bloodline fusion and turned into 9 dragons. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Xiaoqin turned into 9 dragons, he swung his dragon claws and executed all sorts of state martial techniques. Using so many types of martial skills at the same time. The purple gold-robed elder had a grave expression on his face. His palms glowed as a pair of spirit weapon gloves appeared on his hands. Of course, this was not a ruler's spirit weapon. It was just an ordinary level 9 spirit weapon. A ruler's spirit weapon, the ruler of spirit weapons, was not something that ordinary people could possess. Many rulers did not even have one. Wearing the spirit weapon gloves, the purple golden-robed elder's body swelled slightly. His muscles squirmed and a layer of yellow light appeared on the surface of his muscles. The purple golden-robed elder raised the power of his spirit body to the extreme and threw out a few punches in succession. The power of each punch was much stronger than the power of the previous finger. The fist force collided with the 9 dragons' dragon claws. However, this time, the purple golden-robed elder's expression changed drastically when the two came into contact. His body shook and the yellow light on his body trembled. Boom! 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 After a few explosions, the purple golden-robed elder's body was directly sent flying. He retreated a few thousand meters in the air and slid out a few thousand meters long spatial crack. However, Lu Ming's body did not move at all. At the scene, everyone was stunned once again. The ruler was actually at a disadvantage and was sent flying a few thousand meters. The strength of a ruler is just SOSO. Since you want to fight, I'll send you to hell first. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His dragon body twisted and he charged toward the purple golden-robed elder. How can he be so strong? The purple golden-robed elder was shocked as he forcibly suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. His combat strength was considered strong even among LV1 martial emperors, but now, he was no match for a young man at the perfect spiritual god realm. This was like a fantasy story. How could a martial artist at the perfect spiritual god realm have such powerful combat strength? If it were an ordinary perfect spiritual god, he could kill a lot of them with one slap. Seeing Lu Ming charging toward him again, the purple golden-robed elder could only use his full strength to fight against Lu Ming. Boom! 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 The two fought fiercely. However, Lu Ming's strength had increased greatly after transforming into 9 dragons. Moreover, the dragon claws were displaying different martial techniques with different intents. Some of the dragon claws were also displaying the hell-suppressing heaven skill, which brought great pressure to the purple golden-robed elder. Although the purple golden-robed elder tried his best, he was no match for Lin Fan and was at a disadvantage. After a few moves, he was clawed by Lu Ming's claws. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cultivated a spiritual body of the Great Earth spiritual body, which specialized in defense, he would have already died. Even so, he still felt a burning pain all over his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the surface of the sea rolled and many people rushed out. They were the experts who had gone into the ancient city at the bottom of the sea. As soon as they rushed out, they were shocked to see Lu Ming and the purple golden-robed elder fighting. That's an emperor. God, Lu Ming has completely suppressed the emperor. The emperor is injured. Exclamations sounded. They had seen Lu Ming's combat prowess in the ancient city. However, when they saw Lu Ming injuring an emperor with their own eyes, the impact was still very great. Boom! Boom! The battle continued. After more than 10 moves, the purple golden-robed elder was beaten until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His hair was disheveled and he was in an extremely sorry state. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Even if he had a domain and a spiritual body, it was useless. Lu Ming's strength was too strong and had completely surpassed his. It's time to end this. Lu Ming shouted and clawed out. This claw was a fusion of 5 types of martial techniques, and a chaotic light flashed. This claw made the purple golden-robed elder feel a fatal threat. Slash! The purple golden-robed elder roared. A battle axe suddenly appeared in his hand. The battle axe quickly enlarged and turned into a giant axe that stood between heaven and earth. An extremely terrifying emperor's aura was emitted. It was an emperor's spiritual weapon. This battle axe was the one that Hai Yu had used before. It seemed that Hai Yu had already given the emperor's spiritual weapon to the purple golden-robed elder. No wonder Hai Yu was so confident and stayed here. An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon was completely different from a supreme being using an emperor's spiritual weapon. A supreme being using an emperor's spiritual weapon would not be able to unleash the true power of an emperor's spiritual weapon. On the other hand, an emperor's spiritual weapon would be extremely terrifying. The purple golden-robed elder controlled the battle axe as if he could split heaven and earth. Whoosh! Boom! The force swept across tens of thousands of miles. A resplendent spot of light appeared where the axe collided with the dragon claw, and a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye was emitted. Whoosh! Huge waves were stirred up in the ocean below. The waves swept high into the sky as if it was the end of the world. The space was completely annihilated, revealing a pitch-black space. The clouds in the sky instantly disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, the spectators were far enough away. Otherwise, if they were swept by this force, no one below the Supreme Being level would be able to survive. Even so, such a horrifying scene still made many people tremble and retreat. Sizzle! The place where the giant axe and the dragon claw intersected emitted a sizzling sound as the dragon claw kept shaking. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming's attack was no match for the giant axe and was defeated. The dragon claw exploded, and the 9 dragons' bodies were sent flying hundreds of miles away by a powerful force. Fortunately, the 9 dragons were formed by Lu Ming's bloodline power. After the dragon claw exploded, it immediately condensed again. What a powerful force! An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon is indeed not something a supreme being can compare to. Lu Ming's gaze was somewhat solemn. When Hai Yu used an emperor's spiritual weapon, his combat strength reached the level of an ordinary emperor. However, when the purple golden-robed elder used an emperor's spiritual weapon, its power was undoubtedly more shocking and several times stronger. Lu Ming is no match for him. An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon is too powerful. Lu Ming is no match for him at all. He's finished. Is such a person going to die here today? Many people exclaimed, some gloated, and some felt pity. Haha, I knew it. An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon will completely suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you want to fight me? Go to hell. Hai Yu laughed, his eyes incomparably ferocious. It's over, it's over. In the distance, Thunder Rhino Supreme kept growling. Previously, Lu Ming had displayed his invincible might and seriously injured an emperor, making Thunder Rhino Supreme think that he was dreaming. Back when Lu Ming had fought him, he had needed to rely on the lightning cauldron and his pet to defeat and suppress him. Now, only a few months had passed, and Lu Ming could rely on his own strength to defeat a ruler, let alone him. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him, he could probably do it with a slap. Originally, he had already made up his mind to follow Lu Ming obediently in the future. With such a prodigy like him, perhaps being Lu Ming's mount would be a blessing in disguise in the future. However, when he saw that Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, his heart sank. And what? Lu Ming will not lose. Xianxia slapped Thunder Rhino Supremacy's head and berated. She was very confident in Lu Ming. Moreover, she also knew that Lu Ming had cultivated the legendary concept of primal chaos. Until now, Lu Ming had not used the concept of primal chaos. He still won't lose? Thunder Rhino Supreme was doubtful. Die. The purple golden-robed old man held a battle axe in his hand and slashed out. The heaven-raising battle axe split the space in half. The powerful power completely enveloped Lu Ming, making it impossible for Lu Ming to dodge. Let's see how far I can go without using the concept of primal chaos. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. Above his head, the lightning cauldron appeared and turned into the size of a mountain, rushing toward the battle axe. At the same time, he used the 9 dragon steps and clawed out again. It was also a fusion of 5 concepts. Clang, the lightning cauldron was the first to bear the brunt. It collided with the battle axe and was sent flying by the battle axe. Immediately, Lu Ming's attack arrived and blasted on the battle axe. Amidst the rumbling, Lu Ming retreated again. However, this time, he retreated a lot less than the last time because the lightning cauldron offset a portion of the battle axe's power. It's only SOSO. Come again. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and attacked again. Lu Ming did not use the concept of primal chaos. Instead, he used the lightning cauldron to support him. He mainly used 5 concepts to fight an intense battle with the purple golden-robed old man. In this way, although Lu Ming was still at a slight disadvantage, it was not a one-sided situation. The two fought fiercely, and the surrounding tens of thousands of miles became their battlefield. In the sea, huge waves surged. That island was swept by a terrifying force and directly exploded, turning into ashes and disappearing from the sea. In the distant sky, countless figures stood, staring at the battlefield with their eyes wide open. They held their breaths, not willing to miss a single moment. Some Prime's eyes even lit up as they stared fixedly. It was rare to see sovereigns go all out in a life-and-death battle, which inspired them. Soon, the two exchanged over 100 moves. Good, haha. Lu Ming roared and laughed. In this battle, aside from the concept of primal chaos, he did not hold back at all. He used his full strength and fought to his heart's content. During this period, he had improved too quickly, and his foundation was somewhat unstable. After this battle, he had completely stabilized it, becoming as firm as a rock. At the same time, during the battle, Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the 5 concepts became deeper and deeper. It seemed like he could break through at any time. Furthermore, Lu Ming used them together. Once he broke through, the 5 concepts would all break through and reach the 4th level. When the 5 concepts reached the 4th level, their might would undoubtedly increase. Damn it! How can a mere consummation spiritual god ant have such shocking combat strength? The more the battle, the more horrified the purple golden-robed old man became. This brat must be killed. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. I'll just drag it out with him. As a sovereign, my veritable essence energy is definitely more boundless than his, so I can last longer. The purple golden-robed old man pondered. After making up his mind, he continued to charge at Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged over a dozen moves. Suddenly, Lu Ming's dragon claw slashed out. Its power was a level higher than before. Haha, I broke through. My concept martial technique broke through. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After an intense battle, Lu Ming's 5 types of concept martial techniques finally broke through and entered the 4th level. Boom! In this exchange, Lu Ming retreated, but the purple golden-robed old man was also repelled. A draw. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage at the beginning, but now, with the help of the lightning cauldron, he was able to draw with the purple golden-robed old man. Ah, damn it! The purple golden-robed old man naturally sensed the breakthrough of Lu Ming's concept martial technique. He roared in his heart, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After an intense battle, not only did he not kill Lu Ming, but he also helped Lu Ming break through. How could this be? He only felt a breath in his chest, and it was so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. How depressing, not only did he not kill Lu Ming, but he also helped Lu Ming. Haha, I really have to thank you. However, this battle should end here. Lu Ming laughed. A misty aura spread out from his body, turning into a chaotic color. The lightning cauldron shook slightly and quickly shrank, flying back to Lu Ming's forehead and disappearing. At the same time, Lu Ming's body also shrank, returning to his human form. Lu Ming put away the lightning cauldron and returned to his human form. He stepped toward the purple golden-robed old man. What is he doing? Lu Ming's action made the onlookers somewhat dumbstruck. Originally, Lu Ming could already contend with the purple gold-robed old man with the lightning cauldron. However, now, Lu Ming actually put away the lightning cauldron and even cancelled the bloodline fusion. Then, he charged at the purple gold-robed old man. What is he doing? Is he trying to commit suicide? Countless people were puzzled. Acting all mysterious. Who cares what you are trying to do? Go to hell. The purple gold-robed old man roared in his heart. He held the huge axe with both hands and poured quintessential essence into it. At the same time, he controlled the domain and activated the power of the axe's domain, pushing the axe's might to its limits. Whoosh! The huge axe, which was larger than a mountain, chopped down at Lu Ming. Facing this axe, Lu Ming remained calm. He had no intention of using the lightning cauldron to resist. Prison suppression. Lu Ming clenched his fists, and his muscles wriggled. Primal chaos chi spread out from his body, especially his fists, where the primal chaos chi was the densest. Lu Ming finally executed the state of primal chaos. Lu Ming used his quintessential essence, the 9 dragon energies, and the 3rd bloodline as a foundation to execute the prison-suppressing heavenly art. Then, he punched with the state of primal chaos. Rumble. Lu Ming's fist seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast as it punched at the purple gold-robed old man. What is Lu Ming trying to do? He is actually using his physical body to fight against a ruler spirit weapon? Crazy. Is he crazy? Is he courting death? An outstanding talent of a generation has fallen. Lu Ming's actions caused an uproar. Lu Ming did not use the lightning cauldron and cancelled the bloodline fusion. In the end, he used his physical body to fight against a ruler spirit weapon. If this was not crazy, what was? No one could figure out why Lu Ming would do such a thing. Haha. Who cares if you are crazy? Go to hell. Hai Yu's eyes revealed excitement. His face turned sinister as he laughed in his heart. Only one person, no, only one tortoise, saw through the trick. It was Dandan. That's the concept of primal chaos. Nestle, when did Lu Ming grasp the concept of primal chaos? Dandan was tongue-tied. Its eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Boom, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Lu Ming's fist heavily collided with the Emperor-rank spirit weapon battle axe. In everyone's imagination, Lu Ming would be easily defeated, heavily injured, or even killed by the axe. Instead, an inconceivable scene appeared. When the fist and the battle axe collided, the battle axe actually let out a violent roar and vibrated continuously. At this moment, the purple golden-robed elder seemed to have been hit by a terrifying force. His arms and even his body trembled along with the giant axe. Then, his face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang, the giant axe vibrated and the purple golden-robed elder could no longer hold on to it. The giant axe flew out of his hand and into the sky. There was complete silence between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were agape. It was as if something was stuck in their throats, preventing them from making a sound. Chaotic concept, it's really the chaotic concept. Only Dandan was muttering to himself. Chirp chirp, Bubble looked harmless and innocent. It blinked its innocent eyes and seemed to be cheering for Lu Ming. This guy, Xianxia whispered. Even though he knew that Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the chaotic concept, he was still shocked by its power. As for Thunder Rhino Supreme, he was completely petrified. The power of the chaotic concept is indeed amazing. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Legend had it that heaven and earth evolved from the chaotic concept. There was chaotic chi in heaven and earth. It was the most original and precious treasure. Legend had it that a wisp of chaotic chi could crush the sky and collapse a mountain range. It was extremely heavy. The chaotic concept also had the characteristics of chaotic chi. It was extremely heavy and powerful. Coupled with the hell-suppressing heaven skill, it complemented each other perfectly. With a punch, the purple golden-robed elder's giant axe was sent flying. Through the giant axe, the purple golden-robed elder was injured. Kill. Lu Ming shouted and stepped out. Surrounded by the chaotic concept, he punched out again. Boom, wherever Lu Ming's fist passed, the sky began to collapse. It was as if a black hole had appeared in the sky. The chaotic concept spread out and completely locked onto the purple golden-robed elder. The purple golden-robed elder's expression changed drastically. He roared and punched out with all his strength, hoping to block it. Boom, the moment the two fists met, the purple golden-robed elder's domain collapsed and exploded under the terrifying pressure. Then, it broke through the purple golden-robed elder's fist and landed on his fist. Crack, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Even though the purple golden-robed elder had cultivated a spiritual body, it was useless. His palm was distorted and his entire arm was twisted. The purple golden-robed elder screamed and his body was sent flying a few hundred miles away. His face was pale and blood was spurting out of his mouth. But the purple golden-robed elder didn't dare to stay. He turned around and ran. Wind Origin Art. Lu Ming used the Wind Origin Art. His figure was like a phantom as he flashed and quickly approached the purple golden-robed elder. He punched out from 100 miles away. When the fist force was released, the space within a few hundred miles in front of Lu Ming was smashed. The terrifying fist force was like a surging flood, surging toward the purple golden-robed elder. This was a suppression of power. It was simple and direct, but there was no way to dodge. The purple golden-robed elder could only fight back. But now that he had lost his spiritual weapon, Lu Ming could suppress him even if he didn't use the chaotic concept. He wasn't a match for Lu Ming at all. The purple golden-robed elder was like a little chick as he tumbled in the air. Crackling sounds came from his body as blood spurted out of his mouth. It's time to end this. A deep voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming used the Wind Origin Art and appeared in front of the purple golden-robed elder in a flash. He clenched his fist and the chaotic concept formed a long spear. The long spear was like lightning as it pierced toward the purple golden-robed elder's dantian. No, spare me, the purple golden-robed elder roared, but Lu Ming didn't move at all. The long spear continued to pierce down. Puff, the long spear formed by the chaotic concept was incomparably sharp. It easily pierced through the elder's dantian and pierced through his spiritual spirit. The power of the long spear exploded. The purple golden-robed elder let out an unwilling scream. But after a breath, there was no more sound as his vitality completely dissipated. The purple golden-robed elder, an emperor of a generation, was dead. Heavens, the onlookers felt numb after seeing this scene. They couldn't say a word. Impossible. Haiyu roared. His eyes were red with disbelief. It's your turn. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on Haiyu. His figure moved and he headed toward Haiyu. No, Haiyu's body turned cold as he fled like a madman. However, even an emperor could not escape from Lu Ming's hands, let alone him. The wind essence skill allowed him to move at extreme speed. He caught up with Haiyu in an instant and threw a punch. The chaos concept suppressed Haiyu. Haiyu screamed and his body was torn apart. Even his spirit deity exploded. Hiss, 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 at the scene, the sound of people gasping could be heard. It was only now that the spectators reacted. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. A ruler had been killed by Lu Ming. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. It was too shocking. That was a ruler. In history, there were also peerless geniuses who could cross realms to fight. It was not rare for a supreme being to cross realms to fight a ruler. Nonetheless, it was only a great battle. It was only a confrontation, not a suppression. There were very few people who could suppress a ruler as a supreme being. Not to mention killing a ruler. Even if a ruler was no match for a ruler, he would still have a high chance of escaping. Moreover, a supreme being had cultivated a spiritual body. Their vitality was extremely vigorous, and it was very difficult to kill them. There were not many cases of a supreme being killing a ruler in the continent of divine ruins since ancient times. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the perfected spirit god realm. A perfected spirit god realm cultivator could kill an emperor. Such an example had never happened in the continent of God and there were no records of it. It was unheard of. Lu Ming had created history. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming. They were filled with shock and deep fear. Who else? Wants to stop me? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he swept his gaze in all directions. All the powerhouses, including the supreme beings, hurriedly lowered their heads after meeting Lu Ming's eyes. They did not dare to look directly at Lu Ming. Those powerhouses who had entered the ancient city at the bottom of the sea all knew that Lu Ming had obtained the cultivation method of the pure spirit body, but none of them dared to speak. What a joke. Lu Ming had even killed a ruler. If anyone spoke, wouldn't they be courting death? In that case, Lei Shi, let's go. Lu Ming waved his hand and put the body of the purple gold-robed old man into the mountain river diagram. Then, he returned to the back of Lei Shi Supreme and said, "Moo." Lei Shi Supreme roared excitedly. His body was filled with lightning. He spread his legs and ran toward the sea. He was so excited, now, he was completely in awe of Lu Ming. He had already made up his mind to follow Lu Ming for the rest of his life. Even if Lu Ming chased him away, he would still shamelessly follow Lu Ming. A perfect stage spirit god could kill a ruler. Such a genius had never appeared in history. In the future, it was certain that he would become a ruler. In fact, it would be easy for him to dominate the continent of God and become the strongest powerhouse there. He might even be able to create waves in the Yuan continent and become an important figure there. If Thunder Rhino supremacy didn't follow such a genius with a boundless future, then he would be a fool. As long as he stayed by Lu Ming's side obediently, he would definitely benefit from Lu Ming's rise in the future. Originally, he had no hope of breaking through to become a ruler, but now, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Dong dong dong, Thunder Rhino supremacy ran with all his might. His body was filled with lightning. He cut through the void like a bolt of lightning, passing through layers of the sea and heading toward the deep sea. Lu Ming and Xianxia sat cross-legged on Thunder Rhino supremacy's back. They were as steady as a mountain. Nest, Lu Ming, you've actually cultivated the chaos concept. Impressive, you're really impressive. I know now. You disappeared for more than 10 breaths in the deep-sea ancient city. At that time, the primordial chaos token appeared. Did the primordial chaos token bring you to the chaos hall? Dandan jumped on Lu Ming's shoulder and mumbled a bunch of questions. Dandan was worthy of being an old monster. He was experienced and knowledgeable and guessed the general idea right away. Yes, you guessed right. Lu Ming nodded. Amazing, Lu Ming. I didn't misjudge you. It seems like you've obtained the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor. Dandan said. Dandan, do you know the Chaos Emperor? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course I know him. That guy is very powerful. He's on the same level as me. Dandan said proudly with his claws behind his back. You're bragging. Lu Ming curled his lips. He knew from Tui that the Chaos Emperor was one of the pinnacle existences in the world. Not many people could compare to him. Even the Space-Time Spirit Mouse, the Space-Time Spirit Palace's Palace Master, was slightly inferior to the Chaos Emperor. Dandan and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse were equally famous. They were one of the top 10 battle beasts. How could they compare to the Chaos Emperor? Who's bragging? I'm the leader of the top 10 battle beasts. I'm the pinnacle existence in the world. Dandan shouted unhappily after being despised by Lu Ming again. Lu Ming smiled and didn't argue with Dandan anymore. With a wave of his hand, a pile of corpses appeared on Thunder Rhino Supremacy's back. They were the corpses of the Supremacies killed by Lu Ming and the purple golden-robed old man. Lu Ming, how about giving these corpses to me? This is a rare tonic. It can help me recover a bit. Dandan looked at these corpses, especially the Emperor's corpse, and almost drooled. Give them to you? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, I have use for the blood essence, but I can give you the rest. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline was only at level 8 of the divine rank and needed blood essence to improve. As for the rest, they were not of much use to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the perfected spirit god realm. The next step was to comprehend the embryonic form of the domain and step into the supremacy realm. This step could not be improved by devouring with the 9 dragons bloodline. He needed to rely on his own comprehension. In fact, his cultivation in the future could not be improved by devouring. Comprehension was the most important. Therefore, besides blood essence, the blood of the supremacies, true essence, and so on were of no use to Lu Ming. So, he might as well give them to Dandan. Next, Lu Ming took out some jade bottles and guided them with his true essence. Drops of sparkling and translucent blood essence flew out from the corpses of the supremacies and flew into the jade bottles. There were a total of 7 supremacies, and each of them had 9 drops of blood essence that were stored in different jade bottles. Finally, it was the purple golden-robed old man's blood essence. As an emperor, the purple golden-robed old man's blood essence was like a blood pearl that was filled with boundless energy. As soon as it flew out, it emitted a vast and majestic emperor's aura. This was Lu Ming. If it was an ordinary cultivator below the spirit god realm, they would have been crushed to death by this emperor's aura. Ordinary spirit god realm cultivators would be heavily injured. Only high-level spirit god realm experts and above could approach and even collect the emperor's blood essence. Lu Ming used a jade bottle to put away the emperor's blood essence. As for their storage rings, Lu Ming naturally didn't let them go and had put them away a long time ago. Dandan, you can have them, Lu Ming said. Haha. Dandan roared with laughter, and then it opened its mouth and sucked the corpses of the supremacies and emperors into Dandan's mouth and vanished. I'll keep them and digest them slowly. Dandan grinned, and its eyes narrowed. After that, Dandan's eyes started to size up the sea again. The treasures of heaven and earth in the sea are more than 10 times more abundant than on land. There are all sorts of precious treasures, and I can't miss them all along the way. Dandan muttered. Chirp, chirp. Bubble chirped in response to Dandan. Haha. Alright, we'll join forces and get more treasures of heaven and earth. Lu Ming did not care about Dandan and Bubbles. A jade token appeared in his hand and he handed it to Xianxia, saying, Little Qing, this is the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Take it and study it first. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body? Is there really such a secret technique in the world? Xianxia's eyes revealed a look of curiosity. He took the jade token and looked at it carefully. After a while, Xianxia revealed a look of amazement. Amazing, really amazing. If I cultivate the pure spirit body, the difficulty of breaking through to the emperor realm in the future will be greatly reduced. Xianxia sighed. Little Qing, we have to rush back to the divine wilderness continent. It will take some time. Take advantage of this time to comprehend it. Lu Ming said. Okay. Xianxia nodded, then entered the mountain river diagram and began to comprehend the pure spirit body. As for Lu Ming, he continued to sit cross-legged on the back of Thunder Rhino Supreme. He took out a jade bottle and the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing the 9 drops of supreme blood essence into his mouth and began to refine them. Lu Ming originally planned to travel by himself, but now, he needed time. Refining. The blood essence required time. Cultivating the pure spirit body also required time. He also needed time to comprehend the 5 types of martial skills. According to the records of the Chaos Scripture, only by cultivating the 5 types of martial skills to the highest level could one cultivate the Chaos Concept martial skill, the Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. That was the Chaos Concept martial skill, and its power was terrifying. Lu Ming was naturally looking forward to it. Therefore, he simply asked Thunder Rhino Supreme to hurry up so that Lu Ming could save time and cultivate various martial skills and secret techniques. The 9 dragons swallowed the 9 drops of supreme blood essence and began to refine them rapidly. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, refining 9 drops of supreme blood essence at the same time was naturally no problem. Moreover, the refining speed was much faster than before. In just a few hours, the 9 drops of supreme blood essence were completely refined. The 8 golden chakras of the prison-suppressing steel shone, but it did not advance. Lu Ming continued to take out 9 drops of supreme blood essence and began to refine them. Just like that, Lu Ming wholeheartedly refined the blood essence. After refining 1 supreme blood essence, he took out another. A day later, Lu Ming had already refined the blood essence of 6 sovereigns. His prison-suppressing steel bloodline still hadn't advanced, but Lu Ming had a feeling that it would soon. He took out the blood essence of the 7th Supreme Being. The 9 dragons opened their mouths, and 9 drops of blood essence flew into their mouths. The majestic blood essence was continuously converted into bloodline power and fused with the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. After a short while, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel vibrated. On the basis of the original 8 golden chakras, a new chakra appeared. The 9th chakra, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline, had finally reached level 9. The hell-suppressing steel's bloodline emitted a dazzling light, and its aura surged. Lu Ming felt that the aura of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline completely surpassed that of the 9 dragons' bloodline. It seems like the prison-suppressing boulder has a shocking background, surpassing the 9 dragons. Lu Ming thought in his heart. Lu Ming felt that if he used the bloodline fusion and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel, its power would definitely be stronger than that of the 9 dragons. The prison-suppressing steel's original body must be an unimaginable treasure. It's a pity that I only have a fragment. If I can get all of them, how powerful would it be? Lu Ming's eyes were burning with anticipation. Since he could find a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel, it meant that the other fragments were still in the world, and there would be a chance to find them. Not long after, the energy of the blood essence was completely refined, and Lu Ming kept the bloodline. Alright, the bloodline has reached level 9. It's already the highest level. Now, it's time to comprehend the pure spirit body. Plop. Plop, at this moment, 2 figures flew out from the sea below and landed on the Thunder Rhino Sovereign's body. It was Dandan and Bubbles. At this moment, the 2 of them were each holding a spiritual herb and gnawing on it. Level 9 spiritual herb, water spirit ginseng. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The spiritual herb that Dandan and Bubbles were gnawing on was a level 9 spiritual herb, water spirit ginseng. The 2 of them had been rushing into the sea from time to time since a day ago, looking for treasures and eating them happily. Bubbles had mastered the concept of space and time, so he wasn't afraid of losing Thunder Rhino Sovereign. No matter how fast Thunder Rhino Sovereign ran, Bubbles could keep up. Not long after, the level 9 spiritual herb water spirit ginseng was finished by the 2 of them. Their bodies exuded a rich spiritual herb aura. Obviously, other than the water spirit ginseng, there were many other spiritual herbs that fell into their stomachs. The treasures in the sea were indeed not comparable to those on land. There were more than 10 times more of them. On land, there were human martial artists mining, but in the sea, there were fewer human martial artists. At most, some of the sea monsters would devour them, but there were still many left behind. The 2 of them had a good time eating. Little guy, let's continue later. Dandan squinted his eyes and looked at Bubbles. Chirp chirp, Bubbles nodded repeatedly. Even the bubbles that he exhaled carried a rich spiritual herb aura. These 2 guys, Lu Ming smiled and then entered the mountain and river diagram. On the back of Thunder Rhino Sovereign, there was only 1 mountain and river diagram left. Entering the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming came to Xianxia's side. Sensing Lu Ming's aura, Xianxia ended his cultivation. Little Qing, how's your comprehension? Lu Ming asked. It's okay, but it's easy to comprehend, but it's not so easy to cultivate. It's even more difficult to cultivate completely. Xianxia said. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded. He had memorized all the cultivation methods of the pure spirit body. Indeed, as Xianxia said, it was not easy to cultivate completely. Cultivating the pure spirit body required a huge amount of raw stones as the foundation because it consumed a huge amount of energy. With a huge amount of energy as the foundation, the body could evolve, transcend the mortal body, and have part of the power of the spirit body. This process couldn't be done overnight. It needed to be done step by step, steadily and surely. The 2 continued to comprehend. 3 days later, Lu Ming waved his hand and a large pile of raw stones appeared beside him. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, circulating the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. One could see strange lines appearing on his body. There were a total of 108 lines. They seemed to be meridians. This was the special circulation route of the pure spirit body. Bang bang bang, with a shake of his true essence, a large pile of raw stones was shattered and turned into rolling origin chi. Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked in the rolling origin chi. According to the cultivation method of the pure spirit body, he began to refine his body. Whoosh whoosh, the origin chi of at least 100,000 raw stones was swallowed by Lu Ming. Following the cultivation method of the pure spirit body, it seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body had already reached the 9th grade, the limit of the body. However, at this moment, he began to break through the limit and evolve. The 9th grade was the limit of the body, which referred to the limit of the mortal body. Now, he was evolving from a mortal body to a spirit body. As the origin chi continued to seep in and be absorbed, Lu Ming's body began to transform. After a few hours, the origin chi of 100,000 raw stones was completely refined. Lu Ming swallowed another 100,000 raw stones. Phew, Lu Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Crackle, his body moved slightly, and there was a sound like frying beans. His skin was covered with a thick layer of dirt, which were all impurities. What a powerful force! Lu Ming sensed it slightly and found that his body was full of explosive power. This was pure physical power, not the power of true essence. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that his qi and blood were abundant to the extreme. With a thought, his qi and blood would rush out of his body and burn like a furnace, full of powerful vitality. Lu Ming, how is it? Xianxia blinked and asked. About 10%. Lu Ming said. A pure spirit body could not be achieved overnight. It needed to be cultivated step by step to perfection. Now, Lu Ming could be considered to have cultivated a pure spirit body, which was about 10%. Xiaoqing, next, you do it. I'll guard you. Lu Ming said. Okay. Xianxia nodded and began to cultivate a pure spirit body. 108 paths appeared on her body. The cultivation process was the same as Lu Ming's. She absorbed the origin chi of the origin stones and tempered her body. A few days later, Xianxia finished her cultivation. Like Lu Ming, she had also reached 10%. Let's go out and clean up. Lu Ming said. His body was covered with a layer of dirt, which was really uncomfortable. The two of them came out of the mountain river diagram and jumped into the sea to clean up. Boom, in the sea, Lu Ming punched out. This punch did not use true essence, nor the power of bloodline. It was purely the power of the physical body. In the sea, there seemed to be an ancient giant beast rioting. In front of Lu Ming's fist, the sea suddenly exploded. The powerful fist force punched a 100-mile-long passage in the sea. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Lu Ming felt that the pure physical strength of this punch was enough to kill an 8th level or even 9th level spirit god expert. This was only 10% of the pure spirit body. If it was cultivated to 100%, its power would be unimaginably terrifying. At that time, he could easily kill a supreme being with a single punch. Of course, the higher one's maturity, the harder it would be to cultivate. Boom, not far away from Lu Ming, Xianxia also struck out with his palms, stirring up the seawater and forming a 1,000-meter-tall wave. As expected of a pure spirit body. A smile hung on Lu Ming's face. With a strong physical body, Lu Ming's battle prowess would naturally be stronger as well. A pure spirit body is not a true spirit body. It's not as miraculous as a true spirit body, but its power is already very shocking. No wonder the Emperor is so powerful. Lu Ming sighed. After washing up, the two returned to Thunder Rhino Supreme's back. Thunder Rhino Supreme continued to travel, while Lu Ming and Xianxia continued to cultivate. Xianxia entered the mountain river diagram and focused on cultivating the pure spirit body. As for Lu Ming, he cultivated the pure spirit body for a period of time every day. He would also take time to cultivate the 5 types of martial skills. As time passed, Lu Ming was slowly improving in all aspects. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. With Thunder Rhino Supreme's speed, it would take at least 4 months to fly from the Divine Ruins continent to the Divine Wilderness continent. Now, only 20 days had passed, and there was still a long way to go. Dandan and Bubbles would occasionally rush into the depths of the sea to search for treasures. During this period of time, their mouths were not idle at all. They had swallowed countless spiritual herbs, and their entire bodies were filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. In half a month, Lu Ming's pure spirit body had already reached 30%. Relying on his physical body alone, even a perfected spirit god expert would be injured with a punch. At this time, Lu Ming temporarily stopped cultivating. My current cultivation is at the perfected spirit god level, and my foundation is stable. I can try to break through to the supremacy level. However, to break through to the supremacy level, I need to comprehend the embryonic form of a domain. To comprehend the embryonic form of a domain, I need to spread out the concept runes and merge them with the spirit god. I don't have the slightest clue yet. Let's see if the domain condensing pill can help me. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. It was the domain condensing pill that he had obtained when participating in the Yuanlu's disciple selection. If a perfected spirit god took the domain condensing pill, it would greatly increase the chances of cultivating the embryonic form of a domain and stepping into the supremacy level. Without hesitation, Lu Ming swallowed the domain condensing pill and began to refine it. 2 days later, Lu Ming opened his eyes, revealing a trace of disappointment. It's useless, it's useless. Lu Ming frowned. After refining a domain condensing pill, he found that it had no effect at all. Originally, the domain condensing pill could help Lu Ming open the concept rune and merge it with the spirit god to form the embryonic form of a domain. But previously, Lu Ming had refined the entire domain condensing pill, but the concept rune did not move at all. Legend has it that the stronger the concept, the more difficult it is to cultivate the embryonic form of a domain. Now it seems that it's true. Lu Ming sighed. He knew that it was because the chaotic concept was too strong. A single domain condensing pill did not have much effect. If Lu Ming wanted to cultivate the embryonic form of a chaotic domain, it would be dozens or even hundreds of times more difficult than other concepts. Let's take it slow. Lu Ming shook his head and temporarily gave up the idea of breaking through to the supremacy level. He focused on cultivating the pure spirit body and the concept martial skills. Time passed day by day. 2 months had passed since Lu Ming went out to sea. After 2 months of hard work, the 5 concept martial skills had all reached the peak of the 4th level. Of course, the higher the level, the more difficult it would be to break through. The pure spirit body had been cultivated to 40% and was close to 50%. Lu Ming's strength was also constantly improving. Xianxia's pure spirit body was about the same as Lu Ming's and was close to 50%. It was worth mentioning that Xianxia's cultivation was also increasing due to the continuous breakthroughs of her pure spirit body. She had stepped into the great circle of the spirit god realm. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm because she had been in the primal chaos palace for more than 3 years. Now that she had cultivated the pure spirit body, it was completely natural for her to step into the great circle of the spirit god realm. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly sensed movement outside. His figure flashed and Lu Ming came out of the mountain river diagram. Nestle, didn't you just steal a few spiritual herbs? How dare you chase after me? You'll remember this. Dandan screamed and shouted. Together with Bubbles, they dashed out of the sea and flew toward Lu Ming. Splash, the seawater surged and the seawater within 1,000 miles was stirred up and kept rolling. Then, a big furry hand reached out from the sea and grabbed at Dandan and Bubbles. The big furry hand was 1,000 miles long. It was covered with long blue hair and emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. Emperor, this was the aura of an emperor. How dare you steal herbs in my territory? Die. A furious roar came from the bottom of the sea. The giant hand sped up and grabbed at Dandan and Bubbles. Chirp chirp, Bubbles spat out a transparent bubble and opened a void passage. It rushed into the void passage with Dandan and appeared on the back of Thunder Rhino Prime in an instant. The sovereign of the monster clan. Thunder Rhino Supreme trembled in fear. First level sovereign, just nice to test the power of the pure spirit body. Lu Ming revealed a trace of fighting spirit. He soared into the sky and dashed toward the 1,000-mile-long giant hand. An ant dares to resist. You're courting death. At the bottom of the sea, a furious roar sounded again, and the giant hand grabbed at Lu Ming. Who's the ant? Lu Ming shouted coldly, and the 9 dragon forces in his body burst out. The pure spirit body circulated, filling Lu Ming with infinite power. Boom, Lu Ming punched out and performed the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The fist collided with the 1,000-mile giant hand. With a world-shaking boom, the 1,000-mile-long giant hand emitted boundless blue light, and then it suddenly exploded in the air, disintegrating into pieces. Deep in the sea, there was an incredible roar. The seawater surged, and a blue figure rushed out of the sea. It was an ape, more than 3 meters tall, covered with blue hair, and emitting a terrifying murderous aura. It stared at Lu Ming fiercely and was in disbelief. It seemed that it couldn't believe that Lu Ming could defeat the giant hand with a punch. How is it possible that you're just a perfect spirit god? After the ape scanned Lu Ming's cultivation, it was even more incredulous. A divine ape of sea. Interesting. It's a good choice to take it as a fighter. Lu Ming sized up the ape and revealed an interested expression. The divine ape of sea was a kind of divine beast. Nonetheless, it seemed that the sea-subduing divine ape was not a pure-blooded one before it broke through to become a ruler. Instead, it transformed into a sea-subduing divine ape after becoming a ruler. There was still a huge difference between it and a pure-blooded divine beast. What did you say? You want to take me as a fighter? You're just an ant. You're courting death. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the sea divine ape flew into a rage. It took a step forward and the endless seawater in the sea seemed to obey the command of the sea divine ape. The endless seawater transformed into a giant rod that was thousands of miles long. The sea divine ape held the rod in its hands and smashed it toward Lu Ming. If you don't accept it, then I'll beat you until you do. Lu Ming smiled faintly as his third bloodline appeared. Lu Ming borrowed a wisp of the third bloodline's power to increase his strength. As for bloodline fusion and the concept of primal chaos, Lu Ming didn't plan to use them yet. Boom, Lu Ming unleashed the hell-suppressing heaven art and punched out. Dong, heaven and earth shook, and the seawater roiled, creating thousands of waves. The giant rod that was condensed from seawater was blasted apart by Lu Ming's punch. Whoosh, Lu Ming executed the wind essence art. His figure was like a phantom as he pounced towards the sea-subduing divine ape with extreme speed. The sea-subduing divine ape's expression changed drastically as it let out an angry roar. Its entire body emitted a blue light as it charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! After a few consecutive moves, the sea-subduing divine ape let out a miserable cry as it was sent flying for thousands of miles. It spat out a mouthful of blood. This sea-subduing divine ape's combat strength wasn't even as strong as the purple golden-robed old man, let alone the emperor's spiritual weapon that the purple golden-robed old man controlled. On the other hand, Lu Ming had cultivated a pure spirit body and his combat abilities were even stronger. He did not need to perform bloodline integration to deal with the sea-subduing divine ape, much less cast the chaos concept. He could easily suppress the sea-subduing divine ape. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? The sea-subduing divine ape's heart was filled with question marks as it was filled with disbelief. It really couldn't figure out how a mere perfected spiritual god martial artist could have such terrifying combat strength. Run! Without hesitation, the sea-subduing divine ape turned around and ran. It was about to rush into the sea. You can't run away. Lu Ming executed the wind essence art. His figure flashed as he approached the sea-subduing divine ape and punched out. This punch was the fusion of 5 concepts into one. The terrifying power made the sea-subduing divine ape feel cold all over. It felt that it couldn't escape. It roared and tried its best to resist. Unfortunately, it couldn't resist Lu Ming's punch at all. It was sent flying thousands of miles away and its body almost exploded. It spat out large mouthfuls of blood and its aura was weak. It was seriously injured in one move. Submit to me, or die. Lu Ming stepped out and crossed thousands of miles to arrive in front of the sea-subduing divine ape. He looked at it coldly. In particular, Lu Ming borrowed the power of the third bloodline. The cold and merciless killing intent made the sea-subduing divine ape feel cold all over. I surrender, I surrender. In the end, the sea-subduing divine ape lowered its head helplessly. I have to engrave a restriction on your body. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Dandan, it's your turn. Lu Ming said. Okay. Dandan flew towards the sea-subduing divine ape. The sea-subduing divine ape was helpless. Now that its life was in the hands of Lu Ming, it could only allow Dandan to engrave a restriction on it. Lu Ming, the sea-subduing divine ape's mansion is deep in the sea. There are many treasures there. Dandan's eyes lit up. Chirp chirp, Bubble also waved its little paws excitedly. There was a big bubble and a small bubble at the tip of its nose. Dandan has led Bubble astray. Lu Ming was speechless. Plop. Plop, Dandan and Bubble rushed into the sea impatiently. The sea-subduing divine ape was helpless. Now that it had submitted to Lu Ming, its mansion and treasures would definitely be lost. Lead the way. I'll go take a look too. Lu Ming instructed the sea-subduing divine ape. Yes. The sea-subduing divine ape bowed and replied. Then, Lu Ming and the sea-subduing divine ape entered the sea together. Deep in the sea, there was a divine mountain with countless spiritual herbs growing on it. This was the mansion of the sea-subduing divine ape. There were also some powerful sea beasts on the divine mountain, but they were all killed by Dandan and Bubble. The two of them were desperately picking spiritual herbs and stuffing them into their mouths. Haha, this is 100,000-year-old wine. Suddenly, Dandan's laughter was heard. Lu Ming and the sea-subduing divine ape stepped into the divine mountain. At the top of the divine mountain, they saw a small pool. The pool was filled with blue crystal clear liquid. The liquid exuded an extremely rich aura of life. At this moment, Dandan and Bubble were rolling in the pool and gulping down the liquid. Hiss, at the side, the sea-subduing divine ape was heartbroken when it saw this scene. Its liver, lungs, and body were in pain. Even it couldn't bear to use this pool of liquid. But now, Dandan and Bubble were gulping it down. Every mouthful was like biting its flesh. If Lu Ming wasn't here, it would have gone crazy. How unlucky! The sea-subduing divine ape wailed in its heart, lamenting its bad luck to meet Lu Ming. It would lose its freedom in the future, and the wealth that it had accumulated for a lifetime would all be wasted by Dandan and Bubble. You too, leave some for me. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He took out a big jade bottle, activated his true yuan, and absorbed the liquid into the jade bottle. After filling the bottle to the brim, Lu Ming stopped. It wasn't that Lu Ming was satisfied, but that the liquid in the pool was gone. All of it had gone into Dandan and Bubble's stomach. What a waste. Lu Ming's heart ached. But now, most of it had been swallowed up by Dandan and Bubble. Hee, the two fellows had round bellies and even burped a few times. Especially Bubble, its eyes were blurry and its entire body was glowing as if it was drunk. Sure enough, Bubble climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder and lay on Lu Ming's shoulder, snoring loudly. The milky white light on its body grew denser and denser. Lu Ming, I also want to sleep and digest the energy in my body. Dandan's eyes were also blurry as it climbed onto Lu Ming's other shoulder. Lu Ming, wait for me. When I wake up again, I'll definitely step into the monarch realm. Dandan continued to mutter, its voice growing softer and softer. These two fellows had consumed too many spiritual herbs during this period of time. Coupled with the pool of nectar, it was finally time for them to evolve. As it muttered, Dandan also fell asleep on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming put Dandan and Bubble into the mountain and river diagram, then asked the divine ape to lead the way and harvest the remaining spiritual herbs nearby. Since the divine ape was going to leave with him, it would be a waste to leave these spiritual herbs here. They flew out of the sea. Little ape, take me with you. This map is for you. Take me to the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming said to the divine ape. The divine ape almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Little ape? Is this the name you gave me? But under the power of others, the divine ape had no choice but to accept this name. Lu Ming asked Thunder Rhino Supreme to return to the mountain and river diagram to rest while the divine ape carried Lu Ming on the way. The divine ape was an emperor, and its speed was several times faster than Thunder Rhino Supreme. It would have taken more than 2 months to travel, but the divine ape only used half a month to cross it. In front of them, a huge continent was in sight. They had arrived at the divine wilderness continent. After half a month of cultivation, Lu Ming's pure spirit body had finally reached 50%. At this point, Lu Ming let the sea-subduing divine ape enter the mountain and river diagram and used the Thunder Rhino Supreme instead. The sea-subduing divine ape was, after all, an emperor. Riding it into the divine wilderness continent was too ostentatious and would cause a commotion. Honorable Thunder Rhino was still a bit better. Rumble, autarch Thunder Rhino stepped into the void, carrying Lu Ming towards the divine wilderness continent. I'm finally back. Xianxia stood beside Lu Ming and whispered. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Now that she was back, it was time to settle the grudge between her and the ancient Saint Dynasty's Xia family. Supreme Thunder Rhino stepped into the void and flew into the divine wilderness continent. Endless mountains and rivers flashed beneath his feet. This was the northern plains of the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming guided the Thunder Rhino Prime towards the 100 Beast tribe. Xiao Wan and the others should be guarding the 100 Beast tribe. Before long, they were close to the 100 Beast tribe. Something's not right. Lu Ming frowned. Along the way, he found that something was wrong. The atmosphere was not right. Many large places and cities were heavily guarded and heavily guarded. There was a feeling that a storm was about to come. Who's there? Stop. Oh no, it's a Supreme Being expert. Suddenly, a few loud roars were heard. A group of armored soldiers rushed out from a mountain in front of them and blocked in front of Lu Ming and the others. When they sensed the aura of Supreme Thunder Rhino, their faces changed drastically. Quickly spread the news that an unknown Supreme Being is attacking. One of the armored soldiers shouted. No, that's Marshal Lu. Marshal Lu Ming, at this moment, someone exclaimed. What? The other soldiers also looked at the back of Supreme Thunder Rhino. Just now, they were shocked by the aura of Supreme Thunder Rhino and did not pay attention to the back of Supreme Thunder Rhino. Now that they saw it, they were all stunned. It's really Marshal Lu. How is that possible? Didn't the experts of the continent of Divine Ruin spread the news that Marshal Lu died in the battle? Yeah, why is he still alive? But I've seen Marshal Lu before. It can't be wrong. I've seen him too. This is Marshal Lu. Hundreds of armored soldiers were in an uproar as they looked at Lu Ming in bewilderment. I died in the continent of Divine Ruins? What's going on? Lu Ming frowned and felt that something was wrong. Whoosh, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the armored soldiers. The hundreds of armored soldiers were shocked and couldn't help but retreat. I'm Lu Ming. What are you afraid of? What's going on? Lu Ming said. Are you really Marshal Lu? Some of the armored soldiers were still bewildered. Nonsense, quickly spread the news and ask the chaotic Sky Emperor to come. Lu Ming said. These were just ordinary soldiers and didn't know much. They wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. It was better to ask Xiao Wan directly. Okay, we'll spread the news right away. An armored soldier who looked like a leader quickly took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent out the news. Less than 10 breaths later. Hiss. Hiss, the space fluctuated and cracks appeared. One by one, figures walked out of the cracks. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Xiao Wan, Lu Ming saw at a glance that the leader was Xiao Wan. In addition, Lu Ming also saw the Emperor Mo Yi from the Myriad Demons Abyss, the Emperor Chu Luo from the Demon God Valley, the Emperor Barbarian Emperor from the 100 Beast tribe, and the Emperor Yuexin Martial Emperor from the Floating Mountain. Why is Moonheart Martial Emperor here? A trace of doubt flashed in Lu Ming's heart. Brother Yan. Lu Ming also saw Yan Quantu and some other Supreme Being experts. As soon as everyone appeared, their eyes fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's really Lu Ming. Lu Ming is not dead. Voices came out from the mouths of the crowd, full of surprise and astonishment. Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. Seeing Lu Ming, Yan Quantu was pleasantly surprised and rushed toward Lu Ming. Mu, Lei Shi Supreme roared, his body covered in thunder and lightning, staring at Yan Quantu cautiously. Yan Quantu could not help but stop. Lei Shi, they're on our side, back off. Lu Ming ordered Lei Shi Supreme. Lei Shi Supreme immediately became obedient, withdrew his aura and turned into a burly man, standing behind Lu Ming. Supreme Being. This is a Supreme Being. Chu Luo, Barbarian Emperor, and the others glanced at Lei Shi Supreme in surprise. A Supreme Being seemed to be very obedient in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually had the ability to subdue a Supreme Being and make a Supreme Being so obedient, which was rare. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. Yan Quantu burst out laughing as he came to Lu Ming's side and patted Lu Ming's shoulder. He then picked up the wine gourd and took a big gulp. Brother Yan, how are you? Lu Ming smiled. Yan Quantu's concern could not be concealed, as it was his true feelings, causing Lu Ming's heart to feel warm. Lu Ming. At that instant, Xiao Luan, Chu Luo, and the others stepped forward and greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets the seniors. Lu Ming, the Floating Mountain sect has moved to the 100 Beast tribe. Xian Martial Emperor was beautiful, but she let out a sigh filled with loneliness. What happened? Also, why did they say that I died in the Godly Ruins continent? Lu Ming asked, full of doubts. Lu Ming, it's a long story. Let's return to the 100 Beast tribe and I'll tell you in detail. Xiao Luan said. Alright. Lu Ming nodded and the group headed toward the 100 Beast tribe. After arriving at the 100 Beast tribe, Lu Ming felt that the atmosphere was not right. The 100 Beast tribe was filled with various formations. Every corner was guarded by experts and many armored soldiers patrolling the area. The atmosphere was tense, as if a great battle was about to break out. When Lu Ming left the Divine Wilderness continent, although the Divine Wilderness continent was also embroiled in a war and Northern Plains had just experienced a war, the atmosphere back then was not as solemn as it was now. It felt like a great battle of life and death was about to break out at any moment. Lu Ming was even more curious, but he could only suppress his doubts and ask them later. The news of Lu Ming's return spread rapidly in the 100 Beast tribe, causing an uproar. Lu Ming and the others arrived at a meeting hall in the 100 Beast tribe. Everyone sat on two sides of the hall. There were 2 seats at the front, and Xiao Luan sat on one of them. Lu Ming, please. Xiao Luan raised his hand and signaled Lu Ming to take a seat. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside Xiao Luan. However, he did not notice the displeasure in the eyes of Chu Luo, Mo Yi, and the other martial emperors. After everyone sat down, more people entered the hall. They were all higher-ups, and the weakest among them was a martial highness realm expert. Soon, there were more than 10 people in the hall. Senior Xia, why did the armored soldier say that I died in the Godly Ruins continent when I returned? Lu Ming could not help but ask. Lu Ming, not long ago, the sea-crossing flying ship that brought you to the Godly Ruins mainland returned. The experts of the Divine Sect in the Godly Ruins mainland said that you, Lu Ming, offended the Skypride of the Heavenly God Sect in the Godly Ruins mainland. You were killed by the Skypride of the Heavenly God Sect. Xiao Luan said. Lu Ming frowned. The experts from the Holy Gate were obviously the experts from the Southern God Palace who had sent Long Chen and the Underworld Child back. But why would the people from the Southern God Palace say that? They said he was killed. Could it be that the people from Southern God Palace were experts from the Mu clan? Lu Ming's heart stirred. When Long Chen, Underworld Child, and Scrupulous Monk, and the others left for the Divine Desolate Continent, it was probably when Lu Ming's group was being chased by the Mu family's patriarch. Therefore, the people from the Southern Divine Palace believed that Lu Ming was dead for sure. When they arrived at the Divine Desolate Continent, they said that Lu Ming had already been killed. Lu Ming guessed. What about Long Chen, Underworld Child, and the Western Desert Holy Monk? No one came out to say anything? Lu Ming asked. No. Moreover, only 3 of them came back. They are Underworld Child and the 2 holy monks from the Western Desert. Long Chen is nowhere to be seen. When the 3 of them came back, they spread the news that they were in seclusion and did not say a word to the outside world. Xiao Luan said. Long Chen did not come back? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Long Chen was also assassinated like them? Moreover, from the looks of it, Underworld Child and the others must have been warned by the Southern Divine Palace and did not say a word. Therefore, the news that Lu Ming had been recruited as a disciple by the Divine Dragon Valley of the Yuanlu continent was naturally kept a secret. Lu Ming, did you really offend the Skypride of the Heavenly Divinity sect of the Yuanlu continent? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. It was Chu Luo. He was currently staring at Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. In the past, Chu Luo had always addressed him as General Lu. However, he was now directly addressing Lu Ming by his name. Moreover, there was a hint of questioning in his tone. Everyone's gaze also fell upon Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. With his intelligence, he naturally knew what was going on. In the past, they had taken a fancy to Lu Ming's talent and thought that Lu Ming could join the Yuanlu continent's great sects and help them in the future. However, the people from the southern divine palace had come and said that Lu Ming had offended the sky pride of the Yuanlu continent's great sects and had been killed by them. Although Lu Ming was still alive, he could not join the Yuanlu continent's great sects since he had offended the sky pride of the Yuanlu continent's great sects. Since he could not join the Yuanlu continent's great sects and had offended the sky pride of the Yuanlu continent's great sects, their attitude towards Lu Ming naturally changed. That's right. I have offended the sky pride of the divine dragon sect. Lu Ming answered truthfully. Lu Ming, it's not that I want to criticize you. Although you have some talent, you should know your limits and know your limits. Your talent is not bad in the divine wilderness continent, but it's nothing in the Yuanlu continent. How dare you offend the sky pride of the Yuanlu continent's great sects? It's fine if you offend them, but don't drag us down with you. Chu Luo spoke coldly. Lu Ming, I want to know if the people of the Yuanlu continent's great sects know about your return? Mo Yi spoke as well. Chu Luo, Mo Yi, that's enough. Lu Ming is my ally. At the side, Xiao Wan frowned and berated them. Demon ancestor, but, Chu Luo still wanted to say something. I said that's enough. Xiao Wan's gaze turned cold. Chu Luo shut his mouth and did not dare to say anything else. However, his gaze towards Lu Ming was filled with faint disdain. After failing to join the Yuanlu continent's great sects, Lu Ming was just a junior, a martial artist at the spiritual god realm. He looked down on Lu Ming from the bottom of his heart. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not explain. He had defeated the sky pride of the celestial divinity sect and obtained first place in the test. He had even joined another Yuanlu continent's great sects, the Divine Dragon Valley. Senior Xia, what's the current situation in the Divine Wilderness continent? Why do I feel that the 100 Beast tribe is heavily guarded? Moreover, all the seniors are gathered there? Lu Ming asked another question in his heart. In the past, many experts were guarding different places in the northern plains. However, they seem to be gathered at the 100 Beast tribe now. Lu Ming, the current situation in the Divine Wilderness continent has changed greatly. Xiao Wan frowned and said when that was mentioned. The situation has changed greatly? Because of what? Lu Ming asked. Because of De. Xiao Wan said. De? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. De was so powerful that he could change the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent? Yes, because of De. When you left, the Heavenly King token was also taken away by the experts of the Divine Sect. However, the ancient Saint dynasty and the Divine Army have a deep grudge against each other. It's difficult for them to stop fighting. The other overlords are also fighting with each other. The central continent is still in chaos, but the situation is still good. However, a few months ago, De suddenly attacked. Xiao Wan explained in detail what had happened during this period of time, especially about Martial Emperor De. It turned out that everyone had been deceived by Martial Emperor De for so many years. Not only was Martial Emperor De powerful, but he was also secretly developing his forces. The sovereigns of the southern underworld had been subdued by Martial Emperor De at some point in time. The entire southern underworld was under Martial Emperor De's control. The Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Corpse sect was also created by one of the sovereigns of the southern underworld. The reason why they kept fighting with the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was to attract attention so that the other overlords would not care too much about the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. This way, De could keep increasing his strength in secret. When the time was right, he could start the war. A few months ago, Martial Emperor De finally could not hold back anymore. He led the southern underworld's army to attack the central continent. In a short period of time, many overlord forces were destroyed by Martial Emperor De. Martial Emperor De's strength increased greatly. He even sent out experts to help the ancient Saint Dynasty's Xia clan deal with the Heaven Suppression Army. After a shocking battle, the Heaven Suppression Army suffered great losses and retreated to the border of the northern plains. They joined forces with Xiao Wan to deal with the strong enemy. Therefore, during this period of time, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly tense. All the experts of the northern plains gathered at the 100 Beast tribe to deal with the attack of the strong enemy at any time. After hearing this, Lu Ming was shocked. At the same time, he understood some things. He understood why the Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Corp sect could rise in such a short period of time and compete with the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. It was all under Martial Emperor Di's arrangement. Of course, their strength increased quickly. When they were fighting for the Heavenly King's token, the Eastern Wasteland and the Southern Underworld did not make any moves. At that time, Lu Ming and the others found it strange. Now, it made sense. The Eastern Wasteland and the Southern Underworld were basically under Martial Emperor Di's control. At that time, the time was not right. If Martial Emperor Di did not give the order, the Eastern Wasteland and the Southern Underworld would not make a move. Even if Di and the experts of the Southern Underworld joined forces, they should not be that strong. If the many overlord forces of the Central Continent joined forces, they would have many sovereigns. How could they be defeated by Di? Although Di is strong, the Heaven Suppression Army has a deep foundation. There might be experts who could contend with him. How could he be defeated so easily? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. Although Di's combat ability was strong, even if Nanming was included, there wouldn't be too many sovereigns. There wouldn't be more than 7. Some of the more powerful overlord forces in the Central Continent would have 2 sovereigns, or even more. If several overlord forces joined forces, they wouldn't be destroyed so easily. It's because Di's helpers have arrived. Di's cultivation is at the peak of the LV2 Martial Royal Realm, and he has a royal spiritual weapon. Most importantly, 2 terrifying experts have appeared beside Di. They are both at the peak of the LV2 Martial Royal Realm, and they also have royal spiritual weapons. Xiaowan said with a grave expression. What? Lu Ming was shocked. There were 2 experts at the peak of the second-level Martial Emperor realm beside Di. The peak of LV2 Martial Royal Realm was definitely the pinnacle of existence in the Divine Wilderness continent. Before Lu Ming went to the Divine Ruins continent, there were only Xiaowan and Di who were at the peak of LV2 Martial Royal Realm. But now, how could there be 2 experts at the peak of the second LV of the Martial Royal Realm beside Di? What was even more shocking was that the 2 of them were even in control of Emperor-level spirit weapons. Emperor-level spirit weapons were very rare, and it was difficult for most emperors to own one. At the same time, Lu Ming also understood the current situation in the Divine Wilderness continent. Although there were not many emperors around Di, their high-level battle strength was too strong. Di himself and the 2 experts at the peak of LV2 Martial Royal Realm could absolutely sweep away the overlords of the Divine Wilderness continent. No one could defeat them. No wonder the atmosphere in the northern plains was so solemn and tense. In the northern plains, only Xiaowan was at the peak of LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Now, Di's army is attacking the few overlord forces in the Central Continent. In recent days, I heard that they are besieging the World Academy. The World Academy is in danger. Xiaowan said. The World Academy. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly brightened, emitting a strong fighting desire. Lu Ming, what do you think? Xiaowan asked. Rescue the World Academy. Lu Ming said decisively. Haha, rescue? Lu Ming, how can we rescue them? Now that Di is powerful and has many experts, we can't even protect ourselves. How can we rescue them? Chu Luo sneered, his tone full of disdain. The rest of the people shook their heads slightly, obviously agreeing with Chu Luo. Below, Yan Kuangtu wanted to say something several times, but stopped. He seemed to have something to say to Lu Ming, but in the end, he held back. Without the lips, the teeth will feel cold. I'm sure everyone understands that World Academy is not weak. If it is attacked by Di, it will only increase Di's strength. If it is saved by us and joins hands with us, it will increase our strength. Only then will we be able to contend against Di. Lu Ming said. Although it's the truth, truth is truth. In fact, our strength is not enough. Only by defending with all our strength can we have a chance of survival. If we rescue them and lead Di to attack in advance, Lu Ming, will you take responsibility? Chu Luo sneered. I'll take responsibility, I'll take responsibility. Lu Ming said. Haha, you'll take responsibility? Ridiculous. Lu Ming, to put it bluntly, what qualifications do you have to take responsibility? Although you have allied with the demon ancestor, in this world, strength is everything. If you don't have strength, you'd better behave. Chu Luo laughed heartily. This sentence was clearly belittling Lu Ming. Xiao Wan frowned, thinking that Chu Luo had gone too far. However, he did not agree to rescue the World Academy now, so he pondered for a moment and did not speak. Lu Ming, I can tell you clearly that if you want to rescue the World Academy, you have to do it yourself. We won't do anything, in case DE attacks in advance. Chu Luo said. I'll go with Lu Ming. Yan Kuangtu stepped out. I'll go with Lu Ming too. I'll go too. Then, two voices sounded in succession. They were the Barbarian Emperor of the 100 Beast Tribe and Xian Martial Emperor of the Floating Mountain. No, you're not allowed to go either. You're in the same boat as us now. If you go, you'll weaken our strength and it'll also lead to DE's attack in advance. Chu Luo said loudly. You, Yan Kuangtu, the Barbarian Emperor and the others looked pale. You don't have to go. I alone am enough to rescue the World Academy. Lu Ming's voice sounded abruptly. Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming alone? Rescue the World Academy? How was that possible? Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, it seems that your judgment has changed after you went to the continent of God's ruins. You're becoming more and more ignorant. It's no wonder that you even dared to offend the elites of Yuanlu's major sects. Chu Luo sneered. Chu Luo felt uncomfortable when he thought of how he had obeyed Lu Ming's orders in the past. At that time, he thought that Lu Ming could join Yuanlu's sect and he saw the future of Lu Ming. That was why he obeyed Xiao Wan and obeyed Lu Ming. He was an emperor, but he obeyed a young man in his 20s. He had always felt uncomfortable. Haha. At this moment, Lu Ming sneered. Since he returned, Chu Luo had been mocking and ridiculing him non-stop, which had already made Lu Ming a little unhappy. Lu Ming looked coldly at Chu Luo and said, "Which eye of yours saw me overestimating myself? Also, do you think you're great just because you're an emperor? In my eyes, you're not worth mentioning." What did you say? Chu Luo was furious and suddenly stood up from his seat. The might of an emperor erupted from his body, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was as calm as a breeze, sitting there motionlessly. Chu Luo, sit down. Xiao Wan berated. Demon ancestor, you've seen it too. This person is arrogant and doesn't even take an emperor seriously. I used to think that he was a top figure, but now it seems that I was completely wrong about him. Chu Luo said. I'm not looking down on an emperor, I'm looking down on you. Lu Ming sneered. You're looking down on me? Good, good, good. I'd like to see how much you've improved after your trip to the continent of divine ruins. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Today, I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of the demon ancestor. Chu Luo was furious. He stepped out of his seat and pressed towards Lu Ming. The aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. Some of the supremes on the side had a drastic change in expression and felt that it was difficult to breathe. If you want to fight, then let's fight outside. Lu Ming stood up and took a step out. In a flash, he left the hall and arrived in the sky outside the hall. Many people were stunned. What did Lu Ming say? He wanted to fight Chu Luo? Did he really dare to fight Chu Luo? Many people thought that they had heard wrongly. Although Lu Ming had restrained his aura, they could still sense that Lu Ming was only at the spirit god realm. A young man at the spirit god realm actually wanted to fight an emperor. Lu Ming was either crazy or extremely arrogant. Ha ha ha, you've seen it too. This kid is arrogant and ignorant. I'll teach him a lesson. Chu Luo laughed angrily, his eyes filled with anger. Lu Ming actually dared to challenge him. A spiritual deity challenging an emperor was a great insult to him. He had to teach Lu Ming a lesson. He didn't even consider that all of this was the result of him constantly provoking Lu Ming. With a flicker, Chu Luo left the hall and arrived in the air. Let's go out and take a look. Whoosh! 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 The experts in the main hall rushed out of the main hall and stood in the void. Lu Ming, Yan Kuangtu revealed a worried look and also rushed out of the main hall. Lu Ming. A strange look flashed across Xiao Wan's eyes. Based on his understanding of Lu Ming was not an arrogant person. On the contrary, Lu Ming never fought someone he was not confident about. Could Lu Ming really create a miracle and contend against a ruler? Xiao Luan's eyes were filled with anticipation as he walked out of the hall. Look, who's that? That's the Chu Luo Demon Emperor and the other person is Lu Ming, General Lu. What's going on? It looks like the Chu Luo Demon Emperor is going to fight with General Lu. No way, the Chu Luo Demon Emperor is a ruler. How could General Lu be a match for him? With so many experts gathered in the sky, their auras were mighty and the commotion was huge. Many people in the 100 Beast tribe sensed the commotion and looked over. Some of them were in disbelief. High up in the sky. Lu Ming, I admit that although you are talented, you are too arrogant and condescending. Today, I will teach you a lesson to wake you up and let you know who you are. Chu Luo's voice was heard as he took a step forward. With every step he took, heaven and earth seemed to resonate with him and trembled. The powerful aura of a martial emperor burst out and spread between heaven and earth, causing many people to tremble and break out in cold sweat. Some of the weaker cultivators knelt down as if they were facing the heavenly Tao and could not resist. However, Lu Ming stood quietly in the void. His body did not move and he did not even lift his eyelids. This world is much bigger than you think. The divine region is just a small part of it. In the entire Yuan realm, a rank 1 martial emperor is just a low-level existence. As a rank 1 martial emperor, you act high and mighty. Your achievements will stop here. A calm and indifferent voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Shut up, my achievements will not be judged by you. Lu Ming's words infuriated Chu Luo. With a shout, Chu Luo was the first to move. He took a step forward and clenched his claws in the air. A pitch-black claw condensed from demonic aura grabbed at Lu Ming. Even a prime would be seriously injured by this claw. However, Lu Ming did not move in the face of this claw. It was as if he did not see it and allowed the giant claw to grab him. Why isn't Lu Ming fighting back? Could it be that he is frightened or imprisoned? The power of an emperor is too terrifying. It can imprison heaven and earth. Lu Ming probably wants to fight back, but he can't move his body. Seeing this scene, many people guessed. Lu Ming, dodge. Yan Kuangtu became anxious. However, Lu Ming still did not move. A mere spiritual god ant dares to preach to me. I will teach him a lesson. As long as I don't kill him and break a few of his bones, I think the demon ancestor will not blame me. Chu Luo sneered, and the demonic chi became stronger. In an instant, the giant claw was about to grab Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming finally moved. Lu Ming's movement was very simple. He threw a simple punch. Boom, the space exploded like tofu. The claw that Chu Luo condensed also exploded under Lu Ming's punch, disappearing into nothingness. This, everyone's pupils suddenly widened in shock. Lu Ming's seemingly casual punch defeated the claw condensed from Chu Luo's demonic chi. Although Chu Luo didn't use his true ability at all, it could still injure a supreme being. However, it was defeated so easily by Lu Ming. How was this possible? Lu Ming's combat strength had already reached such a level. It was too shocking. What a powerful punch. Its power is boundless, especially the power of his physical body. It's extremely shocking. Why do I feel like it's a spiritual body erupting? The barbaric emperor spoke with deep surprise in his eyes. I have the same feeling too. The other emperors also spoke. Lu Ming. Xiao Luan's eyes also lit up. Yan Kuangtu's eyes were even brighter. You have some ability. Take another move of mine. Chu Luo roared. He felt humiliated after being blocked by Lu Ming, and the anger in his heart burned even more. Buzz, the demonic domain spread out from his body and enveloped Lu Ming. At the same time, the muscles all over his body swelled, and he suddenly threw a punch. This punch contained the power of the domain and the power of his spiritual body. Its power was 10 times stronger than the previous move. Chu Luo had already used his true strength and displayed the power of an emperor. Roar! Roar! Swoosh, Lu Ming performed the wind origin skill. With a tremble of his body, he rushed toward Chu Luo and threw out a punch. The two of them each threw out a punch, which collided in the air and bombarded each other. Boom, a deafening sound was heard. Then, under everyone's shocked and incredulous gazes, Chu Luo's domain was shattered by Lu Ming's punch. Crack, the sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the place. Chu Luo screamed. His entire arm was deformed. His body shook violently and was sent flying like a cannonball. Lu Ming, on the other hand, did not move at all. Oh my god, everyone looked at this scene with their mouths agape. They were completely stunned and tongue-tied. Their eyes were full of disbelief. Chu Luo, a demon emperor, was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch and his hand bones were broken. How was this possible? This was simply like a fantasy story, something that was simply impossible to happen. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that such a thing had happened. In fact, even if they saw it with their own eyes, many people would not dare to believe it and thought that they were dreaming. Boom, many powerhouses could not control the excitement in their hearts and their bodies erupted with strong auras. Even Xiaoluan was the same. Monster, he's really a monster. It seems that the people of the Divine Gate are not telling the truth. They must be hiding something. Xiaoluan muttered to himself, revealing an extremely excited expression. Lu Ming. Yan Kuangtu also muttered softly, trembling with excitement. One punch had injured an emperor. What did this mean? It meant that Lu Ming's combat strength had at least reached the level of an emperor. With such little combat strength, you still act high and mighty. Who gave you the confidence? Lu Ming stepped in the void and rushed toward Chu Luo at an extremely fast speed, throwing out another punch. This punch contained Lu Ming's true origin, the power of the 9 dragon forces, the power of the 3rd bloodline, and of course, the power of a pure spirit body that had reached 50%. The terrifying power, coupled with the hell-suppressing heaven skill, was extremely powerful. Chu Luo roared wildly. A battle saber appeared in his hand and he slashed out fiercely. This attack was the eruption of Chu Luo's strongest combat strength. Boom, the dazzling saber gleam collapsed under Lu Ming's iron fist. The terrifying fist force bombarded Chu Luo's combat saber, causing Chu Luo's body to tremble violently. He retreated violently and spurted blood from his mouth. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Activating the wind origin art, Lu Ming appeared above Chu Luo's head. His hands rapidly formed hand seals, and 4 sealing gates appeared around Chu Luo. A powerful sealing force locked Chu Luo in the void. During this time, Lu Ming didn't give up on cultivating the 9 seals. Every day, he would take some time to comprehend it. After several months of bitter cultivation, the 9 seals of the Divine Gate had taken another step forward. He could condense 4 sealing doors at once, and their power was even stronger. Then, Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, taking 8 consecutive steps. Boom! 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 Chu Luo's body shook violently. With every step he took, he spat out blood. In the end, he smashed into the ground like a meteor. Sizzle, sizzle. Lu Ming waved his hand and activated the Thunder Origin art. A lightning whip condensed from lightning flashed out and wrapped around Chu Luo's body, pulling him in front of Lu Ming. At this moment, Chu Luo's face was pale. Half of his body had exploded, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Chu Luo was an emperor. If he were an ordinary martial artist, he wouldn't have survived. An emperor had a spiritual body, so he could recover with some time. At this moment, Chu Luo looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of fear and disbelief. There was a deathly silence at the scene. Chu Luo had lost. Chu Luo had been thoroughly defeated. Facing Lu Ming, Chu Luo was like a baby who couldn't withstand a single blow. Chu Luo was an emperor, and his cultivation had reached the late 1st level of a martial emperor realm. He wasn't weak among martial emperors, but he couldn't fight back against Lu Ming. Was he still human? Was Lu Ming still human? The cultivation level that Lu Ming displayed was only at the primordial god realm. Since when did a spiritual god realm cultivator have such combat strength that he could easily crush an emperor? No one had heard of such a thing since ancient times. Everyone just widened their eyes and stared blankly at this scene. They were completely speechless. Are you very strong? Lu Ming stared at Chu Luo and said indifferently. Chu Luo's body trembled when he heard those words. These 3 short words made him feel so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. Just now, he thought that he was an emperor and looked down on Lu Ming. When Lu Ming said that he wanted to rescue the World Academy alone, he said that Lu Ming was arrogant and ignorant. But now it was proven that he was both arrogant and ignorant. Chu Luo's body trembled slightly. After a short while, Chu Luo took a deep breath, lowered his head, and bowed deeply to Lu Ming. He said, "Commander Lu's talent is unprecedented and has surpassed the great figures of ancient times. I was ignorant and had eyes but failed to see. Please forgive me, Commander Lu." Chu Luo's voice was sincere and came from the bottom of his heart. He was finally convinced, completely convinced. Such a genius had never been heard of since ancient times, at least not in the divine wilderness continent. It had exceeded his imagination, and he was finally convinced. Commander Lu's talent is unprecedented and dazzling. The other experts in the surroundings were deeply moved, and they bowed to Lu Ming as well. Commander Lu's talent is unprecedented and dazzling. Commander Lu's talent is unprecedented and dazzling. After that, even more people bowed to Lu Ming, and their voices grew louder and louder. In the end, it resounded throughout the entire 100-beast tribe. Through this battle, many people were truly convinced by Lu Ming and recognized that Lu Ming had formed an alliance with Xiao Wan and was the supreme commander. Previously, many people had called Lu Ming Commander Lu because of Xiao Wan. In fact, they looked down on Lu Ming in their hearts. However, after this battle, everyone truly placed Lu Ming in the same position as Xiao Wan, or even higher. He had such combat strength before breaking through to the martial emperor realm. If Lu Ming broke through to the martial emperor realm, how strong would his combat strength be? It was unimaginable. Lu Ming stood in the void, accepting the worship of the experts. His face was calm, like an invincible god of war. Go back and heal your injuries." Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the lightning whip. Chu Luo flew far away. "Thank you for showing mercy, Commander Lu." Chu Luo bowed. "Haha, Lu Ming, I haven't seen you in a while, and I have a whole new level of respect for you." Xiao Wan stepped forward and laughed. He then asked, "Lu Ming, did the experts from the divine sect hide anything when they came to the divine wilderness continent?" "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. Now that he had established his prestige, there was no need for him to hide anything. This time, the divine sect is not the only sect that came to the divine ruins continent to recruit disciples. There are 3 other sects. Lu Ming said. "There are 3 other sects from Yuanlu?" Many people's hearts trembled. In their hearts, the Yuanlu sects were lofty and unreachable existences. This time, there were a total of 4 sections. Xiao Wan seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. "It's true that I have offended the sky pride of the celestial divine sect, but that sky pride has been defeated by me. I have also joined another major sect in Yuanlu, the Divine Dragon Valley." Lu Ming said. "Indeed?" Xiao Wan's eyes shone brightly. "General Lu has joined a major sect in Yuanlu." The hearts of many other experts trembled as their eyes shone brightly. "General Lu's talent is unparalleled." Someone roared again, extremely agitated. This time, they were more sincere and respectful than before. Previously, it was because of Lu Ming's strength. This time, it was because of Lu Ming's identity. Lu Ming had joined a major sect in Yuanlu and was now a disciple of the sect. His identity had become superior in the eyes of the crowd, even surpassing Xiao Wan. "All right." Lu Ming gestured with one hand and the crowd quieted down. "We'll talk about the details later. Now, we'll follow the original plan and head to the World Academy to rescue the World Academy." Lu Ming said. "No, General Lu. If you want to go, we'll go with you. It's too dangerous for you to go alone." The barbaric emperor said. "Yeah, we'll go with you." Yan Quantu said. "No need. You guys stay here. I know what I'm doing. I won't put myself in danger." After Lu Ming finished speaking, he did not say anything else. He drew a line in the air with both hands and the air cracked open. Lu Ming stepped into the crack and disappeared. Even after Lu Ming disappeared, everyone's agitated emotions had not calmed down. It was mainly because of the shock caused by Lu Ming. It was too shocking. When Lu Ming went to the world of divine ruins, Lu Ming's cultivation base was only at a very low level. Now, he was able to suppress an emperor. His improvement was too shocking. No, we can't let Lu Ming take the risk alone. Emperor Yuexin, Emperor Tianfeng, you guys guard this place. Mo Yi, barbaric emperor, follow me and head to the World Academy secretly. If Lu Ming is in danger, we'll help him. Xiao Wan ordered. I'll go too. Demon Ancestor, I'll go too. Yan Kuangtu and Chu Luo stepped out. Although Chu Luo was injured by Lu Ming, his origin was not damaged. At this moment, his spirit body was recovering quickly. Half of Chu Luo's body that was damaged. Of course, this was because Lu Ming was being merciful. If his origin was injured, it would be impossible for him to recover so quickly. Alright, let's go together. After saying that, Xiao Wan tore open space and brought a group of experts to head towards World Academy. The World Academy. The Academy was a place. The White Emperor's white jade palace. Only white palace. Was palace. Was white. The white jade palace floated high up in the sky, emitting a blinding light. The white palace was White Emperor in the army. There were people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Southern Ming Kingdom. There were also people from the other overlords of the Central Continent. Because they had pledged their allegiance to DE, they were also fighting for hegemony with him. Boom, at the top of the White Jade Palace, there were two stalwart figures. They were enveloped by endless divine light and emitted a terrifying aura. It was the might of a sovereign. The two figures were emperors, and they were currently attacking the White Jade Palace. Inside the White Jade Palace, there were two white-haired old men who also emitted the auras of rulers. They were working together to resist the attacks of the rulers outside. Attack together. This White Jade Palace won't last for long. In the crowd, there was a middle-aged man in a purple robe giving orders. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was Wang Xingtian, the head of the Wang clan, one of the 6 great ancient clans of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Now, he was in high spirits. He was one of the first people to follow Martial Emperor De. He was De's trusted aide. Ever since Martial Emperor De revealed his true strength, he had been invincible. The older De Tian Divine Palace got, the stronger he became. However, the powerhouses who joined later on naturally did not have a higher status than him. Only the rulers had a higher status than him. Those supremes were lower than him. They had to curry favor with him and listen to his orders. Whoosh! 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 Countless attacks and beams of light shot towards the White Jade Palace from all directions. The White Jade Palace was completely submerged in the beams of light. Block! In the White Jade Palace, the disciples and elders of the World Academy roared. They cooperated with the White Jade Palace's array and attacked, doing their best to block. Rumble. However, there were too many attacks coming from the outside. The White Jade Palace rumbled and shook. If this continued, they would not be able to hold on for long. World Academy, I advise you to quickly surrender. Right now, His Majesty Martial Emperor De is the hero of 10,000 people. By the order of the heavens, he will unify the divine wilderness continent. If you stubbornly resist, you will be courting death. The Wang clan head's voice spread far and wide. Humph. De is ambitious. He wants to rule the divine desolate continent? Dream on. Our World Academy would rather die than surrender. Voices could be heard coming from the White Jade Palace. The Wang clan head's face sank. He snorted coldly and said, "You really don't know your limits. I already gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. In that case, die. Continue attacking." Whoosh! 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 Thousands of attacks and beams of light flew towards the White Jade Palace. The intense battle continued. At this moment, 1,000 miles north of the World Academy, the space cracked and Lu Ming's figure stepped out. Looks like I'm not too late. Lu Ming looked into the distance and muttered. He then took a step forward and headed towards the battlefield. 1,000 miles was crossed by Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Who is it? Stop right there. As soon as Lu Ming approached, he was discovered. A group of black-robed martial artists with sinister aura stared at Lu Ming. Na Ming's men. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he continued to move forward. Na Ming's men were easy to recognize. Brat, stop. You're courting death. A third-level spirit god expert slashed at Lu Ming with his blade. Lu Ming stretched out a palm and clenched it in the air. A devouring force erupted from his palm. The third-level spirit god expert was enveloped by the devouring force. His body was fixed in the air and couldn't move at all. Then, he was horrified to find that his essence blood, true yuan, and intent runes all flew out of his body and into Lu Ming's palm. Such a strange scene frightened him so much that he screamed. But every few breaths, his body shriveled up and lost all signs of life. What kind of evil technique is this? Let's attack together and kill this person. At the side, the others widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They then roared and charged at Lu Ming. Devour. Lu Ming muttered. An even stronger devouring force erupted and enveloped this group of people. This group of people turned into dried corpses and fell to the ground like raindrops. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Horrified screams resounded. More people discovered Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. Regardless of whether they were below the spiritual god realm or above, the outcome was the same. They were devoured and turned into dried corpses. Retreat, retreat! Call the experts over. The army was in chaos, and many people retreated in horror. The army was in chaos because of Lu Ming, and a gap appeared. Who is so bold to attack my Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? There was a loud shout. Following which, figures flashed and more than 10 figures appeared in front of Lu Ming. What a coincidence! Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. A few of them were Lu Ming's old acquaintances. The Wang family's patriarch, Wang Xingtian, the Jiang family's patriarch, and the Luan family's patriarch. 3 of the 6 ancient families' patriarchs of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had come. Behind the 3 patriarchs were a dozen people. 3 of them were Supreme Being experts, while the others were at the great circle of the spirit god realm. It's you, the patriarch of the Wang family, Jiang family, and the others were stunned when they saw Lu Ming. They stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, it's you. Didn't you die? You died in the hands of the celestial god sex genius in the continent of God? After a long while, everyone recovered. The patriarch of the Wang family pointed at Lu Ming and shouted in disbelief. The news that the experts of the Southern God Palace had come to the Divine Wilderness continent and announced Lu Ming's death had spread throughout the Divine Wilderness continent. Almost all the powerful forces knew about it. Wang Xingtian and the others had thought that Lu Ming had died in the continent of God. Now that they saw him, they were naturally shocked. How could I die when you're not dead? Lu Ming smiled faintly. So you're not dead. You're really lucky. However, you're really stupid. Since you're not dead, you should have hidden. Now that you've come here, you're really courting death. I'll fulfill your wish. The patriarch of the Wang family laughed loudly and revealed a ferocious killing intent. He released his aura and locked onto Lu Ming. He was afraid that Lu Ming would escape. With just you? Last time in 9 Dragons City, you managed to escape with your life. This time I won't fail. Lu Ming smiled coldly. You're courting death. The head of the Wang family roared furiously. Last time in 9 Dragons City, Lu Ming had almost killed the Wang family's patriarch with the divine 9-dragon cauldron. This matter was considered taboo by the Wang family's patriarch. Now that Lu Ming had brought it up again in front of everyone, it was a stab to the Wang family's patriarch's heart. Boom, the head of the Wang clan radiated a cold killing intent as he stepped forward. His entire body was covered in purple flames that completely annihilated the void. The temperature of the area rose rapidly. Some of the weaker cultivators were shocked and quickly retreated. I will burn you too. Ashes. A cold voice came from the Wang clan head's mouth. The Wang clan head pushed his hands forward, and a large purple fireball flew towards Lu Ming. The temperature of the purple fireball was terrifyingly high. Wherever it passed, space was annihilated, revealing black spatial passageways. In an instant, it flew in front of Lu Ming. Die. The Wang clan head laughed sinisterly. But in the next moment, his smile stiffened. Lu Ming reached out a hand and grabbed the purple fireball. The purple fireball shrank rapidly and finally turned into a wisp of flame, burning and jumping in Lu Ming's palm. "This is your flame? You want to burn me to ashes? In my opinion, it's not even enough to cook a meal." Lu Ming sneered. He then blew a puff of air and the flame in his palm was extinguished. A slap in the face, a slap in the face. The Wang clan head's face was flushed red. He stared at Lu Ming and wanted to bite Lu Ming to death. "Die." The head of the Wang family roared and the flames on his body became more vigorous. A ball of purple flames appeared on top of his head. Moving his body, he performed bloodline integration and turned into flames. The flames twisted and eventually turned into a purple flaming combat sword that slashed toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming didn't even look at it and punched the purple sword. A scream was heard as the purple sword shattered. The Wang clan head's figure appeared with blood spurting out of his mouth. His face was filled with fear as he frantically retreated. As soon as the Wang clan head retreated, a series of screams were heard. The path that the Wang clan head took was the army. At least 1,000 people were killed by the Wang clan head. "Run!" The others screamed and ran as far as they could. A battle between supremes was too dangerous. If they were too close, they wouldn't even know how they died. "Today, the one who will die is you." Lu Ming stared at the Wang clan head and stepped forward. "Save me, save me!" The Wang clan head screamed in fear. By the side, the head of the Jiang family, the head of the Luan family, and the rest were initially stunned. Lu Ming had injured the head of the Wang family with one punch. They were really stunned and somewhat in disbelief. Now that the head of the Wang family shouted, they finally regained their senses. "Attack, kill him! Kill!" The Jiang clan head, Luan clan head, and the others roared and attacked together. 5 supremes attacked at the same time. 5 different rays of light tore through the sky and blasted toward Lu Ming. "Get lost." Lu Ming spat out coldly and threw out 5 punches in a row. 5 rays of fist intent tore through the sky. Boom. 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 The fist intent easily shattered the attacks of the 5 supremes. The Jiang clan head, Luan clan head, and the others groaned as they were knocked back while vomiting blood. With just 5 casual punches, 5 supreme beings were heavily injured. Countless people who had retreated far away sucked in a breath of cold air. As for the Wang family head, he was scared half to death. He was dumbfounded. He thought that he was dreaming. How long had it been? Lu Ming had only taken a trip to the Godly Ruins continent. How did he become so strong after returning? Was he still a member of the younger generation? Lu Ming continued to attack the Wang clan head. The Wang clan head roared in fear and desperately retreated into the crowd. He wanted others to block Lu Ming for him. "You guys, block him. Damn it, how dare you run? I'm the trusted aide of Martial Emperor De. You guys are courting death. I'll kill all of you in the future." The Wang clan head roared. However, the others were not idiots. They all ran away when they saw the Wang clan head coming over. No one blocked Lu Ming for him. Are you kidding? Injuring 5 supremes with a single punch? Aren't they just courting death? The Wang clan had almost lost all hope. Clang! At this moment, the saber gleam exploded in the sky. A black saber gleam cut through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. Its power was terrifying. The martial emperor had attacked. Boom! A dragon roar came from Lu Ming's body. He then threw out a punch and clashed with the saber light. The saber light was successfully blocked by Lu Ming. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was an old man in a black robe. He was skinny and his eye sockets were sunken. He looked like a skeleton. However, the aura emanating from his body was extremely frightening, causing one's heart to tremble. He was an emperor. The 3rd emperor of the underworld. There were only 5 or 6 sovereigns in Nanming Kingdom and they were all ranked. The 1st emperor of the underworld was the most powerful, followed by the 2nd emperor of the underworld. The 3rd emperor of the underworld was the most powerful. When the 3rd emperor of the underworld attacked, the family head of the Wang family was overjoyed. He thought that he was saved. 3rd emperor of the underworld, His Majesty De wants to capture this man. Quick, kill him and his majesty will reward you handsomely. The family head of the Wang family shouted. Such combat strength at such a young age is rare. It's a pity that you don't know how to keep a low profile and come here. I'll send you on your way, hee hee. The third emperor of the underworld laughed. His voice was dry and unpleasant, like that of a skeleton. His body was covered in a large black robe, which covered his entire body. It looked like a piece of black cloth floating in the air. Netherworld realm, turn into my netherworld chi. The third emperor of the underworld smiled hideously. A black realm spread out and shrouded Lu Ming. The speed of the realm was extremely fast. As soon as it appeared, it covered an area with a radius of 100 miles. Lu Ming was also shrouded in it. Suddenly, he felt countless black shadows pouncing on Lu Ming. Endless netherworld chi penetrated Lu Ming's skin and tried to corrode Lu Ming and turn him into netherworld chi. Clang, at the same time, a black saber appeared in the third emperor of the underworld's hand and he slashed at Lu Ming. In his own realm, the third emperor of the underworld's speed was extremely fast. As soon as the saber slashed out, it was in front of Lu Ming. Wind origin skill. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He used the wind origin skill and his body moved without wind. He swayed slightly and dodged the third emperor of the underworld's attack. At the same time, he threw out a punch. Clang, the fist force hit the side of the saber and there was a loud bang. The third emperor of the underworld's body trembled and he could not help but take 2 steps back. As for Lu Ming, he also took a few steps back with a bang. Such powerful strength. The third emperor of the underworld was shocked. Netherworld body. The third emperor of the underworld's body trembled, and his entire body collapsed, transforming into a mass of underworld chi. Combined with his underworld domain, it enveloped heaven and earth. Everything within 100 miles of the nether domain was filled with nether chi. Spirit bodies were formed from the condensation of blood vessels, and they possessed some of the characteristics of blood vessels. Different spirit bodies had different mysteries and effects. Some spirit bodies were more attack-oriented, some were more defensive-oriented, and some were more speed-oriented. For example, the spiritual body of the third emperor of the underworld could transform into underworld chi and launch attacks. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming was shrouded in the aura of the netherworld. There were bursts of air-piercing sounds all around him. Countless saber gleams slashed toward Lu Ming from an unknown direction. Fire element technique, lightning element technique. With a thought, Lu Ming converted the chaos concept into the fire concept and thunder concept. A long spear condensed from flames appeared in Lu Ming's right hand, and a long spear condensed from lightning appeared in his left hand. Whoosh! The long spear of flame swept out in all directions with a force that could wipe out an army. Fire and lightning were the natural enemies of underworld chi. Moreover, the fire concept and thunder concept were condensed from the fire concept and thunder concept. The power of the two concepts was even more shocking. As the long spear of flame swept out, the dark underworld chi exploded. The saber lights that were slashing at Lu Ming collapsed one by one. Even the nether domain shook violently, as if it would explode at any time. Over there, Lu Ming's eyes were fixed in front of him. The long spear of lightning in his left hand shot out. Ah! A scream came from that place. Then, the third emperor of the underworld appeared and retreated. There was a hole in his shoulder, and there were flashes of lightning flashing. How could this be? The Wang family head, the Jiang family head, and the others opened their eyes wide and looked at the scene in disbelief. The third emperor of the underworld was injured. An emperor was injured by Lu Ming. How could this be? Lu Ming could even injure an emperor. Whoosh! Lu Ming used the wind concept and his body flashed. He quickly approached the third emperor of the underworld and threw out a punch. This punch was a combination of the earth element technique, fire element technique, and thunder element technique. The third emperor of the underworld's territory shook violently. It only lasted for a breath before it exploded. The terrifying power of the three martial skills of wills landed on the third emperor of the underworld's body. The third emperor of the underworld screamed in agony as his body flew far away. Half of his body exploded and his aura weakened. Run, run. There was only one thought in the Wang family head's mind, and that was to run. Lu Ming was too monstrous. How old was he? His combat strength was unimaginably strong. Even the third emperor of the underworld was not a match for him. After exchanging a few blows, he was almost dead. If he did not run, he would die. Wang Xingtian, I said, you will die today. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. He used the wind concept and caught up with the Wang family head in a few flashes. No, please spare my life, death was imminent. The Wang family head broke down and begged bitterly. He did not care about being a sovereign or his reputation. Compared to his life, these were nothing. Lu Ming looked at the Wang family head coldly. There was no pity in his eyes. Once upon a time, the Wang family head was a supreme existence in Lu Ming's eyes. He was a sovereign who could kill him with a single finger. But things had changed. Now, the Wang family head was nothing in front of Lin Fan. He could easily kill him. The world was unpredictable. Who could predict it? Lu Ming was growing rapidly. Unknowingly, Lu Ming had become a top figure in the divine wilderness continent. Those who once needed to look up to him had to look up to him now. Go to hell. An indifferent voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. His palm was like a knife as it struck out. No, if I die, you will die too. The Wang family head roared. Knowing that he was going to die, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. The aura on his body became violent. He was going to self-destruct. Humph. Lu Ming snorted coldly. His palm suddenly exerted force. A phantom of the prison-suppressing monument flashed and suppressed the Wang family head. The Wang family head did not even have the chance to scream before he was crushed into pieces and died on the spot. In front of Lu Ming, he could not even self-destruct. It's your turn. Lu Ming looked at the head of the Jiang family and the head of the Luan family. Back then, in the Battle of Nine Dragons City, the family heads of the 6 ancient families had all attacked Lu Ming. Among them, the Jiang family head, the Luan family head, and the Wang family head all wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming had always kept this grudge in his heart. Today, he would kill them all. Run, run. The Jiang family head and the Luan family head desperately rushed into the sky because there were sovereigns there. But how fast was Lu Ming? He took a step and appeared behind them. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven skill and struck out twice. The 2 family heads were dead. Third Underworld Emperor. The third emperor of the Netherworld's expression changed and he quickly retreated. Broken Mountain Martial Emperor, let's attack together. The third emperor of the Netherworld shouted. There was another martial emperor in the sky. He was the martial emperor of an overlord force in the central continent. Previously, he had sided with DE and attacked the World Academy together with the third emperor of the Netherworld. This time only the 2 martial emperors from Dtian Divine Palace had come. Kill. The Broken Mountain Martial Emperor was burly and he was more than 3 meters tall. He held a large saber in his hand and slashed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, while the third emperor of the Netherworld was healing his injuries, he also attacked Lu Ming. The 2 martial emperors joined forces to attack Lu Ming. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming threw out 2 consecutive punches. His fists were filled with chaos. This was not the chaotic will. Lu Ming had combined the 5 martial techniques of the 5 wills. The first to bear the brunt were the 2 martial emperors' realms. The 2 realms covered Lu Ming's body and continuously consumed Lu Ming's attacks. Invisible attacks continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's punches caused the realms to vibrate. Lu Ming charged into the realms and fought with the 2 martial emperors. The Broken Mountain Martial Emperor was burly and he was known for his attacks and strength. However, after exchanging 1 blow with Lu Ming, he was still forced to retreat. If not for the third emperor of the Netherworld's help, Lu Ming could have defeated the Broken Mountain Martial Emperor. Even so, Lu Ming still had the upper hand at the start of the battle. Lu Ming, that is Lu Ming. A group of people stood in the White Jade Palace of the World Academy. Among them, there were familiar figures that Lu Ming was familiar with, such as Kong Xian and Sandalwood Fairy. The Medicine King Valley did not have any martial emperors. In this chaotic world, it was difficult for them to protect themselves. However, the Medicine King Valley and the World Academy were on good terms. Hence, the Medicine King Valley had joined the World Academy and moved to the World Academy. The person who had spoken earlier was Xianxia. His voice was filled with disbelief as he stared into the distance. It's Lu Ming. He didn't die. This is too shocking. Lu Ming can actually suppress emperors, and there are 2 emperors. Sandalwood Fairy's beautiful eyes were also wide open. Her voice was full of shock. Originally, when the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace launched an attack on the World Academy, they had already defended it for a few days. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before they were breached. However, when they discovered that the army of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was in chaos, they thought that it was the Heaven Suppression Army or Xianxia from the northern plains that had sent reinforcements. In the end, they discovered that there was only one person who had sent reinforcements, a young man. To their disbelief, they discovered that this youth was actually Lu Ming. It was rumored that Lu Ming had died in the Godly Ruins continent. And the battle prowess that Lu Ming displayed shocked them even more. What a rare talent. Beside Xianxia, a white-haired elder sighed. This white-haired elder was one of the 2 great emperors of the World Academy. Dean, this is a rare opportunity. I feel that we should rush out and cooperate with Lu Ming to defeat the army of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Sandalwood Fairy suggested. Wait a minute. The Emperor of the World Academy said, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace has come to attack our World Academy. They won't only send 2 emperors. Perhaps there are still emperors hiding in the dark. Now that Lu Ming has the upper hand, we shouldn't be in a hurry to take action. It won't be too late to take action after we see the situation of the enemy. Xianxia, Sandalwood Fairy, and the rest nodded. Indeed, now that Lu Ming had the upper hand, the one who should be anxious should be the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, not them. If the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace still had emperors hiding in the dark, they wouldn't be able to hold back for long and would take action. In the void tens of thousands of miles away in the north, Xiaowan and the rest were hiding and looking into the distance. Even though Lu Ming had already defeated Chu Luo, they still couldn't hide their astonishment when they saw Lu Ming's combat prowess. Mo Ancestor, should we take action now and wipe out this group of people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? Mo Yi asked. Wait a minute. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace might have experts hiding in the dark. We should act according to the situation. Xiaowan said. Boom. 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 High in the sky, 3 figures crisscrossed and engaged in an intense battle. Every time they clashed, there would be a muffled explosion. It was like the beginning of the universe and the beginning of the universe. The terrifying shockwaves caused some people's eardrums to ring loudly. Their bodies trembled, and they vomited blood. The army of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace retreated again and again, distancing themselves from the battlefield. Dang! Lu Ming executed the martial techniques of 5 different states. Its might was shocking. He punched out and struck the Broken Mountain Martial Monarch's battle saber. The Broken Mountain Martial Monarch's body shook violently and was sent flying. Following this, Lu Ming flipped his left hand and chopped down with his palm. The underworld chi churned, and the 3rd underworld monarch was also sent flying. Kill! Lu Ming's body was as fast as lightning. In a flash, he dashed towards the 3rd underworld monarch. Terrifying attacks continuously rained down on the 3rd underworld monarch. The 3rd underworld monarch tried his best, but he could not block them. Wherever Lu Ming's fist passed, the underworld chi was destroyed. The 3rd underworld monarch cried out in pain, and his body almost exploded. On the other side, the Broken Mountain Martial Monarch rushed over to help. Buzz, the lightning cauldron appeared above Lu Ming's head and smashed towards the Broken Mountain Martial Monarch. As Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the power of the lightning cauldron increased when he controlled it. The lightning cauldron and the Broken Mountain Martial Monarch's battle saber collided. Although the lightning cauldron was sent flying, it had blocked the Broken Mountain Martial Monarch's attack. That was enough. Kill! Lu Ming charged towards the 3rd underworld monarch and punched out. The underworld chi exploded, and the 3rd underworld monarch cried out in pain. Half of his body had exploded, and his aura was weak. His injuries had worsened. The 3rd underworld monarch's underworld body was mysterious and unpredictable. If it had been any other martial monarch, they would have been severely injured by Lu Ming's attack. Even so, the third underworld monarch was terrified. He turned around and ran. He was afraid. If this continued, he would be killed by Lu Ming. You can't escape. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. He walked towards the third underworld monarch step by step. At the same time, Lu Ming's mind was highly focused, and his spiritual senses spread out in all directions. He seemed to be waiting for something. After a few steps, Lu Ming closed in on the third underworld monarch. His terrifying attack was about to land on the third underworld monarch. Bastard, how dare you! At that moment, a cold shout came from the sky. As soon as the voice was heard, a golden sword light descended from the sky and slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Danger! Facing the golden sword light, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. His heart trembled as he sensed that he was in mortal danger. Roar! Without hesitation, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. Lu Ming performed the bloodline fusion and turned into 9 dragons. Boom! Boom! The 9 dragons stepped on each of their claws. Each of their claws was a fusion of 5 different wills, and they attacked the golden sword light. An ear-piercing sound came from the sky. The golden sword light was extremely sharp, and it could cut through everything. The attacks formed by the 5 different wills were broken by the golden sword light. The 9 dragons were shocked and they could not help but retreat. They retreated for 1,000 miles before they could stabilize themselves. In the end, 3 of the 9 dragon claws were cut off. End of chapter 13-19. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.